I'm Really a Villain Chapter 88 to Chapter 173. When it came to the origin of the Sacred Spring sect, there were also some legends. Legend had it that a long time ago, a sage passed by the far west and found a spirit spring. The spirit spring was a treasure that could only appear when the spiritual energy of heaven and earth reached a certain level. It was a good place for many sects to establish themselves. The sage was also very charitable. He preached around the spirit spring, attracting the villagers of several villages nearby. Everyone who came here could obtain spring water from the spirit spring. As time passed, the sage's reputation grew and more cultivators gathered at the spirit spring. In the end, everyone suggested that they establish a sect here and call the sage the Sacred Spring Sage. The sect was named the Sacred Spring Sect. A few hundred years later, the sage left the Sacred Spring sect and passed the position of sect master to his eldest disciple. At that time, the Sacred Spring sect was just a small sect that hovered between the third and second rate. A few hundred years later, a disciple of the Sacred Spring sect accidentally saved a man. Before the man left, he promised to repay the disciple for saving his life. At that time, no one took it seriously and thought that the man was joking. Who knew that 100 years later, the man's voice would spread throughout the Yuanyang continent? Today, I bear the mandate of heaven and become the great emperor. I am the ruler of the universe. No one would have thought that the man saved by the disciple would bear the mandate of heaven and become the great emperor of that era. From then on, the Sacred Spring sect entered a period of rapid development. The disciple was also chosen as the sect master. In the era when the dustless emperor bore the mandate of heaven, the Sacred Spring sect was protected and became a first-rate sect. Speaking of which, the dustless emperor's wife was the wind ancestor. Because of the dustless emperor, the Sacred Spring sect and Xianxia sect had always been on good terms. The sacred warship slowly landed at the entrance of the Sacred Spring sect. Looking from above, the Sacred Spring sect was not as good as Xianxia. However, there were also ancient trees that reached the sky, rivers that hung upside down for 300 feet, and clouds in the sky. The mountains were like prisons and the tall buildings were like knives. There was a 1,000-meter-long beast that dragged a mountain around the sect. A disciple's sword was like the sea, and thunder split the sky and earth. What was even more peculiar was that springs could be seen everywhere in the sect. Some springs were blooming like a sea of flowers, while others were roaring like giant beasts. Some of the spring water turned into a rain of swords, while some of the spring water soared hundreds of meters into the sky before hanging upside down in the sky. Elder Tianjin, Elder Fan Yun, long time no see. Luo Changhe, the sect master of the Sacred Spring sect, led a group of elders out of the sect to welcome the two. Sect Master Luo, it's been a while since we last met. Your cultivation base has improved quite a bit, Elder Tianjin said with a smile. It's nothing. Everyone, please come in quickly. The food has already been prepared. The inner court grand competition will be held tomorrow morning. Luo Changhe smiled and invited everyone in. When they arrived at the Sacred Spring sect, it was already afternoon. After the meal, the sun set in the west and the sky gradually darkened. The inner sanctum grand competition was scheduled for the morning of the second day. The rooms for the few of them to rest in had already been prepared. After Xianxia returned to her room, she took out the wind ancestor's painting and began to observe it. The woman in the painting was drawn very vividly. She wore a light blue veil and looked as if she had really come to life. She was like a fairy that descended from the 9 heavens. One could not help but admire the skills of the artist who drew this painting. Just as Xianxia was at her wit's end, there was a sudden knock on the door. Xianxia was shocked. She hurriedly kept the painting and slowly opened the door. Why are you here? Xianxia looked at the person outside the door and asked with a frown. Xiaogizi smiled and said, I'm here to talk business with you. Not interested. Xianxia was about to close the door when Xiaogizi stopped her. Don't you want to know who killed your adoptive father? Xianxia pondered for a while before opening the door. Let's talk business. Xiaogizi walked into the room and said, as long as you help me kill Suzimo, I'll tell you. That's impossible. Xianxia shook her head. What was Suzimo's status? He was the son of Zhenwu Xingzong's deputy sect leader. If she killed him and angered Su Qingshan, once Xianling sect and Jinwu Xingzong went to war, she would definitely be used to appease their anger. Even if she was the holy lady of Xianling sect, it would be useless. What if I told you that Sky Sword sect was massacred by Su Zimo? Xiaogizi was not in a hurry. He smiled and said, "This joke is not funny at all." Nie Xingqing stared at Xiaogizi and said calmly, "I have no reason to lie to you. I've always been by his side. I know many things about him." Xiaogizi said, "Why are you telling me this?" Nie Xingqing frowned and asked, "Even though I'm his subordinate, that guy has never treated me as a human. He's cruel and violent. I want him dead." Xiaogizi stared at Nie Xingqing and said viciously, "You don't have to be afraid. As long as our plan succeeds, no one will find out. Since this is the Holy Spring sect, we can push the blame to them. Let me think about it," Nie Xingqing said after a moment of silence. "Even though you're the holy lady of Xianling sect now, your position isn't stable yet." Xiaogizi smirked. "From what I know, the reason why Su Zimo massacred the entire Sky Sword sect seemed to be related to the inheritance of some great emperor. As long as we kill him, the inheritance will belong to you. Also, we'll split the resources on him. How about that? Think about it, as Su Qingshan's son, how could he lack cultivation resources? With these cultivation resources, you'll definitely be able to secure your position as the Holy Lady. It'll even be beneficial for you when you fight for the heavenly mandate in the future. What should we do?" Nie Xingqing looked at Xiaogizi and asked with a burning gaze. Her adoptive father's death made her hesitate. The inheritance of the great emperor and the huge amount of cultivation resources were the last straw that broke the camel's back. Tonight is the best time to act. Once the intersect competition ends tomorrow and he leaves the Holy Spring sect, there'll be no hope. Xiaogizi said, "From what I've seen, this person is extremely lecherous. You just have to seduce him with your beauty and put this packet of medicine in his wine for him to drink. Then, everything will be solved." Xiaogizi said as he took out a small bag of medicine. "What's this?" Nie Xingqing frowned and asked. "Meridian sealing powder," Xiaogizi replied. "As long as a martial artist below the Venerable Pulse realm consumes it, all the meridians in their body will be sealed, and they will become an ordinary person. At that time, he will be at our mercy. Why don't we just kill him? It'll be safer that way." Nie Xingqing asked curiously. "Wouldn't it be too easy for him to die? I want to torture him bit by bit and return all the pain he suffered over the years," Xiaogizi said with a ferocious expression. Nie Xingqing was originally a bit surprised by Xiaogizi's words, but now she saw Xiaogizi's expression. She felt that it must be that Su Zimo abused Xiaogizi too much, causing him to be mentally twisted. That's why people like him were capable of doing anything. "I understand," Nie Xingqing took the medicine and said lightly. "Then you should prepare tonight. Be careful on the way to Su Zimo's room. Don't let anyone see you, or else you won't be able to explain yourself," Xiaogizi said cautiously. Nie Xingqing nodded and looked at Xiaogizi's back as he left. She was deep in thought for a long time. Finally, she let out a long sigh as if she had made a decision. The bold ones will be stuffed, and the timid ones will be starved. She sat in front of the mirror and put on some makeup. Then, taking advantage of the dark night, she quietly went to Su Zimo's room. At this time, Su Zimo had just taken off his jacket and was about to go to sleep when he heard a knock on the door. "Who is it?" He opened the door and saw Nie Xingqing standing at the door. The fragrance of roses wafted into his nose. Her face was covered in exquisite makeup. It was the kind of makeup that was extremely seductive. "Senior brother Su, I have something to discuss with you," Nie Xingqing said softly with her charming eyes. Su Zimo had a smile on his face, revealing a smile that everyone understood. He quickly and attentively welcomed Nie Xingqing in. "Junior sister, sit down and drink some water first. Let senior brother put on his clothes." "This is unavoidably a little indecent," Su Zimo said as he filled the teacup on the table with water. He then turned around and went to the bed to put on his clothes. "It's fine," Nie Xingqing smiled and used her body to block the teacup. She poured the medicine into the teacup. After Su Zimo put on his clothes, Nie Xingqing raised the teacup and handed it to Su Zimo. She smiled and said, "Senior brother, let's drink." "Sure." Su Zimo took the teacup and looked at Xianxia with narrowed eyes. He smiled and drank the tea without realizing it. "Oh, by the way, junior sister, what did you say you were looking for me for?" After drinking, Su Zimo asked doubtfully. "Senior brother, why are you in such a hurry?" Xianxia smiled. She leaned her head forward slightly and whispered into Su Zimo's ear, "Did senior brother find someone to massacre the Sky Sword sect?" Su Zimo's face instantly changed. He pointed at Xianxia in disbelief and said in a hurried tone, "You, how did you know?" "So it's you." Xianxia looked at Su Zimo and her face instantly turned cold. "I'll kill you." Su Zimo was so angry that he slapped Xianxia with his palm. As a result, just as he circulated his spirit chi, he felt his body go soft and fell to the ground. Su Zimo looked at Xianxia in panic and said, "What did you do to me?" "Nothing, I just put some meridian sealing powder in the cup of tea I gave senior brother," Xianxia said with a chuckle. "What a vicious woman." Su Zimo clutched his chest and closed his eyes. He said helplessly, "The winner takes all. I admit defeat. Just kill me." Xianxia snorted and walked towards Su Zimo step by step. The spirit chi in her body surged and she already had the intention to kill. However, after taking a few steps, Xianxia felt that something was wrong. The meridians in her body were sealed one by one. Her aura also fluctuated between strong and weak. In the end, she lost all strength and fell to the ground like a pile of mud. "Junior sister, what's wrong? Hurry up and kill senior brother. Don't be soft-hearted." Su Zimo's voice sounded from the side. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. She looked at the teacup she had just used. Su Zimo had already stood up safely. He shook his head and sighed as he walked in front of Xianxia. He squatted down slightly and said regretfully, "Junior sister, a man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Why are you so naive?" At this moment, the door to the room opened and Xiaogizi sneaked in. He smiled and said, "Senior brother, my acting skills are passable, right?" "So. Senior brother can rely on his face to make a living, but you can only rely on your acting skills," Su Zimo said with a smile. When Xianxia saw this, how could she not understand that she had been completely fooled by these two people? People often said that money moved people's hearts. When faced with temptation, many people's IQ would drop. Xianxia looked at Xiaogizi with eyes full of anger. When this guy was in her room before, this wasn't what he said. He said that Su Zimo didn't treat him as a human and was lecherous. He said that she would torture Su Zimo bit by bit. In the end, it was all a lie. Moreover, his body movements and facial expressions were also real. At this moment, Xianxia found that not only was her pulse sealed, she was powerless and couldn't even speak. She knew that there was definitely something wrong with the tea she just drank. "Tell me, how should I deal with you?" Su Zimo lifted Xianxia's chin and looked at her hateful eyes. Then Su Zimo and Xiaogizi changed into black clothes that covered their entire bodies. Although Xiaogizi didn't know why Su Zimo did this, he didn't ask. After changing into black clothes, the two took advantage of the dark night and secretly brought Xianxia to the back of a deserted rock garden in the Sacred Spring sect. "Senior brother, what do we do next?" Xiaogizi asked curiously. "Don't speak. Wait for 2 hours," Su Zimo said lightly. Then Su Zimo took off Xianxia's storage ring and obtained the painting as he wished. As for the other resources in the ring, apart from a few decent items, Su Zimo gave the rest to Xiaogizi. After all, Xiaogizi had been working for him all this time and had just broken through to the true meridian stage. He couldn't lag behind. 2 hours later, Su Zimo looked at the completely panicked Xianxia and grabbed her neck. He said in a low voice, "Before I die, I'm not afraid to tell you that I didn't kill the Sky Sword sect. It was a guy called Chu Yang who did it. Although that guy came from a small village called Qingyang Village, he had a lot of opportunities. This time, I killed you because he gave me some conditions that I couldn't refuse. I just hope you don't blame me." Looking at the completely panicked Xianxia who wanted to resist but had no strength at all, Su Zimo increased the strength of his grip on her neck. It was a silent night. As the morning glow from the horizon dispersed like a halo, the fresh green grass still retained the dew from last night. Under the sunlight, it was crystal clear and sparkling. The Sacred Spring sect was in full swing, preparing for the inner sect grand competition. In the morning, when the people from Xianling sect and Jinwu Xingzong gathered, only Xianxia didn't appear. Before Elder Fan Yun could send someone to call Xianxia, a piece of news came like a bolt from the blue. Some disciples passed by the fake mountain and found Xianxia's body. When Luo Changhe brought everyone to the fake mountain, Elder Fan Yun's face turned pale. She's beyond saving. Luo Changhe checked on Xianxia's condition and shook his head. Sect Master Luo, this happened in your Sacred Spring sect. Shouldn't you give us an explanation? Elder Fan Yun said coldly. Don't worry, Elder Fan Yun. I've already ordered people to lock down the sect and forbid anyone from leaving. Luo Changhe nodded. Once the inner sect competition ends, I'll investigate every single disciple. Su Zimo looked at Luo Changhe and felt that something was amiss. Logically speaking, the holy lady of another sect had died in his own sect. Shouldn't he investigate the sect immediately? The inner sect grand competition wasn't that urgent. It could be pushed back a little. But looking at Luo Changhe's attitude, it seemed like the relationship between Sacred Spring sect and Xianling sect wasn't as good as imagined. Sect Master Luo, are you trying to protect the culprit? Once the inner sect competition ends, everything will be set in stone. Elder Fan Yun said bitterly. Elder Fan Yun, you must have evidence before you speak. You can't say that it's all our fault just because someone died in our sect. Perhaps you've offended someone and they chased you all the way here. Luo Changhe snorted coldly and said, we're also responsible for this matter, but I didn't evade it. I said that I'll investigate it thoroughly once the inner court grand competition ends. Luo Changhe, are you taking revenge on Xianling sect for what happened in the past? Elder Fan Yun shouted out his name angrily. Xianxing's death didn't just mean that the sect's years of nurturing went down the drain. She also had the inheritance of the wind ancestor on her. If she couldn't find the inheritance, she would be the sinner of Xianling sect. I'm not that petty. It's just that I can't make a judgment on who did this. Luo Changhe said calmly, although our Sacred Spring sect doesn't deny our responsibility, I hope that Elder Fan Yun won't blame everything on our Sacred Spring sect before you have any evidence. You want evidence, right? I'll give it to you now. Elder Fan Yun's eyes narrowed. Her Emperor Vane realm aura surged. The surrounding spiritual energy condensed bit by bit, and a light blue vortex appeared behind her. When the whirlpool appeared, Elder Fan Yun pulled her hands apart in the air. In that instant, in everyone's eyes, Elder Fan Yun's two hands seemed to have a special concept, as if they had transcended time and space. A white curtain appeared in front of her. What is this? Luong looked at Su Zimo and asked. I don't know. Su Zimo shook his head. Time reversal. This is the ability of Elder Fan Yun's true fate. Elder Tianjin explained, as long as it's within 24 hours, Elder Fan Yun can use time reversal to see what the deceased experienced 1 hour before their death. This ability is not bad, Luong said with interest. When martial artists were in the Void Vein realm, they could condense their true fate. After reaching the Emperor Vein realm, they could manifest their true fate. Because everyone's true fate was different, when the time came, the true fate's ability would naturally have its own merits. When Elder Fan Yun's hands touched the curtain, an image appeared in the originally blank space. Everyone focused their attention on the content. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. Behind the fake mountain, Xianxia was lying motionlessly on the ground, and two black-clothed men were sitting beside her. The two of them sat there quietly for almost 2 hours, and Elder Fan Yun's face was a little ugly. She didn't know if these people came prepared or if they knew her ability, so they deliberately wore black clothes and masks, and then spent 2 hours to make her unable to find anything. When the image was about to end, one of the black-clothed men suddenly stood up and grabbed Xianxing's neck. A low and deep voice came from within. Before I die, I'm not afraid to tell you that the Sky Sword sect was not massacred by me, but by a guy called Chuyang. Although that guy came from a small village like Qingyang village, he had a lot of opportunities. When the black-clothed man finished speaking, he ended Xianxing's life. Everyone looked at the direction the two of them left in, which should be the main gate of the Sacred Spring sect. Chuyang, Qingyang Village. Elder Fan Yun looked at the image and said these few words while gritting her teeth. Her Emperor Meridian Realm aura shot up to the sky, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Elder Fan Yun, please calm down, Luo Changhe quickly said. The one who died isn't your Sacred Spring sect's holy maiden, so of course you're not worried. Elder Fan Yun's expression was ugly as she said unhappily, Sect Leader Luo, because of the matter of our sect's holy maiden, I have to quickly deal with it. As for your sect's inter-sect competition, I won't be participating in it for now. It's okay, the holy maiden's matter is important, I will investigate thoroughly in the Sacred Spring sect, Luo Changhe replied indifferently. I hope this has nothing to do with your Sacred Spring sect, Elder Fan Yun said and left with the other Xianling sect disciples. Looking at Elder Fan Yun's back view, Luo Changhe smiled and said to Elder Tianjin, Brother Tianjin, please don't mind her. Nobody wants this to happen. It's okay, Elder Tianjin shook his head and smiled. Then, Elder Tianjin brought Su Zimo and the rest to the location of the Sacred Spring sect's inter-sect competition. Luo Changhe secretly called some of the elders of the Sacred Spring sect over and ordered, other than some of the inter-sect disciples who are competing, investigate every other place in the sect. Especially if you see any suspicious disciples, capture them and interrogate them. Senior Brother Lu, is there a story between Sect Master Luo and Elder Fan Yun? Su Zimo asked curiously along the way. I heard about it from someone else, I'll tell you when we return, Luong said softly. On the other side, Elder Fan Yun rode on the Blue Phoenix and rushed back to Xianling sect. She had to start investigating Qingyang Village and Chuyang. At this moment, Zhenwu Xingzong and Bailey Xiao had been feeling uneasy ever since they returned from Yunnan Peak. She did not know how Su Zimo found out about Chuyang, but if Chuyang continued to stay in Qingyang Village, he would be in danger sooner or later. And Su Zimo could use this to threaten her. Therefore, she called Xianxia over and asked her to bring Chuyang away from Qingyang Village or find a place to settle down. Only then could she be at ease. If Su Zimo insisted on killing Chuyang one day, she would not be able to stop him. After receiving Bai Lixiao's instructions, Xianxia rushed towards Qingyang Village. According to Bai Lixiao's plan, she had to bring Chuyang to a safe place before Su Zimo returned from the Sacred Spring sect. On the other hand, Elder Fan Yun led a few disciples back to Xianling sect on its own one. The death of the Holy Maiden and the loss of the Wind Ancestor's legacy had enraged the entire Xianling sect. The Great Elder, Xian Yun, personally took charge of this matter. The entire Xianling sect mobilized the entire sect to search for a village called Qingyang Village and a young man called Chuyang in the far west. The smaller sects backed by Xianling sect also began to help in the search. This was an opportunity for them. If they could help Xianling sect, they might be able to build a stronger relationship with them in the future. In just half a day's time, dozens of people with the same name and surname as Chuyang, as well as the villages with the same name, were found and interrogated by Elder Xian Yun personally. Following Bai Lixiao's instructions, Xianxia arrived at Qingyang Village and found Instructor Mo. He left. Xianxia looked at Instructor Mo and asked in surprise. Yes. Not long after Xiao'er left, Little Yang's cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. I introduced him to the army camp in Xianyuan City to look for a friend of mine. I don't know how he is now, Instructor Mo nodded. Then, he asked again, is Xiao'er doing well in Zhenwu Xingzhou? She's doing well, Xianxia nodded and pondered for a while. Then, she said to Instructor Mo, if anyone asks you about Chuyang in the future, just say that you don't know. Don't reveal his whereabouts. Instructor Mo looked at Xianxia. When he was young, he worked in Xianyuan City and experienced a lot of deceit and deception. The world was always chaotic. Instructor Mo nodded and replied, I understand. I'm just an instructor in a small village. What would I know? That's good, Xianxia nodded and thanked him. Then, she prepared to leave. At this moment, a strong force of suppression enveloped the entire Qingyang village. Xianxia looked up and saw a few black figures hovering in the sky. They were a few gigantic green luan. The blue luan emitted the aura of a fifth-grade demonic beast, causing the entire space to tremble and fluctuate. On the blue luan, Elder Xian Yun and Elder Fan Yun stood at the front. Their purple robes fluttered in the wind, their eyes were cold and their expressions indifferent. Beside him was a man in a striped white and blue robe. Elder Xianyun, Qingyang village is right in front of us, but I don't know if it's the one you're looking for. I'll go down and ask. The man smiled politely. This man's name was Xianxia. He was the sect master of a small sect near the Qingyang village that couldn't even be considered a third-rate force. Today, he had just received a notice from Xianling sect to the entire Far West region. Although he did not know who Qiyang was, there was indeed a village called Qingyang village near their sect. He knew that this was the chance for the sect. If they could make use of this opportunity to get close to the colossus that was Xianling sect, even if they couldn't eat meat from them in the future, they would still benefit immensely from just a mouthful of leftovers. He hurriedly reported this matter to Xianling sect. However, he did not expect them to treat this matter with such importance that the great elder of Xianling sect would personally lead a team to investigate. Xianxiao jumped down from the green phoenix and landed directly at where Xianxia and the rest were. I'd like to ask if there's a young man called Qiyang in our village. Xianxiao looked at the crowd and asked with a smile. Who are you? Xianxia asked cautiously. I'm Qiyang's master, the sect master of small sword sect near our Qingyang village. Xianxiao smiled and said, Qiyang is a disciple that I've recently taken in. He's very talented and I wanted to nurture him. However, he went missing in the past few days. I was afraid that he might be in danger and searched many places but to no avail. Previously, I heard him mention that his hometown is Qingyang village. However, there are so many villages in the far west that I could only come here to try my luck. Qiyang went to small sword sect? Xianxia asked in surprise. Oh, do you know Qiyang? Xianxiao's eyes lit up as he asked hurriedly. No. Instructor Mo shook his head and replied. Small sword sect was a small sect near Qingyang village. He knew about it, but the strongest person in the sect was only at the Void Pulse realm. Instructor Mo was not stupid. Just the few green phoenix flying in the sky were above the Void Pulse realm. He was sure that things were not that simple. When Xianxia heard Instructor Mo's words, she realized that she had said something wrong. You don't have to deny it. I've already heard it. Besides, I'm not a bad person, Xianxiao said with a smile. You've heard wrong. We really don't know who Qiyang is, Instructor Mo shook his head and said. Xianxiao looked at the few of them deeply. Then, he flew up to the green phoenix's back. How is it? Elder Fanyan looked at Xianxiao and asked. The people here are quite cautious. However, I'm very confident that there's a young man called Qiyang in this village. However, I don't know if he's the one you're looking for, Xianxiao replied respectfully. That's enough, Elder Xianyun, who was at the front, replied faintly. There might be many young men called Qiyang in the far west. There might also be many small villages called Qingyang village. However, since he was called Qiyang and lived in Qingyang village, the possibility of this was very slim. Elder Xianyun and the others descended from the sky. Their powerful aura shrouded the entire Qingyang village. She looked down and said coldly, I'll give you 15 minutes to tell me where Qiyang is. Otherwise. Elder Xianyun paused for a moment. Then, she said coldly, destroy the village. May I know who you are? How did our Qingyang village offend you? Instructor Mo looked at the imposing Elder Xianyun and mustered up his courage to ask. Elder Xianyun just looked at him faintly. Her eyes seemed to be indifferent to the common people. It was as if she was looking at an ant. With just one look, Instructor Mo felt his soul freeze. He felt as if he couldn't even breathe. He was almost suffocating. I'm Zhenwu Xingzong. Who are you? Xianxia quickly stood out and said. At this moment, she could only hope that her identity as Zhenwu Xingzong's disciple would have some effect. Elder Xianyun frowned slightly. She looked at Xianxia and said coldly, do we need Zhenwu Xingzong's permission to destroy a village? To Elder Xianyun, it didn't matter if Qingyang village was the place they were looking for. They would rather kill 1,000 innocent people than let one go. This village is our senior sister Bailey's hometown. You can't touch it, Xianxia hurriedly said. Can your senior sister Bailey represent the entire Zhenwu Xingzong? Elder Xianyun snorted coldly and asked. Our senior sister Bailey is the niece of Zhenwu Xingzong's sixth elder. Furthermore, she has inherited Empress Hong Tian's legacy. She might become the saintess of this generation in the future. What do you think? Shui Qianxia replied with some confidence. Zhenwu Xingzong also wants to interfere in this matter? Elder Xianyan frowned and glanced at Shui Qianxia. She had heard of Empress Hong Tian's successor before, but she didn't expect it to involve Zhenwu Xingzong. Elder Xianyan waved her right hand and a wave of spirit energy burst out from her finger. Shui Qianxia felt as if her entire body was imprisoned and she couldn't move at all. I'll bring you to Zhenwu Xingzong to seek justice, Elder Xianyan said calmly. The rest of you, guard this village. Without my orders, no one is allowed to leave. Then, Elder Xianyan brought Shui Qianxia and Elder Fanyun to Zhenwu Xingzong on the Green Phoenix. At this moment, the inter-sect competition in the Sacred Spring sect was in full swing. The most popular candidate to win the competition was naturally Luo Changhe's son, Luo Yifeng. Not only was his cultivation high, but he also cultivated Luo Changhe's famous meridian technique, Long River Sword. This meridian technique was created by Luo Changhe back then. The reason why he was able to have his current prestige was largely due to this meridian technique. Therefore, he used his own name to name this meridian technique. The inter-sect competition in the Sacred Spring sect was a little boring to Su Zimo. After watching for a while, he felt a little bored and leaned to the side to close his eyes. Not long after, he was woken up by a series of particularly noisy shouts. The surrounding people were shouting the names of Luo Yifeng and Mo Lei. Is the final battle starting? Su Zimo looked at Luong, yawned, and asked. Yeah, I've been bored the whole day. It's time for something interesting, Luong replied with a smile. Senior Marshal Brother Lu, how about we make a bet? Su Zimo suggested. What kind of bet? Luong asked with interest. Let's guess who will win, Su Zimo said with a smile. If I win, you'll give me a 6th rank formation disc. If you win, I'll give you a drop of ancient wind true blood. Deal. I choose Luo Yifeng. You can't fight with me. Luong hurriedly said. No problem. I choose Mo Lei, Su Zimo said with a smile. The ancient wind true blood was something that Su Zimo had obtained from Yaxingqing's storage ring. This thing wasn't particularly precious, it was at most rare. As for a grade 6 array disc, its might was equivalent to an Emperor Vane Realm attack. Usually, if a formation master wanted to fight in a battle, he would have to condense a formation seal and then place the formation seal at a designated location. This was too slow, and there was a high margin for error when condensing the formation seal. This caused the formation master's combat power to be very weak. Later on, someone developed the formation disc which could integrate the formation seal into the formation disc in advance. When the battle required it, the formation disc could be activated in advance. Luong was now in the Venerable Vane Realm and had advanced to a 5th rank formation master for some time. Su Zimo knew that the current Luong was already able to create a 6th rank formation disc, but the failure rate was too high. To evaluate whether a formation master had reached the 6th rank, his success rate of creating the formation disc must be 90%, and Luong probably didn't even have a 10% success rate. Seeing Luong full of confidence and thinking that he had taken advantage of him, Su Zimo shook his head and smiled. If his memory didn't fail him, he couldn't remember a lot of the contents of this inter-sect grand competition, but he had some impression of the result. Luo Yifeng blew up a big dark horse and was defeated by an unknown inner disciple. On the battle stage, Luo Yifeng was dressed in white with a sword hanging at his waist. He walked up under everyone's gaze. Earth-shattering cheers rang out from all around. When Mo Lei walked onto the stage, other than a few cheers, there was actually a very loud booing. Luo Yifeng, I want to give birth to a monkey for you. Below, there was a little fat chick who screamed at the top of her lungs. Her voice even faintly overshadowed the other disciples' voices. Luo Yifeng was originally smiling brightly as he looked around, enjoying all of this. But when he suddenly heard that voice, his expression instantly collapsed. He silently lowered his head, pulled out his sword and pointed it at the black-clothed youth opposite him. Mo Lei looked at the deafening noises around him. Even though these noises weren't for him, he had waited for this moment for a long time. All of his hard work over the years would be in full bloom. He would step on the defeat of the prodigy who everyone had high hopes for and reach the top. Luo Yifeng's gaze was focused. He didn't put the youth opposite him in his eyes. With a slash of his sword, the sword light appeared in front of his eyes. He only wanted to end this meaningless battle as soon as possible. Mo snorted coldly. A tiger's roar resounded in the forest. Everyone turned their heads and saw a greenish-yellow tiger condensed from spirit energy standing beside Mo. That tiger's shadow pervaded Mo's fist. With a tiger's roar, he smashed the sword light with one punch. What kind of pulse technique is this? The disciples below started to discuss. Following everyone's astonishment, another strange sound rang out. This time, other than that tiger's shadow, there was actually an additional dark green tortoise. With the tiger's attack and the black tortoise's protection, Mo's attack was completely unrestrained. His fist and kick were wide open and he actually suppressed Luo Yifeng. This pulse technique is somewhat familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere before. Luong said softly. He looked at Su Zimo's confident look and was shocked. He hurriedly asked, "Junior brother, no wonder you wanted to bet with me. Do you know something?" Luong felt that he had been cheated. In the previous battle, Mo looked average and didn't use any eye-catching pulse technique. He naturally didn't think highly of the opponent. Sage and foolish. Su Zimo smiled and replied with 4 words. At this moment, a flash of inspiration flashed through Luang's mind. He finally knew why Mo's pulse technique was so familiar. 100 Beasts Fist, the pulse technique that Sage and Foolish created. It was also the pulse technique that made him famous. Luang's hometown was in Jin Foolish City. It was a city named after Sage Jin Foolish. Because old man Jin Foolish had once saved that city, the people in the city were also very familiar with his deeds. They could recite it backwards and were proud of him. Sage Jin Foolish's life was quite legendary. It was said that when he was very young, he was abandoned by his family because of his ugly appearance. Later on, he was brought back by a leopard in the forest to be raised. Because he grew up among the beasts, he observed the habits of the beasts and created this set of 100 Beasts Fist. It was said that when this 100 Beasts Fist was practiced to perfection, one could summon the shadow of 100 beasts at the same time. With one punch, 100 beasts roared and the sky fell. One could imagine the power of 100 giant beasts. I wonder how many beasts Mo can condense. Luong asked with interest. Although he would lose a 6th level array disc if he lost the competition, Luong still hoped that Mo could carry forward the inheritance of the foolish sage. After all, to everyone in the foolish city, the meaning of the foolish sage was extraordinary. The battle in the field was almost one-sided. Under the support of Mo's 2 beasts, Luo Yifeng had almost no power to resist. He retreated as he fought. Seeing that he was about to retreat to the edge of the battle stage, Luo Yifeng's eyes narrowed. He forcefully used a sword to block Mo's fist. Then, he was as light as a swallow and flew directly behind Mo. To be honest, you surprised me. Luo Yifeng's face was solemn as he said indifferently. What will surprise you is yet to come. Mo replied, not to be outdone. Luo Yifeng looked at him deeply. At this moment, the long sword in his hand began to tremble. An invisible aura spread around him. This is? The disciples below looked at Luo Yifeng's change and started to discuss in surprise. I don't know how much of Brother Luo's inheritance your son can get. Elder Tianjin smiled. Although my son is slow-witted, he still comprehended some concepts. Luo Changhe smiled. However, the other party didn't seem to use his killing move. This competition is still worth watching. To Luo Changhe, although his son had learned his famous meridian technique, Long River Sword, this didn't mean that he was invincible in the same realm. The other youth also had some reservations. The victory or defeat of this competition wasn't important to him. He hoped that the sect could have more good seedlings like Mo. When the invisible aura spread around, Luo Yifeng slowly waved the long sword in his hand. Everyone seemed to hear the sound of the rushing river and the splashing of the waves on the shore. A beautiful sword light burst out from the sharp sword. The sword light seemed to become a surging river in everyone's eyes. The river hung upside down in the 9 heavens and shone on the 10,000 realms. The stormy waves rushed towards Mole with an indomitable aura. The black tortoise cried softly and the tiger roared. When the two came into contact, the tiger's shadow was destroyed by the sword light. Then, cracks appeared on the black tortoise's body. When the sword light was like a long river, it was in a stalemate with Mole. It seemed that the illusory image of the black tortoise was almost unable to hold on. Luoyifeng's sword light, Luoyifeng's sword. At that time, the long sword was only 0.01 centimeters away from Mole's neck. At that critical moment, everyone suddenly heard a roar. Immediately after, a white light twined around Mole's body. Luoyifeng's sword light was instantly shattered. His entire person was also sent flying by a powerful force. As the light receded, a snow-white Pegasus appeared in the air. A majestic aura from ancient times was emitted from the Pegasus. It was like the king of beasts, standing proudly between heaven and earth. It was snow-white, holy, and pure. There was a pair of 3-meter-long wings on its back. The wings covered the sky, and every feather on it seemed to emit a holy light. Its head was like a horse's, but there was a long black horn on top of its head. Its eyes flashed with silver light. Its left eye was scarlet, and its right eye was black. The moment the snow-white Pegasus appeared, the surrounding space was oppressed and exploded. This is? Luo Changhe, who was below the stage, looked at the Pegasus and pondered. The divine beast Samsara Pegasus, Elder Tianjin replied in surprise. When people mentioned the foolish sage, they would praise his self-created 100 beasts fist and talk about his deeds with relish. Everyone thought that the 100 beasts were just ordinary beasts. But in fact, other than those who fought with him in the same era, very few people knew the truth. A long time ago, the man whose name was unknown and whose Taoist name was Foolish had once mistakenly entered the Beast Clan's inheritance temple. In the temple, he saw many divine beasts that had been destroyed in history. Although he was not from the Beast Clan and could not accept the inheritance of these divine beasts, he understood the essence of the divine beasts. However, he was able to comprehend the essence of the 10 mythological beasts, which he then integrated into his 100 beasts fist. And this Samsara Pegasus was one of them. When the Samsara Pegasus appeared, Luoyifeng's expression changed instantly. He only felt a huge pressure descend on him. The Samsara Pegasus looked at him with its strange eyes, and the circulation of the spirit energy in his body seemed to have stagnated. Luoyifeng took a deep breath and held the long sword in his hand tightly. He condensed all his strength into the sword. The sword light was so bright that it seemed to cut open a natural chasm. Endless sword energy rushed towards Mole. Mole narrowed his eyes and moved back half a step with his right leg. He clenched his right fist and his right arm slightly curved. Then, he directly punched towards Luoyifeng. The moment he moved, the shadow of the Samsara Pegasus in the air also moved. The pressure from the ancient divine beast pervaded the field. The Samsara Pegasus raised its head and roared. It directly integrated into Mole's body. At this moment, Mole only felt that his body was full of strength. The strong wind from his fist separated the air on both sides and shattered the sword light with one punch. The fist's momentum did not decrease. Luoyifeng also did not expect that his sword with all his strength would be shattered so easily by the opponent. He didn't even have time to react before his abdomen was hit. A mouthful of blood sprayed around and his entire body flew out. As Luoyifeng's body heavily hit the seat at the side, the hearts of the disciples who were watching the competition seemed to tremble fiercely. Everyone's gaze towards the youth on the field changed a lot. After falling to the ground, Luoyifeng unwillingly looked at the battle stage and wanted to say something. But the injuries on his body made it so that even breathing was very painful. He could only sit cross-legged and recover from his injuries. As the inner sect elder announced the top 3 of the inner sect competition, the surrounding Sacred Spring sect cheered. It was different from the boos when the youth just went up the stage. This time, it was cheers. Wait a minute. Seeing that the inner sect competition was about to end, Mole suddenly shouted. Looking at the inner sect elder's puzzled eyes, Mole directly walked down the stage and came in front of Elder Tianjin. He said respectfully, Elder Tianjin, I have some suggestions, but I don't know if I can say them. Elder Tianjin looked at Mole in surprise and smiled, if you have something to say, just say it. I've always heard that Jinwu Xingzong is the #1 sect in the far west, and I've always admired it. Mo was neither servile nor overbearing. I've been cultivating for many years, and I've always wanted to spar with Glory sect disciples, but I've never had the chance. Today, I finally got the chance. Can I have a taste of Glory sect disciples' power? Hearing Mo's words, Elder Tianjin glanced at Luo Changhe discreetly. He didn't know if this was a disciple's own decision or a provocation by Luo Changhe. The difference was somewhat thought-provoking. How dare you? Glory sect is only here to watch the inter-sect grand competition. It's not a spar between the sections. You're not in a position to suggest anything. Luo Changhe was shocked and hurriedly rebuked. He didn't expect Mo to be so bold. Even if he wanted to spar, he should wait until the grand competition between the sections. He shouldn't have said it in front of Jinwu Xingzong. Although the Sacred Spring sect was powerful, it was still a long way from the imperial lineage, especially for a sect like Jinwu Xingzong that had 4 emperors. Although he didn't like to curry favor with those in power, he didn't want to offend Jinwu Xingzong. It's fine. Elder Tianjin smiled and interrupted Luo Changhe. I agree with the spar between the disciples. After all, it's to let those kids know that there's always someone better. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're from Glory sect. It's a pity that I brought some core disciples with me this time. I'm afraid you're not their match. Luong and Kai Yufei were both in the Zun Meridian realm. It was indeed bullying to spar with Mo, who was in the true Meridian realm. As for Su Zimo and Xiao Gizi, Elder Tianjin didn't take them into consideration. One of them wasn't outstanding in the inner sect, and the other hadn't cultivated for long. If it's inconvenient, then forget it. I was rude, Mo hurriedly said. The reason why he challenged Jinwu Xingzong was to establish his authority. Now that he had defeated the #1 disciple of the inner sect, Luo Yifeng, his reputation was already very high. If he was able to defeat Jinwu Xingzong's disciple, then his position in the inner sect would be stable. As for the second place, it could also be considered as proof of his unwillingness to accept defeat. Back then, the first sect that he had participated in was Jinwu Xingzong. Unfortunately, he had failed due to his lack of talent. Later on, he came to the Sacred Spring sect and obtained the inheritance of the foolish sage by chance. Why don't I give it a try? Just as Mo was about to leave, Su Zimo suddenly stood up and said. Under everyone's astonished gazes, he walked down the spectators' stand step by step and arrived at the bottom of the stage. 7th Elder, why don't I try? Su Zimo looked at Elder Tianjin and smiled. Elder Tianjin stared at Su Zimo for a long time before nodding. Sure, let's not go too far. Actually, in his heart, he didn't want Su Zimo to go up. After all, the other party hadn't cultivated for long, so there was no need for him to be a hero. Although this was just an ordinary competition, it also represented the sect's face. You just went through a big battle. I'll give you half an hour to rest for a while. Su Zimo looked at Mo and said. Then, he walked up to the stage. Sometimes, the script was exactly the same. In his previous life, Mo also wanted to challenge Jinwu Xingzong after winning the competition. At that time, he had just started cultivating not long ago and was only at the initial stage of the pulse condensing stage. Naturally, he couldn't accept the challenge. Later on, it was left unsettled. But this time, he felt that it was better to teach the other party a lesson. Although he didn't have much of a sense of honor, to throw his head and shed blood for the sect's reputation. But he was still a member of Jinwu Xingzong, so he couldn't let others avoid the battle and look down on him. No need, the battle just now didn't consume much energy. Mo shook his head and said. Hearing this, Luo Yifeng, who was recuperating at the side, almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He was so angry that he suffered internal injuries. It was bad enough that the other party defeated him, but now, he actually said it so easily, as if he didn't even have the qualifications to be his opponent. I can understand that young people are full of vigor, but don't try to be brave. Take out your best state to fight. This is also a form of respect for me. Su Zimo said with a smile, you should rest for a while, lest you say that I won with an unfair advantage. Mo looked deeply at Su Zimo, then nodded and sat cross-legged to recuperate. He had indeed consumed a lot of energy in the battle just now. The reason why he rejected Su Zimo's words was because he thought that Su Zimo was looking down on him, so he just casually rejected him. The huge Qingyuan seemed to cover the sky and the sun as it advanced towards Zhenwu Xingzong. This huge sect located in the far west, ever since the Zhenwu Great Emperor established the sect, had dominated this world for tens of thousands of years. It was the first time that the peace that he had maintained for hundreds of years was broken. A powerful sage aura spread out from the Qingyuan. Elder Xianxia stood in the air, and the space around her rippled. All the disciples of Zhenwu Xingzong could feel this vast aura. Who dares to invade my sage sect? An old voice rang out from within Zhenwu Xingzong. Then, a few powerful auras shot up into the sky, instantly suppressing Elder Xianxia's sage aura. I'm just here to seek justice. Elder Xianxia's expression changed slightly, but she still stood on the Qingyuan's head and shouted loudly. As soon as Elder Xianxia's voice fell, a different Taoist rhyme suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. All the auras dissipated at this moment, as if even space and time were frozen. On the peak of the Qingyuan mountain, Su Qingshan was dressed in a green robe. He looked like a scholar who had walked out of a painting. His green robe fluttered in the wind, and his long hair was tied up in a bun. Step by step, he walked towards the distance. He stepped into the air. A moment ago, he was still on the peak of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to have awoken from his daze and was already in front of the Qingyuan. Master Su, I'm here to ask about the holy maiden of my sect. Elder Xianxia said calmly. I don't want to hear your explanation. Su Qingshan said calmly, if you want to ask about something, please come as a visitor. If you're here to represent Xianling's sect and declare war on Zhenwu Xingzong, then I'll accept. Elder Xianxia's expression changed slightly, but she still said firmly, I'm only here to ask about the holy maiden of my sect. I'm only going to ask you one thing. Are you going to fight or not? Su Qingshan said coldly, if you're not going to fight, please watch your attitude. If you want to fight, I'll make Xianling's sect disappear from the face of the far west. Unless the dustless emperor descends. Besides, it's not like Zhenwu Xingzong doesn't have an emperor. As Su Qingshan's voice fell, his originally calm aura changed. His entire body exuded a majestic aura like that of a monarch. On the battle stage of the Sacred Spring sect, Mo finished recovering. He exhaled a breath of white air and walked onto the battle stage. Let's begin, Mo looked at Su Zimo and said calmly. The black tortoise cried softly and the ferocious tiger roared. He didn't dare to hold back and directly charged at Su Zimo. Clang! Other than a few big shots present, many people didn't even see Su Zimo's movement of drawing the blade. The blade light had already bloomed beautifully in front of their eyes. This sword-drawing technique was extremely fast and extremely sharp. Mo didn't even have time to react before the ferocious tiger and black tortoise shadow around him were shattered. Mo's expression was solemn as he hurriedly took 2 steps back. He didn't expect his opponent to destroy his 2 beast shadows so easily with just a normal blade. He exhaled a long breath. The shadow of the Samsara Pegasus appeared once again. The huge beast aura surged towards Su Zimo. The 5th move of the 19 Dao querying moves, Flying Wind, Su Zimo murmured softly. The scimitar was like a storm, turning into an extreme gale that bloomed on the blade. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth instantly changed. Strands of spiritual energy twisted into a tornado and attached to the tip of the blade. When the scimitar collided with Mo's Samsara Pegasus, cracks appeared on the battle stage beneath their feet. The 2 extreme forces collided and were in a stalemate. The Samsara Pegasus roared. Its strange eyes seemed to reflect endless light. On the scimitar, the cold gale became more and more turbulent. The storm whistled past as if it wanted to bury the entire world. Seeing that Mo had used all his strength and his face was almost distorted, Su Zimo seemed to be very relaxed. He slowly took half a step back and said softly, the 6th move, Killing Blade. When the 6th move of the 19 Dao querying moves was used, the storm on the blade calmed down bit by bit. A choking smell of blood began to spread in the surroundings. The tyrannical shadow was covered in a layer of blood red. Mo looked at the devilish and strange red curved blade. It was as if a sea of blood was reflected in his eyes. The blood that filled the sky seemed to want to melt him as it engulfed him from above. In just an instant, Samsara's Pegasus shattered with a painful cry. Mole couldn't dodge in time, and the scimitar directly pierced through his right shoulder. The scene instantly became quiet. Only Kacha's sounds could be heard. The stage that was originally covered in cracks had completely collapsed. Drops of blood flowed down from Mole's shoulder, and the blood-sucking scimitar looked even more eerie. I lost. Mole's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he spat out these 3 words with great difficulty. Suzimo chuckled as he pulled out his scimitar and returned it to its scabbard. Then, he walked down the stage. The disciples of the sage sect are indeed extraordinarily talented, Luo Changhe said with an awkward smile. He had thought that Mole would lose, but he didn't expect him to lose so easily. He was defeated in less than 3 moves. Brother, you flatter me. Elder Tianjin smiled and shook his head. He looked at Suzimo, who had already left the stage, and asked, Little Mo, how long have you been cultivating? Less than half a year, Suzimo replied. Then what's your ranking on the Hidden Dragon list now? Elder Tianjin continued to ask. Just like the Hidden Tiger list in the outer sect, the inner sect naturally had their own Hidden Dragon list ranking. I'm ashamed that I haven't entered the Hidden Dragon list yet. Suzimo sighed regretfully. Then you have to continue to work hard. Only by entering the Hidden Dragon list can you be considered an elite inner sect disciple, Elder Tianjin said regretfully. Hearing their conversation, Luo Changhe's expression became more and more ugly. These 2 people were simply showing off in front of him. A disciple who hadn't entered the Hidden Dragon list had killed the number 1 inner sect disciple of the Sacred Spring sect. If he was a Hidden Dragon list disciple, wouldn't he be able to beat up their core disciples? Luo Changhe definitely didn't believe that Suzimo couldn't enter the Hidden Dragon list with his strength. However, he couldn't refute them. Who asked his disciple to be so useless? Otherwise, he would be the one showing off now. This was the first time he realized that Elder Tianjin was so vengeful. Elder Tianjin, the inner sect competition is over. I'll get the Great Elder to entertain you later. The matter of the Xianling sect's holy lady cannot be delayed. I might have to go settle it now. Luo Changhe couldn't stand their bragging and was about to find an excuse to leave. It's all right, go ahead. Don't worry about us. Elder Tianjin waved his hand and smiled. I've learned a lot from watching the inner sect competition this time. The Sacred Spring sect is really full of talents. You're still showing off when I'm about to leave? Luo Changhe smiled at Elder Tianjin. It was a fake smile, but in fact, he was cursing Elder Tianjin's 18 generations in his heart. At this moment, in Zhenwu Xingzong, Su Qingshan's majestic aura engulfed the area. When the aura broke through the sky, several holy auras appeared in various places in Zhenwu Xingzong. When these holy auras faintly connected, the sky was filled with divine aura. It was as if the heavens and earth were about to collapse and the emperor was about to be born. The wind swept the clouds away and the blue sky exploded. Elder Xianyan's face turned pale as she felt the aura backfiring. She almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Sect leader Su, please don't be angry. We don't want to start a war with Glory Sect. Elder Fan Yun hurriedly held Elder Xianyun back and said respectfully, Elder Xianyun is just a little too agitated because of the Holy Lady. I hope Sect leader Su won't take offense. Since the establishment of Glory Sect, you're one of the few who dared to be so presumptuous. Su Qingshan snorted and grabbed the green phoenix with his right hand. The spiritual chi of the heavens and earth gathered to form a gigantic hand. As the index finger of this gigantic hand pressed down gently, it was as if the heavens and earth were about to collapse. Endless amounts of spiritual chi spread out from the fingertip and a vortex like a black hole was crushed. The space collapsed and the laws of nature were in chaos. The gigantic green phoenix didn't even have the time to scream before it was killed by the finger. The space where the green phoenix was originally in was now empty. Elder Xianyan's forehead was sweating profusely. Even though they were both of the holy bloodline state, she didn't even have the chance to retaliate when Su Qingshan struck out. Thankfully, Su Qingshan was facing the green phoenix and not her. This is a lesson. If there's a next time, Xianling sect will end up like the green phoenix. Su Qingshan said calmly. Sect leader Su, I've offended you this time. I apologize for my actions. Elder Xianyun said slowly after a moment of silence. The Saint Bloodline realm was already at the pinnacle of this world, so it was very rare to make a Saint Bloodline realm expert apologize. Master Su, I'm here to ask about the Qingyang village. Elder Xianxia said. I'm not in the mood to answer your questions now. Come back tomorrow. Su Qingshan waved his hand and replied calmly. Then, a pale green spiritual energy gathered and Su Qingshan's figure disappeared. Elder Xianxia looked at the spot where Su Qingshan was standing. She felt that this man was getting more and more unfathomable. Elder Xianxia, what should we do now? Elder Fanyan asked. Let's go back and come back tomorrow. There should be a solution to this. Elder Xianxia said, even though Zhenwu Xingzong is strong, they have to abide by the rules. They won't go to war with us just because of a small village. After Elder Xianxia and Elder Fanyan left, Su Qingshan returned to Zhenwu Xingzong's meeting hall. At this moment, in the main hall, other than Su Qingshan, the other 6 core elders had also arrived. Sect Master, what's going on in Xianling sect? The Grand Elder asked. I want to know what happened too. Su Qingshan replied calmly. Master, I've already sent the disciples of the Intelligence Hall to check on the situation. There should be results soon. The third elder said. Let's wait for the results. Su Qingshan nodded and said, I heard that there's news of the painting palace appearing in Ziyang City recently. That's right. Recently, many martial practitioners have rushed to Purple Sun City, third elder replied. Back then, when Ruthless Painting and his painting palace disappeared together, it alarmed the entire Far West. It also became an unsolved mystery for a time. But I heard that some time ago, someone obtained a painting and unknowingly unraveled the secret of that painting. So, Wu Qing had hidden the painting palace in his painting. No wonder we couldn't find it after so many years. I'm not interested in his divine brush, but I heard that the Pearl of the World was obtained by him back then. Su Qingshan said slowly, who knows, the Pearl of the World might be in his inheritance. We can't miss this opportunity. We must get it no matter what. Then who should we send to the painting palace this time? Third elder asked. The great elder will lead the team and select a few core disciples, Su Qingshan replied. By noon, the disciples of the information hall had already inquired about the general course of events. You mean to say that because of Bailey Xiao, Xianling sect is hesitant to attack Qingyang village? Su Qingshan asked. That's right. Actually, even Xianling sect isn't sure if it's that village, the disciple replied respectfully. Su Qingshan pondered for a moment, looked at the several elders below the stage, and asked, what do you all think? This matter has nothing to do with Sage sect. We don't have to become enemies with Xianling sect over a village, the great elder replied calmly. I don't think it's appropriate. Let's ask Xiao about this matter first. After all, she's the successor of the empress. Sixth elder Xiao Ruoxuan stood out and said, since it's her village, she should have the right to speak. Alright, call Bailey Xiao over, Su Qingshan nodded and said. Not long after, Bailey Xiao was called over. First, she greeted everyone present. Xiao Ruoxuan also told her about what happened in Qingyang village. Bailey Xiao's face turned pale instantly. She shook her head in disbelief and said, that's impossible. Chu Yang and I grew up together. He couldn't have hired someone to kill the holy maiden of Xianling sect. There's no enmity between them. Furthermore, when I left Qingyang village, he was only in the mortal meridian realm. How could he have such power? We didn't call you here for you to defend him, the great elder said, since Qingyang village is your hometown, we feel that you have the right to know. We're just informing you. Sect Master, please save Qingyang village. The villagers are innocent, Bailey Xiao looked flustered. She knelt down and pleaded with Su Qingshan. It's just a small village. Is it that important to you? Xiao Ruoxuan asked helplessly. I grew up there. The villagers there are like family to me. I can't watch them die without doing anything, Bailey Xiao shook her head. She was silent for a moment. Then, she let out a deep breath. Finally, as if she had made some kind of decision, she looked at Su Qingshan with determination and said, Sect Master, if the sect is really unwilling to help me, I can understand. I'm willing to hand over the inheritance of Empress Hong Tian and live or die with Qingyang village. Child, what are you saying? Xiao Ruoxuan frowned and said hurriedly, "And can't just watch you die." "Sect master, it's just a small village. It's just a scapegoat." Xiao Ruoxuan looked at Su Qingshan and said, "Save Qingyang village. I'll negotiate with Xianling sect. I'll settle the price. What do you all think?" Su Qingshan looked at the other elders and asked. There was a moment of silence. Then, the great elder replied calmly, "Since sixth elder can settle it, we'll leave this matter to you." "All right." Su Qingshan looked at Xiao Ruoxuan and said, "Go and tell Xianling sect that Zhenwu Xingzong is willing to help them find Qu Yang. Issue a bounty to the entire Far West. Those who can provide accurate information about Qu Yang will be rewarded with a star-grade weapon. Those who can capture Qu Yang will be rewarded with a star-grade weapon. This is the price we can offer. As for whether Xianling sect wants to increase the price, it's up to them. Also, get Bai Li Xiao to draw Qu Yang's face. It will be useful when we issue a bounty." Xiao Ruoxuan nodded when she heard Su Qingshan's words. Bai Li Xiao quickly said, "Sect master, Qu Yang can't be the murderer." "Enough, someone has to bear the responsibility for the death of Xianling sect's saint." The great elder interrupted Bai Li Xiao and said, "If you don't know what's good for you, leave the inheritance of the empress behind and return to Qingyang village. I'll see who you can save." Bai Li Xiao was silent when she heard the great elder's words. She knew that she had no choice. Zhenwu Xingzong was willing to help Qingyang village because of the inheritance of the empress. Then, she returned to Miaoliu Peak. Under Xiao Ruoxuan's persuasion, she felt as if her heart was bleeding. It was as if someone was cutting her heart with a knife. She had personally drawn the portrait of the person she loved the most. Bai Li Xiao looked at the familiar face of the young man in the portrait and her mind went blank. "I'm sorry, brother Qu Yang. I'm really sorry." She hugged her head and cried bitterly. She couldn't have drawn a portrait casually because there were so many people in Qingyang village. Anyone would be able to tell if the portrait was real or fake. No one would understand the feeling of pushing your loved one to hell with your own hands. In the silent night, a cold breeze blew across the mountaintop. The trees on both sides swayed with the wind and the silver moonlight shone down gently. A young man had a sword at his waist and a pot of wine in his hand. He sat on the mountaintop and drank the wine bit by bit. Under the spicy alcohol, the young man's heart warmed up slightly. Qu Yang lowered his head and looked at the arrest warrant in his hand. He was still in a daze. "What's my relationship with the Xianling sect saintess? Why are all the major cities in the Far West listing me as a wanted criminal?" "You might have been framed," the old man from Samsara said emotionally. He had experienced too many ups and downs in his life, so he could see many things clearly at a glance. "I can go and explain to them," Qu Yang said in a low voice. "It's no use. As long as you appear, they will kill you," the old man from Samsara said. "Life is worthless. They would rather kill by mistake than let you go. Most of the time, these so-called big sects are more cruel and overbearing than ordinary people." "But I can't hide like this forever," Qu Yang replied helplessly. "That's nothing. I can teach you the art of disguise," the old man from Samsara said with a smile. "My disguise is very good. Ordinary martial artists won't be able to discover me otherwise." The Sacred Spring sect's inter-sect competition ended successfully. Elder Tianjin brought everyone back to Zhenwu Xingzong on the sacred ship. Su Zimo found Elder Tianjin and said with a smile, "Seventh Elder, I won't be going back." "What's wrong?" Elder Tianjin asked curiously. "I want to go out and train." "I have nothing to do back at the sect anyway," Su Zimo said with a smile. "All right. Be careful." Elder Tianjin looked deeply at Su Zimo and left with everyone. The competition with Mo gave Elder Tianjin a new understanding of Su Zimo. Of course, everyone had their own secrets, but Elder Tianjin felt that Su Zimo was definitely not as simple as he looked. During this experiential learning, Su Zimo was alone. He politely declined Xiao Gizi's offer to follow him. He watched as the sacred warship rose into the air and turned into a small black dot that disappeared into the horizon. Su Zimo carried his scimitar on his back, tidied up his clothes, and started walking towards Ziyang City. The Purple Sun City was the capital of the Purple Sun Empire. It had been thousands of years since the empire was founded. During this period, it had experienced countless wars, both big and small. This ancient city had also borne too much glory. In the past, Ziyang City's prosperity was something that other cities could not compare to. In addition, with the recent appearance of the painting palace, people from all over the world had flooded into this magnificent city. This place had almost reached the point of being overcrowded. Su Zimo finally arrived in front of Ziyang City, which was known as one of the oldest cities in the land of the Far West, after 3 days of trekking. The city was divided into an inner city and an outer city. The inner city was where the imperial palace of the empire was located. Ordinary people could not easily enter. On the main road of the outer city, there were all kinds of small stalls selling weapons, meridian skills, and elixirs. Su Zimo walked into the city. At this time, the inns in the city were also full. Other than some rogue cultivators, most of the people on the street were sect disciples. These disciples were wearing the uniform of the sect and looked very recognizable. Su Zimo only walked around the main road of the outer city once and found no less than 10 sect disciples. Passing through the lively crowd, Su Zimo stopped in a slightly more remote street. In the middle of the street, a restaurant called Situ Restaurant was in full swing. Su Zimo did not expect Situ Yunqing to act so quickly. How long had it been, and she had already opened a restaurant in the capital of the Purple Sun Empire. Of course, in addition to Situ Yunqing's personal ability, it was also related to Su Zimo's unstinting support and large amounts of resources. Su Zimo walked into the restaurant. The first floor was already full, including the private rooms. There were no empty seats. However, he was also lucky that there was an empty table on the second floor by the window. Su Zimo poured himself a glass of wine and looked at the bustling crowd outside the window. He knew that many people here were here for Painting Wuqing's inheritance and the painting palace. Painting Wuqing, this person, had once caused a huge storm in the Far West. Legend has it that he was born in a rich family and liked to draw when he was very young. His family was also well off, so they could afford to pay for him to learn painting. It was said that when he was 15 years old, he was already a famous master painter. Many people in the local area were obsessed with his paintings. There was even someone who waited in front of his door for 7 days, just to ask for a painting. Although his family was rich, they were also ordinary people, not martial artists. Legend has it that when he went out to play in the autumn, he accidentally picked up a brush made from weasel hair. The brush seemed to have some kind of connection with him. He was guided by the brush and followed his inner thoughts. Holding an attitude of giving it a try, he dripped his blood on the brush. In an instant, the brush shone with golden light, and a set of cultivation methods was transmitted from the brush into his memory. After receiving this memory, Painting Wuqing realized that this was a set of cultivation methods. This set of cultivation methods, when cultivated to a high level, was said to be able to turn an object in a painting into a real thing in reality. In principle, this set of cultivation methods had no limits. Even if you drew a great emperor on a piece of paper, it could turn that great emperor into a real existence. However, to achieve this step, the price to pay was probably more difficult than becoming a great emperor. Painting Wuqing and Emperor Wuchen were from the same era. Back then, he was a strong competitor for Emperor Wuchen to fight for the mandate of heaven. Later, he was defeated in the final battle. After losing to Emperor Wuchen, he disappeared completely. Painting Wuqing reappeared more than 10 years later. At that time, the Pearl of the World, which was ranked first on the list of mysterious objects, was born. It caused a bloodbath in the entire eastern continent. At that time, 6 people of the imperial lineage, including Zhenwu Xingzong, fought for the Pearl of the World. That day, Painting Wuqing descended from the sky and suppressed the 8 saint lineage experts with his own strength. He then took the Pearl of the World and left calmly. Since then, Painting Wuqing's whereabouts became a complete mystery. Even the painting palace that he founded disappeared overnight. The waiter of the restaurant served the dishes. Su Zimo's thoughts were pulled back. As he ate, he considered his plan. His purpose in coming to the painting palace was for the Pearl of the World. He was now at the peak of the True Pulse realm. The next step was to condense the True Fate and advance to the Void Pulse realm. In fact, if it wasn't for condensing the True Fate, he would have already advanced to the Void Pulse realm. Condensing a true fate was one of the most important stages in a cultivator's life. The better the true fate you condensed, the stronger the true fate would be when you reached the Emperor Vane realm. Su Zimo wasn't going to walk the same path as in his previous life. His goal was the World Pearl. If he turned the World Pearl into his true fate, he could condense a world within his body. Although this world was only a fake world and couldn't be compared to the real world, its power was still extraordinary. To be able to turn the number one item on the World Mysterious Items list into his true fate, this was definitely one of a kind. Su Zimo was thinking about something as he ate. At this moment, he saw a woman dressed in black walking up the stairs. As the woman went upstairs, the bustling and noisy second floor instantly quieted down. Even the air seemed to be a little cold. The woman wore black leather clothes and had a very good figure. She had short hair that reached her ears and a long black saber hung on her back. When the woman walked up the stairs, many people didn't even dare to eat. They just stared blankly at the woman. The woman looked around the second floor. Seeing that there were no extra seats, she directly sat at Su Zimo's table. Su Zimo glanced at the woman, then lowered his head and continued to eat his meal. The woman laughed and asked with interest, "Aren't you afraid of me?" "Afraid of what?" Su Zimo replied calmly. "Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" The woman said with a smile. "You can't. Your Purgatory Saint sect can't either." Su Zimo shook his head and replied indifferently. He knew this woman in his previous life. Her name was Xianxia. People called her the Black Witch. She was also the saint of this generation of the Purgatory Saint sect. Xia was a very rare surname. Perhaps it wasn't common, but when it came to her ancestor, everyone knew. The Great Massacre Emperor, the second great emperor of the Purgatory Saint sect. And this woman was the descendant of the Great Massacre Emperor. There were only two words to describe this woman. She had the heart of a snake and scorpion. She was simply a demon who killed without batting an eye. It was said that there was once a sect's disciple who didn't know the situation and angered her. In the end, she attacked the other party's mountain gate and slaughtered the entire sect. However, what made Su Zimo feel funny was that in his previous life, such a decisive witch actually fell in love with Chu Yang. She was gentle and well-behaved like a cat in front of Chu Yang. And she eventually became one of Chu Yang's many close female friends. "Are you from Zhenwu Xingzong or the Divine Sun clan?" Kill the Flower asked with interest. In the far west, there were only 3 imperial lineage in total, and the only ones who could stand against the Sacred Purgatory clan were Zhenwu Xingzong and the Divine Sun clan. "Why should I tell you?" Su Zimo shook his head and laughed. "Don't think that I won't dare to kill you just because you're from the imperial lineage," Kill the Flower snorted lightly and said proudly. "I heard others secretly call you the life-snatching demoness, is that true?" Su Zimo raised his head and asked with a smile. "You're courting death." Kill the Flower's expression became angry, and she directly pulled out the long saber on her back. However, there was someone who was faster than her. With a clang, the beautiful saber light slashed the back of Kill the Flower's hand. A very obvious wound appeared on the back of her hand. The flesh inside had been completely cut, and fresh blood flowed out as if it didn't care about life. "This is a lesson. If you dare to pull out your saber in front of me again, it'll be your head next time," Su Zimo said lightly. He continued to pick up the food on the table, as if nothing had happened. No one saw the movement of the saber. Everyone only saw a flash of white light, and Kill the Flower's hand was already injured. "I'll remember you." Kill the Flower looked seriously at Su Zimo and said lightly. "Oh," Su Zimo nodded heavily, and said, "Then you must remember for the rest of your life. Don't ever forget." Kill the Flower looked at the deep wound on the back of her hand and didn't even frown as she turned and left. After Su Zimo finished his meal, he also got up and left. After Su Zimo left, the originally quiet second floor instantly became noisy, everyone discussing Su Zimo's identity. The painting palace had been opened a few days ago, but because the rules to enter had not been set, no one could enter now. The rules of the painting palace were basically discussed by the 3 great imperial lineage. The other loose cultivators could only follow behind, and if they were lucky, they could still get some leftovers. Now, the people of the Purgatory Sacred Clan had already arrived, and only Zhenwu Xingzong and the Divine Sun Sacred Clan had not arrived. Su Zimo came to the western region of the Purple Sun City, and saw an especially huge palace floating in midair. This palace looked very abstract, and from all angles it looked like a painting. Whether it was the design of the top of the palace or the overall streamlined appearance, they all gave off an unreal feeling. However, this palace really did exist. There were rumors that when Hua Wuqing broke through to the Saint Bloodline realm, she drew this palace on a whim. Then, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and spiritual chi surged for 90,000 miles. Just like that, the palace in the painting was born. As for whether the rumors were true or false, no one knew. At this moment, there were already many people gathered below the painting palace. This time, the appearance of the painting palace was not just limited to the three great imperial lineage. Even first-rate sects like the Xianling sect and the Sacred Spring sect would come to fight for it. Not long after Su Zimo arrived, he heard a series of exclamations. "It's Zhenwu Xingzong's people." Su Zimo raised his head, and saw a massive sacred warship flying over from the distance. As the sacred warship got closer and closer, the situation on it also gradually became clearer. The Grand Elder stood at the top of the sacred warship, his white hair fluttering in the wind, dressed in a green robe. Beside him, there were also 3 disciples. Other than his grandson Xiaoxingyu and his eldest disciple Xianxia, there was also Su Qingshan's eldest disciple Mengqua. As the sacred warship got closer and closer to the painting palace, the crisp roar of a beast suddenly resounded in the distance. Everyone looked over, and saw a massive golden crow flying over from the distance. This golden crow was several dozen meters long, and was like a slowly rising sun, its entire body suffused with scorching flames. "The Divine Sun clanspeople have also come," someone exclaimed from the side. "TCH, these Divine Sun clan people still like to show off," someone said disdainfully. As the sacred warship and the golden crow arrived at the same time, an old man sat not far away from the painting palace. That old man was sitting in the meditative position in the air. His eyes, which had originally been tightly shut, abruptly opened, black fog rising from his body as he slowly stood up. "Elder Xiao, Elder Xing, you've finally come." The old man smiled as he greeted them. "Elder He Yan, we've kept you waiting." The Grand Elder and the Elder of the Divine Sun clan simultaneously walked over in the air. "Elder He Yan, what's the situation with the painting palace?" the Grand Elder asked. "I've already investigated it. The painting palace has restrictions, and only those below 50 years of age can enter," Elder He Yan replied. "Then it's fine. We can let the disciples in," the Grand Elder said with a smile. Many of the legacies left behind by the ancestors were either left for their descendants or those who were looking for a successor. Therefore, most of the legacies had restrictions. The ancestors who had left behind their legacies would definitely not want the older generation to steal their legacies. This was also why many sects had long since thought of this possibility when they brought some disciples along. "Is it possible to break through this restriction?" Elder Xing of the Divine Sun clan pondered for a moment before asking. "What kind of existence is ruthless painting? How can the restrictions he set up be broken by us?" Elder He Yan shook his head, saying, "It's only possible if we use an Emperor True artifact. However, according to my observations, the moment we forcefully break through the restriction, the painting palace will self-destruct. Since that's the case, let the disciples go. We'll open the painting palace tomorrow morning and enter together," the Grand Elder said after some thought. The elders of the other 2 sects also nodded in agreement. The Grand Elder turned around and looked at the dense crowd of wandering cultivators waiting for their legacies, saying loudly, "According to the agreement of our 3 sects, we'll all enter the painting palace tomorrow morning. The disciples of the 3 sects will enter first, with the rest following closely behind. Pay attention to order. If anyone creates chaos, they'll bear the consequences themselves." The Grand Elder's voice was very loud, almost echoing throughout the entire Purple Sun City. Hearing that the painting palace was about to open, everyone rubbed their palms together, eager to give it a try. If there really was a lucky person who could obtain Ruthless Painting's legacy, that would be a great opportunity to leap through the Dragon's Gate. Because the time was set for tomorrow morning, many of the people gathered here slowly dispersed, returning to their own taverns. Su Zimo was about to find an inn to rest for the night, but he had only taken a few steps when he heard someone calling his name. Raising his head slightly, he saw Mengque standing by the window of the second floor of the nearby tavern, shouting at him. Mengque was the eldest disciple of his father, Su Qingshan. When Su Zima was young, he had often played with him. It was just that they were both busy with their cultivation, so the two of them hadn't seen each other for a long time. For someone like Mengque, who had already reached the peak of the Venerable Pulse Realm and was about to break through to the Emperor Pulse Realm, staying in Zhenwu Xingzong was pointless. Most of their time was spent outside the sect to train and temper themselves. Su Zimo did not plan to meet up with Zhenwu Xingzong. He thought that he could go in alone. Anyway, he had been to the art palace in his previous life, so he knew a lot of things inside. However, now that Mengque had seen it, he couldn't hide it any longer. Mengque walked up to the second floor and looked at Su Zimo with a smile. "Junior brother, why are you here?" "I also came out to train. I just happened to hear about the appearance of the painting palace, so I came over to join in the fun," Su Zimo said. With a smile. Mengque was 1.9 meters tall. His muscles were bulging from head to toe, giving him the impression that he was extremely powerful. He was wearing a long black robe, which completely covered his tall body. The hair on top of his head resembled an afro. His hair was naturally curly, and it was all messy. "Senior brother Meng, when did you come back?" Su Zimo asked as he walked up the stairs. He looked around and realized that the second floor was where many disciples of the various sects gathered. Not only were there disciples of Zhenwu Xingzong, but there were also disciples of the Purgatory Sacred Clan, the Divine Sun Clan, and some other ordinary sections. "I just came back a few days ago. Master told me to follow the Grand Elder to the painting palace," Mengque said with a smile. "It might be an opportunity for me to break through to the Emperor Pulse Realm." Su Zimo smiled and nodded. He knew that Mengque had been stuck in the Venerable Pulse Realm for a long time. The further a cultivator progressed, the harder it would be for them to open their meridians. "Since you're here, come in with me tomorrow." "I can protect you," Mengque said with a smile. Su Zimo nodded and did not object. That was because he knew that when everyone entered the painting palace, they would be separated individually. No one knew which area they would be sent to. Su Zimo was chatting with Mengque when a man and a woman walked over. The woman was the holy maiden of the Purgatory Sacred Clan, Xianxia. The man was wearing a black robe, and his face was covered with a black cloth. Only a pair of gloomy eyes could be seen. "What's the matter?" Mengque looked at the two and frowned. "Brother, he's the one who injured me." Xianxia pointed at Su Zimo and said to the black-robed man. The black-robed man looked at Su Zimo. His eyes were as calm as an ancient well, like a pool of stagnant water. It was as if he was looking at a dead person, extremely gloomy. "Tian Mozi, what do you want?" Mengque slammed the table angrily and asked angrily. The black-robed man was the current holy son of the Purgatory Sacred Clan. Not many people knew his real name, and most people called him Tian Mozi. Tian Mozi looked at Mengque calmly, then looked at Su Zimo. His voice was filled with a strong pressure as he said, "No one can hurt my sister. I'll let you off this time. If there's a next time, even if you're the crown prince of the Zhenwu Xingzong, I'll tear you to pieces." "Tian Mozi, are you trying to start a war with our glory sect?" Mengque said with an ugly expression. However, Tian Mozi did not bother with Mengque at all. His gaze was fixated on Su Zimo. "It's fine, senior brother Meng." Su Zimo smiled and shook his head. Then, he looked at Tian Mozi and said, "You should control your sister well. Don't let her provoke me." Su Zimo stretched out his right hand and clenched it into a fist. Because of how tightly he clenched his fist, a pung 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 sound could be heard. "Otherwise, next time, I'll mercilessly smash her head into pieces like a watermelon and feed it to the dogs." As Su Zimo spoke, he grinned at Tian Mozi. His laughter was light, but there was an unimaginable craziness in his eyes. Tian Mozi's expression froze. He saw a shadow of himself in Su Zimo. From a certain perspective, the two of them were very similar. Both of them were extreme lunatics, the kind that would do anything to achieve their goals. Tian Mozi looked deeply at Su Zimo, then turned and left. "Brother, what's wrong?" Xianxia asked curiously. "Don't provoke him in the future," Tian Mozi said indifferently as he returned to his seat. Why? Xianxia was puzzled. He'll kill you. Xianxia was taken aback by Tian Mozi's words. She had always thought that she had a sense of superiority in her heart. As the descendant of the great emperor, the holy maiden of the imperial lineage, few people dared to provoke her. Even those who were stronger than her did not dare to provoke her. Apart from her background, everyone knew that she had a crazy older brother who doted on her a lot. But now, her older brother was telling her that some people did not care about her at all. Some people really dared to kill her, as if they were smashing a watermelon without any hesitation. Xianxia glanced at Su Zimo's position and lowered his head in deep thought. No one knew what he was thinking. Mengque also looked at Su Zimo with surprise. He did not expect Su Zimo to have changed so much after not seeing him for so long. As the two of them ate, another group of people walked up the stairs to the second floor. Su Zimo glanced over and saw that the first elder's grandson, Xianxia, and his eldest disciple, Xianxia, were among them. Xianxia also saw Su Zimo and asked in surprise, "Su Zimo, why are you here?" "Why, do I have to report to you where I'm going?" Su Zimo asked. Xianxia snorted coldly and then sat with the group of people at the table next to him. It was unknown what they were talking about, but not long after, a white-robed youth left his seat and walked over to Su Zimo's side. "Child Su, how do you do?" The white-robed youth looked at Su Zimo and smiled. "I'm Floating Mist Sect's disciple, Xianxia. Do you mind if we get to know each other?" "Not interested." Su Zimo ate the food on the table and replied without even raising his head. He knew that this person was in cahoots with Xianxia, and definitely did not have any good intentions. Moreover, he was now thinking about the opportunities in his previous life, so he didn't have time to play games with these people. Even if he killed these people, it wouldn't benefit him. Simply put, Xiaoqian was on a completely different level. He wanted to recover his divine vein realm cultivation from his previous life, but he did not want to take the same path as he did in his previous life. He was prepared to increase his cultivation as much as possible. Whether it was the health-suppressing godly physique or the pearl of the world, they were both things that he desired in his previous life. As for messing around with these so-called holy sons and holy daughters, it was insignificant to him. Xianxia looked at Su Zimo's attitude and frowned. But in the blink of an eye, he smiled and continued, "Child Su, I heard some false rumors some time ago and wanted to verify them with you. I don't know if it's because you don't want to or because you don't dare to." Looking at Xiangxi's provocation again, Su Zimo put down his chopsticks, raised his head, and said indifferently, "I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. Some things should stop before going too far. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Hearing Su Zimo's words, Xiangxi secretly looked at Xianxia. Then, he clapped his hands hard, attracting the attention of everyone in the inn. He said loudly, "Everyone, listen up. There's something very interesting that I want to tell everyone. I heard some time ago that the son of Vice Sect Master Zhenwu Xingzong borrowed his father's power to commit all kinds of crimes in the sect. He used a bet to deceive his junior martial sister and asked her to steal the Emperor Vein Realm Demon Beast's offspring for him. Moreover, he openly stole some of his junior martial brother's items and often interacted with many disciples in the sect who did not do the right thing. I feel that many of these rumors in the pugilistic world are baseless. Today, I saw the main character of the rumors, which is our child Su. At first glance, he looks like a talented person. I believe that child Su is definitely not such a person. However, rumors are harmful. I still hope that child Su can give everyone an explanation. You are not as despicable, shameless, and dirty as the rumors say." Hearing Xiangxi's words, the youths present all looked curiously at Su Zimo. Su Zimo looked strangely at Xiangxi, and then looked in Xiaoxingyu's direction. Looking at Xiaoxingyu's mocking eyes, he knew that this matter was actually nothing. Xiaoxingyu did this just to disgust him. In front of so many people of the same age, he wanted to humiliate Su Zimo and make a fool of himself. "Child Su, what are you hesitating for? Don't tell me that those things are true?" Xiangxi showed an exaggerated and surprised expression. "I think that in terms of acting, you need to learn from Xiaogizi," Su Zimo said with a smile. "What does child Su mean?" Xiangxi was startled and asked. "I don't know how much someone paid you to be cannon fodder," Su Zimo stood up and said with a smile, but I understand one thing. No matter how good the payment is, you have to be alive to enjoy it. What? Could it be that Child Su is angry and wants to kill me? Zhang he said with a laugh, today, in front of so many young talents, I don't care if I die. I just want everyone to see your true face. You guessed right. I want to kill you, Su Zimo said with a smile. Then, he slowly pulled out his scimitar. Child Su, you're too overbearing. A young man in a blue robe next to Xiaoxingyu stood up and said, Brother Zhang is just asking you for confirmation. It's also for the sake of your reputation. Do you have to kill people so unscrupulously? As the young man's words fell, Xiaoxingyu also stood up and said sternly, Su Zimo, what are you doing? Arjunwu Xingzong is a famous sect in the far west, not a bandit nest. As the son of the vice sect master, you also represent the face of our sect. I can't let you do whatever you want. As a member of Zhenwu Xingzong, I have to be responsible for the reputation of the sect. That's right. How can sect master Su have a son like you? We're ashamed to be associated with you. The young people present all criticized Su Zimo. However, these people were actually the saints and saintesses of their respective sections. They were not stupid. Many of them were actually just watching the show. The people who were really criticizing Su Zimo were all with Xiaoxingyu. Su Zimo smiled and looked at the young people who were still criticizing him. He slowly took out 2 items from his storage ring. The first item was an oval-shaped formation plate. This was the level 6 formation plate that Luong had given him when he won the bet. This was equivalent to the killing formation of an Emperor Vane Realm cultivator. The other item was the jade pendant that Su Qingshan had given to Su Zimo previously. The spirit clone in this jade pendant had the strength of a half-step Saint Vane Realm cultivator. Seeing Su Zimo take out these 2 items, the young people present were all experienced and knowledgeable. Their expressions immediately changed. Let me give you a brief introduction. This is a level 6 formation plate and a spirit clone of a half-step Saint Vane Realm cultivator, Su Zimo said with a smile. The young people who were criticizing Su Zimo immediately fell silent. Some of them even had cold sweat on their foreheads. I killed him. Who objects? Su Zimo looked around and asked calmly. At this moment, even Xiaoxingyu did not dare to say anything. He did not expect Su Qingshan to dote on Su Zimo so much that he had split a small part of his spirit and given it to Su Zimo. Xiaoxingyu looked at Su Zimo and shouted, Su Zimo, calm down. I'm very calm, Su Zimo replied with a smile. The Floating Mist sect is a subsidiary sect of Arjunwu Xingzong. If you kill their holy son, it will destroy the relationship between the 2 sects, Xiaoxingyu quickly said. What's the use of maintaining a relationship with a second-rate sect? Su Zimo smiled and said, you really don't have the aura of a disciple of a large sect. Zhang he was so scared that his face turned pale. He only wanted to run away now, but Su Zimo's gaze was fixed on him, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Don't think about running away. If you think you can escape from my 6th level formation, you can try, Su Zimo looked at him and said. Child Su, that's not what I meant. I definitely didn't have any intention of provoking you, Zhang he quickly shook his head and said. Oh, then what do you mean? Su Zimo said as he walked towards Zhang he. Zhang he subconsciously took 2 steps back, then swallowed hard and smiled apologetically, Child Su, I just heard some false rumors and was afraid that it would affect your great image. So I wanted to explain it for you. I hope you don't mind. If I said anything wrong, I apologize to you. Su Zimo walked in front of Zhang he and looked at the cold sweat on his forehead. He smiled and patted him on the shoulder, saying, Idiot, why would I mind? That's good. Looking at Su Zimo's smile, Zhang he smiled apologetically and nodded. However, in the next moment, the scimitar was unsheathed and Zhang he's head was instantly separated from his body. Before he died, he still had an apologetic smile on his face. Su Zimo sighed. I told you you're a fool. You believed me just because I said I didn't mind? You really killed him, Xiaoxingyu said in a panic as he looked at Su Zimo. Su Zimo smiled, picked up Zhang Yi's head, and walked towards Xiaoxingyu. What do you want? Xianxia pulled out his sword and stood in front of Su Zimo, asking. Junior Marshal Brother Zhong, if you want to fight, I'll spar with you. Mengqua, who was standing beside Zhongyu, slammed his hand on the table, shattering it into pieces. We're all disciples of the same sect. There's no need to fight to the death, Xianxia said with a frown. Don't worry, I won't kill him, Su Zimo replied with a smile. I don't believe you. You just said that you won't kill Zhang He, Xiaoxingyu shouted as he hurriedly took a few steps back. Zhenwu Xingzong is one of the best of the younger generation, an emperor-level talent, and the grandson of the great elder. Look at you now. Are you worthy? Su Zimo chuckled and shook his head. Don't worry. The person who led the team to Ziyang City this time is your grandfather. If I kill you, I won't be able to get away with it. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Xianxia thought for a moment before retreating to the side. Seeing Su Zimo walk in front of him, Xiaoxingyu mustered up his courage and asked, What do you want? What happened just now has nothing to do with me. Su Zimo placed Zhang He's head on the table. Then, he grabbed Xiaoxingyu's hair and lowered his head parallel to the table. At this moment, Xiaoxingyu looked at Zhang He's face in front of him. The other party's face was filled with a fawning smile. Remember this smile, remember this face. Maybe the person on the table next time will be you, Su Zimo said calmly. After saying that, Su Zimo let go of Xiaoxingyu. Seeing Xiaoxingyu's sorry state, Xianxia frowned but did not say anything. He felt that Xiaoxingyu was too cowardly. No matter how idiotic Su Zimo was, he would not dare to kill him so openly. One had to know that the person in charge of Ziyang City this time was the Great Elder. If the Great Elder went berserk, Su Zimo would not have a good ending. He was a venerable bloodline expert, not Xiaoxingyu's bodyguard. If not for his master, he would not even care about Xiaoxingyu. An emperor bloodline talent was wasted just like that. After eating, Su Zimo rented a room and returned to his room. He was thinking about the scene in the painting palace in his previous life. Although a long time had passed, some things still left a deep impression. If he remembered correctly, the Pearl of the World should have been obtained by Chu Yang in his previous life. As for this time, he did not know if Chu Yang would dare to come again. The entire Far West was now looking for him. Moreover, there were 3 saint bloodline elders from the imperial lineage. If Chu Yang dared to appear, he would definitely be taken down by the Great Elder. At this time, outside Ziyang City, a young man with a sallow face was standing at the city gate, looking up at the ancient and tall city. Elder Mo, we're finally here. The young man let out a long breath. This young man was Chu Yang. Ever since he learned Elder Mo's disguise technique, he changed his face. As long as he avoided places where experts often appeared, he did not have to be afraid of being exposed. After all, how could there be so many Emperor bloodline experts in this world? Little Yang, there are many experts in Ziyang City. You should be careful, the old man from Samsara warned. When they heard the news of the painting palace, they rushed over. The old man from Samsara felt that Chu Yang was a person with great fortune and should have a share of the inheritance. Chu Yang walked into the city. Ziyang City was indeed the capital of the empire. The prosperity inside was incomparable to other cities. He was careful. Along the way, he met many people of the same age. These young men's cultivation was much higher than his. During this period of cultivation, he had just broken through to the true bloodline realm. However, Chu Yang did not dare to be proud. He knew that in terms of resources and talent, he was much weaker than many people of the same age. His current achievements were all due to his hard work. However, this was not enough to pull apart the gap between him and the disciples of the big factions. After walking one round in the city, Chu Yang also inquired about some information regarding the painting palace. In order to prevent being discovered, Chu Yang did not dare to stay outside for too long. Then, he found a few inns and finally rented a room. After returning to the room, Chu Yang began to cultivate. In his body, a pale golden pearl slowly rotated. This was the Yin Pearl of the Forgetting Pearl. At that time, Chu Yang saw the forgotten Taoist's autobiography in the cave. Then, the word forget in the book turned into a golden light and rushed into his body. At that time, Chu Yang thought that it was just a kind of bloodline inheritance, so he learned everlasting hatred. However, after a period of time as he cultivated, this golden light would slowly condense. Now, it had become a round pearl. Chu Yang was very worried now. He was afraid that he would become like the forgotten Taoist and be forgotten by the world. He was afraid that Bailey Xiao would forget him, and eventually even Elder Mo would forget him. Although he didn't have many family members, everyone was important to him. "Teacher, do you think there will be a day when you won't remember me?" Chu Yang stood outside the window, looking at the gradually darkening sky and asked. "That won't happen. Since the forgotten Taoist could leave the Yin Pearl behind, it means that he has a way to take the Yin Pearl from his body." Elder Mo comforted him, "There must be a way. It's just that we haven't found it yet. Don't worry." Chu Yang nodded, but the worry on his face became more obvious. The next morning, Chu Yang woke up early. After washing up, he walked towards the painting palace. He wanted to see if he could blend into the painting palace with the crowd. At this moment, the western region of Xianxia City was almost completely occupied by the crowd. Chu Yang came to the bottom of the painting palace. Looking at the somewhat unreal palace, his face turned ugly. Because at the entrance of the painting palace, there were 3 Saint Meridian elders guarding both sides. As the large group walked into the painting palace, no one could escape their eyes. "Teacher, what should we do?" Chu Yang asked anxiously. "We can't enter the painting palace. Losing some opportunities is a small matter, but if they find out, there are 3 Saint Meridian experts. You won't have any hope of escaping," Elder Mo replied helplessly. "Then are we just going to leave like this?" Chu Yang asked unwillingly. "Forget it. You can give up on opportunities, but your life is more important," Elder Mo replied. Chu Yang nodded helplessly. While everyone was rushing towards the painting palace, he quietly retreated. As all the disciples of Xianxia City entered the painting palace, the originally bustling city instantly became much quieter. Chu Yang walked to the empty street and felt that everything was not going well. The hidden danger of the forgetting pearl in his body had not been resolved, and his efforts to come to the painting palace had been wasted. "Young master, do you want to take a look at my collection?" Chu Yang was about to leave Xianxia City when he was suddenly stopped by a hawker selling items on the side of the street. The hawker smiled and said, "These items of mine can drive away evil and avoid disasters. They can change one's luck. I see that you are sighing. You must have encountered something bad. How about buying one to change your luck?" "Sorry, I don't need it." Chu Yang shook his head and glanced at the nearby stall. This stall was full of strange items. There were statues of deer-headed men, 8-clawed monsters, and many other items that Chu Yang had never seen before. He took a few casual glances and found that they were all ordinary ceramics. It was obvious that they were deliberately deceiving people. He was about to withdraw his gaze when a book on the stall caught his attention. In Chu Yang's perception, this was just an ordinary book. But for some reason, when his gaze swept past this book, his heart actually felt a sense of intimacy. Even the forgetting pearl in his body would tremble. "Young master, these are my decades of collection. Maybe there are some good things inside." The peddler looked at Chu Yang and hurriedly introduced, "Someone bought a sealed jar from me." When he opened it, he saw that it was filled with dust bloodstones. "If you don't believe me, you can ask the people around you. There are risks, but you can also pick up scraps." "Chen Lao-san, you are deceiving these new kids again." A man next to him saw this scene and joked with a smile. "Old Wu, don't slander me." Chen Lao-san's face changed and quickly argued, "Isn't it true that someone picked up dust bloodstones from me?" "It's true, but you, Chen Lao-san, have been doing business for decades and you have only been picked up once. This probability is too low," the man said with a smile. "That's because they don't have good luck. This little brother is different from ordinary people. He will definitely gain something," Chen Lao-san said coldly. Chu Yang squatted in front of the peddler's stall and picked up a few strange-shaped ceramics to look at. Although his goal was the book, he knew that he couldn't be too obvious, lest the peddler raise the price on the spot. "How much is this?" Chu Yang pointed to the deer-headed man monster in his hand and asked. "Little brother, you really have good eyesight," Chen Lao-san smiled and hurriedly replied, "This statue has some legends. It is said that in the depths of the 100,000 mountains, there live some half-beast people. They use the appearance of their ancestors as the tribe's totem. I got this statue in the 100,000 mountains. Maybe it has something to do with the half-beast inheritance. Fixed price, 10,000 spirit crystals. Do you think I am a fool? Yang looked up and asked with a smile. Chen Laosan laughed a few times and said, of course, this price may be a bit high. After all, it is not confirmed. I will also give you an honest price, 1,000 spirit crystals. If you want to bargain, it will be unreasonable. I will give you 200 spirit crystals and you will pick 2 items. How about it? Yang said with a smile. He saw that the peddler made these ceramics himself. They were not worth much. Add a little more. It is not easy for us. It is a small business, Chen Laosan said with a smile. Well, I will give you 250 spirit crystals. If it is not enough, I will not take it. Yang took out the spirit crystals from the storage ring and handed them to Chen Laosan. He first took the statue of a deer head and a human body. He was going to take another statue of an 8-clawed monster. But after thinking for a while, Yang shook his head and said softly, your statue looks quite new. It seems that it was just made not long ago. I will take another one to be safe. Chen Laosan smiled awkwardly. Some of the things in his stall were bought at a low price, and some were made by him. In fact, the cost was not more than 10 spirit crystals. Yang thought for a while and took the yellow book next to him. Looking at Yang's back, Chen Laosan happily hummed a song. After returning to the inn, Yang threw the statue aside and quickly took out the yellow book. When he held the book in the palm of his hand, the forgetting dust pearl in his body trembled even more. Yang flipped through the contents of the book, and discovered that it was just an ordinary novel in vernacular. The plot of the story was also completely meaningless. After reading it several times, Yang suddenly felt that there was something in the cover of the book. The cover of the book was a little thick. He cut the cover with his sword and found that there was a piece of paper hidden inside. Yang was sure that the thing that made the forgetting dust pearl in his body tremble was this piece of paper. When he took the paper in his hand, the forgetting dust pearl in his body suddenly emitted a warm current. The warm current was not under his control. It flew out of his body and merged with the paper. In an instant, the paper emitted thousands of rays of light and merged with the warm current. It once again flew into Yang's body. Yang felt a burst of clarity in his mind when this golden light fused into his body. In his consciousness, this piece of paper transformed into a sky full of golden light. Then, it outlined a map. All the information about this map rushed into his memory. After a long time, Yang slowly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed and he muttered to himself, the Yang pearl of the forgetting pearl. Little Yang, what did you get? The old man from Samsara asked curiously. A map about the Yang pearl of the forgetting pearl. Yang replied excitedly, this map was left behind by the forgetting heavenly emperor. When he inherited the mandate of heaven, he wanted to find the other Yang pearl. However, he couldn't find any information about it. After he became a heavenly emperor, this Yang pearl was no longer of much use to him. Before he ascended, he placed the Yang pearl somewhere. He hoped that one day, the fated person who found the Yang pearl would be able to gather all the pearls. This map is the route to where the Yang pearl is hidden. This is all recorded on this piece of paper? The old man from Samsara asked. Yes, teacher. As long as I can get the Yang pearl, the threat of the Yang pearl will be removed. Yang replied with a smile. Not only that, you can also master the Tao of Yin and Yang and soar to the sky. The old man from Samsara smiled and said, the forgetting pearl is ranked 4th on the world's mysterious object list. Teacher, let's not delay any longer. I'll go find the Yang pearl now. Yang said with a smile. In front of the painting palace, the door to the inside was actually a painting. In the painting, there was a gentle breeze and a few willows swayed with the breeze. There was an endless river and a few fishing boats were floating on the sparkling river. Not far from the fishing boats, there was a small thatched cottage in the middle of the green mountains. In front of the cottage, there were 2 big red lanterns and the door was half closed. It was such a realistic painting. When Suzimo placed his hand on the wooden door, he saw the lanterns in the painting flickering. His vision turned black and he lost consciousness. All the people who entered the painting palace behind him used this method. When Suzimo woke up, he found that he was in the middle of a plain. There was no one around. Suzimo looked around and had some thoughts in his mind. The painting palace's test was divided into 4 levels. As long as one failed once, one would be directly expelled from the painting palace. Suzimo didn't walk for long before he saw a dense maple forest. Please find the only real maple leaf in this maple forest within a quarter of an hour. Suddenly, a majestic voice came from the sky. The voice seemed to explode in their ears. Suzimo raised his head slightly. There were at least several hundred maple trees in this maple forest, and each maple tree had at least 1,000 leaves. Among the tens of thousands of maple leaves, only one was real. It was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to find it. Suzimo exhaled deeply. He knew the significance of this test. When an artist reached the highest level, they could turn the objects in their paintings into reality, just like how a painting was emotionless. However, no matter how good one's painting skills were, the objects they turned into were fundamentally different from the real thing. After all, creation was a matter of heaven and earth. It involved all kinds of fate, karma, cultivation of lifespan, and the most complicated structure of the human body. It was all unimaginable. An artist couldn't complete the magnificent feat of creation. At most, they could imitate heaven and earth and draw fake objects. In this huge maple forest, apart from the maple leaf that grew naturally between heaven and earth, everything else was a painting. Painting a motionless goal in setting up this test was to let every artist who received his inheritance be able to distinguish the difference between reality and painting. He didn't want them to be immersed in the illusion of painting and painting. Suzimo slowly closed his eyes. The world pearl was very important to him, and he didn't want to waste any more time. Sometimes, the eyes could deceive you. If he wanted to find the real maple leaf, he had to rely on his mind. He let go of his thoughts and threw away all distracting thoughts, allowing himself to enter a state of emptiness. Suzimo slowly circulated the megalopolitan freedom technique that he cultivated. At first, his mind was very restless. However, as time passed, Suzimo felt that his ears were silent. It was as if the whole world had stopped. He was alone in the endless solitude, and his line of sight was also pitch black. Suddenly, he heard a different sound. There seemed to be a breeze blowing around him, and the maple leaves rustled slightly in the breeze. Suzimo walked through the maple forest with his eyes closed. The sound of countless maple leaves rustling became clearer and clearer. He carefully listened to the rustling of the maple leaves as he walked forward. After walking for a long time, he suddenly stopped beside a maple tree. He slowly stretched out his left hand and groped for a while in the dense maple leaves. Finally, he plucked one of the maple leaves. At this moment, Suzimo opened his eyes and looked at the maple leaf in his hand. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. When he held the maple leaf in his hand, Suzimo discovered that the entire maple forest he was in began to shake. The originally extremely realistic maple tree had now become a painting, which slowly descended in front of Suzimo. The maple forest disappeared, and Suzimo discovered that he had returned to the plains again. He put the maple tree painting in front of him into his storage ring, and then continued onward. The further he walked, the higher the temperature became. The originally warm and breezy weather had suddenly become scorching hot. Suzimo hadn't walked for long when he felt his mouth go dry. The scorching sun was roasting the earth, as if it wanted to scatter all of its light and heat. He looked up at the sky and saw that 2 suns had appeared in the originally calm sky. Under the scorching heat of the 2 suns, a series of dry cracks had appeared on the ground. Suzimo continued onward, and a small village appeared in front of him. "We're finally here." He wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh. At the entrance of the village, a few children wearing hats were shooting arrows at the suns in the sky. However, the arrows would fall after shooting for a dozen or so meters at most. It was simply wishful thinking to rely on these arrows to shoot down the sun. However, Suzimo knew that this stage tested one's imagination. As an artist, imagination was essential. "Children, what are you doing?" Suzimo walked up and asked with a smile. "We're shooting the sun. The weather is too hot, so we want to shoot down the sun. It should cool us down a bit," one of the children replied in a childish voice. "Children, you'll never be able to shoot down the sun with this method." Suzimo shook his head with a smile. "Big brother, do you have a way?" the child asked curiously. Go to your village and bring me a basin of water, and I'll teach you, Suzimo said with a smile. The child looked at Suzimo in confusion, then ran into the village like a wisp of smoke. Looking at the child's back, Suzimo smiled and shook his head. Even though he had seen it once in his previous life, when he saw it again, he could not help but be amazed at how intelligent the children in the paintings were. Not long after, the child ran back with a small basin of water, panting. Suzimo placed the basin under the sun and aimed it at an angle. A reflection of the sun appeared in the water. Shoot at this reflection, and you'll be able to hit the sun, Suzimo said as he pointed at the basin. The test of shooting the sun with a bow was a bit like the monkey trying to find the moon in the ocean, but the difference was that the monkey could not find the moon, but could shoot the sun. The children looked at Suzimo in confusion, then drew their bows and shot at the reflection of the sun in the water. When the arrow hit the reflection in the water was not disrupted. Instead, there were some ripples on the water surface. Instead, a muffled rumble of thunder sounded in the sky, and then the sun hanging in the sky fell from the sky like a ball of fire. The sun is down, we hit it, a few children were jumping and cheering. Suzimo smiled at the side. As the sun fell from the sky, the space around Suzimo twisted and shook again. The space in front of him changed, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself back on the plains again. A painting appeared in front of him, and it was the scene of the children shooting the sun with their bows. Suzimo put the painting away and continued north. After shooting the sun, the surrounding temperature had returned to normal, but as Suzimo walked forward, he felt that the temperature was getting colder and colder. The sun was covered by dark clouds, and snowflakes fell from the sky. The snowflakes became heavier and heavier, and the snow under his feet became thicker and thicker. Even the surrounding temperature began to drop. Suzimo was already at the peak of the true meridian realm, but he could still feel the chill. It wasn't just the coldness on his body, it was a coldness that seeped into his bones. He sat cross-legged, allowing the snowflakes to fall on his body. Not long after, his entire body was completely covered by the drifting snow, turning him into a snowman. Suzimo only felt that his whole body was numb from the cold, and he couldn't feel anything. Even his organs were frozen, and his heartbeat seemed to be slowing down. Am I going to die? Suzimo wanted to grin, but he found that his muscles were frozen stiff. His eyes were closed, and his consciousness was becoming more and more blurry. There seemed to be a voice in the dark that kept admonishing him. Go to sleep. After you fall asleep, everything will be over. Even though his body was in shock and his consciousness was on the verge of falling asleep, Suzimo's obsession was still unwilling to end just like that. This kind of race against time, this kind of competition with the god of death, was the most torturous. Suzimo didn't know how much time had passed. He only felt that his entire body was frozen, and he seemed to have become numb to the coldness. He couldn't even hear his own heartbeat. Suddenly, a warm feeling began to beat in his chest. The enlightenment of the Tao heart in the midst of death had awakened the flames of the frozen prairie. Just like the saying, a single spark could start a prairie fire. Suzimo only felt that although this warm feeling was very weak, the coldness in his body was instantly dispelled. The snowflakes seemed to stop falling. Suzimo slowly opened his eyes, and found that the world of ice and snow had disappeared. He appeared on the plains again, and a painting fell in front of him. Ice and snow covered the sky and swept through the entire world. Everything was frozen, but under the cover of the ice and snow, there was a person sitting cross-legged on the ground like a pine tree. He didn't move at all, as if even if the entire world was buried in ice and snow, he wouldn't be destroyed. This was the scene in the painting. Suzimo put away the painting and continued to move forward. The third test was actually a test of one's temperament. No matter how great the difficulty was, even before death, one couldn't give up a glimmer of hope. Suzimo continued to move forward. After walking for a while, his gaze was attracted by the scene in front of him. The distant mountains were close, but they were hidden in the fog. The white clouds in the sky were so low that they seemed to have just reached the top of his head. It was as if he could reach out and grab the white clouds. It was clearly daytime in the blue sky, but it was actually twinkling with bits of starlight. In front of him was an endless sea. In the middle of the sea, huge waves rolled. The huge waves rolled up the sea water, but it was unwilling to fall. In the middle of the huge waves on both sides, a cobblestone path led straight to the secluded path. The cobblestones floated on the blue sea water. The sea water reflected the starry sky and white clouds above his head, as well as the mountain fog behind him. In the middle of the cobblestone path, there was an inkstone and a table. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a green robe was standing in front of the table, painting to his heart's content. Suzimo stepped on the cobblestone step by step and then walked up to the middle-aged man. He saw that the middle-aged man was painting, but there was no paper on the table. The middle-aged man held a weasel hair brush in his hand, as if he was painting in the air. After a long time, the middle-aged man put down the brush and saw that the surrounding spiritual energy suddenly fluctuated. A fish jumped out of the space in front of him and jumped into the sea. Immediately after, a series of goldfish jumped out of the space. "Do you see anything?" the middle-aged man asked with a smile. "I don't understand." Suzimo shook his head. "You're honest." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "You're the first inheritor to come here. According to the rules, as long as you can draw a painting with a concept, you can receive my divine brush." "I don't know how to draw." Suzimo shook his head and said, "And I'm not here to receive your inheritance." Hearing Suzimo's words, the middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled and said, "Then you're here to look for the pearl of the world, right?" "I'm sorry, but the pearl of the world isn't part of the inheritance in the painting palace this time. I have paintings." Suzimo also smiled and took out the 3 paintings he obtained previously. "These paintings can only receive the inheritance of the divine brush. I won't give the pearl of the world to anyone else," the middle-aged man said. "You should take a look at this painting first," Suzimo said with a smile. Then, he took out the 4th painting from his storage ring. This painting was the one he obtained from Xianxia previously. It was a self-portrait of the wind ancestor. "Why is this painting in your hands?" The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly and asked, "You're her descendant?" "That's not important. When you drew this painting back then, you promised the wind ancestor that as long as someone came to you with this painting, you would fulfill any request." Suzimo smiled and said, "Right, Senior Wuqing?" The middle-aged man in front of him was Hua Wuqing, whose name had once shaken the eastern continent. Suzimo wasn't sure if Hua Wuqing was dead or alive, but he knew that the middle-aged man in front of him was just an afterimage. Speaking of Hua Wuqing, he was actually an infatuated person. Many people couldn't escape love in their lives. Hua Wuqing and the wind ancestor had once been in love for a period of time, but Suzimo wasn't sure of the details. He only knew that the wind ancestor and the dustless emperor were childhood sweethearts, and they later married. At that time, the dustless emperor had yet to inherit the mandate of heaven, and someone wanted to use the wind ancestor's life to threaten him. During one of the pursuers, the wind ancestor would rather jump off a cliff to her death than implicate the dustless emperor. However, very few people knew that the wind ancestor didn't die after jumping off the cliff. Instead, she was saved by Hua Wuqing. Because the wind ancestor's injuries were too severe, Hua Wuqing took care of her for a long time. However, it was during that time that the two developed feelings for each other, and they developed feelings for each other. However, the wind ancestor still couldn't let go of the dustless emperor. Between the two of them, the wind ancestor chose the dustless emperor. In her own words, when Hua Wuqing left, her heart was in pain. However, when the dustless emperor left, the wind ancestor felt that her entire heart was dead. This was probably the difference between liking someone and loving someone. The wind ancestor couldn't have feelings for both of them at the same time, so she chose to leave Hua Wuqing. It was said that on the eve of their parting, Hua Wuqing specially painted a painting for the wind ancestor. He promised that if someone came to him with the painting in the future, he would do his best to fulfill that person's request. However, the wind ancestor never thought of asking Hua Wuqing for help. She accepted the painting, but only treated it as a memento. Later, when she left the painting in her inheritance, she didn't tell the Xianling sect about the origin and use of the painting. This was because in her heart, the painting was just a beautiful memory of her life. She didn't want future generations to bring up the past, so she took the painting to Hua Wuqing for help. In the future, there were many such rumors that Hua Wuqing gave up the dustless emperor when he fought for the mandate of heaven because of the wind ancestor. Of course, the rumors had yet to be proven. Hua Wuqing took the painting from Su Zimo's hands and grinned a few times. It was as if scenes from the past flashed through his mind. All his life, he had only been accompanied by calligraphy and painting. He had never thought of marrying and having children. However, he met the wind ancestor by accident during a scenic spot and fell in love with her. That was his first love, and also his last. You want the world pearl? Ruthless Painting asked, looking at Su Zimo. Yes. Su Zimo nodded. Ruthless Painting was silent for a moment. Then, he waved his hand slightly in the air, and the air before him began to ripple. He held the divine brush in his hand and drew across the air. The space was torn apart, and a round bead flew out from the crack. This round bead was pure white, and the structure inside was very transparent. At a glance, it seemed as if it contained everything in the world. There were auspicious deer galloping, wild horses neighing, hundreds of flowers blooming, and long rivers flowing. Hua Wuqing took back the wind ancestor's painting and handed the world pearl to Su Zimo. He smiled and said, I hope it can shine in your hands. It will. Su Zimo smiled and nodded. After obtaining the world pearl, Su Zimo was about to leave when the space beside him suddenly rippled. A young man in a white shirt walked out from inside. It seems that the second successor has also arrived, Ruthless Painting said with a smile. The young man in white first looked around. When he saw Su Zimo, he was stunned. He clearly did not expect someone to arrive earlier than him. However, after seeing Ruthless Painting, the young man became excited. He hurriedly walked forward and kowtowed. Song Xianxia, the 17th generation disciple of the Song family, greets the ancestor. Alright, get up. I'm not interested in this. Ruthless Painting smiled and shook his head. Su Zimo glanced at the young man. He knew that Ruthless Painting's surname was not Painting. As for whether or not his surname was Song, he did not know in his previous life. However, the young man's face was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere in his previous life. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Su Zimo looked at the young man's familiar face. Isn't this guy the painting sage, Hua Qianxiu? In his previous life, many people said that Hua Qianxiu had changed his surname to Painting after receiving Ruthless Painting's inheritance. Now, it seemed that the two of them were from the same family. Is the Song family doing well? Ruthless Painting looked at the young man and asked with some emotion. Actually, to Ruthless Painting, the Song family was no longer that important. After all, so much time had passed. His parents and friends were probably at the end of their lifespans. Apart from those related to him by blood, he did not know anyone else in the Song family. However, no matter what, the Song family was still his family. Naturally, he did not want it to decline. Ancestor, you left behind many inheritances and cultivation methods in the family. Although no one in the Song family has been able to surpass your achievements, we have developed rapidly over the years. We have already become one of the most powerful families in Purple Sun City, Song Qianxiu hurriedly replied. The reason why I was able to pass the first 3 trials so quickly was because I accidentally found something you left behind. From it, I obtained some information about the Painting Palace. Although you are a member of my family, if you want to obtain the inheritance of the godly brush, you still have to pass the 4th trial, Ruthless Painting said. This godly brush has been with me for so many years. I have to find a good home for it. I understand, Song Qianxiu replied sincerely. Draw a painting with an artistic conception, and you will pass the 4th trial, Ruthless Painting said with a nod. Song Qianxiu came in front of the long table and took out a brush from his storage ring. It was obvious that he had come prepared. Or rather, he was also a person who loved painting. After laying out the white paper, the brush flew across the paper. Song Qianxiu's speed was extremely fast. What was even more frightening was that he had his eyes completely closed when he was painting. After a long time, when the painting was completed, Song Qianxiu's hands could be seen on the huge waves on both sides of the cobblestone path. His hands were like knives as he gently chopped at them. Some seawater splashed onto the white paper, adding a bit of artistic conception to the originally ordinary painting. The ink inside the painting seemed to have become lighter. Then, as the seawater flowed, it appeared more natural. There was no trace of uneasiness or deliberate intent in the painting. The scene in the painting was the peak of a mountain. A pine tree grew alone on the edge of a cliff. No fancy techniques were used to render it. However, such an ordinary painting was able to reflect the precipitousness of the cliff, the height of the pine tree, and the tenacity of life. To have such painting skills at your age, it's enough to show your love and hard work for painting, Hua Wuqing said with a gratified smile. I wouldn't dare. Compared to you, I'm still far behind, Xianxia hurriedly replied. Take this magic brush. Remember to treat it well. It has already developed intelligence. If you're not the home it's looking for, it will leave you on its own, Hua Wuqing warned. Xianxia nodded solemnly, then took the magic brush from Hua Wuqing's hand. He placed the magic brush in front of his eyes and looked at it. In fact, there wasn't anything special about it. It was just like an ordinary brush made from weasel hair. There were a few lines of small, densely packed words on the body of the brush. A weasel hair, painting all things in the world. A lifetime of splashing ink, asking the Tao of the heart. Xianxia also knew that this wasn't a good place to accept the inheritance, so he didn't want to be disturbed. Since he already had the magic brush, it wasn't a bad idea to find a safe place to accept the inheritance. Alright, the two of you can leave. The inheritance of this painting palace is gone. The meaning of its existence has also completely disappeared, Hua Wuqing waved his hand and said aloud. Ancestor, may I ask where your real body is now? Xianxia hurriedly said, the family members often miss you. This time, I came to the painting palace under orders to look for you. After so many years, the Song family is still the Song family, but it's no longer the Song family of the past. Things remain the same, but people have changed. It doesn't matter if I go back or not, Hua Wuqing shook his head and said, go. If fate wills it, you'll meet again. If not, don't force it. As Hua Wuqing's words fell, the towering waves on both sides completely boiled, rolling up tens of thousands of feet high and instantly drowning Hua Wuqing in the sea. Xianxia looked at everything in front of him and could only sigh helplessly. Then, he looked at Su Zimo and said, brother, we're all winners in this matter. Can you keep the secret for each other? This will be beneficial to both of us. No problem, Su Zimo smiled and nodded. Then, the space in front of him distorted. Su Zimo felt a strong force coming from the space, and he was forcefully sent out. He looked around and realized that it wasn't just him. Everyone who entered the painting palace was forcefully sent out. What's going on? The crowd instantly began to discuss. I clearly passed the first stage, so why was I sent out? I'm going to die from anger. I've already passed 2 stages and was about to pass the third. I was just 1 step away, but I failed. Since all of us have been sent out, it means that someone has already obtained the inheritance of the painting palace. Some disciples who knew about inheritances guessed. How is that possible? We've only been inside for a short while. No matter how fast someone is, they shouldn't be so far ahead of us. Su Zimo smiled and shook his head as he listened to the discussions of the crowd. The reason he could enter so quickly was because he knew the rules inside. As for Xianxia, she had received a hint from the items left behind by Ruthless Painting, so her speed was naturally much faster than the others. I wonder which brother has obtained the inheritance. Can you come out and meet me? A young man stepped into the air and shouted. However, no one came out of the crowd except for the discussion. After all, everyone knew that they had to develop steadily. The 3 great imperial lineage were right beside them. If they had any ideas, no one would dare to stop them. The disciples of the 3 great imperial lineage were called over by the elders of their respective sects as soon as they came out of the painting palace. After hearing that no one had obtained the inheritance, they shook their heads in disappointment. Subsequently, the elders of the 3 great imperial lineage stood in front of the young men and gave a speech. The general idea was that whoever obtained the inheritance of Ruthless Painting could directly join the imperial lineage. After all, Ruthless Painting's inheritance didn't just involve the divine brush. It also involved the World Pearl, which was ranked number 1 on the World Mysterious Object list. Although the crowd was talking, the person who obtained the inheritance didn't step out. The painting palace that was floating in midair had now turned into a painting. The painting slowly floated down in midair. Suddenly, a ball of flame ignited in the painting. In just a few breaths' time, the painting had been completely burned into ashes before the crowd could even react. Subsequently, the crowd began to disperse and leave. This trip to the painting palace made everyone feel as if something was missing. In the past, the inheritances were all fought to the death and could cause a sensation for a while. And this trip to the painting palace this time, there were many things that confused people. Since they didn't obtain the inheritance of ruthless painting, many sects began to leave. Su Zimo boarded the sect's sacred airship and followed the Great Elder and the rest back to Zhenwu. The journey seemed very normal. Xianxia didn't even dare to speak loudly in front of Su Zimo. He didn't even dare to be alone with Su Zimo. It seemed that Zhang He's incident had really frightened him. Su Zimo found it funny sometimes. With a status like Xianxia's, as the grandson of the Great Elder, he didn't lack resources since he was young. He even had an emperor-level talent. Unfortunately, his temperament wasn't good. If he didn't change in this lifetime, he was destined to not achieve much. Su Zimo even felt that Xianxia's temperament wasn't as good as some of the ordinary outer sect disciples in Zhenwu. The sacred airship flew at high speed for 1 day and 1 night. Finally, at dawn the next day, it landed in Zhenwu. After Su Zimo returned to Yannan Peak, he immediately announced that he was going into seclusion. He wanted to integrate the Pearl of the World first. Su Zimo also specifically asked Xiao Gizi to guard him and not disturb him no matter what happened. After returning to his room, Su Zimo first set up the level 6 killing array that Luong had given him. If anything happened, he could immediately activate the array disk. Condensing the true fate was a very important matter. There couldn't be any mistakes in the process. The Void Meridian realm meant that one had to open the 4th meridian, Kuan-Hai. The 3rd meridian, Chaoing Feng, was located in the chest, while the 4th meridian, Kuan-Hai, was located in the back, just opposite the 3rd meridian. Su Zimo first released all the power of the divine meridian realm that was hidden in the mysterious bead in his body. Together, he opened the 4th meridian. With the remaining power of the 10 meridian fruit, the Kuan-Hai was opened in an instant. Following the opening of the Kuan-Hai, the spirit energy in Su Zimo's body instantly skyrocketed. The spirit energy couldn't be absorbed by the body, nor could it be expelled. As the spirit energy in his body increased, it even formed a spirit energy river that kept surging. Su Zimo also knew that it was time to condense the true fate. He directly cut his finger and dripped his blood onto the Pearl of the World. The originally ordinary pearl instantly reacted. It turned into a stream of light and flew into Su Zimo's wound. When the Pearl of the World entered Su Zimo's body, it was instantly enveloped by spirit chi. Spirit chi poured into the Pearl of the World bit by bit, and he began the long refining process. The Pearl of the World had intelligence, but this intelligence was only at the beginning. At first, it resisted Su Zimo's refining. However, as Su Zimo tempered it bit by bit, the spiritual intelligence's resistance gradually disappeared. This refining process took 7 days. During the refining process, the Pearl of the World had many strange phenomena. There was a deep sea that hung upside down for 90,000 miles, and then slowly rose into the sky, turning into a blue sky. There was a huge beast that roared at the sky. It was hundreds of millions of feet tall, and it punched a hole in the sky. There was a weeping willow in the wilderness. When the willow fluttered gently, cracks appeared on the dark brown ground. There was also a hurricane that swept up sand, splitting the entire world in half. The end of the skyline was dark. When Su Zimo completely refined the Pearl of the World, the entire pearl emitted a blue light, and the strange phenomena within it kept changing. All the spirit chi in the surroundings poured into the Pearl of the World. The density of spirit chi in the sky above Yannan Peak was like the dark clouds before a storm. It was almost impossible to disperse. Countless spirit chi storms blew in the sky, and the storm swept across the entire peak as if they were going to uproot it. Then, all of them poured into the courtyard where Su Zimo was. At this moment, Su Zimo's body was in chaos. The Pearl of the World had long disappeared, and only a pure white fog was left. The white fog was very dense, and it seemed to be brewing something. The spirit chi storms from the outside all entered Su Zimo's body. Su Zimo's entire body was like a black hole. After the spirit chi entered his body, it was all integrated into the white fog. the white fog took a long time to brew. As more and more spirit chi was absorbed by the white fog, the area around Yannan Peak almost became a vacuum. The flow of spirit chi also gradually decreased, and the speed of the white fog's absorption was not enough to meet the demand. When the spirit chi storms condensed in the sky above Yannan Peak, it had already attracted the attention of many people. However, later on, Su Qingshan made a move and directly covered the space, causing many people who wanted to come and investigate to stop. At this moment, Su Qingshan was walking in the air. He frowned as he looked at the spirit chi around Yannan Peak that was getting thinner and thinner. What is this brat doing? How could there be such a big commotion? Su Qingshan muttered to himself. Then, he waved his hands and a white ray of light shot into the sky. Then, all the disciples of Zhenwu Xingzong heard a rumbling sound, as if something had been activated. At the same time, 4 different rays of light shot out from the surroundings of the sect. When these rays of light soared into the sky, they intertwined and gathered together. As if a giant wheel was slowly turning, a huge formation seal appeared on the ground beneath Zhenwu Xingzong's feet. This array seal was a Tai Chi pattern, and the black and white fishes slowly rotated. When the formation seal appeared, the spirit chi within 100 miles of Zhenwu Xingzong seemed to be attracted and was all absorbed by the formation. At this moment, everyone in Zhenwu Xingzong raised their heads to look at this grand scene. The spirit chi within a few hundred miles converged into a storm, and wherever it went, sand and stones would fly, destroying everything in its path. The sect's protective formation has been activated. Is there a strong enemy coming? A knowledgeable disciple looked at this scene and muttered to himself. This protective formation was set up by Zhenwu the Great back then, and after being strengthened by the other 3 great emperors, it could be said to be very powerful. Every time the formation was activated, it required a huge amount of spirit chi. Just as the spirit chi was about to condense and all of it was about to enter the core of the formation, Su Qingshan stood at the forefront of the spirit chi. His aura was like a rainbow, and some of the black hair on his temples swayed in the wind. He waved his right hand toward the sky, and the surrounding space collapsed instantly. Cracks spread out in the surroundings along with the turbulence. The entire sky was like a spider's web, and the endless air was split into 2 sides. The spirit chi storm that was originally going to enter the core of the formation was forcibly changed direction, and all of it rushed towards Su Zimo's courtyard. At this moment, Su Zimo could already feel that the spirit chi was drying up, but he was still in the process of forming the world, so there was nothing he could do. Previously, he knew that forming the true fate would require a huge amount of spirit chi, especially when he had to form a pseudo-world. However, he did not expect that the amount of spirit chi required would be so exaggerated. Because of the lack of spirit chi, the speed of the white mist in his body had slowed down. He was not in a hurry. Although it had slowed down, and it would take a longer time to form the true fate, there was no danger. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt an unimaginably dense spirit chi rushing into his body. This spirit chi was very abundant. Even though he tried his best to absorb it, the spirit chi still continued to rush in. With the influx of spirit chi, the white mist in Su Zimo's body started to brew faster and faster. Outside of Zhenwu Xingzong, the formation was continuously absorbing the spirit chi in the surrounding 100 miles, and then it continuously rushed into Su Zimo's courtyard. The spirit chi was roaring, and its momentum was getting louder and louder. The wind in the sky was blowing away the clouds, as if everything was being blocked. Everything in sight was a vast expanse of whiteness. Even with the support of this huge amount of spirit chi, Su Zimo still took half a month. On this day, a muffled sound came from his body. The sound was slightly trembling, as if something was being born when the sound of the Grand Tao fell. The white mist in his body gradually dissipated, and a whole new world was completely formed in his body. The heaven and earth began to separate. The sky represented purity, and it slowly rose into the sky, overlooking the entire world. The earth represented turbidity, and it also slowly descended. The earth bore the weight and suffering. The sky was clear, and the earth was turbid. The sky was 1 foot higher, and the earth was 1 foot lower. The sky was 100 feet high, and the earth was 100 feet lower. The sky and earth rose and fell for an unknown amount of time, and finally stopped. A vast world was formed just like that. However, it was a pity that there was no sun or moon in this world. The sky, which originally represented purity, was now turbid. The pitch-black sky was like a spider's web, and countless black holes appeared. Huge meteorites fell from the sky with unstoppable momentum. These meteorites were like a meteor shower, falling from the sky as if they were going to destroy the entire world. Countless cracks also appeared on the ground. Tsunami swept up huge waves that were tens of thousands of feet high, smashing countless pieces of land into pieces. All kinds of volcanoes erupted on the ground, and torrents hit. Along with the falling meteorites, the Earth's crust moved, and the entire world was already devastated. Divine thunder fell from the sky, and the thunder hit the ground with supreme power, and countless pieces of land were split open. At this moment, the world was like purgatory on Earth. This world was like a prehistoric world. There were no living things, and it was not suitable for life. Suzimo slowly exhaled. He knew that this was the limit of the World Pearl's transformation. The pseudo-world's transformation was not complete, and the power he could use was limited. But even in this pseudo-world, he had already won against many people at the starting line. When the Emperor Meridian True Fate appeared in the future, he could directly bring out a pseudo-world in battle. He could already imagine the despair on his opponent's face. At this moment, his fourth meridian was completely opened. With the help of the God Meridian Realm energy, his cultivation level rose step by step. Void Meridian Level 1. Void Meridian Level 2. Void Meridian Level 9. When his cultivation level reached the peak of the Void Meridian realm, it stopped. Suzimo let out a deep breath. He thought that this transformation was about to end. Just as he was about to get up, something in his body suddenly trembled. His heart suddenly started to beat faster. Suzimo's mind went blank, and his body froze on the spot. He saw that in his body, the mysterious bead that had been silent all this time suddenly started to spin. This mysterious bead had always been Suzimo's biggest secret. However, Suzimo only knew that this bead could not only store cultivation, but it could also easily tear through space. He did not know anything about its other abilities. Ever since he was reborn, the bead had never moved. Now, it actually started to spin for the first time. Suzimo felt that his body was no longer under his control. The mysterious bead flew into the true fate world that he had just formed. He felt that his consciousness had left his body, and was brought into an unknown world by the mysterious bead. When Suzimo's consciousness returned, he found that he was in darkness. At one end of this darkness, there was a majestic river that slowly flowed. The river water sparkled and had an unknown rhythm. Although the river water looked calm, Suzimo felt that every time it flowed, it had the ability to change the world. This was because Suzimo's cultivation technique, only self-freedom technique, focused on the past, present, and future. Therefore, when he saw the river, he felt a sense of familiarity. The river of time, Suzimo muttered with a trembling voice. The river of time was also known as the river of destiny. It was one of the cores of a world. Since the moment a person was born, their life, fate, and everything they experienced would be branded and recorded in the river of fate. It was said that only by opening the 12 meridians and transcending one's own evolution could one jump out of the river of fate and truly control one's own destiny. In fact, it wasn't just humans. Everything from a blade of grass to the origin of an entire world would be recorded in the river of fate. Nothing in the universe could escape the shackles of fate. Suzimo looked at the long river in front of him and his body trembled slightly. The thing that he had once dreamed of and wanted to comprehend was now right before his eyes. But now, he was only a wisp of consciousness here, and it was completely out of his control. The mysterious bead carried Suzimo's consciousness and went against the flow of the river of time, all the way to the end of time. During this period, Suzimo's vision was shrouded in a white fog. He basically couldn't see the situation in the outside world, and his consciousness was somewhat muddled. Suzimo fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long it had been. Perhaps it was an instant, or perhaps it was millions of years. When the mysterious bead came to a stop, he slowly woke up. And the scene that presented itself in front of him completely shocked his soul. At this moment, he was under a starry sky where the stars flickered brightly and illuminated the heavens. A Milky Way seemed to have come from the 9 heavens, enveloping the entire starry sky. Within the Milky Way, countless nebulas flowed quietly like thick liquid, flowing endlessly for thousands of miles. And at the end of the starry sky, the river of time flowed endlessly. At this moment, the history of the past was like a movie, evolving bit by bit before Suzimo's eyes. From the day the river of time existed, from the beginning of this world, all the historical records were being watched by Suzimo in the evolution of the river of time. In the general trend of the world, after being separated for a long time, it must unite, and after being united for a long time, it must divide. Just like the myriad of worlds, there would be a day when they would go from birth to destruction. Everything in the world was relative. From a small perspective, a life would go from birth to death, and at the same time, a new life would be born. This was the reproduction of a species. Death and life were relative, to begin with. From a larger perspective, a world would go from birth to destruction, and a new world would be created. This was the cycle of everything in the universe. To put it simply, whether it was a small human being or a large world, everything would one day go from being born to being destroyed. A world would go from birth to destruction, and then a new world would be created in the destruction. Then, the new world would go from birth to destruction, and then a new world would be created in the destruction. This cycle continued, and this was the development of a world. No world could truly survive from the beginning of the universe until now. They were all in a cycle of birth and destruction. We call every new world an era. From the destruction of the previous era to the beginning of this new era, the river of fate was formed at this moment, and then recorded the fate of everything in the world. Every era had its own river of fate. When an era was destroyed, the river of fate that belonged to it would also be destroyed. Therefore, the river of fate in front of Suzimo recorded everything from the beginning of this new era. There was a place in this new era that we called the Yuanyang continent. The wheel of history rolled slowly, and the Yuanyang continent opened its first chapter. We called this the mythological era. For the people of the Yuanyang continent now, the mythological era was too long ago. Humans could no longer find any traces of the mythological era except for some ancient ruins. If it weren't for these ancient ruins from the mythological era, many people would even doubt the existence of the mythological era. After the mythological era, the Yuanyang continent opened its second chapter. We called this the Desolation era. After that, a man named Xinwu stood at the top of the sky and bore the will of heaven. He opened the third chapter of the Yuanyang continent, the Age of Emperors. Since the mythological era, the secrets that had long been forgotten in time were slowly unfolding in front of Suzimo's eyes under the evolution of the river of time. In fact, it was not just the Yuanyang continent. The Yuanyang continent was only a part of this era. All the origins and secrets of the world outside the Yuanyang continent were also unfolding in front of Suzimo's eyes. Don't say that this chapter is water. This chapter is about the origin of the world and is very important. I'm also afraid that you won't understand, so I'll explain it simply. Any world will go from birth to destruction, and then a new world will be born from the destruction. Just like that, the cycle repeats. We call each new world an era. I've looked up a lot of information about the origin of the world before, and I've also written a lot in my little notebook, filling up 3 pages. But later on, I looked at it, and it's too complicated. I can't throw it all out for you. You'll definitely be confused by it and won't understand it. So I simplified a lot of things, added some of my own settings, and formed a new world. I didn't finish writing about the origin of the world in this chapter. After you read the next chapter tomorrow, you should be able to understand it. You'll also have a simple understanding of the worldview of this book. Don't say that I'm water. The worldview is very important. I don't dare to tell you everything in one go. I'll first put up a simplified version of the worldview, and then I'll perfect it bit by bit in the later parts of the story. That's it for now. For this worldview, I've killed a lot of my brain cells. Also, let me say that some people often say that I don't update enough. Actually, the new book is updated twice a day. It's really normal. I've also said that starting from the 1st of next month, I'll be releasing a lot of chapters. I guarantee that I'll release at least 3 chapters a day. 4 or 5 chapters are also fine. There are also people who say that they want to keep books. I'm not against you keeping books, but when you're keeping books, don't stop giving me recommendation tickets. This book is like a child. During the period when you're keeping it, can you feed it some recommendation tickets and feed it some food? Don't ignore everything when the time comes and let the child starve to death. Then you'll come back and say that this dog author is castrated, and that he'll die from feeding and feeding. In short, thousands of words can be summed up into one sentence. I need you all. This is the voice of the most handsome author in history. Ing ing ing? At this moment, Suzimo felt as if there were no more secrets in the world. This was because all the major events recorded in the River of Destiny since the beginning of the epic were unfolding before his eyes. The mythological era that only existed in legends, from the beginning to the peak and then to the decline, all the events were unfolding before his eyes. The mythological era had declined and entered the desolate era. That was the most humble era of the human race. The primitive monsters were the rulers of that era. There was no such thing as the mandate of heaven back then. Everyone was just a grasshopper on the path of martial arts. As these major events unfolded before his eyes, Suzimo felt as if he was in the desolate era. He had gone from being a spectator to a participant. The desolate era had declined. The number one human, Zhenwu, had inherited the mandate of heaven and opened the curtain on the human race's golden age. The great emperors of each generation had major events that could influence the era. This included the great emperor Zhenwu, Empress Hong Tian, the great emperor Divine Sun, the great emperor of Massacre, and so on. The past experiences of all these great emperors were unfolding before Suzimo as if there were no secrets. How the mandate of heaven was formed at the beginning of the great emperor's era, or what the 100 great battle constitutions meant at the beginning of the epic. These ancient mysteries were all seen by Suzimo at this moment. Suzimo also learned the name of the mysterious bead that had brought him to the River of Destiny. The Chaos Bead. At the beginning of the epic, it was one of the most important items in the construction of this epic, but he had somehow managed to refine it. After Suzimo learned all the secrets of the ancient times through the River of Destiny, the Chaos Bead began to hum. An incomparably mighty power emanated from the Chaos Bead. The entire starry sky began to roar and tremble. The River of Destiny also began to uneasily boil. The pale white water seemed to travel through endless time and space. Every time it flowed, it represented a change in the fate of a portion of people. Then, the Chaos Bead flew into the sky. A gray light shot out, illuminating a small section of the River of Destiny. The section of the River of Destiny illuminated by the gray light seemed to come to a standstill and stop flowing. Then, the primal Chaos Bead soared into the sky, and that small section of the River of Destiny was forcibly severed, flying away with the primal Chaos Bead. Suzimo felt his consciousness begin to blur again. He had no idea where the Chaos Bead was taking him. After a long time, when Suzimo woke up, he found that his consciousness had returned to his physical body. He was now in the courtyard of Yannan Peak. At the same time, the true fate world that he had just condensed in his body was undergoing an earth-shattering transformation. The primal Chaos Bead brought a small section of the River of Destiny into his true fate world. The River of Fate surged endlessly. Although it was only a part of the river, it was now separated from the river and could be considered an independent existence. However, this small section of the River of Destiny was still too weak and needed to be attached to the world. It gave time and destiny to a world, and the world would also give it the energy to grow. When the River of Destiny entered Suzimo's world, the river flowed even faster, as if expressing its inner joy. Suzimo could actually sense the emotions of the River of Destiny. It was asking Suzimo to let it merge into this world and become the River of Destiny of this world. At this moment, Suzimo felt like he was the ruler of this world. His every action and thought was like that of a god of creation, enough to change the entire world. As Suzimo's thoughts agreed, the world he created seemed to have received instructions and was no longer so resistant to the River of Destiny. Then, ripples appeared around the River of Fate. It entered the core of this world and became one with the world. As the River of Destiny merged, Suzimo's world also gained time and destiny. From now on, nothing could escape the fetters of the River of Destiny. A sun and a moon appeared in the sky that was almost shattered. The sun was in the extreme east, and the moon was in the extreme west. The two of them moved toward the west at the same time and speed. When the sun was in the extreme east, the moon would be in the extreme west. When the sun was in the extreme west, the moon would be in the extreme east. From then on, this world had night and day. It had the concept of time, and the fate of all things had a destination. After the river of destiny merged, the chaos bead at the top also sent out a thought of merging. Suzimo knew that his world's potential was limited. Fundamentally speaking, it was the world bead's ability that was limited. It wasn't enough to support the ability to create a world. At most, it could be considered a pseudo-world. And now that he had the chaos bead, Suzimo saw hope. He wanted to upgrade his pseudo-world to a real world. Suzimo wasn't sure if he could succeed, but at least he had to give it a try if there was a chance. With Suzimo's agreement, the entire chaos bead emitted a gray light. This light enveloped the entire world. The sky, land, and sea were all enveloped by the gray light. Then, the spiderweb-like sky began to heal, and the color of the sky became even more blue. The thunder that seemed to come from the 9 heavens also disappeared. The roaring sea gradually calmed down, and the earth's crust began to move. The land that had been split apart was once again gathered together. The purgatory-like volcano on the ground also returned to its slumber. At this moment, the world suddenly became quiet. Then, the chaos bead entered the deepest part of the world and disappeared. A few white clouds floated by in the blue sky, and the sun shone its light on the land. The land was heavy, and the sea occasionally splashed a few waves. Under the sunlight, the water surface sparkled. At this moment, Suzimo felt that the power in his body had increased by dozens of times. Although he was still in the void pulse realm, his power had entered a qualitative change. The power of the true fate world constantly nourished his body. Suzimo took a deep breath and stood up. The success of the chaos beads merging was beyond his imagination. After the merging, this world was no longer a pseudo-world. It already had the potential to grow into a real world. Of course, this was just potential. The current true fate world still couldn't provide for the survival of living creatures. This was because the world was missing the 2 most important things: the yin-yang qi and the mysterious yellow qi. Only after these 2 things were merged into the world would Suzimo's true fate world be considered a real world. This closed-door training took more than a month. Of course, the changes in the chaos bead were beyond Suzimo's expectations. The upgrade this time was almost a qualitative improvement. Suzimo could feel that his body was full of power. Most importantly, after entering the void pulse state, he had the ability to walk on air. After Suzimo walked out of the room, he felt that the outside world seemed to have been washed and became extraordinarily clear and clean. The various spiritual herbs on both sides of the courtyard of Yannan Peak looked more vibrant as if they had been baptized. This reminded Suzimo of the sudden wave of spirit energy when he condensed his true fate. Senior brother, Xianxia also hurried forward to greet him. "Did anything happen while I was in closed-door training?" Suzimo nodded and asked. "The vice sect master came before. He asked you to look for him after you came out of closed-door training," Xianxia replied, "and I heard from the disciples of the sect that Jinwu Xingzong's Great Sect Protection Formation was activated some time ago." Great Sect Protection Formation? Suzimo frowned. He already had an answer in his heart. It seemed that the commotion caused by his breakthrough had attracted his father's attention. At that time, because of the scarcity of spirit energy around Yannan Peak, his father had no choice but to use the Great Sect Protection Formation to gather a huge amount of spirit energy for him. No wonder the spiritual herbs in his courtyard were growing so well. It turned out that they had been cleansed by the wave of spirit energy. "I understand," Suzimo nodded. "By the way, Senior brother Lin came several times before, but because you were in closed-door training, he could only leave," Xianxia said. "Ru-hu?" Suzimo nodded. He knew that Ru-hu should already have an answer in his heart. After leaving Yannan Peak, Suzimo went directly to the green peak where his father was. Xianxia seemed to always be wearing a green robe, but compared to the last time Suzimo saw his father, he had a sharper aura. "Dad," Suzimo greeted. "To be honest, I'm very pleased to see that you didn't waste your cultivation," Xianxia said with a smile. "I will work hard." "You were the one who activated the Great Sect Protection Array, right?" Suzimo asked. Xianxia nodded and said, "I don't know what kind of opportunity you have, and I don't want to get to the bottom of it. After all, you've grown up and have your own secrets. You just need to remember that father will always be your most solid backing." If you have any problems, you can come to me. I know. I've always known. Suzimo nodded vigorously. He didn't think he was a sentimental person. However, humans were sometimes very strange creatures. In fact, they didn't necessarily have to do something spectacular to move you to tears. Sometimes, you can tell whether a person is sincere or not by just showing some insignificant concern in life. Suzimo felt a lump in his throat. In his previous life, he had always felt that his father did not care about him. He had always felt that to his father, the sect was more important than him. But when he was thrown into the Nether Dragon Stream, his father used the power of the entire sect to take revenge for him. Some people would say that they would go through water and tread on fire for you without hesitation. However, there were only a few that could truly do it. And some people would only silently support you. This kind of silence was better than any words. It was a kind of belief. I say, when you father and son are together, can't you talk about something else? You only know how to cultivate all day. Mother Wenren said with dissatisfaction. Talk about what? At his age, the most important thing is cultivation. Su Qingshan replied. You're 15 this year, right? Have you met a girl that you like? Mother is still waiting to hold a child for you. Wenren glared at Su Qingshan and looked at Suzimo. Mother, how old am I this year? What's the rush? Suzimo quickly shook his head. Look at the fourth elder's grandson. He has over a dozen maids. Look at you. The two maids that were sent to you, Chun Xiao and Xiaqiu. You haven't even touched them. Wenren said with dissatisfaction. Sometimes, women tend to be long-winded when they talk. Wenren probably didn't see Suzimo often, so she began to chatter. What about your father? In this life, nothing is more important to him than the martial Dao. He wholeheartedly wants to enter the divine vein realm. Later, when the sect master left, he took the heavy responsibility of being the acting sect master. Now, you're just like your father when he was young. You only have cultivation in your eyes. Your mother has no interest in cultivation in this life. I just hope that you and your father will be safe. When you have children in the future, I can take care of them for you. Otherwise, in a few hundred years, my lifespan will reach its end. At that time, even if I want to take care of them for you, I won't have a chance. What nonsense are you saying in front of the children? As long as I'm here, even if I have to pay a high price, I won't let you leave me. Su Qingshan anxiously said. Then why don't you take a look at me when you have time? You only have cultivation and the sect in your mind. When Wenren heard Su Qingshan's words, she also began to feel wronged. Suzimo saw that the two of them were deeply in love and that it was time for them to show off their affection. He quickly said his goodbyes. Elders, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. If you have a girl that you like, remember to tell Mother. Mother will help you propose marriage. Wenren quickly said. Hearing his mother's words, Suzimo couldn't help but quicken his pace. In the near future, the sect's blood demon secret realm will open. I've left a spot for you. Prepare yourself. Su Qingshan's voice came from behind. Suzimo was stunned. Blood demon secret realm. The blood demon secret realm was a special secret realm in Jinwu Xingzong. A very strange creature lived inside. Blood demon. Although Suzimo had never been to the blood demon secret realm before, he had heard a lot of information about it. Although the secret realm was dangerous, it was also accompanied by opportunities. It was said that as long as one killed the blood demon inside, they could obtain a blood demon crystal. The blood demon crystal was a treasure that could strengthen a person's blood vitality. The strength of one's blood vitality not only increased one's attack power, but also one's endurance. In a battle between two cultivators of the same realm, the strength of one's blood vitality was, to a certain extent, a factor that determined the outcome. Thinking of the blood demon secret realm, Suzimo smiled. In the evolution of the River of Destiny, he had seen something different. He had originally planned to go to the Pure Moon Divine Realm later. However, before he went, Suzimo felt that the item in the blood demon secret realm might come in handy. After leaving Green Mountain Peak, Suzimo had just returned to South Goose Peak when he bumped into Lin Ruhu. Brother Zimo, I've made up my mind. Lin Ruhu hurriedly said when he saw Suzimo. No matter what, I'll respect your choice. Suzimo smiled and nodded. From the beginning, I've been cultivating so that I can be by your side. You asked me what I really think. My grandfather told me that everyone has a goal when they cultivate. Some people want to become stronger and control their own destiny. Some want to live forever. There are also some who just want to protect their loved ones. I don't have such great ambitions. Whether it's the so-called destiny or the scenery at the end of the martial path, it's not important to me. I cultivate so that I can be by your side and fight alongside you. That way, I won't have to rely on you to protect me one day, and I won't even be able to catch up to your back. Looking at Lin Ruhu's sincere face, Suzimo was slightly moved. He slowly said, just like when we were 7 years old, when we met that slant-eyed white tiger. Hearing Suzimo's words, Lin Ruhu was stunned. He asked in a daze, Brother Zimo, so you still remember that incident? Suzimo smiled. It was as if time had returned to that afternoon. When that white tiger opened its bloody mouth, he said those words. Brother, the brother is in front, and the younger brother is behind. That's why I have to protect you. Lin Ruhu's chubby face was filled with stubbornness. He shook his head and replied, I'm not leaving. Either we run or we die together. At that time, the two of them had not come into contact with cultivation. Fortunately, Lin Ruhu had a heaven-grade dagger on him. In the end, the two of them were covered in wounds, but they still managed to deal with that slant-eyed white tiger. Later on, Suzimo found out that when the two of them had escaped from the sect to play, someone had secretly followed behind them to protect them. Back then, it was also that person who had secretly dealt with that slant-eyed white tiger. Suzimo knew that the incident had greatly affected Lin Ruhu. It was also the source of Lin Ruhu's vow to stay by his side. He smiled, looked at Lin Ruhu, and said, I did forget in the past, but the heavens gave me another chance. Now I remember. Lin Ruhu scratched his head and smiled. Although he didn't understand what Suzimo meant by a second chance, he was still very happy. This time, let us brothers work together to reach the end of the heaven's will. Suzimo patted Lin Ruhu's shoulder and smiled. Lin Ruhu nodded heavily. There were still 2 days before the Blood Demon Mystic Realm opened. During these 2 days, Suzimo did not cultivate. It was a rare opportunity for him to relax. Furthermore, he had just stabilized his true fate world. During this time, he could better adapt to this new power. The setting sun dyed the boundless horizon, the birds and the evening glow were reflected in the dusk, and the gentle evening breeze blew gently across their faces. Suzimo was lying on a chair in the courtyard, playing with the dark sky tiger he had raised. Although the name Situguden was somewhat ordinary, as his pet, there would be a day when its name would shake the continent. The little tiger had already passed its infancy stage and had officially entered adulthood. Its body was slightly larger than Suzimo's, and the black fur on its body was more exuberant. The pair of thin cicada-like wings on its back had also become much larger. In the past, the little tiger was still young, so he didn't dare to ride it. However, now that it had grown so big, Suzimo felt that it would be useful. Riding on an emperor-level demonic beast should be very eye-catching. Guden, who was playing with butterflies and the spirit herbs and flowers, saw Suzimo's indescribable smile. For some reason, he felt a chill run down his spine. He suddenly had a bad premonition. The origin of the story began with Xianxia the Great carrying the mandate of heaven. At that time, the Desolation era was still dominated by demonic beasts. However, at some point, there was a legend about the mandate of heaven. It was said that the one who carried the mandate of heaven would be invincible. After a series of competitions and battles, no one expected that the first mandate of heaven would be obtained by an unknown human boy. Some people said that Xianxia the Great started the era of emperors. In fact, at that time, many demonic beasts were still dreaming of their own dominating era. Until that battle, when Xianxia the Great started a shocking battle with 10 divine beasts. That day, blood splattered all over the earth. The sky roared, and the divine beast's painful cries resounded throughout the Yuanyang continent. That man was bathed in blood. His aura was like a long river rushing for 90,000 miles. Sword Qi hung upside down in the sky for 100,000 years. Behind him were the corpses of the 9 divine beasts. At that moment, people realized something. People really knew that man. His name was Zhenwu. He carried the mandate of heaven. He was the first person of the human race. He started the era of emperors. All the demonic beasts hid in a corner and trembled. The glory that belonged to them was gone. The desolation era was over. People were cheering and celebrating the arrival of a new era. 9 of the 10 divine beasts died in battle, and 1 escaped with serious injuries. The glory of the demonic beasts was destined to decline. At the place where the 9 demonic beasts had fallen, their blood had polluted the land, and all the creatures there had mutated. Because of this, a new species was born, the blood demon. Zhenwu the great emperor sealed that land, but the blood demon's evil aura was too strong. Every 3 years, the seal would be broken. Zhenwu Xingzong's disciples had to enter the seal and kill the blood demons to reduce the evil aura. But later, people found that the blood demons were formed by the contamination of the 9 divine beasts' blood. After killing the blood demons, one could obtain the blood demon crystals in their bodies. These blood demon crystals more or less contained the blood chi of the 9 divine beasts. Absorbing the blood chi of these blood demon crystals could strengthen the cultivator's blood chi. As a result, what was originally a tedious task of killing blood demons turned into a mystic realm just like that. Before Zhenwu the great emperor ascended, he originally wanted to destroy the blood demon's secret realm. After all, humans from the desolation era hated the demonic beasts. But in the end, this place was left behind for 2 reasons. First, the existence of this blood demon's secret realm could constantly supervise Zhenwu Xingzong and provide a place for his disciples to train. Second, the blood demon crystals. With the blood demon crystals, this place was a treasure trove. A few days later, the blood demon's secret realm opened. The disciples who were preparing to enter stood at the entrance and lined up. In fact, the qualifications to enter the blood demon's secret realm were not very strict. First, all the core disciples of the sect could participate. Second, the top 10 disciples of the Hidden Dragon ranking and Crouching Tiger ranking could also participate. Third, some elders juniors could also participate. After all, as long as it was not overboard, everyone would turn a blind eye to it. Early in the morning, Su Zimo, Lin Ruhu, and Xiao Gizi headed for the blood demon's secret realm. "How's Yan Buhui doing recently?" Su Zimo looked at Xiao Gizi and asked. "I heard that he left the sect a while ago and hasn't returned yet." "He probably won't be able to participate in the blood demon's secret realm this time," Xiao Gizi replied. Su Zimo rubbed his chin. According to the timeline of his previous life, Yan Buhui should be about to receive the Sword God's inheritance at this time. Su Zimo didn't know how Yan Buhui received the inheritance, but he still remembered the time very clearly. It seemed that after leaving the sect and returning, Yan Buhui began to stand out. He was already very talented and could comprehend sword intent. The Sword God's inheritance opened a door to a whole new world for him. From then on, he became one of the top young disciples of Zhenwu Xingzong. Later on, he achieved great success in his sword Dao and came to the northwest city, overthrowing the entire Huang family. For a time, the name of the sword saint spread throughout the eastern continent. Before going to the blood demon's secret realm, Su Zimo went to visit his father, Su Qingshan, at the Green Mountain Peak. After asking for an item from his father, he came to the blood demon's secret realm. There was already a long queue in front of the blood demon's secret realm. Most of the disciples here were inner and outer sect disciples. There weren't many core disciples. After all, core disciples cultivated to the Zun Meridian realm and had to walk their own martial path. They had to experience the mortal world and comprehend their own martial path amidst the setbacks and hardships. It was very difficult to achieve anything by staying in the sect. Su Zimo took a look. There were about 5 or 6 core disciples. His father, Su Qingshan's eldest disciple, Mengqua, the great elder's disciple, Zhong Xian, the second elder's eldest disciple, Xiao Xinghe, Luong, and Kai Yufei. At the front of the queue, the person in charge of opening the secret realm was one of the top inner sect elders, Elder Feng. His Emperor Meridian realm cultivation was as vast as the sea. His entire person was unfathomable. He waved his hands lightly in the air, and the air in front of him rippled. His true fate was a crescent moon. When it appeared, the crescent moon hung in the air. Even though it was daytime, the crescent moon was still as bright and pure as the moon in the sky. As Elder Feng's hands fell, a rumbling sound came from the space in front of him. With a cracking sound, the space in front of him shattered, and the shattered area formed the shape of a door. There was a very strong smell of blood coming from the door. There was an incomparable blood aura roaring like a sea of blood, as if it wanted to rush out from the door. "Go on in," Elder Feng said calmly. Some of the disciples who had been to the blood demon mystic realm before were still fine. However, many of the disciples who were here for the first time turned pale when they saw the scene inside. Although this was an opportunity, it was also accompanied by danger. Su Zimo and the other two walked through the door. As their vision lit up, everyone stared blankly at the scene inside. The horizon was so vast that one couldn't see the end of it. The yellow soil was swirling up a sandstorm as it whizzed past the horizon. The blood-colored wind danced in the sky, making a woo-woo-woo sound. It was as if someone was wailing in their ears. The road under their feet was all yellow sand. However, there were some blood-colored streaks mixed in the yellow sand. When they stepped on it, the creaking sound made them feel very uncomfortable. The sky above them was blood-colored. There was no sun, and it was a shocking blood-red color. "Is this the blood demon mystic realm?" Xiaogizi looked around in surprise. "Let's go forward. Although there are many blood demons here, their attacks are not strong," Su Zimo said. Not long after they walked, they heard a roar. At the front, a creature that looked like a human was blocking their path. Although this creature looked like a human, it was not much different from a monkey. It was on all fours. After crawling on the ground for 2 steps, it would jump up and down twice. Its entire body was blood red, and there was a very strong stench on it. "This is a blood demon?" "It doesn't look scary," Xiaogizi said. He took out his iron rod and was about to kill the blood demon when he saw a sword light shoot out from the side. The sword light directly cut the blood demon into pieces. The blood demon did not even have time to scream. The sword light was very fast. Xiaogizi turned around and saw the great elder's disciple, Xianxia, standing to the side. He was dressed in a red robe and holding a sword. "What are you doing?" "We found this blood demon first," Xiaogizi said with a frown. "Does it mean that it's yours just because you found it first?" Xianxia snorted coldly. He went to the place where the blood demon died and took out the blood demon crystal. Su Zimo glanced at Xianxia. He did not know if the other party did it intentionally or not. "It's fine. Let's go." Su Zimo smiled at Xiaogizi. He was not angry. Xiaogizi glared at Xianxia angrily before leaving with Su Zimo. However, no matter where Su Zimo and the others went, Xianxia followed behind them. Whenever they encountered a blood demon, he would always be the first to kill it. Because he was at the venerable bloodline realm, Lin Ruhu and Xiaogizi could not compete with him even if Su Zimo did not make a move. Su Zimo glanced at Xianxia. He was sure that the other party was deliberately targeting him. However, this was interesting. He did not come to the blood demon secret realm for the blood demon crystal. He was looking for something. He originally planned to use the half-step holy bloodline jade pendant that his father gave him. Now, it seemed that someone had given him a pillow. "You have to be careful. Don't lose them," Su Zimo said to Xianxia with a smile. Xianxia frowned slightly as he watched Su Zimo leave. In fact, the Great Elder had instructed him to do this. After returning from the painting palace in Ziyang City, the Great Elder had also discovered that his grandson, Xianxia, was acting strangely. This guy was now very afraid of Su Zimo. Sometimes, when he slept at night, he would dream of Xiangxi's head being placed in front of him. Then, he would wake up from his nightmares. If it were just some quarrels between the younger generation, the Great Elder would not interfere. However, this time, his grandson's Dao heart was clearly unstable. There were only 2 possibilities for an unstable Dao heart. One was to overcome one's mental demons and be reborn, making one's Dao heart stronger. The other was to completely sink into depravity and live in someone else's shadow for the rest of one's life. It was destined that one would not achieve much in this life. Xianxia actually looked down on Xiaoxingyu a little. This was because his life had been smooth sailing since he was young. He had not experienced any hardships at all. As the Great Elder's grandson, he was doted on by the Great Elder. He did not lack resources or connections. He was also a little overlord in the sect. A child raised in such a way would only end up as a good-for-nothing. This was a world where the strong were respected. Any strong person was an executioner with hands stained with blood. However, Xianxia actually became timid just because he saw his good friend being killed by Su Zimo with his own eyes. This kind of thing was like keeping a bird in a cage since it was young. It did not have to worry about anything when it opened its mouth to eat. Later, when the bird grew up, it would realize that the bird was useless other than being an ornamental bird. It could not even fly, let alone fly in the sky to find its own food, compete with its own kind, and avoid its natural enemies. Yellow sand filled the sky, burying the entire world. The further they went, the more blood demons they encountered. Su Zimo could not be bothered to kill these blood demons. However, Xianxia was very active. His sword aura was domineering, and it was as if Su Zimo and the others were kill-stealing. He killed all the blood demons he encountered along the way. Seeing Xianxia fighting a bloody battle ahead, Su Zimo yawned and waved his hand. "Don't worry, take your time. There are still many more to come. We won't fight with you." Is this something a human should say? Xianxia turned to look at Su Zimo. For some reason, he felt a little sour in his heart. He originally wanted to kill-steal with Su Zimo and let Su Zimo gain nothing on this trip. However, looking at the current situation, he felt as if he had become the vanguard. Bastard, no matter what, I'm still Zhenwu Xingzong's core disciple and a venerated pulse expert. Now, I've fallen to such a state. But if I don't kill-steal, I'll be letting Master down. Xianxia felt conflicted. Right now, not only did he hate Su Zimo, but he also hated Xianxia. Su Zimo found a direction and kept walking forward. The further they went, the larger the yellow sand around them became. The bloody wind on the horizon mixed with the bloody sky, and the color of the sand became darker. Even the sand under their feet became wet. It was as if a basin of bloody water had been poured on the sky, and a bloody rain began to fall from the horizon. Xianxia frowned, and for some reason, he felt depressed. "Where are you guys going?" Xianxia asked Su Zimo. "Why, are you scared?" Xiaogizi looked at Xianxia proudly and said, "Say, should I call you a follower? Or an annoying fly? You're courting death." Xianxia roared. His aura surged and the sword in his hand hummed. "Come on, kill me." "Killing a fellow disciple is a capital offense," Xiaogizi said arrogantly. "If you have the ability, then kill us all." "Do you dare?" Xianxia glanced at Su Zimo. It wasn't that he didn't dare to kill them. If they died here, who would know that he was the one who killed them? He could use the blood demon as an excuse. However, he knew that Su Zimo had a trump card given to him by Su Qingshan. He couldn't kill Su Zimo. Once the matter was exposed, he would die without a doubt. "You don't have to provoke me." Xianxia calmed down and said, "No matter where you go, I will follow you." Su Zimo smiled and led Xiaogizi and the others forward. The deeper they went, the more unusual the color of blood in the sky became. It looked very demonic. Blood rain fell from the sky. However, the strange thing was that these raindrops would disappear when they fell on their bodies, leaving no trace behind. They walked for a long time, but they didn't encounter a single blood demon. Finally, a very wide and deep pit blocked the path of Su Zimo and the others. There were many deep pits in the surroundings. They couldn't see the bottom of the pit. It was as deep as an abyss. It was obvious that a great battle had taken place here. Su Zimo looked at everyone and smiled. Then, he took out a horn from his storage ring and blew it. The sound of the horn was very strange. It was as if it was transmitting something. For some reason, when they heard the sound of the horn, the blood in everyone's body surged. Hot blood surged to their hearts. The blood vessels hidden under their skin all exploded as if they were about to explode. When the bugle horn sounded, 9 different beastly roars sounded in the sky. The color of the blood in the sky became even more demonic. Immediately afterward, everyone saw 9 mythological beast shadows rise into the air from the deep pits. These 9 mythological beast shadows were Hun Dun, Xianxia, Ho, Tao Tai, Hell Snake, Xian Bird, Tao Wu, Icehorn Demonic Dragon, and Bian. When these 9 mythological beast shadows appeared, they roared into the sky and started to condense. The blood rain in the sky became heavier and heavier. It was as if the entire blood demon mystic realm was about to be drowned. The earth started to shake. Bolts of silvery white lightning flashed through the blood rain like dragons. The 9 mythological beast shadows in the sky were still roaring and condensing. Xianxia took a step back and roared at Su Zimo, "What are you doing?" Back then, Emperor Zhenwu slew these 9 mythological beasts and ended the desolate era. Are you going to revive these mythological beasts today and become the sinner of the entire human race? You have to understand one thing. Su Zimo looked at Xianxia and said with a faint smile, "Unless you jump out of the river of destiny, your fate is already set. There's no possibility of reviving a dead creature. Then what are you trying to do?" Xianxia was stunned for a moment before realizing that he had overreacted when he saw the 9 mythological beasts from the ancient times. "What do you think?" Su Zimo asked with a smile. "Madman, I'll report this matter to the deputy sect master." Xianxia glanced at Su Zimo. The pressure in his heart grew stronger and stronger. In the end, he chose to leave. "Since you're here, don't be in such a hurry to leave." Su Zimo smiled. The spirit energy in his body surged, and he threw the level 6 array disc toward Xianxia. This level 6 array disc was given to him by Luong previously. He had never used it before. At this moment, the array disc was activated. An endless murderous aura spread between heaven and earth. Tens of thousands of sharp swords soared into the sky and stabbed into the ground around Xianxia. They densely surrounded Xianxia. Hundreds of sharp swords trembled at the same time. Sword chi soared into the sky as if they were going to cut all the creatures in the sword array into powder. The level 6 brilliant sword prison array was one of Lu Ang's proudest formations. It was said that among the 5 disciples of the 10,000 formation array, Lu Zilu was the best at killing, and Qi Zi was the most illusory. When this formation was activated, Xianxia's expression changed slightly. Although he was now at the peak of the Venerable Pulse realm, he did not dare to be careless in front of a level 6 formation, let alone a killing formation with the strongest lethality. The 9 mythological beasts in the sky were at the final stage of merging. Su Zimo motioned for Lin Ruhu and Xiao Gizi to retreat. A majestic beast aura swept across heaven and earth. The 9 mythological beasts merged into a giant. It was at least 100 feet tall, with a human body and a beast head. There were 9 heads on its neck. They were the appearances of the 9 mythological beasts when they were alive. At this moment, the 9 heads roared at the sky at the same time. The deafening sound resounded through heaven and earth, and the space began to shatter. The monster descended from the sky and stomped on the ground. The ground trembled and cracks spread under its feet. "Senior apprentice brother Zhong, enjoy the feast that I prepared for you," Su Zimo said, laughing heartily as he led the others to retreat. "You tricked me." Xianxia roared at Su Zimo in a sorry state as he dodged the attacks of the sword prison. "How can you call this a trap between cultivators? Didn't you want to come with us?" Su Zimo shook his head. The horn he blew just now was from his father. Su Qingshan had received Great Emperor Zhenwu's inheritance, and this horn was left behind by Great Emperor Zhenwu. As for the horn, it wasn't played randomly. It was an ancient battle song. Back then, after Great Emperor Zhenwu inherited the mandate of heaven, the demon race launched an earth-shattering war against the human race under the leadership of the 10 great divine beasts. When the battle song was played, the demon race would revive their former glory. They would shine like the scorching sun for eternity. They were the demon race. They were the rulers of the desolation era. The demon race would never retreat. The demon race would never surrender. When the soul-stirring battle song was played, the demon race would welcome the light and splendor. They would sprinkle their blood and abandon their lives. They would revive their race, just like the glory of the desolation era. Unfortunately, the man named Great Emperor Zhenwu was too powerful. He only glanced down from the heavens, and 10,000 worlds fell into oblivion with a single glance. Great Emperor Zhenwu used the horn of one of the 9. divine beasts, the ice-armored demonic dragon, to make this horn. He used it as a souvenir of his battle. Therefore, when Su Zimo held the divine beast horn and blew the war song that they used to go to war, the remnant souls of the 9 divine beasts that were sleeping underground finally woke up. When Great Emperor Zhenwu killed the 9 divine beasts, most of their remnant souls were destroyed. The remaining ones weren't enough to reach the apex. However, after tens of thousands of years of recovery, these remnant souls now had consciousness. A single remnant soul might not be powerful, but when the 9 of them fused together, their strength was almost equivalent to the Emperor Vane realm. I know you're the son of the Vice Sect Master and have many treasures on you. Do you think I didn't prepare? Xianxia looked at Su Zimo and snorted. He took out a talisman from his storage ring. This talisman was black. When it appeared, the surrounding sword chi attacking Xianxia instantly slowed down. As strands of spirit chi were emitted from the talisman, the entire formation actually trembled and was on the verge of collapse. Formation-breaking talisman. Xiao Gizi looked at the talisman and exclaimed in surprise. This talisman can break any formation below the 7th level, Xianxia replied with a light snort. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. He did not expect Xianxia to have such a treasure. The array-breaking talisman was a very rare item. Why was it rare? In the Yuanyang continent, every martial artist who had reached the Venerable Pulse realm wanted to embark on their own martial path. Array masters also wanted to carve out their own path. The ultimate goal of every array master was to one day develop an array without any weaknesses. The array master profession was almost as old as the martial artist profession. As everyone knew, regardless of the type of array master, whether it was a god rank array formation or a mortal rank array formation, they all had an array core. Generally, people only needed to find the array core to destroy an array formation. Moreover, most array formations had more than one weakness. After millions of years of hard work, array masters gradually reduced the flaws of array formations. Currently, the most powerful array formation known was the 6 elements indestructible array left behind by the Tao Array Great Emperor. This array formation had reduced its flaws to the extreme. People who were trapped in the array formation could not break it from the inside. Unless someone could forcefully destroy the array formation from the outside. All array masters in the Yuanyang continent regarded the 6 elements indestructible array as the pinnacle of array formations. The problem of array formations being unable to be broken from the inside had been solved. Now, many people were studying how to prevent array formations from being broken from the outside. They strived to create an unbreakable array formation that could not be broken from the inside out. In terms of the law of development of all things, this theory was actually absurd. There was no such thing as an unbreakable array formation in the world. The long river of fate would leave a glimmer of hope for all things. However, this idea was the goal of many array masters in their lives. That was why such a strange phenomenon had occurred in the Yuanyang continent. Low-level array masters did not have a strong sense of belonging to array formations. They wanted to refine array-breaking talismans but could only give up because they were not strong enough. Although high-level array masters could refine array-breaking talismans, they felt that array-breaking talismans were an insult to array masters and array masters. Every array master should strive to create an unbreakable array formation instead of trying to break other people's array formations. This was the opposite of the ultimate goal of array formations. It was not in line with the vision in their hearts. Therefore, this strange phenomenon was that low-level array masters wanted to refine array-breaking talismans but were not strong enough. High-level array masters could refine array-breaking talismans but were unwilling to do so. This also led to the lack of array-breaking talismans. Take Zhenwu Xingzong's 7th elder, Elder Wan Zhen, for example. He was a level 7 array master. Logically speaking, with his existence, Zhenwu Xingzong should not be lacking array-breaking talismans. However, Elder Wan Zhen had never refined array-breaking talismans. Ordinary array masters would not refine array-breaking talismans unless they owed someone a big favor or had no other choice. Array masters who helped others refine array-breaking talismans would not be recognized by this circle. They would even be spurned by all array masters in the world. At this moment, Su Zimo looked at the array-breaking talisman in Xianxia's hand and was slightly surprised. As the array-breaking talisman dispersed in the array-breaking talisman, cracks appeared on the originally tottering array-breaking talisman. In the end, it exploded and completely shattered. At this moment, the monster formed by the 9 beast shadows had completely merged. It looked at Xianxia with its fist-sized eyes and directly stomped over. At this moment, without the restriction of the array-breaking talisman, Xianxia did not intend to continue fighting. He was ready to escape and report the situation here to the sect. Seeing that Xianxia was about to escape, Suzimo directly pulled out the tyrannical shadow and charged over. Seeing Suzimo charging towards him, Xianxia laughed contemptuously. He was a venerable pulse powerhouse. Suzimo had only cultivated for a short period of time, yet he dared to overestimate himself and challenge him. The 6th form of the 19 forms of the Dao Querying, Blade of Massacre. When the boundless blood chi filled the blade and charged towards Xianxia. Xianxia was enveloped by the vast sea of blood and was a little shocked. When the curved blade collided with the sharp sword, Xianxia felt a strong force pass through him. He almost lost his grip on the long sword in his hand. However, Suzimo did not give him time to rest. Suzimo slowly raised the tip of his scimitar, and the scimitar followed its trajectory and drew a large circle in the air. A mysterious aura was emitted from the blade. The 7th form of the 19 forms of the Dao Querying, Wind and Cloud Dragon. As the low murmur sounded in Xianxia's ears, the world fell silent. It was as if the cold wind from the north had rushed out of the blood demon mystic realm and the warm wind from the scorching sun. The wind blew and the clouds rolled in the sky, as if an ancient dragon was roaring. At that moment, all living beings were lost in the wind and clouds, trembling in the dragon's roar. All that was left in front of Xianxia was that blade. Wind and Cloud Dragon. I'm an author. I don't have feelings. I'm an author. I'm panicking right now. First of all, before I give a series of thanks, let's get down to business. Xiaoer, take my pangu axe and peel an apple for everyone here. Don't worry, listen to me slowly. The VIP chapters will be released at 12 p.m. tonight, which means the book will be published. There will be at least 5 chapters on the first day. As for how many chapters there will be, let's see how much I can write. It might be 7 or 10 chapters, which will probably kill me. I bragged to them in the group that I wanted 10 chapters. Reality proved that I was slapped in the face. An author who didn't have a lot of chapters didn't even dare to speak up. Subscription. Subscription. Subscription, look at the 3 exclamation marks, what do you see? That's right, subscription. Subscription is very important for a book. Here's a reminder to the readers of QQ Reading. If you want to subscribe, try to subscribe to Qidian Chinese Network. Qidian and QQ Reading are interconnected. After you subscribe to Qidian, you can read on QQ Reading for free. This is a perfect solution. Some people don't like to read on Qidian, so you can subscribe on Qidian and read on QQ Reading. How cool is that? You can understand that spending the same amount of money is slightly more troublesome, but the support for the author is different. That's all for the subscription. I don't know how to ask for a subscription. Or he. Or whining. The second is about the issue of additional chapters. 100 monthly votes plus 1 chapter, 10,000 recommendation votes plus 1 chapter. Tipping the branch leader plus 1 chapter, so on and so forth. Guildmaster, 10 chapters, I look at my current tipping. I owe a lot of tipping. Guildmaster of Heavenly Law. 10 chapters. Wind, 4 chapters. Previously I had 1, now I have 3 chapters left. I'm so handsome, 3 chapters. Suzuki, 2 chapters. Same time, Sword Sister, Suyang Sensei, Patrick Star, Drunken Bideo, a total of 5 chapters. A total of 23 chapters. QQ Reading seems to have 4 branch leaders. Suzuki, Nanmo, Time Qianma, Flowing Space. After I pay off my debt on Qidian, I'll give you guys more chapters. Next, it was time for the doggy author to thank him. First of all, I wanted to thank myself. It wasn't because of how well I wrote, but because of how handsome I was. Thank you, Editor Qilin. Actually, Qilin is very busy and we don't talk much. I reckon that Qilin's handsomeness is second only to mine. Actually, there are some things that I don't dare to say to the Qilin. Here, I want to bare my heart. Great Qilin, I announce you. I want to give birth to monkeys for you. Roar 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 carrot oh carrot, thank you, Alliance Master Tiandao, alias Chu Liuxiong. I like to call him Brother Tiandao. He was an extremely coquettish person. In any case, when he was in the group, he would flirt with girls whenever he saw one. Brother Heavenly Dao, sob sob sob. Thanks to I'm so handsome. Did you hear that name? The name I'm so handsome was a combination of inwardly coquettish and outwardly coquettish. Actually, I still have a grudge with I'm super handsome. At that time, many readers asked me to create a QQ group. I was afraid that no one would join and it would be awkward. It was a small group of 200 people, but it was full in no time. Then, the group will be upgraded. Do you understand Ting Sun's father's famous words, young man, do you want to become stronger? Spend money. So, I tearfully became a super member for a month and upgraded the group to 500 people. Then, the group was full again. I turned my head and Ting Sun's father seemed to be smiling at me. His smile was as bright as a flower blooming. Young man, do you want to become stronger? Continue to spend money. I took a look. If I wanted to upgrade the group to 1,000 people, I would have to become a super member for a year. It would require 240 yuan. You also know that I've only earned 30 yuan from writing novels until now. Sob sob sob. I haven't seen the other rewards yet. Then, I'm super handsome found me. He told me, give me the position of the group owner, and I'll upgrade you. I told him, you're not a super member for a year. You can't upgrade. A few seconds later, he sent me a message. I've opened it. I can upgrade now. You can understand how I feel when I see the message from I'm super handsome. Men will be silent when they hear it, women will cry when they hear it. I want to be like him, I can be domineering, I have no worries, I'm very awesome, I don't even blink, I opened a super member without saying anything. Unfortunately, I'm a poor guy. A poor guy doesn't deserve to be the group owner. I passed on the position to him and made him the group owner. Once, I was the prettiest guy in the group, once, my group title was the most handsome author in history. Now, my title is the ugliest author in history, they often make me cosplay as all kinds of sauces. Can you understand my pain? I lit a cigarette and looked at the disappearing desk. My gaze was deep and my expression was indifferent. There was a hint of bitterness at the corner of my mouth. Alright, I can't make it up anymore. I just want to say something to I'm super handsome. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, don't bully the young for being poor, bully the young for being poor, the young for being poor, the young for being poor, poor. Thank you to Suifeng. I don't chat much with Suifeng, but he often encourages me and helps promote my book. To be honest, Suifeng is a decent person, well, he's a decent person. As for whether he's decent or not, I don't know. Thank you to Jianqi. I usually call him Jianqi Mimi. Jianqi Mimi brother Ma by entrance area, let me tell you a story about Jianqi. His life is full of inspiration. When I first created the group, Jianqi was just a small member of the group. Once, he acted cool and was attacked by the other group members until he left the group. Didn't I set a rule at that time that those who rewarded the leader could be given to the manager? Actually, I didn't do this to earn money. I was just afraid that if there were too many people to manage, I wouldn't know how to split them. That's why I set this rule. Well, I admit it, I'm actually eager for a reward, Later, Jianqi directly sent me a message and replied with 2 words in a very cold manner, manager. Then, I saw his leader's reward. You can imagine, the man who was attacked by others until he left the group and had nothing. When he returned again, he had already become a high and mighty manager. The manager's aura surged like a rainbow. With just a casual glance, the group members who used to attack him hid in a corner and trembled. What does this story tell us? Is Jianqi awesome? No, no, no. Only by spending money can you become strong. Although you're poor, you're strong. Thank you, Mushan Cici. How do you evaluate this person? He has a heart that flies, but because he's usually very busy, he rarely chats. He's a decent person, but I don't know if he's decent or not. Actually, there are also some brothers like Drunken Bideo, Nan Mo, Crab Ro Bun, Teacher Su Yong, Patrick Star, and Time Chianma. Maybe we don't chat much, but your support is engraved in our hearts. Here, I also want to thank a brother from Peach Blossom Deity. Since my last book, he's been voting for me every day. He probably hasn't stopped. I want to thank him. When the group was first created, it was a group of boys. You also know that it's very dangerous for boys to be outside. It's very scary. Later, there were some girls in the group, like Fan Fan, Dizai, 16, Chi-Chi, Xiao Momo. Thank you for your support. When I looked back, I realized that. Damn, I typed more than 2,000 words in this speech. With this amount of time, I could write a chapter. I wanted to be pitiful, but I realized that the more I wrote, the happier I became. I couldn't be pitiful. I wanted to ask for subscriptions, but I realized that this speech didn't write much. If I asked for subscriptions, I would be thanking them. To be honest, the results of this book are very important to me. Although I'm a flirt, if the results of the book are really bad. Looking at those few subscriptions every day, I think my mentality will collapse. I hope that everyone can support me more. Also, I'm very serious here to thank the readers who support the original book. Maybe you won't subscribe to my book, but as long as you support the original book and other authors you like, I should thank you all. It's you all who allowed the novel industry to develop. If it wasn't for you, if everyone went to read pirated versions, if you can get something without sewing, if the fruits of other people's labor aren't respected. There are only 2 points for the future development of novels. First, no one will write novels. If it doesn't earn money, look at how many people will write books now. Of course, this possibility isn't high. Second, the website will use the law to crack down on piracy. After all, piracy is stealing the success of other people's labor. It's illegal in itself. But fortunately, there are still readers like you who support the original book. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for meeting me. Thank you for accompanying me. Also, thank you for being handsome when this blade exploded in front of him. Xianxia instinctively raised his sword to meet it. Next, a power that seemed to originate from nothingness spread out from the blade, and Xianxia was sent flying. How is this possible? He was shocked. He couldn't even resist the power of this blade. And the direction in which he was sent flying was where the monster was. The monster punched at Xianxia. Xianxia didn't even have time to react before he was smashed into the ground. He coughed a few times and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Xianxia looked up at the monster in front of him. This monster's strength was barely at the Emperor Vane realm, and it didn't have much intelligence. But after all, it was once a divine beast. The majestic divine aura on its body suppressed everything. The divine aura was like a tsunami rolling up thousands of huge waves. If it was a demon beast in front of him, he probably wouldn't even be able to move. Fortunately, Xianxia was a human. The bloodline suppression wasn't so strong. His body's movements were just a little slower. This monster's divine aura was like a gravitational space. Xianxia didn't want to fight with it. After all, Suzimo was still watching from the side. But now, with the suppression of the divine aura, Xianxia knew that if he didn't get rid of the monster first, he wouldn't have a chance to escape. He dodged the monster's attack by a hair's breadth. He cleared his mind and slowly raised the long sword in his hand. At this moment, he closed his eyes tightly. The long sword emitted an endless golden light. The long sword was like a scorching sun, shining brightly on the blade. Everyone had their own legends. People often sang about those heroes who were respected by the world. Their stories had been passed down for thousands of years and recorded thousands of times. But in this world, heroes weren't the only ones with stories. There were many people who weren't even cared about in the past. You, me, perhaps everyone, no matter if they were strong or weak, no matter if they were born noble or not, had their own stories. Xianxia ranked 48th on the world ranking list. He was known as the Flowing Light Swordsman. Xianxia remembered very clearly that he was blind from the day he was born. He couldn't see the outside world. Because of his uniqueness, no one was willing to make friends with him. Everything he knew was obtained from the stories told by others. For example, the sky was blue, and the clouds were white. The little girl who told him the story told him that she was very good-looking with distinct facial features, but she looked a little silly when she smiled. Later, the girl who told her the story left. She heard that she was bitten by a poisonous snake when she went up the mountain to pick herbs. At that time, he longed for the light, longed to see the world. Until one day, an old man came to the small town where he lived. He had come into contact with a mysterious and unpredictable new world from the old man, and this was the first time the word cultivation had appeared in his mind. I heard from the people in the town that you are so powerful that you killed a white tiger with a single finger. Are you an immortal? The old man looked at him and smiled. He waved his hands in front of his eyes and asked, "You can't see?" "Yes, can you help me?" "Remember, child, other than your parents, no one in this world will help you for no reason. The only thing you can rely on is yourself." "Then what should I do?" "In my opinion, everyone has two pairs of eyes, a pair of hard eyes and a pair of clear eyes. The clear eyes allow you to understand the world and see the things on the surface. The hard eyes allow you to understand the world on a deeper level. Although your clear eyes are blind, your hard eyes are still bright." "How can I open the hard eyes?" At that time, he was young and confused. "Carefully feel the world," the old man replied. Before he left, he gave him a token. He told him that if he could open the hard eyes one day, he could come to Xianxia to find him. From then on, Xianxia knew that he had a goal in life. He began to try to feel the world. The flow of the river, the heat of the flames, the noise of the wind, the cold stones. He learned to feel the world, to feel the existence and changes of all things. Until one day, he saw a ray of light. It was the first ray of light he saw in his life. In those dull and dark years, he saw light for the first time. From then on, that ray of light was always with him. Even after his eyes were cured, he was still used to looking at the world with his hard eyes. Later, he found out that the old man who gave him the hint was the great elder of Xianxia. Xianxia closed his eyes. That ray of light flickered on the tip of his sword. The reason why he was called the flowing light swordsman. The fundamental reason was that his sword was very fast as light. Xianxia slowly swung his sword. To Lin Ruhu and the others, this sword seemed very slow, as if it could be easily dodged. But in the next second, Xianxia appeared at the monster's neck. On the monster's huge body, there was a very obvious sword mark. Its ferocious head fell from its neck, and the monster didn't even have time to react. Xianxia stood with his sword in hand. His red robe was reflected in the blood spurting out from the monster's neck. Xianxia turned his head and pointed his sword at Suzimo. He rarely used this ray of light before, because he had a premonition. Ever since his eyes were restored, his heart's eye was getting weaker and weaker. Although he always wanted to use his heart's eye to look at the world, for some reason, his heart's eye was not as bright as it was when he first started cultivating. He could also clearly feel that his perception of this ray of light was getting weaker and weaker. Xianxia even had a premonition that if he used this ray of light a few more times, he might not be able to sense it anymore in the future. So he rarely used it now, and only used it as his trump card. Xianxia looked at Suzimo indifferently. Just as he was about to swing his sword at Suzimo, a big hand suddenly rose from the ground and pinched him in the palm of its hand. Xianxia was shocked. He turned his head with difficulty and saw that the monster without a head stood up again. It seemed that the existence of the head was not important to the monster at all. The monster pinched him, and its right hand suddenly exerted force. Xianxia only felt a strong force coming from all directions. He was suffocating, and his body felt like it was going to be crushed to pieces. He waved the sword in his hand with difficulty. With a swoosh, the dazzling sword light directly cut off the monster's right arm. Xianxia was able to get away after the right arm fell from the body. He frowned and looked at the monster. He waved the sword in his hand again, and with a few consecutive slashes, the monster that was still struggling was instantly torn into pieces. At this moment, an oppressive sword aura came from behind him. Xianxia didn't need to guess to know who it was. He was about to turn around and fight when he realized that the monster that he had torn apart was still moving. Even though it had no head or limbs. The monster's remaining body was still charging toward him. Xianxia was caught between a rock and a hard place. He could only take a gamble. This monster had no intelligence at all. If he didn't defend himself, he would probably be seriously injured even if he didn't die. He was betting that Suzimo wouldn't dare to kill him. After all, they were from the same sect, and it would be difficult to explain to the Great Elder. Xianxia gritted his teeth and slashed at the monster with his sword. This sword carried an extreme light. Under the sword, the monster's remaining body exploded. At this moment, Xianxia felt a sharp pain in his back. The scimitar had sunk into his chest. Moreover, this scimitar carried an extreme storm. When the scimitar entered his body, he heard a roar in his ears. It was as if there was a wave of energy wantonly destroying his body. "How dare you?" Xianxia turned to look at Suzimo. Blood seemed to spurt out of his mouth. "Don't be silly. There's nothing in this world that I don't dare to do. It's just whether I'm willing to do it or not and whether it's worth it." Suzimo shook his head and smiled. The next moment, he pulled out the scimitar. The powerful force had completely wreaked havoc in Xianxia's body. Xianxia seemed to hear a dragon's roar. The 7th move of the 19 moves of Dao querying, Wind and Cloud Dragon. Suzimo's murmurs from before seemed to ring in his ears again. With a boom, Xianxia's body directly exploded. Suzimo looked at the fragments of the explosion and then looked at the monster at the side. Although this monster had been torn apart by Xianxia, it still had tenacious vitality. It gathered together again and started a new fusion. Rather than saying that it couldn't be killed, it was more accurate to say that it was very difficult to kill. If he were to fight this monster one-on-one, Suzimo felt that his chances of winning were not high. After all, he was only at the Void Pulse realm, and this monster's strength was comparable to an Emperor Pulse realm expert. However, it had no intelligence and its attacks were passive. It had no combat experience at all. It would take some time for the monster to fuse. Everything Xianxia had done before was to buy time for Suzimo. Otherwise, he would have to use the token given to him by his father. Then, Suzimo had Xiaogizi and Lin Ruhu attack the fusion of the monster's body to delay its progress. As for himself, he ran to the bottom of one of the deep pits and began to dig with his machete. Not long after, Suzimo dug up a huge skeleton. This skeleton had probably been dead for tens of thousands of years, but it still exuded the aura of a divine beast, and a desolate aura. Suzimo dug at the bottom of each pit for a while and dug out a total of 9 skeletons. There was a drop of blood floating in the heart of each corpse. The fresh blood looked very demonic, giving people a feeling that it was a little evil. Suzimo put the 9 drops of blood into a bottle. This bottle was the nebula bottle, which Jibayu had given him before to store emperor blood. After the 9 drops of blood were put into the bottle, they seemed to be sealed in an independent space. The moment the 9 drops of blood came into contact with each other, they began to fuse. During the fusion stage, the roar of a divine beast could be heard, and there were many strange phenomena. A Xiongqi roared, a Taotai opened its mouth, and a devouring power surrounded its body. A nether snake stuck out its light blue tongue and opened its gloomy eyes. A mystic bird flapped its wings and flew high, and its sharp cry resounded through the sky. Just as Suzimo put the 9 drops of blood into the bottle, Xiaogizi's shout sounded from above. Suzimo quickly flew up from the bottom of the pit. At this moment, the fusion of the monster had reached the final stage. "Run!" Suzimo shouted at the 2 of them, then ran into the distance. Xiaogizi and Lin Ruva followed closely behind. The 3 of them ran for a long time. Along the way, they encountered blood demons, but they did not continue fighting. The roar of the monster behind them shook the blood-colored sky. The 3 of them ran frantically until they could not see any trace of the monster. Then, they stopped. "Senior brother, what should we do about senior brother Zhong?" Xiaogizi looked at Suzimo and asked. "It's fine. Every year, there are more or less casualties among the disciples who enter the blood demon's secret realm. When the time comes, just do as I say," Suzimo began to instruct. In the past few days, the blood demon's secret realm had not been peaceful. Many of the disciples who entered had begun to spread the news. It was said that there was a monster that was hundreds of meters tall roaming the blood demon's secret realm. Many disciples had suffered greatly at its hands, and some had even died tragically. Many people were so scared that they did not even dare to hunt blood demons. They hid and waited for the blood demon's secret realm to open again. During this time, Su Zimo's group of 3 had been killing blood demons with all their might. They now had thousands of blood demon crystals on them. However, that was still not enough. Su Zimo had been on guard against the monster when he was killing blood demons. The 3 of them had been killing blood demons day and night for a long time. Their clothes were dyed red with blood. A small portion of the blood belonged to them, but most of it belonged to the blood demons. It was only when the blood demon's secret realm opened and everyone was forcefully sent out that they were able to catch a breather. Su Zimo did not care about the others. He counted the number of blood demon crystals he had. There were close to 20,000 in total. That was enough for him to use for a long time. After the blood demon's secret realm opened, they had to wait for all the disciples to return and do a head count before they could leave. This time, due to the sudden appearance of the monster, many disciples had died in the hands of the monster. After doing a head count, Elder Feng found that not only had some inner and outer disciples suffered heavy losses, but even a core disciple had gone missing. Moreover, this disciple was the great elder's personal disciple. Elder Feng felt a headache coming on. He quickly dismissed everyone and went to report the situation to the sect. Su Zimo was not afraid of the monster because Zhenwu Xingzong would definitely eliminate it. This kind of accident was not allowed to happen. After returning to the South Yanfeng Peak, Su Zimo took out the nebula bottle and looked at it. The 9 drops of divine beast blood essence had already fused into one. Su Zimo was preparing to leave the sect. He had completed the 3rd part of the tempering of the tyrannical shadow. The heavenly lightning, sun essence, and moon essence had all been completed. The tyrannical shadow had also been successfully upgraded to an earth-grade weapon. He was preparing to make a trip to the pure moon divine realm to complete the 1st part of the tempering of the tyrannical shadow. After returning to the sect, he had to prepare for the upcoming 7-sect grand competition. This competition was very important because disciples with outstanding performance had a chance of being selected as the sect's holy son. For the next few days, Su Zimo had been absorbing the blood demon crystals in the sect. The blood chi inside wasn't particularly pure, so he had to use spirit energy to refine it before absorbing it. Su Zimo let out a long breath. The 100th blood demon crystal had shattered in front of him. At this moment, the blood chi in his body was exuberant, like a long river flowing and boiling. He stood up and exhaled a mouthful of white air. His face was slightly flushed. After the blood chi in his body calmed down, Su Zimo walked out of the room. As soon as he walked out of Yannan Peak, a disciple came looking for him, saying that the vice-sect master wanted him to go to the conference hall. Su Zimo also knew what was going on and followed the disciple all the way to the conference hall. At this moment in the conference hall, Su Qingshan was sitting at the head of the conference hall. On both sides of him were the 7 grand elders of the sect. Other than Su Qingshan and the 7 grand elders, some disciples who had entered the blood demon secret realm were also called here, including Lin Ruhu and Xiao Gizi. The conference hall's atmosphere was so quiet that it was somewhat stifling. The grand elder's face was very ugly. Seeing Su Zimo walk in, the grand elder took the initiative to ask. His aura exploded like thunder, deafening. Su Zimo, do you know your crime? Hearing the grand elder's words, before Su Zimo could speak, Su Qingshan frowned slightly and said unhappily, Grand Elder, the results of this matter are not out yet. What crime did my son commit? Tell me. Seeing Su Qingshan's gloomy face, the Grand Elder quickly said, Sect Master, I just lost my beloved disciple. My words may have been inappropriate. I'm sorry. After the Grand Elder finished speaking, he stared at Su Zimo and asked, Su Zimo, did you kill Xianxia? What? Senior brother Zhong is dead? Su Zimo was very surprised. He quickly shook his head and replied, I don't know. Then let me ask you. A disciple saw him following you all after entering the blood demon's secret realm. Since all of you have returned safely, where is he? The great elder continued. How would I know? Senior brother Zhong left not long after I was with him. Su Zimo shook his head and said, I don't care where he goes. If great elder thinks that I killed senior brother Zhong, then please show me the evidence. You. The first elder looked at Suzimo and was so angry that he couldn't speak. If he had evidence, he wouldn't have blasted Suzimo here. However, he knew very well that he was the one who had ordered Xianxia to follow Suzimo the moment they entered the Blood Demon's secret realm. This had caused Suzimo to end up empty-handed. Now that something had happened, there must be something wrong with Suzimo. Grand Elder, as one of the 7 Grand Elders of the sect, your status is respected. Your words and actions may also affect the decisions of the sect. Suzimo continued, I hope that when you speak, you can shoulder your current status and speak with evidence. Don't make wild guesses. If you misunderstand others, it will cause irreparable harm to the hearts of disciples. After all, your words may very well change the fate of many people. Alright, I will personally make a trip to the Blood Demon's secret realm and investigate Xianxia's death thoroughly. The first elder looked at Suzimo and said word by word. This has nothing to do with me. I only hope that Great Elder can act like an elder and not deliberately make things difficult for some disciples. Suzimo replied indifferently. Hearing Suzimo's words, the first elder snorted coldly and said, I don't need you to teach me how to do things. I wouldn't dare. I just don't approve of the way Great Elder teaches disciples. Suzimo shook his head and said, I happen to hear rumors outside that senior brother Xianxia is a hypocrite. He looks like a decent person on the surface, but he has never done anything for others. Now that he's dead, everyone can be happy. Hearing Suzimo's words, the first elder's expression became extremely ugly. He said sternly, Suzimo, my disciple is already dead. How can you still insult him like this? Good, this is really good. You must give me an explanation today. Otherwise, I will personally send you to the cliff of confinement. What explanation does Great Elder want? Suzimo asked. Didn't you tell me before that you have evidence? What evidence do you have to say that about my disciple now? The first elder looked at Suzimo with a dark gaze. I can testify for senior brother Su. As soon as the first elder finished speaking, Xianxia stood out and said, Actually, I was the one who told senior brother Su about this. Think about it carefully. There are some things that a small inner disciple like you can't bear. The first elder said in a deep voice, What evidence do you have? I don't have evidence, but I saw it with my own eyes. Senior brother Zhong violated an innocent girl. He's worse than a pig or a dog. He's simply trash. Xianxia said hatefully, If Great Elder doesn't believe me, you can let senior brother Zhong confront me. I, Xianxia, will wait for him here. Confront? Confront your head. Now that we can't even find his body, how can we confront him? The first elder looked at Suzimo and Xianxia, his face turning purple with anger. These two people were sure that Xianxia was dead and could not testify. Their behavior was simply like not letting you go after your death and catching you to whip your corpse. Then why didn't you report him back then? Now that he's dead, you're telling me this. What are your intentions? The first elder's aura fluctuated as he stared at the two people below. Sigh, it's also my fault. Xianxia sighed and said slowly, I didn't dare to expose him. The difference in status between him and me is too big. I'm just an ordinary inner disciple. I have no one to rely on, no power and no influence. As for him, he's the best among the core disciples. He's the most handsome boy in the sect. His master is the first elder of the sect. He could kill me as easily as squashing an ant. Speaking up to this point, Xianxia wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and choked with sobs. I chose to hide this matter. But when I went back, I found that my conscience couldn't be at ease. That girl's miserable ending was like a nightmare that often surrounded me. Xianxia's face was full of determination when he said this. He said heavily, and today, I chose to announce this matter to the public, no matter what my ending is. At least I don't have to be condemned by my conscience. Today, I'm going to say that sentence in front of everyone. Xianxia is trash, worse than a pig or a dog. And you, first elder, as his master, don't you have any responsibility, as the saying goes, like disciple like master. Hearing Xianxia's words, the whole audience was so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Even Suzimo turned to look at Xianxia. The last sentence just now was not in the script they discussed before. You actually added scenes for yourself. Xiaogizi, a noble person, a pure person, and a person who had broken away from vulgar interests. In his performance just now, from the initial helplessness and compromise to the inner struggle of pain and sadness, and finally to the point where he could no longer endure and no longer needed to endure, he rose up to fight against everything. He vividly expressed all the psychological activities in a person's heart when he encountered injustice and his own strength was severely insufficient. Looking at Xiaogizi's expression, the great elder was speechless for a long time. Even he silently believed in his own heart. Was Xianxia really that kind of person in the past? The great elder was about to say something, but Su Qingshan waved his hand and said indifferently, Xianxia's death ends here. Since he is already dead, don't mention his past in the future. Great elder, you have lost some face today. I understand. The great elder was silent for a moment and nodded. He knew what Su Qingshan meant. The matter ended here, and there was no need to investigate the cause of Xianxia's death. The great elder glanced at Su Zimo. He had a premonition that Xianxia was definitely not killed by the blood demon. His death was definitely related to Su Zimo. But now there was no evidence, and he could do nothing to Su Zimo. Moreover, he had failed to seek justice for his disciple and was even dragged out to be whipped. He even suspected that Xiaogizi was indirectly scolding the locust tree. The great elder turned to look at the other elders who were also from the elder faction. At this moment, none of them were willing to speak up for him. This was because everyone knew that if they wanted to overthrow Su Zimo, they had to have enough evidence and take him down in one fell swoop. Then, they could pressure Su Qingshan. And such a completely illogical interrogation like this, unless Su Zimo himself was stupid and admitted it personally, there was no meaning at all. After coming out of the hall, Su Qingshan found Su Zimo alone and asked, You killed Xianxia, right? Everyone dies, Su Zimo gave an ambiguous answer. Yes, but everyone has a line in their heart. What is the line in your heart? Su Qingshan asked. I have a clear conscience and do as I please, Su Zimo replied. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Su Qingshan was silent for a moment. He carefully sized up Su Zimo. His son had changed a lot. It had only been a short while, but he realized that he couldn't see through his son anymore. I have a clear conscience, as long as you don't take the wrong path. Su Qingshan nodded and replied. After sending his father off, Su Zimo also prepared to leave Zhenwu Xingzong and head to the Pure Moon Divine Realm. This time, he didn't let Lin Ruhu and Xiaogizi follow him. He planned to go alone. Ruhu had fused with the Big Dipper Fiend Tiger physique and now he had obtained so many blood demon crystals. Once he completely digested them, both his strength and potential would increase qualitatively. Su Zimo wasn't a babysitter. He gave Lin Ruhu the Big Dipper Fiend Tiger physique and the Violent Emperor's cultivation technique. It gave him a good start. As for his future achievements, it would depend on Lin Ruhu himself. Su Zimo wouldn't interfere with Lin Ruhu's cultivation in the future. As for Xiaogizi, he had always worked for him, so he wouldn't mistreat him. He gave Xiaogizi the Lai Emperor's fire-type cultivation technique, the Wind Ancestor's inheritance, and the blood demon crystals he obtained in the blood demon's secret realm. If Xiaogizi refined all of these, even if Lin Ruhu didn't have the Big Dipper Fiend physique, he still wouldn't be comparable to an ordinary person. The morning sun shone down gently, and a few faint white clouds floated leisurely in the sky. Su Zimo walked on air. Ever since he reached the peak of the Void Pulse realm, his speed had increased a lot. As soon as he left Zhenwu Xingzong, Su Zimo saw someone flying over from the side. He glanced and found that it was Ren Pingxing. You've been waiting for me here? Su Zimo asked. Young master, I destroyed the Sky Sword sect, Ren Pingxing nodded and said. I know. Good job, Su Zimo said with a smile. If Ren Pingxing hadn't destroyed the Sky Sword sect in advance, he wouldn't have met Nia Xingqing, and he would have had to spend a lot of effort to find the Wind Ancestor's portrait that wanted the Pearl of the World. Ren Pingxing looked at Su Zimo in surprise and said, After I destroyed the Sky Sword sect, I was seriously injured. I've just recovered from my injuries. Where are you going, young master? I'm going to the Pure Moon Divine Domain. If you don't have anything to do, you can come along, Su Zimo said. He glanced at Ren Pingxing. Ren Pingxing's cultivation had stabilized at the peak of the Venerable Pulse realm. One had to know that when they first met, Ren Pingxing was only at the Void Meridian realm. The further one went on the martial path, the more difficult it was to open one's meridians. Su Zimo didn't know how much Ren Pingxing had benefited from the sun-devouring emperor's inheritance, but he had changed a lot. Then, the two of them went to the Pure Moon Divine Domain together. At this time, in an unknown corner of the far west land, Chu Yang had killed the last guardian. At this time, his whole body was drenched in blood. If it wasn't for the everlasting hatred that prevented him from feeling any pain, Chu Yang wasn't sure if he could survive until now. The blood on his body dyed his whole body red. Chu Yang squatted down and took some healing pills. He also wrapped his wounds with bandages and gauze. The lack of blood for a long time made him a little dazed. His vision blurred and he almost fainted. In the ring, the old man from Samsara sighed and said, "Little Yang, if I lend you my power, you can easily pass through this stage. Why do you have to get yourself covered in wounds? Teacher, every time you lend me your power, you have to consume a lot of your divine soul. I don't want you to do this. Moreover, I can't rely on your power. I can do it myself," Chu Yang said firmly. "Sigh, you child," the old man from Samsara smiled and said, "Quickly go and see if there are young pearls up ahead." Chu Yang nodded. At this time, he was in a very magnificent castle. This castle was where the Wangchen Heavenly Emperor lived before he ascended. The castle was not on the Yuanyang continent. It was an independent space in another dimension. If he wanted to enter this independent space, he had to find a teleportation formation. Previously, Chu Yang found the teleportation formation according to the map and came here. He walked all the way up and finally reached the top of the castle. There was a big bookshelf on the top floor. There was a stone table next to it. On the table, there was a box emitting golden light. Chu Yang came to the bookshelf and flipped through a few books. He found that they were the notes of the Wangchen Heavenly Emperor. At that time, Wangchen Heavenly Emperor had yet to inherit the mandate of heaven. When he obtained the Yang Pearl, he was unable to break free from the curse of being forgotten. However, he was much better than Wangchen Heavenly Emperor. He was extremely talented and relied on his own efforts to inherit the mandate of heaven. Chu Yang kept all these books into his ring and walked towards the box with anticipation. He slowly opened the box, only to see a faint black bead lying quietly inside. The moment this pearl appeared, the Yin pearl in Chu Yang's body began to tremble violently. The Yin pearl flew out of his body and fused with the Yang pearl. Two rays of light, one white and one black, were emitted from the two pearls. Then, the two rays of light intertwined and flew up into the sky. The beautiful white and black rays of light soared into the sky. The sky suddenly changed and a whirlpool formed above his head. For a moment, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Wind and rain started to blow. In that whirlpool, boundless power spilled down and the black and white rays of light continued to circulate within it. Rumble. A thunderous sound exploded in the sky, and then the two black and white rays of light rushed down from the sky. Under Chu Yang's astonished gaze, the light rushed into his body. At that moment, half of his body turned black and the other half white. When the two rays of light rushed into his body, they instantly turned into yin and yang energy. At this moment, Chu Yang's consciousness was deep in chaos. His consciousness seemed to be wandering between yin and yang. Yin and yang was the Tao of opposites. It was the energy of all things. With yin and yang, the world was divided into two extremes. All things had a counterpart. Half black and half white. Yin and yang, water and fire, big and small, male and female. Other than the Tao of opposites, yin and yang could also turn into the 5 elements. The 5 elements could give birth to the 8 trigrams. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Qian, Shen, Can, Zhen, Kuan, Sun, Li, Dui. Chu Yang did not know how long had passed. He was deeply immersed in the Tao of yin and yang. When the yin and yang energy slowly merged into his body, he opened his eyes. His left eye was black and his right eye was white. Chu Yang slowly extended his right hand. The white and black spiritual energy intertwined at his fingertips. A very profound concept spread out. "Little Yang, how do you feel?" The old man Samsara asked happily. The great Tao of yin and yang is necessary to construct a world. Chu Yang took a deep breath and smiled excitedly. Teacher, I've comprehended the great Tao of Yin and Yang. After going through so many hardships, you finally have what it takes to become a powerhouse, the old man from Samsara said with a smile. Clear sky battle physique, great Tao of Yin and Yang. I wonder how it compares to the imperial lineage. That's hard to say. The imperial lineage's heritage is too deep. The old man from Samsara said, but you're not bad either. In my opinion, you're a person of great fortune. I'm not sure if you'll be able to bear the mandate of heaven in the future, but your future achievements will definitely not be low. Teacher, Chu Yang was silent for a moment, and then said solemnly, thank you. If it wasn't for your help along the way, I reckon that I would still be an ordinary boy in Xingyang village. You can't say that. The old Samsara woman said with a smile, actually, I helped you out of selfishness. Teacher, feel free to tell me anything. I'll do my best to complete it, Chu Yang said hurriedly. You're still too weak now. I'll tell you when you reach the Emperor realm. The old man from Samsara seemed to have thought of something inside. Then, he smiled helplessly. After receiving the great Tao of Yin and Yang, Chu Yang prepared to leave the castle. He looked at the majestic castle with a very unique architecture and bowed deeply. Then, he stepped into the teleportation formation. The surrounding spiritual energy surged and his figure gradually disappeared into the formation. Chu Yang didn't know where the teleportation formation would send him. During the teleportation formation, he was surrounded by spatial turbulence. He couldn't see anything clearly. When light flashed in front of him, Chu Yang realized that he was already on a hill. He wasn't sure where he was. He looked into the distance and a city seemed to be nearby. He wrapped his swimming dragon sword in cloth and carried it on his back. Then, he headed towards the city. The ancient city let out a low sigh. The 3 words 5 elements city shone brightly under the sunlight. Chu Yang walked into the city and asked around. He found out that although this place was still in the far west, it was already part of the Greenwood Empire's territory. Crowds of people gathered on the main street of 5 Elements City. Everyone crowded in front of a medicine shop. An old man shielded his granddaughter behind him. He looked at the person in front of him with a timid expression. The young man in front of him was wearing a brocade robe. Beside him were 2 guards wearing iron armor. Old Fartway, I've given you a chance. You owe me 3 years of rent. If you can't pay it, take your granddaughter to pay it off. The young man looked at the old man and said arrogantly. He waved his hands and the 2 guards beside him walked towards the old man. The little girl behind him was so scared that she trembled. She helplessly hid behind the old man. Young Master Een, give me another 3 months. After I sell this batch of pills, I will have money to pay the rent. Old Fartway quickly said. 3 months later, it's another 3 months. It's already been 3 years. Where did all the money you earned go? The young man called young Master Een waved his hands and snorted coldly. No, the problem is that your rent increases every month. I can't do anything about it. Old Fartway helplessly replied. Oh, you still dare to talk back? Young Master Een laughed disdainfully. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Either you pay the rent or take your granddaughter to pay it off. Choose one. Is it fun for a man to bully the old and weak? A voice suddenly sounded out from the crowd. The surrounding crowd looked at the young man who spoke in astonishment. They saw Chu Yang squeezing through the crowd. Brat, who are you? Young Master Een looked at Chu Yang and asked. They owe you a lot of money. I'm helping them pay it off. Chu Yang said indifferently. Trying to be a hero? Young Master Een laughed lightly and said, 100,000 spirit crystals. Pay it back. Isn't it 10,000 spirit crystals? Old Fartway hurriedly said. My rent has increased. There should be at least 3 years of interest. Young Master Een snorted and replied. Chu Yang frowned slightly. He looked at young Master Een with disgust. The swimming dragon sword on his back was unsheathed. Clang! 2 beams of light, one black and one white, split into 2 from the middle. With a slash of the sword, Een and Yang split apart. The horizon seemed to converge into a single line. The magnificent sword aura flickered beside young Master Yin's ear. Before he could react, the long sword had already touched his neck. "You dare to kill me?" Young Master Yin swallowed his saliva and said in disbelief. "Scram. Don't let me see you bullying the old and weak again. Otherwise, my sword won't be polite next time," Yang said lightly. "Kid, just you wait." Young Master Yin took a few steps back and hurriedly left. Looking at young Master Yin's back, Yang turned around and helped the old man up. He smiled and said, "Uncle, are you okay?" "Young master, you should leave quickly. You're a good person, but this Xiaoyu's father is the city lord of Five Elements City. We can't beat him." The old man hurriedly said, "I don't care, but I don't want to implicate you." "Yes, little brother, you should leave quickly while you still have a chance." The onlookers also advised. "Everyone, what's the cultivation level of the city lord of Five Elements City?" Yang frowned and asked. "Although our Five Elements City is only a small city, the city lord is at the peak of the true meridian realm and has opened 3 meridians." Someone explained. "Wait, I'll be right back," Yang said as he walked towards the city lord's mansion. After this period of training and the fusion of the Tao of Yin and Yang, he had reached the peak of the true meridian realm. Yang knew that he didn't fear anyone in the same realm. Looking at the back of the youth holding the sword, a beautiful woman in the crowd looked at him with interest and then chased after him. At this time, in the city lord's mansion of Five Elements City, Xianxia was listening to his son crying. He frowned and said, "I know you like to exaggerate, and I know you're useless. But no matter what, you're still my son. You're not giving me face at all." Xianxia stood up. The aura of the peak of the true meridian realm was as majestic as the sea. He was wearing a green robe. His 2 hands hidden in the long sleeves looked a little strange and pure white. The surface of his palms was like jade, sparkling and translucent. When he stood up, he gave off the feeling of an eagle. His eyebrows were light and his eyes were full of haze. At this moment, a scream came from outside. Before Xianxia had time to scold, he saw a figure flying in from outside. His hands were like the claws of an eagle. They were as thin as a match and had no flesh at all. His fingernails were a few centimeters long. When he caught the figure that was flying in, he threw the figure to the side. He frowned slightly and took a look. He realized that the figure was the housekeeper of his residence. Then, the Xian eagle raised its head and looked outside the door. It saw a young man in a white shirt walk in. With every step the youth took, the aura on his body became stronger and stronger, and the meridians on his body also opened up. Luan Quan, Bone Sage, Jiaowing Feng. When all 3 meridians were opened, Xianxia found that the opponent's aura was not any weaker than his own. Instead, it was somewhat suppressed. "Who are you?" Xianxia frowned and asked. "Father, it's him. He's the person I was talking to you about," said Xiaoyu. "I'm just a passerby." Yang chuckled and said, "I'm just seeking justice for the people of Five Elements City." "Young man, don't think too highly of yourself just because you have some talent." Xianxia coldly snorted. He was a veteran True Meridian Realm martial artist. He didn't believe that he couldn't deal with a brat who had just made his debut. Xianxia's hands surged with spiritual energy. His hands were like the claws of a demonic beast. They were very sharp. He directly attacked Yang. His sharp claws left a clear white mark in the air. Yang raised his swimming dragon sword. The sword hummed and the yin and yang energies filled the air. As if cutting through the dusk, the sword collided with the opponent's sharp claws, causing sparks to fly everywhere. Xianxia took 2 steps back and looked at his hands. There was a clear white mark on his hands from the attack just now. He frowned. It was only one move, but he was at a disadvantage. "It seems that your mouth is much stronger than your strength." Yang snorted and slowly raised the sword in his hand. At this moment, a powerful sword intent filled the air. The surrounding tables and doors were neatly sliced into pieces by the sword intent. The Tiangang Sword Codex was the meridian technique that Yubuli had given to Yang. The moment the Tiangang Sword intent formed, Xianxia expression changed. He bent down slightly like an eagle pouncing on its prey. An eagle's cry came from nowhere. Xianxia directly attacked Yang. Chu Yang raised his swimming dragon sword and quickly took a few steps back to avoid Xianxia's claws. When the sword finished accumulating power, the yin and yang energies along with the Tiangang sword intent slashed down fiercely. Xianxia quickly raised his hands to block. Dark green blood floated in the air. Xianxia's arms were cut off. Seeing Xianxia fall to the ground and scream in pain, Chu Yang looked at the door. At the entrance, a beautiful woman had appeared out of nowhere. She was wearing a purple gown. Her long hair was coiled on top of her head. She gave off an unfathomable feeling. Chu Yang called Elder Imo in his heart, but he didn't respond. Chu Yang knew that he had met an expert this time. Usually, Elder Imo didn't dare to communicate with him when he met an expert. Fight, why aren't you fighting? The show has just begun. The beautiful woman walked forward and looked at Chu Yang with a smile. Who are you? Chu Yang asked cautiously. Why, don't you know who I am? Causing trouble in Yin Yang sect's territory? The beautiful woman chuckled and said, let me introduce myself. I am the current sect master of Yin Yang sect. You can call me Sect Master Wu. Hearing the beautiful woman's words, Chu Yang's expression changed slightly. He knew that she was at least in the Saint bloodline realm. In the far west, there were 3 imperial lineage and 4 first-rate sections. These 7 sects were also the strongest forces in the far west. And this Yin Yang sect was one of the 4 first-rate sections. I'm just fighting for the people. If Sect Master Wu insists on killing me, I have nothing to say. Chu Yang frowned and raised his sword. He said lightly, even if you are strong, I won't sit still and wait for death. Even if I die, I want to die honorably. When did I say I want to kill you? Sect Master Wu looked at Chu Yang and went directly to Xianxia. With a palm, black and white light wrapped around Xianxia. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia turned into ashes before it could even scream. Let's talk. Sect Master Wu said with interest. Talk about what? Chu Yang asked. You have comprehended the great Tao of Yin Yang, right? Sect Master Wu chuckled. A lone cultivator is destined to have a hard time. You need resources, and our Yin Yang sect needs a saint. What if I don't agree? Chu Yang asked. This 5-element city is under the Yin Yang sect's management. You killed the city lord, which means you're provoking the Yin Yang sect. Should I arrest you? Sect Master Wu said with a smile. She wasn't in a hurry. She waited calmly for Chu Yang's reply. Chu Yang was silent for a while. He knew that this was a blatant scheme. The reason for this was that he was too weak. I don't understand. Chu Yang looked up at Sect Master Wu and said, the Yin Yang sect is one of the 4 first-rate sects in the far west. Why would you let an ordinary person like me be the saint? First of all, I'm not letting you be the saint. I'm giving you a chance to fight for the position. Sect Master Wu said, secondly, you're not an ordinary person. I can sense the most primitive aura in your yin and yang energies. Chu Yang was silent for a while. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, I still have a choice. No. Sect Master Wu shook her head and said. The pure moon divine domain was located at the border of the far west. It was only a line away from the center of the eastern continent. The pure moon divine domain was named after the pure moon divine altar. It was rumored that at the beginning of the era, the world was still in a state of chaos. The turbid and clear energies were mixed together. The sky and earth were basically the same color. Thus, the world gave birth to a divine altar. This divine altar had the effect of purifying all things in the world. With the help of the divine altar, the turbid and clear energies were completely separated. After that, the divine altar sat on the pillar of the world. It had already become one with the world. 1,000,000 years later, a sect called the Thousand Beasts sect was built around the divine altar. Since then, the situation in the far west was completely stabilized. The 3 imperial lineage were Zhenwu Xingzong, the Divine Sun sect, and the Purgatory sect. The 4 first-rate sects were the Sacred Spring sect, the Xianling sect, the Yin Yang sect, and the Thousand Beasts sect. Su Zimo and Ren Pingxing traveled through the night. After nearly 5 days, they finally arrived at the 100 Beasts city. This city was under the management of the Thousand Beasts sect. If one stood outside the city and looked into the distance, no matter which direction one looked from, they would be able to see different types of monster beasts. There were lions glaring angrily, vajras pounding their chests, mystic birds spreading their wings, and dragons roaring and tigers roaring. The design and construction of this city were ingenious, and it took a lot of thought and effort. Su Zimo and Ren Pingxing walked into the city. Because this was a city managed by the Thousand Beasts sect, most of the residents here were disciples of the Thousand Beasts sect or their relatives. Therefore, it was common to see some half-orcs on the streets. Most of these beast men had a human body and a beast's head, and their bodies more or less carried some demonic beast's characteristics. Some had the head of a lion, some had the trunk of an elephant, and some had a pair of wings that covered the sky. The most popular women here were divided into two types. One was the Scottish fold with cat ears, and the other was the dancers with rabbit tails. I feel like I've entered the animal world. It's so lively, Ren Pingxing said with a smile as he looked at the half-orcs. Do you know that in the eyes of the half-orcs, their bloodline is the noblest? Humans with pure bloodlines like us are the lowest, Su Zimo said with a smile. It's superficial. No matter what, our bloodline is pure, and theirs is impure. Otherwise, they wouldn't have built a sect around the pure moon divine domain, Ren Pingxing said. Okay, let's find an inn to stay in first. We'll go to the pure moon divine domain tomorrow to take a look, Su Zimo said with a smile. The two of them were about to find an inn when they saw a group of people walking towards them. There were 4 people in this group. 2 old men, who looked like guards, stood on both sides. In the middle were 2 young men. One of them was holding a folding fan and wearing a white robe. His face was unusually handsome, and people couldn't help but sigh. What an elegant young master. The other young man looked a little burly. His hair was golden and naturally curled behind him. He looked like a golden lion king. At this moment, Su Zimo was stunned as he looked at the elegant young master holding a folding fan. He seemed to recall that year by the Willow Riverside. A cool breeze brushed past his face, and a tear-stained girl begging him. She asked him not to leave and to accompany her through an ordinary life. He abandoned the girl and only left her with his back. He left with his sword in hand. The aura of the divine vein realm gushed out like the sea, and it was as boundless as fog for tens of thousands of kilometers. That day, the setting sun dyed half of the sky with the glow of the sunset. The 2 shadows were stretched very, very long. He had finally walked down that path of no return. He said that he wanted to defeat Qiyang. He wanted to bear the mandate of heaven. He wanted to become a great emperor. He wanted to soar into the sky and see the wider world. He shouldn't be bound by love. He was resolute and resolute. Even when he saw the girl squatting on the ground and crying, he didn't hesitate. Su Zimo didn't dare to boast that he could recognize her even if she turned into ashes. But at this moment, even if the girl disguised herself as a man, or no matter how much makeup she put on, Su Zimo could recognize her at a glance. Because the girl had a pair of unique eyes. Those eyes looked very spirited. Even if it was just a glance, Su Zimo could recognize her. Looking at the girl now, Su Zimo was frozen in place. The memories of the past were like heavy gears rolling slowly, and also like the low murmur from an ancient existence. He almost couldn't breathe under the pressure. He watched as the girl slowly walked past him. Su Zimo felt as if he had fallen into a huge trap. The auras of the 2 elders beside the girl surged. Su Zimo could tell that they were 2 Emperor Vein experts. These 2 elders' appearances were also very eye-catching. One of them was like the Maitreya Buddha. He was always smiling and his face was flushed. As for the other one, his entire face looked extremely aggrieved and bitter, as if he was embarrassed. Taoist priest Bei and Taoist priest Huan. Su Zimo had heard of these 2 people in his previous life. They were also well-known figures among Emperor Vein experts. The girl went out with 2 veteran Emperor Vein experts beside her. At this moment, Su Zimo felt that everything in his previous life seemed to have become a joke. What girl from a small mountain village? What ordinary life? It was all bullshit. Uncontrollable anger exploded in his mind. After so long, the love and guilt in his heart for the girl seemed to have turned into a sky full of anger. Su Zimo admitted that he couldn't be considered a big boss behind the scenes in his previous life. He was just a stepping stone on the road to Chu Yang's rise. In the later days, he didn't even have the qualifications to be Chu Yang's opponent. It was sad and lamentable. In this life, Su Zimo wanted to be a big boss, a great demon king who made people tremble in fear. But he also wanted to protect the family he had let down in his previous life, and those few friends he had, as well as the girl he yearned for day and night. You lied to me? Why did you lie to me? Su Zimo roared and charged at the girl. Do you know that I have always treated you as the most important person in my life? Why did you lie to me? Su Zimo blocked their path and roared at the girl. Kid, what are you doing? The blonde young man frowned and asked. Everything is a scam, right? I don't understand. What do I have for you to lie to me about? Su Zimo ignored the golden-haired youth. Instead, he looked at the young girl and asked in an ice-cold tone. Kid, what are you doing? Do you want to die? The blonde young man stood in front of Su Zimo and said condescendingly. Shut up. He pulled out the tyrannical shadow. With a slash, thunder rumbled and dark purple lightning spread across the blade. The blonde young man did not expect Su Zimo to pull out the blade and attack him. He did not even have time to react before his head was separated from his body. Blood dripped from the scimitar as Su Zimo looked at the young girl. The two old men did not care about the blonde young man's death. Even the girl who was pretending to be a gentleman frowned and did not say anything. Did you mistake me for someone else? The girl looked at Su Zimo and frowned. Mistake me for someone else? Su Zimo shook his head and said, Your name is Xianxia, and you live in Purple Smoke Village. You told me that your 3 biggest wishes in life were to see the sunrise and sunset with the person you love. You wanted to see your favorite lavender with the person you love. You wanted to travel the entire continent with the person you love. When you were old, you wanted to find a place to live in seclusion. You lied to me, didn't you? At this point, Su Zimo's expression froze. Suddenly, he smiled and said, Purple Smoke Village, Purple Lavender. So even the name of the village was made up. That village is also fake, right? How did you know what I wanted to do? Xianxia was stunned. She looked at Su Zimo and said, Everything else is true. However, my home is not in Purple Smoke Village. It is in the Central Continent. Central Continent? Su Zimo was stunned for a moment before he reacted. The Lan family of the Central Continent? You still haven't told me how you know about my wish. Xianxia nodded and asked in confusion. Seeing the girl nod, Su Zimo was dumbfounded. If the girl was a member of the Lan family, then what she said to him before should be the truth from the bottom of her heart. In other words, other than concealing her identity, the girl didn't lie to him about anything else. Su Zimo originally wanted to denounce him, but in the end, it was as if a basin of ice water had been poured over his head. He directly stood there awkwardly. You still haven't answered my question, Xianxia frowned. I'm sorry, I got the wrong person. You look a little like a friend of mine. Su Zimo smiled a little awkwardly. Then, he grabbed Ren Pingxing who was beside him and shouted, I said no, but you insisted on saying yes. Now you got the wrong person. As Su Zimo spoke, he pulled the confused Ren Pingxing and quickly walked away. Hey, Xianxia's voice sounded from behind. Don't say I didn't warn you. The guy you just killed is the grandson of a core elder of the Wanshou sect. You still have time to run away. Seeing Su Zimo leave, Taoist priest Bei frowned and said, Miss, do you want me to catch him? Let's follow him and see. Xianxia looked at Su Zimo with a strange feeling. It wasn't strange for Su Zimo to know her name. After all, he only needed to do a little research. However, Su Zimo's 3 wishes were to travel the continent with the person she loved and eventually live in seclusion. That was the life she had always wanted. She had never told anyone about these thoughts, and it was a little frightening to think about. Su Zimo and Ren Pingxing found an inn. After getting 2 rooms, they sat downstairs and ordered some dishes. Ren Pingxing asked curiously, Young master, do you know those people? I know her, but she doesn't know me, Su Zimo said with a smile. The Lan family was a very mysterious family. Legend had it that every generation of the Lan family would have a mission. However, no one knew what this mission was. Perhaps other than the Lan family, the emperors of each generation more or less knew a little. However, the emperors all chose to keep quiet. However, the Lan family was different from other big families. They would never ask their disciples to do anything. The disciples of the Lan family would make their own life choices. The family would not force you to give up on the mission that was passed down from generation to generation. The family would not even interfere with the marriage of the disciples of the Lan family. Even if you married a villager and lived in seclusion in the mountains, you were still allowed to do so. This was why Su Zimo was certain that Lan Qir was not lying to him after knowing that she was from the Lan family. Su Zimo did not plan on reuniting with Lan Qir so early. Although she did not remember him, they could get to know each other again. However, Su Zimo knew that his main goal now was to cultivate and increase his strength. He did not want to think about relationships. Since he knew that Lan Qir was from the Lan family, the two of them would meet one day. Although he really wanted to be by her side, he knew that now was not the time. The sound of footsteps could be heard from the door. Su Zimo raised his head and saw Lan Qir walking in with the two Taoists, Sorrow and Joy. The three of them sat at a table by the side. Lan Qir put down the folding fan in her hand and stared at Su Zimo with interest. Su Zimo felt that if it was someone else, he would have already slashed them with his sword. But this girl. He was silent for a moment and prepared to go upstairs to his room. However, just as he stood up, he saw a group of people rushing into the inn. This group of people had obvious demonic beast characteristics. It was easy to tell that they were disciples of the Thousand Beast sect. Who killed my grandson Chier just now? An old man walked out quickly and looked around. Finally, his gaze landed on Su Zimo. This old man emitted the aura of an Emperor realm expert. His mouth was especially sharp, like the mouth of a rock. There were only a few strands of hair left on his head. Especially his eyes, they were sharp and hazy. It made people feel uncomfortable when they looked at him. Su Zimo looked at the old man. He lowered his head and ate without saying anything. What? You dare to kill but don't dare to admit it. Now you're afraid? The old man walked towards Su Zimo. You hold him back. I'll take care of the rest. Is that okay? Su Zimo put down his chopsticks and asked Ren Pingxing. I just happen to want to spar with an Emperor Vane realm martial artist, Ren Pingxing said with a smile. After receiving the inheritance of Emperor Devouring Sun, he was confident that even if he could not defeat an Emperor realm expert, holding him back for a while shouldn't be a problem. Seeing the old man walk towards him, Ren Pingxing's body was covered in dark red flames. The space around him was melting bit by bit. He punched out, and a pure white smoke appeared in the air. The old man frowned, and his true fate appeared. It looked like a rock. The rock flew with the wind, and its wings created a storm as it fought with Ren Pingxing. The remaining beast sect disciples all charged towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo used the tyrannical shadow and the 19 forms of Tao seeking. He killed one person with each step. However, there were a few Zun Meridian elders among the disciples. If they worked together, they would be able to hold off Su Zimo for a while. Of course, this was also because Su Zimo didn't use his hell-suppressing godly body. At the table, Lan Qir saw this and frowned. She ordered, "Go help them." "Don't worry, Mississippi. I've been annoyed by this kid for a long time." Daoist Bei stood up, and his Emperor Meridian aura spread out. His true fate was like a long river. When this river flowed slowly, there seemed to be a sobbing sound coming from it. People who heard it couldn't help but feel sad for no reason. "I told you to help them, not the Thousand Beasts sect," Lan Qir said unhappily. "Ah?" Priest Bei paused for a second, then his embarrassed face turned even darker. Seeing Daoist Bei help Ren Pingxing block the Thousand Beasts sect elder, Lan Qir said to Daoist Huan, "Go stop those Thousand Beasts sect disciples. I want to talk to him alone." "Young miss, we're here to form an alliance with the Myriad Beast sect. I'm afraid this won't be a good idea." Although Daoist Huan's tone was hesitant, his face was full of smiles from beginning to end. "Are you telling me what to do?" Lan Qir raised her head and looked at Daoist Huan. "I don't dare." Daoist Huan quickly shook his head, then got up and joined the battle. Su Zimo had just killed a Thousand Beasts sect disciple when he felt someone tugging at his clothes. He turned around and saw Lan Kier pulling him out of the inn while those Thousand Beast sect disciples were all blocked by Daoist Huan. The two of them came to a remote alley behind the inn. Su Zimo looked at the girl with a smile. Then, a sword light flashed through the air. The girl was holding a 1-meter-long sword, which was glowing with a pale white light. The cold touch of the long sword stopped at Su Zimo's neck. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. A gentle breeze blew from afar, stirring up a few strands of dust. The warm sunlight shone at the entrance of the alley. The girl's long hair that was originally coiled on top of her head had all been let down. Her jet black hair casually draped over her back. Her spirited eyes were quietly looking at Su Zimo. Su Zimo chuckled and said, "The last time we met, you were crying and begging me. I didn't think that when we meet again, we would be facing each other with swords." "What are you talking about?" Lan Kier frowned and calmly replied, "I don't know you." "Nothing, I'm just lamenting." Su Zimo smiled and shook his head. "How did you know about my wishes?" Lan Kier asked coldly, "You better tell me honestly. Otherwise, I'll kill you." "You should have killed me. I should have died too." Su Zimo took a deep breath and said affectionately, "There was once a sincere love in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. It was only when I lost it that I regretted it." Speak human language. The sword in Lan Kier's hand moved even further, almost cutting through Su Zimo's neck. "Do you believe in fate?" "No." The girl shook her head. "Do you believe in fate?" "No." Su Zimo was silent for a moment, then said, "You don't believe in anything. How do you want me to explain it to you? You think I don't dare to kill you?" Lan Kier snorted and calmly said, "You have to understand that only the dead can keep secrets forever. I had a dream before. Actually, I couldn't tell if it was a dream or reality." Su Zimo sighed and slowly said, "What dream?" Lan Kier looked at Su Zimo and asked. "You were in the dream. You said that you loved me and wanted to give birth to my children. You also wanted to live in seclusion with me. You begged me not to leave you, but I refused." Su Zimo slowly said. "Bullsh*T, I'm not that kind of person." Lan Kier quickly cried out and loudly retorted. "It's true. I'm not lying to you. Although I woke up from the dream, the heavens gave me another chance. I swore to myself that this time I would treat you well. Don't you like to have children? No problem. In the future, we'll have many, many children. If one isn't enough, we'll have 10, or even 20. Don't worry, I can handle it." Su Zimo said seriously. "I dare you to tease me again." Lan Kier slightly tilted the sword in her hand and said fiercely. "I'm not joking." Su Zimo bitterly laughed a few times. A gentle breeze gently blew his long hair. He said seriously, "Do you know who I thought of the most in my dream before I died? Other than my parents, it was you. Not only do I love you, but I also feel a deep sense of guilt. My father is the vice-sect leader of Xinwu. I don't lack resources, nor do I lack women. Do you think I need to lie to you?" "Xinwu?" Lan Kier paused for a moment, then calmly said, "You said it was a dream. Maybe you were just daydreaming." Su Zimo fell silent and didn't say anything else. "That was a good story," Lan Kier calmly said. "Thank you." Su Zimo lightly laughed, but there was a lot of bitterness in his smile. He was thinking of a question: is it true that the things that are lost can never be returned, just like how a broken cup can never be restored? Lan Kier looked into Su Zimo's eyes. His eyes were very deep, like a pool of stagnant water, and inexplicably weathered. People often say that the eyes are the windows to the soul. Through the eyes, you can see the true thoughts in a person's heart. Lan Kier didn't know why, but when she looked into the eyes that seemed to contain countless stories and experiences, she felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. She didn't know what was wrong with her either. She just felt an inexplicable pain in her heart for the young man in front of her. Crazy. She sheathed her sword and turned to leave without looking back. "Seeing that your story was so interesting, I'll let you go this time. Hey, my name is Su Zimo. Who wants to know your name? This story is very long. I can tell it to you slowly. Don't you want to know what happened between us?" "No." Although the young girl said that, she still stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Suzumo. A gentle breeze passed by the willow trees on the side of the road. After a large circle, it blew into the alley, causing the young girl's long hair to dance in the wind. If your story is not interesting, then I will kill you. Xianxia raised her head and looked at Suzumo as she said arrogantly. I am going to the Pure Moon Divine Domain. Come with me and I will tell you, Suzumo said. Xianxia was silent for a while before she nodded. You can call me Brother Zimo in the future. I don't want to. I will call you Kier. Get lost. It was said that when the Pure Moon Divine Altar was placed on the pillar of heaven and earth, 4 types of spirit energy descended from heaven and earth. Thunder rumbled and descended to the east of the divine altar, forming a lightning region. Earth fire raged and descended to the west of the divine altar, forming a fire region. Tornadoes mixed with torrents of water and descended to the north and south of the divine altar, forming a wind region and a water region. The Pure Moon Divine Altar was surrounded by these 4 types of spirit regions, and people called it the Pure Moon Divine Domain. Martial practitioners would often come here to train their bodies. Furthermore, cultivating the meridian skills and techniques of the corresponding attributes in these 4 spirit regions was much easier. Thousands of years later, the Thousand Beast sect was established here. They originally wanted to take the Pure Moon Divine Domain for themselves. However, they were opposed by a large number of wandering martial practitioners. This place was naturally formed by heaven and earth, and was not created by the Thousand Beast sect. It was difficult for wandering martial practitioners to cultivate in the first place. Furthermore, they did not have any resources. It was not easy for them to find a place that could help them cultivate, so they were naturally unwilling to give it up. Furthermore, a few other first-rate sects were secretly obstructing them, so the Thousand Beast sect had no choice but to compromise. They treated the Pure Moon Divine Altar as a forbidden area, and they used this as a boundary. The wandering martial practitioners of the 4 spirit regions could enter and leave as they pleased. Suzumo brought Xianxia to the northern water region. At this moment, many wandering martial practitioners had already gathered here. The entrance to the water region was an especially wide water gate. Xianxia smiled and said, I am afraid that the entire Thousand Beast sect is looking for you. You still dare to come to their headquarters. My father is Su Qingshan, Suzumo replied. Although the Thousand Beast sect is not an imperial lineage, they are still a first-rate sect. They are not weak, Xianxia continued. My father is Su Qingshan. The 2 of them walked into the water together. After passing through the pure and transparent water gate, the scenery inside seemed to have changed. It was as if a transparent cover had isolated this place. The world inside, be it the earth or the sky, was a layer of blue and transparent water film. Stepping on the water membrane, a layer of ripples appeared beneath his feet. Raising his head, it was drizzling. This rainwater was not ordinary rainwater, but a type of spiritual energy with attributes. As soon as the 2 of them walked in, they heard cheers coming from the side of the water gate. What are you doing? Let's go and have a look, Xianxia said to Suzumo. Suzumo nodded. He wanted to squeeze in, but found that there were too many people gathered here. Suzumo pondered for a moment before taking out a large pile of spirit crystals from his storage ring. He shouted at the crowd, Hey, whose spirit crystals are those? Hurry up and pick them up. When the crowd heard that there were a few thousand spirit crystals, they immediately turned their heads. For rogue cultivators like them, even a few dozen spirit crystals were very precious. Then, they saw Suzumo take out a large pile of spirit crystals and throw them into the empty space beside him. Thousands of spirit crystals rained down from the sky. Countless rogue cultivators frantically ran over to grab the spirit crystals. Suzumo held Xianxia's hand and quickly squeezed into the crowd. Seeing Suzumo holding her hand, Xianxia's heart trembled. She subconsciously wanted to hide. However, after trying a few times, she was unable to pull her hand away. Instead, Suzumo held her hand even tighter. She looked at Suzumo and saw that he was forcefully squeezing his way forward. It was as if he did not notice her at all. She muttered in a low voice, shameless. Here, it seems like someone is confessing, Suzumo said. Xianxia continued to try and pull her hand away. After realizing that it still did not work, she could only let Suzumo hold her hand. She raised her head and saw that in front of her, a young man in white was holding a bouquet of flowers. This flower was a second-grade spirit herb, forget-me-not flower. The general meaning of this flower was to not forget each other and accompany each other for life. This kind of flower was very common in the Yuanyang continent. Because the flower's name had a good meaning, it was loved by many couples. You be with me. A friend once joked with me that there were fairies in this world. At that time, I laughed contemptuously and did not agree. I felt that there was no perfect person in this world. It was not until the day I saw you that I realized that fairies really existed in this world. The man's gaze was sincere. He looked at the girl affectionately and said slowly. The girl opposite him was wearing a white dress. Her temperament was a little like a pretty girl from a humble family. At first, she was a little shy in front of the man. However, after the man's affectionate confession, her face became a little red. Who is this person? Su Zimo looked at the man beside him and asked. You don't know Su Chaonan? He is one of the 8 heavenly sons of the Greenwood Empire. People call him the Confucian swordsman. He has high attainments in poetry, painting, and swordsmanship. He is very famous. The man beside him explained excitedly. Su Zimo sized up the man and said indifferently, why is a man like you so agitated? What's wrong with being a man? Can't a man like Su Chaonan? The burly man glanced at Su Zimo and then looked at Lan Kier who was beside him. His gaze was deep. He said slowly, friend, as a person who has been through this, let me give you a piece of advice. The reason why you like women now is that you haven't met a man who can make your heart beat. That's right. Su Zimo nodded heavily. Then, he quickly distanced himself from the man. The confession in the field had reached the white-hot stage. The last line of defense in the girl's heart was almost broken. Su Chaonan slightly raised his head. His gaze was affectionate. He began to read softly, the river is clear and pure. The moon in the bright sky is round. Who first saw the moon by the river? When did the moon first shine on the river? As the poem fell, the girl in front of him immediately threw herself into Su Chaonan's arms. Su Zimo turned his head. He saw that Lan Kier's eyes were also red. She seemed to be touched. What are you doing? Su Zimo asked with disdain. I also hope that someone can make a poem for me. Lan Kier said enviously, in the future, that poem will become famous. Our love story will also be remembered by everyone. What's so difficult about that? I will make one for you. Listen carefully. Su Zimo said disdainfully. Then, he looked at Lan Kier's expectant eyes and coughed to clear his throat. Look at this moon. It is big and round, just like that bowl. Shut up. Okay. After leaving the scene of public display of affection, Su Zimo brought Lan Kier all the way to the deepest part of the water domain. The number of martial artists here had already started to decrease. The two of them only saw a few people along the way. In the deepest part of the water domain, the long river turned into countless water dragons that wreaked havoc. Every time the water dragons collided with each other, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Faint dragon roars could be heard from within. The majestic sea rolled up waves that were tens of thousands of feet high. After a few splashes, it exploded in the depths of the sea. The space here was a folded space. Although it did not look big, the depth of the sea was immeasurable. Su Zimo took out the tyrannical shadow and sat down cross-legged. He controlled the tyrannical shadow to slowly approach the center of the torrent. Every time these water dragons attacked, Hegemon's shadow was on the verge of collapsing. However, at the same time, with every collision, the tyrannical shadow would shine brighter and the blade would become purer. The torrent came from the sky and flowed into the sea, never to return. Seeing the tyrannical shadow begin to be refined in the torrent, Su Zimo relaxed a lot. Lan Kier sat to the side and said in boredom, continue telling me the story. What happened after you fainted in the purple smoke village? After Su Zimo stabilized the tyrannical shadow, he diverted a part of his attention and said slowly, at that time, you saved me by the river. When you first saw me, your heart was beating very fast. You were probably mesmerized by my handsomeness. After that, you carried me back to your house. I was unconscious at that time. As for whether you did anything to me while I was unconscious, I don't know. Don't be so shameless. Do you think I would like you? Lon Kier snorted and said. Do you still want to listen to the story? Suzimo asked indifferently, do you want to tell it, or should I? Yes, Lon Kier nodded obediently, you tell it. The days in Zishuan village were the best days of my life, Suzimo recounted his true feelings. The two of them were sitting by the sea, and the sea was raging beside them. The torrent rolled up the waves, accompanied by the soft roar of the water dragon. The waves crashed violently on the tyrannical shadow. The young man beside her told his story in a soft voice. The young girl just looked at the young man. When he was happy, she would grin and occasionally hit Suzimo with her clenched fist. Suzimo had too many things he wanted to tell Lon Kier. All the stories he told her were from their time together in Zishuan village. Of course, some of it was fake, mainly because he wanted to set off his own handsome, intelligent, and heroic appearance. The story went on for 7 days and 7 nights. Suzimo only stopped when the tyrannical shadows, torrent, attribute was completed. Storytellers talk about their experiences, and storytellers also listen to their experiences. Storytellers put themselves in the shoes of the storytellers, and storytellers were also in the shoes of the storytellers. Suzimo retracted the tyrannical shadow and slashed with his blade. In addition to the rolling thunder, there was a river from the 9 heavens surging violently. Looking at Suzimo walking on air, his purple robes fluttering in the wind, his somewhat masculine face was filled with unswerving determination. He was not as playful as he was when he was telling the story. When he slashed with his blade, the thunder dragon wrapped around the water dragon and roared non-stop, causing huge waves to explode in the sea behind them. Lon Kier looked at Suzimo with a deep gaze. No one knew what she was thinking. The refinement of the torrent had been completed. Suzimo was prepared to bring Lon Kier to the west, to the fire domain in the west. There was a very small vacuum between the fire domain and the water domain. In front of this vacuum, there was also a very large fire door. Suzimo brought Lon Kier into the fire domain. What entered their eyes was a deep and boundless sea of fire. The temperature of the sea of fire was very low at the outermost part. However, the deeper they went, the higher the temperature. In this fire domain, there were many fire spirits in the form of animals running around. There were fire birds flying in the sky, and fire lions rolling around in the sea of fire. These fire spirits did not have any attacking power, and they would not harm others. This was because they did not have any consciousness. Even if you killed them, it would be like putting out a ball of fire. It would be meaningless. The two of them did not walk for long before Suzimo suddenly stopped in his tracks. On the wall of fire to the side, spiritual energy suddenly surged, and a flaming lotus condensed out of thin air. This lotus was the size of a palm. Although it was condensed out of fire, it emitted a rich fragrance. Suzimo was about to pick it, but he realized that someone was faster than him. A blue shadow flashed by, and the raging flame lotus disappeared without a trace. Suzimo frowned and looked over. He saw a Taoist in a blue robe appear beside him. This Taoist held a horsetail whisk and smiled at Suzimo. He said, Supreme Heavenly Venerable Benefactor, this flaming lotus is fated with me. Suzimo smiled and shook his head. He said, You're mistaken. This lotus is clearly fated with me. Benefactor, you're wrong. The Taoist emitted an Emperor Meridian aura and said with a smile, Benefactor, who is fated with this lotus now? Suzimo smiled and took out the jade pendant that Su Qingshan gave him. He smiled and said, Then I'll leave everything to you. Seeing that Suzimo was about to crush the jade pendant, the Taoist's expression froze. He hurriedly smiled and said, Treasures of heaven and earth belong to the virtuous. I'm ashamed to accept it. It's still fated with you. You're too courteous. Suzimo smiled and took the lotus from the blue-robed Taoist's hands. The blue-robed Taoist took a deep look at Suzimo and said with a smile, Benefactor, we'll meet again if we're fated. Looking at the blue-robed Taoist's departing figure, Suzimo slightly frowned. It's a bit unrealistic for an Emperor Meridian cultivator to fight over a rank 4 profound medicine. Old fox and little fox. Lon Kier wrinkled her nose slightly and said. What do you know? Suzimo opened the flower. bud of the flaming lotus and took out 8 lotus seeds. The shape of these 8 lotus seeds were like stars, and the color of each lotus seed was different. There were a total of 8 colors. Suzimo then took out a very pure white thread from the stem of the flower. He used spiritual energy to make small holes in the lotus seeds, and then strung them all on the thread. A bracelet flashing with 7 colors was completed just like that. Suzimo pulled Lan Qir's right hand and slowly put on the bracelet. Does it look good? Boring. The corner of Lan Qir's mouth slightly tilted up, and she snorted without care. My bracelet is much more valuable than that person's not forgetting flower just now, Suzimo said. Isn't it just that a rank 4 profound medicine is better than other people's rank 2? Lan Qir replied, for me, there's no difference between rank 4 and rank 2. No, it has nothing to do with rank. Suzimo shook his head and said, it's because this bracelet represents my deep love for you. Do you say this to other girls? Lan Qir asked. I'm not interested in other girls, Suzimo shook his head and replied. Lan Qir pursed her lips and looked at Suzimo in a daze. Then, she looked away. The conversation between the two of them suddenly became less and less. Suzimo arrived at the deepest part of the fire domain. A sea of fire hung in the air, and thick magma was emitting hot air. The space below the sea of fire was distorted, and the air was almost completely melted. Crackling sounds could be heard from within. Sparks flew in the sea of fire. The fire spirits around the sea of fire were even more concentrated. Countless fire spirits transformed into animals and ran around. Suzimo controlled the tyrannical shadow to float into the sea of fire. Then, he diverted a part of his attention to tell Lan Qir a story. The raging flames illuminated Suzimo's face. Lan Qir picked up a handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat off Suzimo's forehead. Seeing Suzimo's smiling eyes, she quickly explained, don't misunderstand, this is just the reward for listening to your story. Suzimo smiled. This girl was very similar to his impression of her, but there were also some differences. A few days later, the tempering of the earth fire was completed. The shadow dragon on the blade looked even more realistic, and a faint dragon's roar could be heard from it. The tyrannical shadow had also been successfully upgraded to a heaven-grade weapon. Suzimo looked at the new tyrannical shadow. On the surface of the weapon, other than the shadow dragon, there was also the symbol of lightning, water, and fire. After putting away the tyrannical shadow, Suzimo held Lan Qir's hand and walked towards the wind domain. This time, Lan Qir didn't object. She just let Suzimo hold her hand. Other than the stories between the two of them, Suzimo would also often tell Lan Qir about some of the strange happenings in the continent. The sandstorm that filled the sky buried this world. In the distance, the sandstorm swept up a monstrous storm, wreaking havoc in the sandstorm. This was not just a sandstorm, but a situation where countless sandstorms were rampaging together. When these sandstorms collided with each other, they would not explode. Instead, they would merge together and become an even larger sandstorm. This sand-filled wind domain was recognized by all martial practitioners as the most dangerous of the 4 spirit domains. It was also a spirit domain that martial practitioners rarely came to. The astral winds whistled through the air, and the space in many places even began to collapse. The howling of the wind sounded like the screams of demons from the underground. Suzimo tightened his clothes, pulled Lan Qir's hand, and walked towards the innermost part of the wind domain. The wind and sand were so strong that they could barely open their eyes. Not long after the two of them walked, they heard a voice coming from not far away. It wasn't until the moment I saw you that I believed that fairies existed in this world. Suzimo turned his head and saw that in the sandstorm, a man was holding a forget-me-not flower, and was confessing his love in a loud voice. The strong wind blew his white robe, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. Although he looked a little embarrassed, he gave people an inexplicable feeling of handsomeness. Suzimo looked carefully, and found that this man was Su Chang'an, whom he had met in the water domain before. He was called one of the 8 heavens prides of the Greenwood Empire, the scholarly swordsman, and so on. The woman in front of him was no longer the girl called Yu'er. Instead, she was wearing a black robe, and looked quite valiant. Damn, this guy is a stud horse. Suzimo opened his eyes. A person can be so dissolute to such an extent. How long has it been, and he has already fallen in love with someone else? Su Zimo looked at Lan Qi, slightly raised his eyebrows, and said with a smile, "Take a good look. How can such a scumbag be compared to me?" "You were moved by his poem at that time." Lan Qi snorted, and then directly walked up. At this time, in the sandstorm, the woman in the black robe heard Su Chang'an's words, and said with a smile, "You should not know how many girls you have said this to. Why don't you believe me?" Su Chang'an shook his head sadly, and then said affectionately, "If it is possible, I am even willing to take out my heart and give it to you, to let you see how much I love you." "Okay, then I will help you." A voice suddenly sounded. Su Chang'an was shocked, and quickly turned his head to look. He saw Lan Qi's imposing manner, and the aura of the peak of the void pulse realm on her body was faintly stronger than the surrounding wind. Step by step, she walked out of the sandstorm. "Who are you?" Su Chang'an asked vigilantly. "A kind passerby." Lan Qi chuckled, and directly attacked Su Chang'an. She clenched her hands, and all the spirit energy around her fists exploded, and dark blue spirit energy spread around her body. Su Chang'an quickly pulled out his sword, and with just one punch, he directly flew out. Su Chang'an stabilized his body, and stared at Lan Qi, and the long sword in his hand was filled with black spirit energy. He took the initiative to attack. This was the pulse technique he was best at, ink swordsmanship. This swordsmanship not only had a strong attack power, but the moves were also unpredictable, and even the way it was used was very elegant. It was as if he was drawing a picture, and the long sword was filled with black spirit energy. When the sword slashed down, it was as if someone had picked up a brush and splashed ink in the sky. The long sword streaked across the sky, sometimes like an eagle spreading its wings, sometimes like a pine tree standing on a cliff. Under Su Chang'an's attack, Lan Qi was actually suppressed, and she could only passively defend. Just when Su Zimo was about to go forward to help, he saw a very mysterious aura emitting from Lan Qi's body. The light blue spirit energy almost turned into a solid spirit liquid, and the spirit energy around her fluctuated more and more. A blue light flashed on Lan Qi's body, and her skin quickly turned dark blue. Not only her skin, but even her eyes and long black hair all turned dark blue. When the blue light on Lan Qi's body became stronger and stronger, Su Zimo suddenly felt a different kind of emotion from the bottom of his heart. He didn't know what it was, but it was a very strange feeling that he couldn't explain. The blue light on Lan Qi's body became brighter, and she looked at Su Chang'an's impenetrable sword shadows. She gently clenched her hands in the air, and then the space collapsed, and all the sword shadows disappeared. Even the long sword in Su Chang'an's hand was broken into countless pieces. Su Chang'an didn't even have time to react, and his neck was directly grabbed by Lan Qi. His face was full of panic, and he looked at Lan Qi's eyes that were full of killing intent. He revealed a smile that he thought was very handsome, and said slowly, "Someone told me that there were fairies in this world, but I didn't believe it at that time." Crack. Before Su Chang'an could finish his words, his neck was directly broken by Lan Qi. Then, Lan Qi picked up Su Chang'an's long sword and directly cut open his stomach. Lan Qi's hands were dripping with blood as she dug out Su Chang'an's heart. She smiled at the black-robed woman, who was scared silly, and said, "I helped you dig out your heart, do you think he is sincere?" The woman swallowed her saliva, and her face was very pale. Then, Lan Qi turned around. She was drenched in blood. Blood was still dripping from her bloody heart. She innocently smiled at Su Zimo and said, "Brother Zimo, look at his heart, it's fickle." Su Zimo smiled insincerely and nodded. He finally understood the saying, "Sure enough, love can change a person." "Then what is your heart like, Brother Zimo?" Lan Qi asked curiously. "If you want to see, you can dig it out yourself." Su Zimo smiled and said, "Okay, I hope that Brother Zimo didn't lie to me." Lan Qi walked towards Su Zimo step by step. She held the heart in her left hand, and Su Chang'an's sword in her right hand. When the long sword touched his chest, Su Zimo slightly closed his eyes. Dig out the heart? For a person who had fused with the 100-battle body, the heart was no longer important. However, Su Zimo also understood that if Lan Qi really wanted to dig out his heart, it would be the end of the two of them. He was mentally prepared, but the piercing pain that he imagined did not come. Instead, a warm body hugged him tightly. Su Zimo could even smell the fragrance of the girl's blue hair. He slightly opened his eyes. He saw the girl buried her head in his chest, and was unwilling to let go for a long time. At this moment, the two of them were speechless. Suzimo did not know how long the two of them hugged, and the sky was filled with wind and sand. The sun in the sky seemed to be witnessing everything. In the innermost part of the wind region, it was already very difficult for martial artists to enter. There was a huge scale of sandstorms everywhere. Suzimo sat cross-legged, and let the tyrannical shadow float in midair, allowing the tyrannical shadow to be purified in the sandstorm. He continued to tell the story of the two of them. A few days later, the first stage of the tyrannical shadow's tempering was completely completed. Lightning and torrents wandered in the first half of the blade, while fire and hurricanes wreaked havoc in the second half of the blade. The shadow dragon circled in the middle, and its originally closed eyes slowly opened at this moment. After staring at the shadow dragon for a long time, it seemed that the dragon's roar could be heard from the back of the head. There was no wind that day, and the sunset was very beautiful. I left you. That was the last time we met. From then on, until I woke up from my dream, I did not see you again. Suzimo said slowly. The story had already ended at this point. Lon Kier looked at Suzimo and asked seriously, if one day I leave, will you come and find me? I don't know. You have to come. Okay. When will you come? I don't know. I'll wait for you. Okay. The sandstorm was still raging, and the sun in the sky was gradually setting in the west. Lon Kier looked up at the dark starless sky, and stubbornly looked at Suzimo, and said, hug me to sleep. Suzimo nodded. In fact, at his level, sleep was no longer important to him. The moon was bright in the sky, and Suzimo found a place where the sandstorm was relatively weak, and slowly fell asleep with the girl in his arms. He remembered a writer once said, some people want to sleep, but not because they are tired, but because they miss sleep. After a silent night, the two of them tacitly hugged each other, and did not say anything. They just quietly felt each other's chest beating. When the dawn rose from the horizon and the sky gradually brightened up, the sky gradually turned gray. Lon Kier sat up and quietly looked at Suzimo. She tied up her long hair and looked at Suzimo, who was still sleeping. She lowered her head and lightly kissed his cheek, and then turned to leave. Last time, you abandoned me. This time, let me be the bad guy. The two Taoists, Joy and Sorrow, were waiting for her not far away. The girl's figure gradually disappeared into the horizon. A few minutes after Lon Kier left, Suzimo slowly opened his eyes. He laughed softly, then stood up and silently walked into the distance. The world of children was always full of stubbornness. They would always make a scene when they could not get what they wanted, and would always think of ways to get it. But in the world of adults, everyone knew that they should think for each other. Lon Kier understood that Suzimo was not the kind of person who would only think about love. He had his own ambitions, and his own martial arts dreams. She could have stayed by Suzimo's side, but doing so would only hinder Suzimo's martial arts. So she left. Suzimo also knew that Lon Kier left, but he did not stop her, because he knew that cultivation was the most important thing for him. He would not have so much time to accompany Lon Kier. Perhaps when he stepped on this path, he had already chosen his own destiny. He would go find Lon Kier, but not now. Martial arts was a person's loneliness, and loneliness was a group of people's revelry. Once Suzimo walked out of the Wind Realm, he saw Daoist Bei waiting for him. Seeing Suzimo walk out, Daoist Bei slightly frowned and said blandly, "Kid, don't say I didn't warn you. Stay away from our young lady. Do I need you to teach me how to do things?" Suzimo responded blandly. "Kid, don't be too arrogant just because you have some talent. Do you know who we are?" Daoist Bei scorned. "Then do you know who I am?" Suzimo asked. Daoist Bei paused. He truly didn't know who Suzimo was. He watched Lon Kier grow up. Although the Lon family never interfered with the marriage of their disciples, he had a very bad impression of Suzimo. Therefore, he acted on his own accord. "My father is the vice leader of Zhenwu Xingzong, and the current leader of the sect." Suzimo chuckled and responded. Hearing Suzimo, Daoist Bei's face froze. Zhenwu Xingzong was a sect founded by Emperor Zhenwu, the strongest human being in the world. Later on, the sect was strengthened by 4 emperors, and was even more powerful than the Lan family. Daoist Bei remained silent for a while, then said slowly, Zhenwu Xingzong is indeed powerful, but... No buts. Even in your central continent, Zhenwu Xingzong is a top-grade sect. Su Zimo directly interrupted Daoist Bei and said blandly, don't think too highly of yourself. In fact, you're nothing but a dog. Believe it or not, even if I kill you, the Lan family can't do anything to me. Hearing Su Zimo, Daoist Bei's face darkened. He snorted coldly, then trod on the air and left. He knew that if he stayed, he would only be humiliating himself. Su Zimo looked at Daoist Bei's back, then shook his head and chuckled. In fact, Daoist Bei and Daoist Bei were both top-grade emperors. Their lives were full of drama. Daoist Huan was born in a rich family. Since the day he was born, he didn't lack anything. When he started cultivating, he was tested as a first-grade talent. Then, he was chosen by a sect leader in his town and was taken in as a personal disciple. From then on, he began his smooth-sailing cultivation path. He reached the meridian condensing stage when he was 20, and reached void meridian stage when he was 50. After 200, he reached Zun meridian. Now, after 700 years of cultivation, he was already at emperor stage. Cultivator. This speed was nothing for an emperor's lineage, but he had always been a vagrant cultivator. Even the sect he first joined was only a small one. Compared to Priest Huan, Priest Bei's life was much more miserable. On the day he was born, his mother died in childbirth. When he was a child, his father was hacked to death by bandits. He had been a vagrant since he was young. For a long time, he lived as a beggar. There was even a period of time when he went crazy. When he had gone mad, he had unintentionally eaten a stalk of divine medicine, and from then on, his life had begun to change. Later on, miraculously, fate brought Priest Huan and Priest Bei together. Unintentionally, they started talking about their own stories. One went through all the hardships in the world, while the other had a smooth life. The two of them received inspiration from their respective stories and then comprehended the great Tao of sorrow and joy. After that, they joined the Lan clan. Not long after Daoist Bei left, Ren Pingxing trod on the air and arrived, looking for Su Zimo. Young master, the entire Thousand Beasts sect is after you. Ren Pingxing said helplessly, I heard that anyone who provides your location will get an Earth-grade weapon. Do they know who I am? Su Zimo asked. They shouldn't know. Ren Pingxing shook his head. Do you want to play a big game? Su Zimo smiled. What game? Ren Pingxing asked. Destroy the Thousand Beasts sect, Su Zimo said word by word. Ren Pingxing was shocked. He quickly said, Young master, our relationship with the Thousand Beasts sect hasn't reached that stage. As long as you tell them who you are and apologize, they won't dare to make things difficult for you. I don't want to apologize, so I can only destroy them, Su Zimo said. Ren Pingxing was silent for a moment. Then, he said helplessly, but we can't destroy them with just the two of us. We'll need the help of your Emperor True Treasure, Su Zimo said. Then, Su Zimo brought Ren Pingxing to the vacuum of the wind region. There was a black film in the vacuum. Su Zimo knew this was a formation. This formation was the center of the Pure Moon Divine Realm. It was also where the Pure Moon Divine Altar was. This formation was a level 8 formation. Cultivators below the Saint Bloodline Realm couldn't break it with their strength. Even a Saint Bloodline Realm expert would have to spend some time to break this formation. However, the Thousand Beasts sect would definitely be able to react during this time. What Su Zimo needed to do was to enter the formation quietly without attracting the attention of the Thousand Beasts sect. He said to Ren Pingxing, let the sun-swallowing axe find one of the formation seals and devour it. Then, take the position of the formation seal and open a gap for us to enter. Ren Pingxing was a little confused when he heard Su Zimo's words. However, he still awakened the weapon spirit in the sun-swallowing axe. Black spirit energy wrapped around the sun-swallowing axe. A vast voice sounded from within the axe. Junior, why have you awakened me? Ren Pingxing hurriedly told the sun-swallowing axe about Su Zimo's suggestion. The weapon spirit sized up the formation and said proudly, this is a level 8 formation. Even an ordinary Great Emperor True Weapon wouldn't be able to enter silently. However, my devouring attribute happens to be able to restrain it. Junior, this is the second thing I will do for you. Ren Pingxing hurriedly nodded when he heard the weapon spirit's words. He knew that after completing these 10 tasks, he would be able to regain his freedom according to the agreement between the weapon spirit and the Great Emperor. Soon after, the entire sun-swallowing axe was filled with black energy. Demonic energy covered a small part of the formation. Strands of devouring power filled the air. After a long time, a small door that was 1 meter tall suddenly appeared on the black membrane. Su Zimo and Ren Pingxing quickly walked in. The sun-swallowing axe simply devoured the formation seal. When Su Zimo and Ren Pingxing entered, the weapon spirit returned the formation seal to its original position. Soon after, the small door gradually closed. They walked into the center of the pure moon divine domain. The space inside was very big. According to Su Zimo's estimation, it was probably bigger than the 4 spirit domains outside combined. Su Zimo led Ren Pingxing towards the east for about half a day. Finally, they saw a barrier in the distance. This barrier covered an area of 50 kilometers around the pure moon divine domain, and an old man wearing a green Taoist robe was quietly sitting at the entrance of the barrier. Although this old man did not exude a domineering aura, the feeling he gave off was as deep as the ocean. The ocean was so deep and vast that no one knew where it was. Ren Pingxing believed that he could even put up a fight against an Emperor Vane expert. However, the moment he saw the old man, he did not even have the slightest desire to fight. A Saint Bloodline Realm expert. His pupils abruptly shrank as he said word by word, "This Thousand Beast sect really values the Clear Moon Divine Altar." Not only did they set up a level 8 formation outside, they even set up a barrier and a Saint Bloodline Realm expert to protect it. This is the foundation of the Thousand Beasts sect. How can they not value it? Su Zimo said with a smile. One had to know that a first-rate sect like the Thousand Beasts sect did not have many Saint Vane experts. Every one of them was a valuable asset. Now, they actually had a Saint Vane expert guard the door. This was enough to show the importance of the Clear Moon Divine Altar. Then how do we get in? Ren Pingxing asked. The Clear Moon Divine Altar purified the turbid and clear qi of this era. After that, it merged with this world. Su Zimo said with a smile. However, very few people know that the Clear Moon Divine Altar is a component altar and a mother altar. As long as we find the child altar, we can use it to cross the barrier and return to the mother altar. If Su Zimo remembered correctly, Chu Yang should have obtained information about the child altar in his previous life. After he was defeated by Chu Yang at the Nether Dragon Stream, not only did he work hard to cultivate, he also collected a lot of information about Chu Yang. He wanted to use it for revenge. Actually, when the Primal Chaos Pearl had brought him into the River of Destiny, he'd personally witnessed the scene of the Pure Moon Divine Altar fusing with the heavens and the earth as the River of Destiny evolved. Then does young master know where the child altar is? Ren Pingxing asked. The child altar is scattered near the mother altar, Su Zimo replied. Let your sun-swallowing axe help you find it. Back then, he was tempered by the mandate of heaven. The Clear Moon Divine Altar's origin energy is the same as the mandate of heaven. He should be able to sense it. Ren Pingxing was a little confused. One had to know that to people, everything about the mandate of heaven was like a fog. Even though its name was well known and everyone said that those who inherited the mandate of heaven would be undefeatable, what the mandate of heaven was, other than the emperors, no one knew. Ren Pingxing didn't understand how Su Zimo knew that the origin energy of the Pure Moon Divine Altar and the heavenly mandate was the same. In the end, he could only attribute it to the records left behind by the great emperor of the imperial lineage. Ren Pingxing then told the artifact spirit about Su Zimo's request. This is the third thing I've done for you, said the artifact spirit. In fact, the treasure spirit was a bit confused. Every time an emperor true treasure was used, it was very precious. Now, Ren Pingxing was wasting 2 chances to help someone else. As the sun-swallowing axe's black fog spread out, it began to comprehend this world. After a long time, the tool spirit's voice slowly sounded. Keep heading southeast. There's a very familiar aura there, but I'm not sure if it's him or not. Hearing the artifact spirit's words, Su Zimo and Ren Pingxing hurriedly rushed towards the southeast. In fact, the Thousand Beast sect had arranged for many disciples to patrol around this barrier. However, the cultivation of these disciples wasn't very high. Su Zimo and Rinpingxing could also easily avoid it. Disciples with high innate talent would not do this kind of hard work. Keep going forward. I feel that the aura is getting stronger, the artifact spirit's voice sounded from the sun-swallowing axe. Su Zimo and Rinpingxing increased their speed. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they finally passed by a hill. The artifact spirit made them stop. It's down here. You can dig and see. Su Zimo glanced at Rinpingxing. Then, he went to the side to take a look. Rinpingxing held a huge axe and started digging. After digging nearly 100 meters deep, Rinpingxing's surprised shout came from underground. Young master, I dug it up. Is this it? Su Zimo hurriedly ran down the deep hole and saw Rinpingxing holding a palm-sized round altar. This round altar was a bit like a pagoda. The bottom was oval-shaped and was divided into 5 levels. Each level was engraved with all kinds of patterns. There were flowers, birds, fish, insects, birds, and beasts. The 5th level was chaotic and shrouded in a gray fog. At this moment, the altar was emitting a faint purple light. Su Zimo looked at Rinpingxing and said, "Go outside and keep a lookout. Wait for me to refine it." Rinpingxing nodded. Then, Su Zimo sat down cross-legged. He originally planned to put the Clear Moon Divine Altar's child altar into his True Fate world and use his world energy to refine it bit by bit. But at this moment, when he put the child altar into his True Fate world, the child altar slightly trembled as if it was expressing its inner excitement. Then, Su Zimo actually received a message that the child altar wanted to fuse with his True Fate world. He didn't expect that refining would be so easy. Natural oddities were very hard to refine in a short period of time. But now, Su Zimo discovered that he didn't need to refine it himself. Instead, it was these natural oddities that wanted to fuse with him. When the Clear Moon Divine Altar took root in Su Zimo's True Fate world, the Divine Altar instantly emitted a purple light. Bit by bit, it helped Su Zimo purify the turbid and clear energy in his True Fate world. And Su Zimo could completely use the child altar. He used the power of the child altar to sense the location of the mother altar. Then, he directly opened a teleportation gate. This was the only use of the child altar. This teleportation gate could only lead to the mother altar. It couldn't teleport to anywhere else. When Su Zimo and Rinpingxing stepped into the teleportation gate, their eyes were completely enveloped by spatial turbulence. At the same time, at the location of the mother altar of the Clear Moon Divine Altar, a spatial gate opened beside it. The two of them walked out of the spatial gate and hurriedly observed their surroundings. After confirming that no one had seen them, they let out a sigh of relief and started to examine their surroundings. Right in front of them was an especially tall divine altar. This divine altar was exactly the same as the child altar that Su Zimo obtained. It was just that its surface area was countless times larger. The surroundings were covered by a faint white fog. The entire divine altar gave off a very majestic and vast feeling. At a glance, it was like a pillar of heaven and earth. There were hundreds of flowers blooming on it, carp swimming around, giant birds spreading their wings, and tigers roaring in the wilderness. Behind the divine altar, there was an especially large blood pool. This blood pool was roughly 1,000 miles long. The blood within it had merged into a sea of blood. At this moment, the surface of the sea of blood was very calm. There was no smell of blood here. Instead, there was a refreshing fragrance. "What do we do now?" Rinpingxing asked curiously. Su Zimo didn't answer. Instead, he took out the nebula bottle from his storage ring. This bottle contained the essence blood of the 9 mythological beasts that he obtained from the blood demon's secret realm. It was blood essence, but after thousands of years of mutation, including the resentment left behind by the divine beast when it died, it had already become a drop of evil blood. Su Zimo stepped into the air, his gaze focused as he arrived at the highest level of the Clear Moon Divine Altar. He placed the evil blood into the gray space at the highest level. Immediately after, the divine altar started to shake. The entire divine altar seemed to have been awakened, and the engravings on the surface of the other levels also seemed to have come to life. A pure and holy light shone out from the divine altar. This light seemed to be able to purify everything in the world, and it gave people a very holy and pure feeling. When this light enveloped the evil blood, a thick black chi emerged from the surface of the evil blood. The sinister faces of the divine beast before it died appeared on the surface of the altar. These faces wanted to bring the evil blood out of the light. Ear-piercing screams rang out, and the light and the black fog were in a stalemate. As time passed, the light emitted by the divine altar gradually dimmed. Su Zimo hurriedly took out spirit crystals from his storage ring and threw them into the gray fog. When these spirit crystals were absorbed by the divine altar, the originally weak light gradually became stronger, and suppressed the evil blood. Su Zimo threw spirit crystals as if they were worthless. He didn't know how many spirit crystals he threw in, but as the pure and holy light became stronger and stronger, more and more black chi emerged from the evil blood. Finally, with an angry roar, which seemed to be mixed with words like little Zhenwu, the drop of evil blood was split in half. After that, the light dissipated, and the clear moon divine altar became calm again. The 2 drops of blood floated in the air. The blood on the left was very pure, and the aura of an ancient divine beast pervaded the air. As for the other drop of blood, although it was also blood red, it looked very demonic, as if it contained all the evil in the world. Su Zimo placed the 2 drops of blood into the nebula bottle. He knew that the clear moon divine altar had expelled the evil blood. The blood on the left was the purest blood essence of a divine beast, and the blood on the right was the result of thousands of years of mutation, as well as the unwillingness and resentment of the divine beast before it died. The divine altar was very large, and Su Zimo brought Ren Pingxing to hide in the innermost part of the divine altar. He and Ren Pingxing each ate a true essence breath-holding pill. This pill was given to Su Zimo by Su Qingshan a long time ago because he was worried about his safety. With this true essence breath-holding pill, even Saint bloodline experts wouldn't be able to detect the 2 of them. Although Ren Pingxing did not know the purpose of Su Zimo's actions, he knew that Su Zimo would definitely tell him what he wanted to say. The 2 of them hid here for 3 whole days. On the morning of the 4th day, Ren Pingxing was awakened from his cultivation state by a burst of loud noise. He poked his head out slightly to take a look at the outside of the altar, only to see a dense crowd surging over from afar. Ren Pingxing took a look. There were at least 10,000 people in this group, and they all wore the same clothes. Their bodies more or less had the characteristics of demonic beasts, and it was obvious that they were disciples of the Thousand Beasts sect. The leader of this group of disciples was a man in a black robe. This man looked very strong, and Ren Pingxing felt that his arms were thicker than his thighs. The man had a few tiger whiskers on his face, and the word king was faintly carved on his forehead. When he walked over, that majestic pressure was like a ferocious beast descending into the world. Behind this man were 4 old men in black robes. The wide black robes enveloped the old men, and only their old faces could be seen. These 4 old men, including the man in front, all had surging auras. The entire world trembled under their auras. It was obvious that these were 5 Saint bloodline experts. It could be said that more than half of the upper echelons of the Thousand Beasts sect were here. "Do you see that man in the black robe?" Su Zimo whispered to Ren Pingxing. "That's the current sect master of the Thousand Beasts sect, Li Yunhu." When the 10,000 disciples arrived together, it was a grand sight. Everyone raised their heads and looked solemnly at the pure moon divine altar that reached into the clouds. Then, they set up incense tables as if they were worshipping something. As the purple incense slowly rose from the incense tables, the 10,000 people all knelt down and kowtowed 3 times in the direction of the pure moon divine altar. At this moment, Su Zimo and Ren Pingxing were hidden in the pure moon divine altar. They watched as the 10,000 people knelt down and kowtowed to them. There were all kinds of Saint bloodline experts and countless Emperor bloodline experts among them. Ren Pingxing clicked his tongue and said, "I can't accept so many people kowtowing to me. But to be honest, this feels pretty good." When everyone finished kowtowing, a Saint bloodline black-robed elder stood guard at the side. Under the leadership of Sect Master Li Yunhu, the others all entered the boundless blood pool at the side. The Saint bloodline elder standing at the side waved his hand, and a part of the space between heaven and earth almost collapsed. Walala, the sound of flowing water resounded, and a long river surged from the horizon. The surroundings of the river were shrouded in a faint white mist. Dense mist filled the air, and the long river surged endlessly. Under the control of the Saint Bloodline Elder, all the water surged into the pure moon divine altar. Ren Pingxing focused his gaze and realized that what was surging in the river was not water, but precious drops of spirit liquid. Usually, even a small bottle of spirit liquid was very important to a lone cultivator like him. But now, these people were casually taking out a river of spirit liquid. As expected, these large sects really did not care about money. Ren Pingxing swore to himself. Damn, I'll set a small goal in the future. For example, I'll first earn 100 million tons of spirit liquid. As the spirit liquid surged into the pure moon divine altar, the entire divine altar emitted a bright light. This aura was much stronger than Suzimo's. At the same time, Li Yunhu led the rest of the elders and disciples into the blood pool. They tore off all the flesh on their bodies with their bare hands. This kind of pain was unimaginable for ordinary people. If some people could not endure it, they would even die from the pain. After all the flesh was taken away, the blood in everyone's body was actually black. It was emitting an extremely evil black aura. They wanted to clean up the remaining black blood in their veins until not a single drop was left. At this moment, everyone in the blood pool looked very sinister. They had lost their skin, revealing their white bones. After all the black blood was cleansed, a pure white light shone from the pure moon divine altar. This white light enveloped the blood pool that was thousands of miles wide. The blood in the blood pool began to boil. They controlled their remaining black blood to float in the air. The black blood was slowly purified under the white light. Then, everyone started to absorb the other clean blood in the sea of blood. They had to be very careful during this process. If there was a mistake, it would cause irreparable injuries. If it was serious, they would die on the spot. The Saint Bloodline Realm Elder stood guard at the side, radiating an imposing aura. Inside the god altar, Suzima whispered to Ren Pingxing, later, use the sun-swallowing axe to attack the pure moon god altar with all your might and break its purifying light. Leave the rest to me. Ren Pingxing nodded. He knew that Suzima was going to do something big. Remember, you must attack with all your might. You only have one chance. Suzima reminded him worriedly, normal attacks are useless against the god altar. When everyone was enveloped in the holy light and started to change their blood, Ren Pingxing took a deep breath and took out his sun-swallowing axe. At this moment, black gas filled the sky. He had once again awakened the weapon spirit of the great emperor true weapon. The power of the emperor pattern and the remaining power of the mandate of heaven were all added to his body. Under this aura, the space around him was completely shattered. The black fog on the huge axe roared. His face was distorted. When he flew out of the god altar and chopped at the top of the god altar with all his might, time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Ren Pingxing felt that he had never been so eye-catching in his life. From the day he was born, the Ren family had already declined. The descendant of the great emperor did not bring him glory, but a kind of responsibility. But today, he would pick up the huge axe. He would be in the core area of a first-rate sect. He would be facing the panicked gazes of nearly 10,000 people. Who cares if you have an emperor bloodline or a saint bloodline, he would be as dazzling as the sun. He would chop with the axe. Wherever the huge axe passed, the sky would roar, the sky would wail, and the ferocious face of the black fog would scream. Everyone could only hear the sound of an explosion that tore through the sky. The huge axe ruthlessly chopped at the pure moon god altar. Although the god altar was abnormally sturdy, the huge axe did not even leave a mark on it. However, the purifying light emitted by the god altar was broken. When Ren Pingxing struck out with his axe, the Saint Bloodline Realm Elder had already noticed him. "Brat, you dare!" The elder roared. Spiritual chi surged from the horizon, and a pair of large hands directly slapped towards Ren Pingxing. The gigantic hand destroyed everything, causing space to collapse. At this moment, Ren Pingxing's entire body was shrouded in black devil chi. When he picked up the sun-devouring axe, he was fearless. He swung his axe at the giant hand. At this moment, it was as if he wanted to fight the heavens and the earth. Unfortunately, the power of a Saint Bloodline cultivator was simply too strong. With just a single palm strike, Ren Pingxing was sent flying, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Seeing that Ren Pingxing was about to stand up and attack the altar, the Saint Bloodline Elder snorted and stepped into the air. He waved his hands, and a restrictive force trapped Rinpingxing. At this moment, everyone in the blood pool had reached the final stage of changing their blood. Su Zimo flew out from the altar and placed a drop of blood into the blood pool. This drop of blood had been separated from the blood essence of the 9 divine beasts. This evil blood represented the resentment of all the divine beasts. It could be said that it was completely evil blood. Without the protection of the clear moon divine altar's purifying light, Su Zimo's drop of evil blood instantly melted into the blood pool. The reason why Su Zimo had asked Rinpingxing to block the purifying light of the clear moon divine altar was to pollute the blood pool. Otherwise, with the suppression of the purifying light, it would be useless even if Su Zimo put the evil blood in. At this moment, everyone's blood changing had reached a critical stage. They put all their attention on it and did not have the mind to pay attention to the situation outside. When the sea of blood that had fused with the evil blood was absorbed into the bodies of nearly 10,000 people, some of the disciples with lower cultivation started to scream. In fact, after the evil blood had been dispersed, it had become very thin. However, the physiques of the 1,000 beasts sex people were too special. Even a little bit of the evil blood could cause them serious injuries. At this moment, with the screams of nearly 10,000 people, the Saint Bloodline Realm Elders and Sect Master Li Yunhu, who were at the front, had dark expressions on their faces. They could not hold on any longer. The Saint Bloodline Realm Elder, who had just captured Rinpingxing, immediately noticed this abnormality. He roared and charged directly at Su Zimo. Judging from his aura, it seemed as though he wanted to tear Su Zimo to pieces. Su Zimo hurriedly crushed the jade tablet his father had given him. The spirit energy in the heaven and earth rolled like clouds and mist. A green figure appeared in front of Su Zimo. The moment this green figure appeared, thousands of sword chi revolved around him. He was wearing a green robe and his eyes were expressionless. The green figure pointed casually and thousands of sword chi flew toward the Saint Bloodline Realm Elder. The elder smashed the countless sword chi with his palm. However, the sword chi continued to fly toward him. He could not dodge in time and his palm was grazed by a sword chi. The elder stared at the green figure in front of him. He naturally knew that this was just a divine soul. However, a half-step Saint Bloodline divine soul was actually able to fight him to such an extent. How powerful was the true body? Although this divine soul was split from Su Qingshan, it did not have a consciousness. It was completely controlled by Su Zimo. More and more disciples in the Blood Sea started to scream. The Saint Bloodline Realm Elder was burning with anxiety. Right now, he only wanted to suppress Su Zimo and Rinpingxing as quickly as possible and then reactivate the purifying moon divine altar. Run! Su Zimo ordered the green shadow to hold back the elder as he shouted at Rinpingxing who was in the sky. Rinpingxing took a deep breath. The demonic shadow in his hand surged as he destroyed the shackles around him with a swing of his axe. Then, he ran out of the purifying moon divine realm. It feels so good to run after acting cool, Rinpingxing thought to himself. He watched as Su Zimo and Rinpingxing stepped into the air and left. However, the divine soul in front of him blocked his path. The Saint Bloodline Realm Elder did not want to be entangled with them. He summoned his true fate and the shadow of an ancient divine beast, the Azure Dragon, appeared above his head. The Azure Dragon roared as its enormous beast aura filled the entire space. The Saint Bloodline Realm Elder immediately charged over. After a long battle, he finally destroyed the divine soul. Then, he hurriedly reactivated the purifying moon divine altar. Su Zimo and Rinpingxing stepped into the air and left the purifying moon divine realm and the 100-beast city. No one would have thought that the famous 1,000-beast sect in the far west was going through a life-and-death crisis. Su Zimo knew that he had formed a grudge with the 1,000-beast sect this time. However, given the 1,000-beast sect's current situation, it was hard to say if they could maintain their strength as a first-rate sect, let alone find trouble with him. Su Zimo and Rinpingxing did not stop along the way. They headed straight for Zhenwu Zone. The 7th sect tournament was approaching. However, Su Zimo did not know if the 1,000-beast sect would be able to participate this time. Legend had it that a long time ago, there was a Taoist called Xianxia. He firmly believed that the origin of animals was much older than the origin of humans. He believed that humans had evolved from some kind of animal. Other than the difference in thinking and intelligence, humans were just a high-level animal. After entering the cultivation era at the beginning of the new era, humans had martial artists while beasts had beasts. The biggest difference between martial artists and beasts was that humans' cultivation speed was much faster than beasts. It was almost twice as fast. The advantage of beasts was that they were born with strong bodies. Martial artists of the same level would find it difficult to break through their defenses. This also caused martial artists of the same level to be no match for beasts. However, due to their strong bodies, they required too much blood and chi for each advancement. This caused their cultivation speed to be very slow. Beasts often killed each other as they could increase their blood and chi by eating the flesh of their own kind. Xianxia had been thinking of a way to fuse the blood of humans and beasts. It would allow humans to maintain their original cultivation speed while also possessing the strong physique of beasts. As the first beast to inherit the mandate of heaven, Emperor Ba's influence on the beasts was as far-reaching as Emperor Zhenwu's influence on humans. Before Emperor Ba ascended, he passed down his Emperor's strength technique to many beasts. He hoped that more prodigies would appear among the beasts. After a few eras, a python transformed into a true dragon and inherited the mandate of heaven of that era. This was because the true dragon's strength technique was Emperor Ba's strength technique. In order to commemorate Emperor Ba and his selfless spirit, the true dragon named himself Emperor Ba. During Emperor Ba's era, Xianxia found him and told him his idea, hoping to create a perfect species. Emperor Ba agreed readily. After hundreds of years of hard work, a new species was born. Beastman. Their experiment could be said to be a success or a failure. Although the beastman's cultivation speed was not as fast as martial artists, their physical strength was stronger than martial artists. At the same time, although the beastman's physical strength was inferior to beasts, their cultivation speed was much faster than beasts. To put it simply, Beastman combined the strengths of both martial artists and demonic beasts, as well as the weaknesses of both. However, the appearance of this species itself was lamentable. They had the common characteristics of both humans and demonic beasts, so they were not accepted by the two races. What was even more frightening was that the bloodline in a half-beastman's body was not pure. Simply put, their bloodlines would conflict. The final result was that when the conflict reached a certain point and could no longer be salvaged, all the blood vessels in the body would die. Emperor Might saw this as his own fault, and he worked hard to find a way to save the demi-humans. In the end, he found the pure moon divine altar. These half-blood beastmen only needed to change their blood every 3 months. Under the suppression of the pure moon divine altar's purifying power, their lifespans would be greatly increased. But it is often said that a pitiful person must have something to hate. At that time, the half-beastmen relied on Emperor Li's guilt to run amok. They did not put the humans and the beastmen in their eyes. After the mighty emperor ascended, the demi-humans were immediately sanctioned. At that time, the half-beastmen could be said to be hated by everyone, to the point that they were almost exterminated. Only a few half-beastmen occasionally went into hiding and struggled at death's door. After countless eras, the half-beastmen group expanded once again. These half-beastmen built a sect around the pure moon divine altar and called it the Thousand Beasts sect. Because too much time had passed, the misunderstandings and dissatisfaction people had towards the half-beastmen slowly disappeared. Su Zimo and Ren Pingxing returned to Zhenwu Xingzong after a long journey. Recently, the sect seemed to be particularly lively. Many disciples were discussing about the 7-sect tournament and the geniuses of the various sections. The 7-sect tournament was the most lively and grand tournament in the far west land. It was held every 3 years, and there was only one requirement for the participating disciples, which was that they could not be more than 30 years old. Each sect could only send a maximum of 10 disciples to participate in the tournament. It was said that after the 7 great sects stabilized the situation in the far west land, they agreed to hold the tournament once every 3 years. In fact, it was a long time ago. This year, it happened to be Zhenwu Xingzong's turn to host the tournament. The invitations were sent to the other 6 sects as early as half a month ago. At this time, the atmosphere in Zhenwu Xingzong's main hall was a little quiet. The third elder said, "Sect Master, the Thousand Beasts sect sent a message saying that they will be closing their doors for a period of time and will not participate in anything. They probably won't be able to come to the 7-sect tournament this time." "What's going on?" Su Qingshan frowned slightly and asked, didn't they agree to the invitation some time ago? It's still under investigation. Maybe something happened during this period of time. The third elder replied, although there's no definite evidence, I guess it has something to do with the bloodline in their bodies. You're in charge of this tournament. I don't want any accidents to happen. Su Qingshan said lightly, since they won't be coming, announced to the entire Far West land that it's changed to the 6-sect tournament. Then how do we select the disciples to participate in the tournament this time? The third elder asked. The core disciples are basically over 30 years old and can't participate. If you don't have any objections, I'll select the disciples according to the ranking of the hidden dragon list in the inner door. Huiyer's age is not over 30 years old. It's just that he usually disdains to compete for the list, so he didn't enter the hidden dragon list. The fifth elder said, his strength is definitely qualified to participate in this tournament. Third elder can consider it. After the fifth elder's words fell, the sixth elder Xiao Ruoxuan on the side also said, although Xiaoer didn't enter the hidden dragon list, she has completely inherited the inheritance of the empress. She definitely has a position in this tournament. How do you want me to select people like this? The third elder looked at Su Qingshan with some hesitation and said, Sect Master, why don't we hold an internal tournament within the sect? At that time, the disciples with high rankings will represent the sect to participate in this tournament. No need to be so troublesome. I know the strength of Xia Hui and Bailey Xiao. Just put them on the list. In addition, the other disciples will be selected according to the ranking of the hidden dragon list. Su Qingshan said, release the news that we will select the disciples for this tournament according to the ranking of the hidden dragon list 3 days later. Let those disciples who usually hide their strength go all out to fight for the list. I understand, the third elder nodded and replied. Also, I know Amour's strength. Leave a spot for him, Su Qingshan said plainly. The third elder was stunned, but still nodded in agreement. The other elders around him also did not say much. Their lineal disciples were all over 30 years old, and many of them had participated in the last grand competition. Only the great elder's expression was ugly. He actually wanted to recommend his grandson. But thinking about Xiao Xingyu's condition during this period, he knew that it would be very difficult. His grandson had completely missed the chance to become the saint. On the second day after Su Zimo returned to Yannan Peak, the third elder came to find him. He specially tested Su Zimo's strength. When he found out that Su Zimo was already at the peak of the Void Pulse realm, the third elder's expression froze. Although Bai Li Xiao and Su Zimo were cultivating at the same time, she had received the inheritance of the empress. It was understandable that her realm had improved by leaps and bounds. But Su Zimo, who usually did not reveal his strength in the sect, had actually reached such a realm without anyone noticing. He did not know if the deputy sect leader had forcefully raised his realm, or if Su Zimo's talent was really heaven-defying. But no matter what, Su Zimo had the qualifications to participate in this grand competition. After the third elder left, Yan Buhui also specially came to Yannan Peak to visit Su Zimo. When he saw Yan Buhui again, he looked much more mature than before. The sword aura around his body was restrained, and his clothes were whiter than snow. He was no longer as sharp as he was when they first met. You look like you have changed a lot, Su Zimo laughed. I received the inheritance of the sword god, Yan Buhui did not hide and said frankly. Su Zimo laughed and directly pulled out the tyrannical shadow from behind his back. With a slash, a torrent of sword aura swept up, creating a moat in front of Yan Buhui. Yan Buhui hurriedly pulled out his sword to receive the attack. Originally, his aura was very calm, but the moment he pulled out his sword, a sharp sword light engulfed his entire body. His sword chi released a dazzling white light that pierced people's eyes. As the sword and blade collided, Yan Buhui's expression changed. With a groan, he retreated a few steps. On the other hand, Su Zimo's expression remained the same, and his body did not move at all. Su Zimo chuckled, put away the tyrannical shadow, and walked out of the courtyard. Work hard to catch up to my back. Otherwise, you don't even have the qualifications to look up to me. In the past few days, the hidden dragon ranking of the inner sanctum had changed a lot, and the competition was fierce. Many of the veteran inner disciples were squeezed out of the top 10, and those disciples who were not famous or even unheard of were now at the top of the list. 3 days later, Zhenwu Xingzong also confirmed the list of disciples participating in the Seven Sects tournament. A few days later, in the morning, purple clouds came from the east, and a gentle breeze blew the yellow leaves over Zhenwu Xingzong. The willow trees on both sides of the sect swayed gently in the breeze, and the leaves left with the yellow autumn leaves. The bare branches reminisced about the past prosperity. A sharp cry broke the peaceful silence, and to the east of Zhenwu Xingzong, a sun fell from the sky. Boundless raging fire filled the entire sky. The crimson flames were like the sunset that fell at dusk, illuminating half of the sky in a crimson red. If one looked closely, one would realize that it was not the sun, but a golden crow that was even more dazzling than the sun. The golden crow was emitting a bright golden light, and on the back of the golden crow, a group of young men in golden robes stood with their heads held high. Their eyes were bright, and their faces were calm, but there was also a hint of excitement. Under the golden light, they looked like warriors clad in golden armor. At the same time, another sharp cry came from the west of Zhenwu Xingzong. A white phoenix flapped its wings slowly, and flew over from afar. This phoenix was pure white, and looked very holy. Its entire body emitted a sacred light. Every time it flapped its wings, a few feathers would flutter down to the ground. On the back of the phoenix, a group of girls in white stood. Their white clothes were like snow, and their skin was even whiter than snow. Their long hair fluttered in the wind, and they had a celestial aura around them, as if they were fairies who had descended from the heavens. "Look, it's the people from Xianling sect." A disciple saw the scene on the phoenix, and quickly exclaimed. Xianling sect was a sect that produced many beauties, and was also a place that many male disciples dreamed of joining. Unfortunately, that sect did not accept male disciples. A demonic sword cut through the silent sky, and an ear-piercing sound exploded in the sky. In the south, demonic aura rose, and the entire sky was covered in black. The demonic sword was 100 meters long, and a group of black-robed youths walked on it, their eyes calm. Their bodies emitted an endless murderous aura, and if one looked at them for a long time, it was as if a purgatory blood sea had appeared in front of them. On the back of the black robes of these disciples, there was the word hell embroidered. This was also the strongest sect in the far west after Zhenwu Xingzong, the purgatory holy sect that had 2 emperors. Under the sky that was dyed with demonic aura, the pleasant sound of flowing water could be heard. A waterfall flowed down from the 9 heavens, and it flowed down 3,000 feet, spewing out endless holy light. The water was formless and colorless, and the rapid flow of water shuttled through the void, turning into an ancient tree, a giant, and then an ancient beast. Finally, the water of the waterfall covered the vast sea, and it returned to its original form. A group of blue-robed youths stood at the top of the waterfall. On the back of their blue robes, there was the word spring embroidered. They were from the sacred spring sect. Next, only the Yin-Yang sect is left, a disciple muttered to himself. As the disciple's voice fell, there was a buzzing sound between heaven and earth, as if something had been awakened. 2 spots of light, one black and one white, appeared at the center of the world. The black and white spots of light intertwined with each other, and in an instant, the laws of nature flowed, and the light shone brightly. The entire sky seemed to be separated, and half of it turned black, and the other half turned white. The 2 extremes of black and white covered the entire sky, and at this moment, it was as if the sound of the great Tao had fallen, as if the sun and the moon were beginning to turn upside down, and a long river moved from nothingness to nothingness, and then turned into a sea of fire. On the 2 black and white spots, a group of youths in black and white robes, with yin and yang embroidered on the back of their robes, looked around. The leader of these youths was the current leader of the Yin-Yang sect, Wu Shaoqing. When everyone was shocked by the appearance of the 6 major sects, and their hearts were beating wildly, a loud laugh came from inside Zhenwu Xingzong. "Welcome, everyone, to my sage sect from afar," Su Qingshan said as he walked out of the void, step by step. Su Qingshan walked through the air, and each step he took was like a piece of heaven and earth. When he took a step forward, the long river that belonged to the sacred spring sect suddenly stopped flowing, as if time and space had been frozen. When he took a step forward, the golden crow and blue one on both sides of him let out low cries, as if they were afraid of something. Their proud heads were slightly lowered as they trembled. When he took a step forward, the long sword that cut through the silence actually trembled, and even the demonic qi that permeated the air was somewhat restrained. When he took a step forward, the yin and yang that divided heaven and earth seemed to be nothing more than ants that could be turned into ashes with a snap of his fingers. He did not need to deliberately search for the center of heaven and earth. He just stood there. No matter what he did, no matter where he stood, he was the center of heaven and earth. When Su Qingshan walked over step by step, at this moment, whether it was the golden crow, blue luan, the demonic sword, the long river, or the yin and yang that divided heaven and earth, they all seemed to become his background. In everyone's eyes, there was only the man dressed in green who seemed to carry the heavens on his shoulders and supported the earth with his feet on the ground. Brother Qingshan, I've missed you since we parted that day. Luo Chenghe, the sovereign of the Sacred Spring sect, laughed. Brother Chenghe, long time no see. Su Qingshan also smiled and greeted the other sovereigns. Then, he led the 5 major sects and flew towards Zhenwu Xingzong. At this time, Zhenwu Xingzong could be said to be very lively. In addition to the 5 major sects in the far west, many other second-rate sects, third-rate sects, and even the royal families of the Xiang Empire and the Qingmu Empire had also received invitations to watch the 6 sects tournament. The 5 major sects were received by Su Qingshan, and the other second-rate sects were received by the elders of Zhenwu Xingzong. The tournament was set to be held the next morning, and everyone was arranged to stay at Zhenwu Xingzong's Kuning Peak. However, no matter how lively the outside world was, Yannan Peak, where Su Zimo lived, was always peaceful. He leaned on the reclining chair in the courtyard. The gentle autumn wind carried with it a sense of desolation as it blew down from the peak of Yannan Peak and brushed past Su Zimo's face. At this moment, Xiaogizi walked in from the outside. He looked at Su Zimo and said, "Senior brother, I've already investigated the situation of the other 5 sections. Are you sure the Thousand Beasts sect won't come?" Su Zimo opened his eyes slightly and asked. The 10,000 Beasts sect's name isn't on the list for this grand competition, so they probably won't be coming. Xiaogizi said slowly, the ones with the most fame and popularity in this grand competition are actually the saints and saintesses of the various sections. Who's there? Tell me about it. Su Zimo changed into a comfortable position and sat up. The Divine Sun clan has their holy son, Xianyuan Xiantian. The Purgatory Sacred clan has the Tian Mozi. Although the Sacred Spring sect's holy son hasn't been decided yet, they have a monstrous physique cultivator in their sect. As for the Xianling sect, after Nya Xingqing's death, they chose a girl called Xianling as their saintess. The most interesting one is the Yin-Yang sect. I heard that their saint was decided a while ago, and his name is Chuyang. His strength is unknown, but as you know, the Xianling sect has been looking for a youth called Chuyang. I heard that because of this, the relationship between the Yin-Yang sect and Xianling sect is very strained. Then who is the most popular person in Zhenwu Xingzong now? Su Zimo asked. It's the 6th elder's niece, Bailey Xiao. Xiaogizi replied, after all, the great empress's successor is quite famous. These disciples are like frogs in a well. After you make your move, they will understand that the so-called heavens chosen are just a bunch of weaklings. Alright, stop flattering me. Su Zimo waved his hand and laughed. After Xiaogizi left, he took out a few letters from his sleeve. These letters contained information that Sita Yunqing had gathered from various sources. Su Zimo slowly opened the letters. A month ago, the immortal mountain beside the Xianling sect suddenly emitted a bright white light. This immortal mountain was left behind by a very famous ancestor of the Xianling sect, the Peacock Grandmaster. Some people said that this was the birth of a treasure, but this news was quickly suppressed by the Xianling sect. A few days later, the Xianling sect conferred a girl called Xianling as their saintess. Before this, no one had heard of this girl. Half a month ago, the Yin-Yang sect activated their sect's treasure, the Yin-Yang diagram. A few days later, they conferred a young man called Chuyang as their saintess. In the depths of the 100,000 mountains, someone saw a giant measuring the heaven and earth with his feet. His purpose and strength are unknown. After Su Zimo finished reading these reports, a ball of fire appeared in his right hand. He watched as the letters were burned to ashes in the fire. Then, he closed his eyes and leaned back on the recliner. He mumbled, Chuyang, Yin-Yang sect, long time no see. Within the Zhenwu Xingzong, there was an independent space called the Heavenly Domain. The heavenly domain was built during the era of Empress Hongtian. It had a history of tens of thousands of years. The heavenly domain was specially prepared by Zhenwu Xingzong for large-scale competitions. It was a self-contained space with an area of tens of thousands of square meters. One could not see the end of it. In the center of the heavenly domain, there were close to 100 arenas made of Xuanwu iron. These arenas were close to 100 meters in length and width, and were surrounded by iron chains. The arenas were so sturdy that they could even withstand a few attacks from an Emperor Vane realm martial artist. The sun rose from the east, and the autumn wind blew a few yellow leaves. The morning light shone down from the sky, and the first rays of dawn opened the curtains of a new day. After all the sects had gathered, under the leadership of Zhenwu Xingzong, the 5 major sects followed closely behind. At the very back were some second-rate and third-rate sections. Everyone walked into the heaven domain in a grandiose manner. This long line of people took a full hour to enter the heaven domain. One had to know that there were more than 100 second-rate sects that came to watch the competition. At this moment, there were close to 100 arenas placed densely around them. Of course, these seats were prepared for some important figures and geniuses of the sections. Ordinary disciples could only stand at the back and watch. As the person in charge of this competition, after everyone had settled down, the third elder, who was dressed in a red robe, walked up to the middle of the arena with a surging aura. First of all, I would like to thank everyone for coming to watch the 6-sect competition organized by Zhenwu Xingzong. Due to some special reasons, the Thousand Beasts sect has withdrawn from this competition. The third elder stood in the middle of the arena and said loudly, "Since the era of the Divine Travel Emperor, the 7-sect competition that is held every 3 years has continued like this. It has a history of thousands of years. The purpose of the competition is to connect the relationships between the sects and let the young disciples see more young geniuses, broaden their horizons, and recognize their own shortcomings. Without further ado, I will briefly introduce the rules of this competition. In this competition, the 6 sects will send out a total of 60 disciples. They will choose their opponents by drawing lots, the third elder said slowly, 2-on-2 fights. The rules are that 60 will advance to 30, and 30 will advance to 15. When there are 15 people, one of them will draw a bye, and the other 14 will fight. As for who gets the bye, it will depend on luck. 8 will advance from 15 to 15. After that, the remaining 8 will advance according to the length of each round. The disciple who finishes off his opponent in the shortest time can choose his next opponent. Do you understand? Understood. The disciples of the 6 major sects stood in 6 lines and replied in high voices. Today, most of the forces in the far west are gathered here. If you become famous here, it means that you will become famous in the entire far west. The third elder's gaze swept across all the youths present. His voice was filled with spiritual energy as he said in a deafening voice, "Bring out all your strength and the results of your 10 years of hard work. Today, in front of your sect master, under the gaze of so many people, let everyone remember your names." The youths present were all excited by the third elder's encouragement. Even their faces were flushed. They seemed to have nowhere to vent the hot blood in their hearts. Suddenly, it was as if there was a gully in their chest, and their heroism reached the clouds. There was only one goal in each of their minds: become famous. It's good to be young. Just a few words can make your blood boil. Su Zimo looked at the youths beside him and said with emotion, "The martial stage has been set up. Xingdan, Jingmo, and Ugliness will take turns." Beside Su Zimo, Bai Lixiao stood at the front of the line. She was dressed in white, and her gaze was fixed on the youth in front of the Yin-Yang sect. Chu Yang, dressed in a black and white robe, was also looking at Bai Lixiao with bright eyes. The two looked at each other across the air. Bai Lixiao's eyes were faintly filled with tears. She muttered to herself, "Brother Chu Yang." She herself could not imagine how much hardship that ordinary youth from a small mountain village had gone through. Without resources and connections, he could achieve what he had today. Bai Lixiao felt proud to be the saint of the Yin-Yang sect. She was proud of Chu Yang and herself. How touching. Looking at Bai Lixiao's appearance, Su Zimo chuckled. "Say, if I crush his head like a watermelon, will you be sad? You dared to kill someone in the 6-sect grand competition?" Bai Lixiao turned her head and asked indifferently. It's very common to make mistakes, Su Zimo said with a smile. Of course, if you cry and beg me on your knees, I'll make his death look better. Take care of yourself first. Don't fail to pass the first round, Bailey Xiao replied with a disgusted expression. You don't have to worry about that. Su Zimo smirked. I'm going to cut him into pieces right in front of you. Bai Li Xiao frowned and snorted coldly, ignoring Su Zimo. When the grand competition began, the disciples below the stage burst into earth-shattering cheers. As this was Zhenwu Xingzong's home ground, their cheers were naturally louder and louder. They almost drowned out the cheers from the other sections. The loud cheers were faintly linked together, and even the air was vibrating with muffled echoes. Among these cheers, the cheers for Bailey Xiao were naturally the most. She was beautiful and talented in cultivation. She was also the successor of the empress. She was simply the dream lover of many disciples. Su Zimo could also faintly hear voices cheering for him. Su Zimo, I want to bear your children. His face darkened. It would be fine if they were women, but these voices were especially rough. He didn't know where these men came from. Then, everyone began to draw lots. There were a total of 30 numbers, and they were divided into 2 groups. The disciples who drew the same number would fight each other. Su Zimo looked at the number he drew. It was number 7. After the groups were completed, Su Zimo walked up to the number 7 arena. His opponent was wearing a black robe. It was a disciple from the Purgatory Holy Sect. The disciple glanced at Su Zimo and said with a chuckle, the son of the vice-sect master of the true martial sacred sect, do you think that if I were to eliminate you in the first round, my reputation would also increase greatly? Just as that disciple finished speaking, he heard the clanging sound of a saber being drawn. He didn't even see the shadow of the saber before he felt a piercing pain on his neck. That disciple's pupils shrank. He lowered his head and touched his neck with his hand. He saw that the flesh on his neck had been slightly cut. You're really lucky. I didn't miss. Su Zimo chuckled. Oh right, what did you say just now? I didn't hear you clearly. Hee hee. That disciple laughed dryly. The wind today is very noisy. As he spoke, he walked down the arena in trepidation. His heart was beating wildly. He had just wandered around the edge of death. On the viewing platform below, the Purgatory Holy Sect Master Yan Hong chuckled. Sect Master Su, your son is very strong. He defeated our sect's disciple with just one move. It's just a competition. It doesn't mean anything. Su Qingshan chuckled and shook his head. After Su Zimo defeated his opponent, he walked down the arena and looked at the others' matches. Because after the quarterfinals, the disciple who took the shortest time to fight had the right to choose his opponent, so many people wanted to finish the battle as quickly as possible. Chu Yang held the swimming dragon sword. Under the sword, Yin and Yang Qi filled the air. Yin and Yang Qi was the opposite and also the way of transformation. When Yin and Yang Qi, representing 2 different and opposite attributes, exploded in front of his eyes, that disciple was directly blasted off the arena. Su Zimo's eyes lit up. Yin and Yang Qi, not acquired Yin and Yang Qi, but the most primitive innate Yin and Yang Qi. This was the main item to construct his natal world. Su Zimo felt that the relationship between him and Chu Yang was really a love-hate relationship. I was going to kill him, but I didn't expect him to prepare such a big surprise for me before he died. Su Zimo originally planned to find the legendary Forgetting Pearl and extract the innate Yin and Yang Qi inside to construct his natal world. It seemed that although he had taken away Chu Yang's Pearl of the World, Chu Yang's Halo of Providence seemed to have found the Forgetting Pearl. It's really a big treasure, Su Zimo muttered to himself. He didn't want to kill Chu Yang anymore. How nice would it be to keep him in captivity? However, in order to avoid trouble, he didn't want the position of the hunter and the prey to be swapped. With the end of the first round of the competition, 30 disciples were eliminated. The remaining 30 disciples drew lots again, and Su Zimo drew number 12. When he walked up the arena, he saw a young man in a golden robe waiting for him with a sword in his arms. Isn't that Cloud Sword Lin Fei? A disciple below said in surprise. Who's Lin Fei? A disciple looked at the golden-robed youth and asked doubtfully. A long time ago, he was the most talented disciple of the Divine Sun clan. The person next to him explained, at that time, He was known as the person most likely to become the current Holy Sun. Unfortunately, when Xianxia appeared, he swept through the younger generation of the Divine Sun clan. Even Lin Yifei was defeated by him. After that, he devoted himself to cultivation, and very few people remember him. Xianxuantian's radiance was too dazzling. On the martial stage, Lin Yifei slowly pulled out his cloud sky sword. The sword aura on his body was like a rainbow, and his robe fluttered without any wind. He slowly said, "My sword is the sword of invincibility." Every time he said a word, the sword aura on his body became even more powerful. "I heard that you lost to Xianxuan?" Su Zimo asked with a smile. Lin Yifei's aura paused. He glanced at Su Zimo indifferently and continued, "My sword's edge is exposed. I'd rather break than bend, I'd rather break than bend, I'd rather not yield, I'd rather not forgive, I'd rather not fear." "I heard that you lost to Xianxuan?" Su Zimo continued to ask. "Although my sword will be hindered, I'm willing to believe in my sword. With the sword in my hand, I'll bravely move forward and reach the other side of the sword Tao, achieving my path of sword God." "I heard that you lost to Xianxuan? Go to hell." The veins on Lin Yifei's forehead bulged. He roared and charged towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo shook his head and sighed, "Unfortunately, your slogan is so loud. Your heart is in a mess, and so is your sword." He pulled out the tyrannical shadow and slashed down. A long river broke the sun, thunder rumbled, and raging flames were mixed in the divine might. A hurricane whistled in the collision of torrents. With just one slash, Lin Yifei's expression changed greatly. The cloud sky sword in his hand flew out, and he fell to the edge of the martial stage. Lin Yifei looked at everything in front of him in a daze. He couldn't believe that he couldn't even take a single blow. "Is this your sword, Tao?" A disappointed sigh sounded from the side. Lin Yifei hurriedly turned to look, only to see the chief of the Divine Sun clan, Song Songlin, standing by the side. "Haven't you gotten over Xiantian's nightmare?" Song Songlin shook his head and sighed. Then, he turned around and left. Lin Yifei was silent for a while. He silently picked up the cloud mist sword that had fallen to the side and left the arena. He had forgotten many things. Why did he practice swordsmanship? What was his sword Tao? He only remembered that he was once the brightest disciple in the sect, the closest competitor to the position of saint. Later on, a young man named Xianxuan appeared out of nowhere and shattered all his dreams. Since then, he had never been able to regain his former glory. "Senior martial brother Su is so strong?" "Cloud Mist Sword was defeated so easily," said a disciple in disbelief. "He is indeed a bit unfathomable. However, Lin Yifei's condition seems a bit off today," another disciple said doubtfully. Su Zimo walked down from the arena. He realized that the competition between the holy sons of the various sects was actually one-sided. As for the other disciples, they were locked in a fierce battle and were evenly matched. When 30 disciples were eliminated and only 15 were left, everyone began drawing lots for the next round. Looking at the lot he had drawn, Su Zimo was stunned for a moment. Number 8 was the lot for the empty lot. He glanced in the direction of the third elder. The third elder's expression was normal, as if he didn't know anything. Su Zimo himself didn't believe that the lot wasn't tampered with. If the holy sons of two sects were drawn together in the first round, it would be a huge joke. After all, the main event was at the end. Following Su Zimo's empty lot, he could only stand below the arena and watch the others compete. The one that interested Su Zimo was Xianxia of the Xianling sect. She was dressed in white and wielded a green flexible sword. She didn't even use any meridian techniques. She only used the most basic sword techniques. When she used them, it was as if she had been honed for hundreds of years. It was natural and natural. The impenetrable sword shadows created layers of sword patterns on the stage, and her opponent was directly knocked off the stage. The top 8 battles were almost over. Many of them had already won. These people included Su Zimo, Xianxia, Bai Li Xiao, Chu Yang, Tian Mozi, and Xianxuan. There were only 2 arenas left. One of them wasn't worth watching, and the 2 disciples fighting were also limited in strength. The other arena that piqued the crowd's interest was the other one. The 2 people on this arena were twins, and they looked exactly the same. One of them was called Jiangyu, and the other was called Jiangheng. They were the two strongest people in the Sacred Spring Sect's team this time. If there were no accidents, the Sacred Spring Sect's holy son of this generation would probably be born between the two of them. Seeing brothers fighting each other, some of the disciples below were also excited. I was still thinking that the two senior brothers Jiang would be able to enter the top 8. I didn't expect them to meet so soon, a Sacred Spring Sect disciple said helplessly. It's fine. I support senior brother Jiangyu anyway, the disciple beside him replied. That's true. The two of them have been fighting for more than 10 years. It has always been senior brother Jiangyu suppressing senior brother Jiangheng. Hearing the conversation between the two disciples, the disciples of the other sects were also curious and asked about it. The story of the two is full of drama. Jiangyu is the older brother, and Jiangheng is the younger brother. It's said that when the two of them were young, they accidentally saved an expert. Unfortunately, that expert's injuries were too severe. The two of them were unable to heal the expert's injuries at all. Before the expert died, he wanted to pass on his martial Dao to the two of them. He told them that he cultivated two extreme martial Daos at the same time. One represented extreme offense, and the other represented extreme defense. He asked the two of them which one they wanted to learn. Thus, Jiangyu chose defense, and Jiangheng chose offense. This story sounded a little like a spear and a shield. That person said that his spear was incomparably sharp, and could pierce through anything in the world. His shield was the best shield in the world, and could block any attack in the world. Thus, someone asked him, what would happen if I attacked your shield with my spear? And this answer was also played out between the two brothers. The two of them had been fighting for more than 10 years. From the moment they received the inheritance, they were secretly competing to prove that their extreme was the strongest. However, in more than 10 years of fighting, Jiangheng's attacks had never broken through Jiangyu's defense. Jiangyu had always been suppressed and had never won. Although the two of them were twins and looked exactly the same, the difference in their bodies was still quite big. Jiangheng looked a little thin and weak, while Jiangyu's muscles were bulging. It was very shocking. Brother, admit defeat. I'm not the same as before. Jiangheng raised both his fists. The golden spirit qi on his fists turned into streaks of qi, splitting the surrounding space. My stupid brother, the one who should admit defeat is you. Jiangyu chuckled. In these 10 years, you have never beaten me even once. You'll know when you try, Jiangheng sneered. His fist was filled with qi and a gust of wind blew under his feet. White spirit qi covered his entire body as he punched Jiangyu. Jiangyu chuckled and did not dodge. He just let the fist hit his abdomen. My stupid brother, it's been so long and your attack power hasn't increased at all. When the fist hit his abdomen, Jiangyu's expression was calm. His body did not move at all, as if he did not feel anything. Jiangheng's eyes narrowed. He growled and punched a few more times. Although I'm sorry, I'm going to take the spot this time, Jiangyu said. Then, he waved his hands and attacked Jiangheng. Jiangheng snorted coldly and quickly retreated. When Jiangyu's hands were still in the air, Jiangheng had already retreated to the side. Your speed has increased by so much, Jiangyu narrowed his eyes and said calmly. Have you found out? Jiangheng sneered and charged forward. His body left behind a series of afterimages in the air. The two of them fought for a while. Jiangyu's expression changed slightly. Jiangheng's speed was much faster than his. His attacks could not even touch the corner of his opponent's clothes. Although his defense was amazing, Jiangheng's attacks always hit the same spot on his abdomen. At first, he did not feel anything. But as the fight went on, Jiangyu could clearly feel some pain. You've given up on your ultimate path, Jiangyu roared. The two of them had been at each other's throats since they were young. Jiangheng was obsessed with his offensive path while he was obsessed with his defensive path. As for other things like speed, they did not deliberately train. That's not important. As long as I can beat you, that's enough, Jiangheng roared back. Although his body was thin and weak, he raised his right fist. The veins all over his body were bulging and his eyes were bulging. It was as if all the hard work he had put in over 10 years was focused on this one punch. When the punch hit Jiang Yu's abdomen, Jiang Yu's expression changed drastically. His body, which had been motionless all this time, slammed heavily into the metal lock at the edge of the arena. My dear brother, it's time for you to experience what I've been feeling all these years. Jiang Heng stepped forward and said calmly, in front of so many people, today I'm going to pay back all the failures I've suffered over the past decade. Do you feel despair? I just find it ironic, Jiang Yu replied calmly. A person who adheres to his beliefs in martial arts actually loses to someone who has abandoned martial arts. I'll say it again. I didn't abandon my martial path. It's just that the extreme Tao of the past doesn't suit me, Jiang Heng replied. This path is too difficult. Although there are many great emperors before me, such as Great Emperor Sandao's Tao of attack and Great Emperor Shenxing's Tao of speed, it's still too difficult. But how many Great Emperors Sandao were there in this world? At that time, I told you that I wanted to become someone like Emperor Sandao, to entrust my life to power. But it's too difficult. I'm just talking about it. My heart, my soul, and the belief that's carved into my bones and seeped into my blood all tell me that I can't be as pure as Emperor Three Blades. Some paths are dead ends from the start. It's right to work hard, but it's useless if you're going in the wrong direction. So, I slowed down my attack cultivation a year ago and started to improve my defense and speed. Actually, we were all wrong. The extreme Tao is too difficult to walk. That's you. Don't drag me down with you. Jiang Yu was silent for a while, then roared angrily. I won't turn back even if I hit a wall. But you lost, Jiang Heng replied calmly. Hearing Jiang Heng's words, Jiang Yu instantly fell silent. He knew that no matter what, in the face of victory and defeat, all valid explanations were futile. Hearing their conversation, the Sacred Spring sect master, Luo Chanhe, slowly stood up and walked forward to look at them. Sect master. The two of them hurriedly greeted him. Actually, both of you were not wrong. Luo Chanhe smiled and said, don't be nervous. Jiang Heng was not wrong. Actually, sometimes, when you can't walk on a path, you can give up appropriately. You might be able to see a new world if you change your direction. Jiang Yu, you were not wrong either. Although some paths are difficult to walk, if you persevere, you can see a wider world in the end. There's more than one path to success. Both of you have to remember that there are no eternal losers in this world. There are only temporary winners. Hearing Luo Chanhe's words, the two of them fell into deep thought. The competition to advance to the top 8 had ended. The next round of the competition was probably the most exciting stage of this competition. This was because the few people left in the competition were the most popular saints and saintesses of their respective sections. Of course, other than Su Zimo and another disciple called Lin Heng who wasn't as famous, the other 6 disciples, Xianyuan Xiantian, Xian Linger, Bai Li Xiao, Chu Yang, Tian Mozi, and Jiang Heng, were all extremely famous. There was no need to draw lots for the next round. Instead, it was calculated based on the shortest time in the previous rounds. The disciple who took the shortest time could choose his opponent first. Because Su Zimo defeated his opponent in one move, he naturally took the shortest time. Su Zimo looked at the 7 people beside him and saw that they all looked indifferent. Only the disciple called Lin Heng seemed eager to try. All right, it's you, Su Zimo said with a smile as he pointed at Lin Heng. Thank you, the youth called Lin Heng hurriedly said. What are you thanking me for? Su Zimo asked curiously. Thank you for giving me a chance to enter the top 4, Lin Heng replied. You're so confident? Su Zimo was a little surprised. Although you're also difficult to deal with, compared to the other monsters, I'm still a little confident, Lin Heng replied with a smile. Who are you looking down on? Su Zimo shook his head and laughed. Good luck. The second disciple who took the shortest time was Bai Li Xiao. She chose Jiang Heng as her opponent. The third person was Xianyuan Xiantian. He looked at Xian Linger and grinned. If you're willing to be with me, I'll let you go. Crazy, Xian Linger snorted coldly. Then I'll beat you until you're convinced. Xianyuan Xiantian smiled indifferently. The remaining 2 people were Chu Yang and Tian Mozi. When the battle started, Lin Heng's spiritual energy surged. He slowly stretched out his right hand and said with a smile, I've been preparing for this battle for a long time. When he stretched out his right hand, he saw a dark yellow sandstorm spinning in his palm. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and said, "Divine wind of disorientation." "That's right. Although I know it'll be difficult for me to get first place, with this divine wind of disorientation, as long as I'm lucky, I still have a chance to enter the top 4, Lin Heng said with a smile. Dark yellow sand swirled around Lin Heng's palm. If someone stared at this sand for a long time, they would even start to see illusions. The lost divine wind was very rare. According to Su Zimo's knowledge, the most common place to see lost divine wind was one of the top 10 forbidden zones, the Lost City. In the Lost City, lost divine wind could be seen everywhere. The biggest effect of this wind was to cause illusions. If a person with a low cultivation was blown by this wind, they might even go crazy. If a person with a high cultivation was enveloped by the lost divine wind, their 5 senses would be temporarily blocked: touch, taste, sight, hearing, and smell. When a martial artist reached the void pulse realm, they would condense their true fate. Although they would not be able to manifest their true fate and use 100% of their power, they could still use some of their true fate's power. However, Lin Heng's true fate was none other than the divine wind of oblivion. When he waved his hands, the whistling divine wind enveloped the entire stage. This divine wind did not seem to have any substantial effect, but it continuously attacked Su Zimo's spiritual level. Unfortunately, what Lin Heng did not know was that Su Zimo's spiritual power came from his previous life's divine pulse realm. This scale of divine wind had no effect on him. When the divine wind enveloped the stage, Lin Heng's figure also gradually disappeared into the divine wind. The audience could only see sand and stones flying around as the fierce yellow wind whistled past them. Su Zimo slowly closed his eyes. Just like when he was in the painting palace, he wanted to find the most realistic maple leaf in the forest. At this moment, his mind was unprecedentedly calm. The surrounding lost divine wind did not seem to have any effect on him. A rapid sword chi came from behind him. Su Zimo quickly waved his tyrannical shadow and heavily collided with the long sword. A muffled groan could be heard coming from the yellow wind, and then everything returned to normal. The surrounding lost divine wind was still whistling. Lin Heng, who was hiding inside, seemed to be anxious. One must know that this kind of true fate consumed a lot of energy. He would not be able to hold on for long. He quietly circled to Su Zimo's side and stabbed out with his sword again. Golden spirit chi pervaded the sword, but it was unfortunately blocked by Su Zimo again. Lin Heng's expression changed slightly. He didn't know if Su Zimo had any way to discover his position. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to block his attacks every time. Just as Lin Heng was getting anxious, he saw Su Zimo, who had his eyes closed, suddenly open them. He jumped up and slashed at Lin Heng. The blade flashed with lightning. Lin Heng was shocked. This fellow isn't affected by the divine wind. He can see himself. However, at this moment, he was already unable to dodge because Su Zimo's speed was simply too fast. When the tyrannical shadow broke through the divine wind and slashed directly at him, Lin Heng subconsciously raised his sword to meet it. Blood drifted in the air, and an arm flew out from the sky. The divine wind gradually dissipated. When the scene in the arena became clear, everyone saw Lin Heng half kneeling on the ground with one hand covering his left shoulder. He was dripping with blood and had a painful expression. His left arm had disappeared. Su Zimo stood high up and looked down at him. He chuckled and said, "It seems that you're not very lucky. You did it on purpose." Lin Heng shouted at Su Zimo excitedly. Without his arm, it would be difficult for him to recover to his peak in this lifetime. Unless he had some high-level elixirs in the future, his combat power would be greatly reduced. What's going on? The third elder walked into the arena and began to check the situation. Brother Lin, how are you? Are you okay? Su Zimo hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Lin Heng's shoulder. He asked worriedly, "Damn it, it's all my fault. I didn't control my strength well. Can you not touch my wound?" Lin Heng's face was almost twisted in pain. That's enough. It's inevitable to make mistakes in a competition. Be more careful next time. The third elder took a deep look at Su Zimo, then said to Lin Heng, "Quickly go and treat your wound." After Su Zimo walked down the arena, he realized that someone had finished even faster than him. He saw that Bailey Xiao had already defeated Jiang. She was standing at the side, watching the battle. From the discussions of the crowd, it seemed that Bailey Xiao had only used a single move. Her speed was so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye, and Jiang was directly knocked out of the arena. According to Su Zimo's estimation, Bailey Xiao's strength should not have reached such a level. It seemed that she had used the power of the soaring immortal physique. Of course, Su Zimo could roughly guess Bailey Xiao's motive for doing so. At this time, the battle between Tian Mozi and Chu Yang was in full swing. Chu Yang held the swimming dragon sword in his hand, and yin and yang energy surrounded his body. His sword skills were wide open, and he was practically suppressing Tian Mozi. Tian Mozi was also using a black sword. Although he was at a disadvantage, he did not panic at all. Instead, he dealt with the situation calmly. On the other side, the battle between Xianling and Xianyuan Shantian was a little more brutal. Xianyuan Shantian held a huge axe in his hand, and every time he chopped down, the space around him would be torn apart. No matter how ingenious Xianling's sword skills were, he was able to suppress her with brute force. His aura surged, and he firmly suppressed Xianling. Tian Mozi took a small step back. His true fate was a sword of slaughter. When the power of the true fate entered his body, his eyes turned red, and he charged towards Chu Yang without any regard for his life. He was the kind of person who would trade injury for injury, and trade life for life. Seeing Tian Mozi's crazy attacks, the shadow of the yin-yang diagram appeared above Chu Yang's head. He also fought with Tian Mozi without fear of death. The two of them exchanged blows, and their bodies were already drenched in blood. However, it was as if they did not have any intuition. Su Zimo looked at the two of them fighting crazily, and found it somewhat funny. Looks like the yin-yang diagram was open to help Chu Yang condense his true fate. After all, Chu Yang had the protection of everlasting hatred. He did not feel any pain at all. After Tian Mozi and Chu Yang fought for a long time, the pain in his body finally pulled him out of his crazed state. Even Tian Mozi did not expect that he would meet someone even more ruthless than him. His entire body was in unbearable pain. Every time he moved, he felt as if his body was being torn apart. In the end, he hesitated, and Chu Yang took advantage of his weakness and forcefully chopped him off the stage. After Chu Yang's battle ended, the sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect, Wu Shaoqing, personally treated Chu Yang's injuries. After all, the later stages of the battle would be even crueler. Under the full treatment of a saint bloodline expert, Chu Yang's injuries slowly recovered. On the other side, Xianling was getting impatient from being suppressed by Xianyuan Shantian. A crisp bird cry rang out from her body, and a majestic aura spread out in all directions. Everyone looked toward the source of the sound and saw a gigantic peacock standing behind Xianling blocking out the sun. The peacock was several meters tall, and its head was emerald green. Its blue crest looked extremely sharp. The feathers on its tail were extremely long. When it opened its tail, one could see countless blue-black eyes. They were bright and beautiful, but also very strange. This girl's background is not simple. Some of the sect leaders of the smaller sects started to discuss softly. I wonder what her relationship is with the Peacock Ancestor. The Peacock Ancestor was a genius who fought with the Tianqi Emperor for the heavenly fate in the previous era. She was also one of the greatest people in the history of Xianling sect. Looking at the huge peacock, Su Zimo smiled and shook his head. The nirvana flames left behind by the wind ancestor did give you a chance to be reborn. It gave you a new body and gave you the right to fight for the heavenly fate once again. Unfortunately, this era is no longer your era. As Su Zimo muttered in his heart, Xianyuan Shuantian's body glowed with a golden light. His entire body was like a ball of fire. The temperature around him was so hot that it melted the surrounding space. The peacock screeched uneasily and looked at the ball of fire warily. A huge golden crow flew out from the fire. Its wings covered half the sky. It was like a proud king, looking down at the peacock from a high vantage point. We are a good match. Xianyuan Shantian smiled. Your fate is the peacock and mine is the golden crow. What do you think of my bird? Xianling's expression changed slightly when she saw the golden crow descending. Her gaze was deep as she pointed the tip of her green sword. The peacock let out a low cry and flew towards Xianxia. Xianxia laughed and rose into the air. The golden crow behind him screeched and clawed at the peacock with its fiery claws. A huge hole was dug out from the peacock's back. The peacock screeched in pain. The light on the golden crow's body became stronger and stronger. It pierced through the peacock and flew towards Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed. She quickly raised her green sword and slashed at the golden crow. The gigantic golden crow exploded around her, and a shockwave rippled outward, sending Xianxia flying backward. Xianxia fell off the stage in a sorry state. Then, she quickly stood up and looked at the stage with a deep look of helplessness in her eyes. Back then, she had also competed with the man named Xianxia for the heaven's will. Unfortunately, she had failed. She thought that the situation would be better in her next life, but the evildoers in this life were even more terrifying than in her previous life. Xianxia shook her head slightly. In fact, her Dao heart was very stable. She would not be disheartened by a few defeats. However, at this moment, she was doubting herself. It was a sense of helplessness as to whether or not he could bear the mandate of heaven. It's all in the past. The most outstanding people still have to look to the present. With the end of the quarter-finals, only 4 disciples remained. They were Su Zimo, Bailey Xiao, Chu Yang, and Xianxia. Below the arena, Su Qingshan's expression was calm, but the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, showing his inner joy. After all, 2 of Zhenwu Xingzong's disciples had made it to the quarter-finals in the 6 sects tournament. As the sect leader, he was proud. Brother Qingshan, we might see Zhenwu Xingzong take first place in the internal strife this year, Luo Changhe said with a smile. If Bailey Xiao and Su Zimo could defeat their respective opponents, they might have to fight for first place. This was not impossible. It's hard to say, Su Qingshan shook his head modestly and said, after all, the other opponents are not easy to deal with. As Bailey Xiao had used the shortest time in the previous round, she had the right to choose her opponent. Bailey Xiao stood up and looked at the 3 people present. Then, she looked at the 3rd elder, who was hosting the tournament, and asked softly, 3rd elder, can I choose anyone to be my opponent? Of course, the 3rd elder nodded. Okay, then I choose. Bailey Xiao paused for a moment, and finally stopped her gaze on Su Zimo. She said word by word in a serious tone, I choose Su Zimo. Hearing Bailey Xiao's choice, the disciples present instantly went into an uproar. 2 of their own sect's disciples were about to fight each other before their opponents were settled. Su Qingshan snorted coldly, and his right palm slammed hard on the seat beside him. Xiao what are you doing? The 6th elder, Xiao Ruoxuan, also shouted in confusion. Can't I choose? Bailey Xiao didn't care about the crowd's reaction, but looked at the 3rd elder beside her. The 3rd elder was stunned for a moment, then he nodded with interest and said, you can. Su Zimo walked up the arena, a little amused. In the previous round, Bailey Xiao would rather use the flying immortal physique to quickly end the battle because she wanted to have the right to choose her opponent first. When Su Zimo slowly walked up the arena, Bailey Xiao glanced at Chu Yang, who was beside her, and smiled sweetly. Then, she turned around and walked up the arena with an indifferent expression. Bailey Xiao's thoughts were very simple. In fact, compared to Xianxia as Chu Yang's opponent, she felt that Su Zimo was a bigger threat. Although Xianxia was strong, his strength was clear to all. And Su Zimo was like a cloud of fog. People knew very little about him. One must know that the unknown was the most terrifying. Moreover, Su Zimo always had an inexplicable hostility towards her and Chu Yang. Even Bailey Xiao couldn't understand this. She didn't think that she had ever offended Su Zimo. Bailey Xiao's thoughts were that if she could defeat Su Zimo, then everything would be for the best. Even if she couldn't defeat him, she could at least force out Su Zimo's full strength and disperse this deep and boundless fog, so that Chu Yang could be better prepared. Bailey Xiao believed that she was not weaker than Su Zimo since she had obtained the inheritance of the Empress. In fact, she was even stronger. A cool breeze blew gently from afar. The girl's long black hair was tied behind her back with a pink ribbon. Her white dress danced in the wind. Her skin was whiter than snow, her lips were red, and her teeth were white. Her eyes were as clear as water, bright and penetrating. Do you know that this is very disgusting? Su Zimo smiled faintly and said, the sect has given you everything, but now you are repaying kindness with evil. Are you afraid? Bailey Xiao drew her sword and stood upright. Her voice was as clear and loud as a lark in the forest. For someone who has died once, what is there to be afraid of? Su Zimo smiled and shook his head. I will take responsibility for what I have done, Bailey Xiao said faintly. I don't care. It's just that you are challenging some people's bottom line. Su Zimo glanced in the direction of Su Qingshan and said, the inheritance of the Empress doesn't allow you to be so presumptuous. This is not something you should worry about. Bailey Xiao's white dress fluttered in the wind. The long sword in her hand blossomed with brilliant light. Bai Li Xiao cultivated the Hongtian sacred scripture that Empress Hongtian had left behind. When the holy light flashed on the long sword in her hand, rays of purifying light descended from the sky and enveloped her. Bai Li Xiao's eyes flashed. Her white robe fluttered, and an imposing aura surged around her. She took half a step back with her right leg and bent her right arm slightly. Then, she charged towards Su Zimo. The long sword left a series of white marks in the air, and the ear-piercing sound of the sword echoed through the clouds. Su Zimo chuckled and unsheathed the tyrannical shadow. Raging flames spread across the blade, and the air around the scimitar burned and emitted white smoke. The sword and the blade collided, and sparks flew everywhere. A bleak murderous intent filled the air between the two. Su Zimo chuckled. The raging flames on the scimitar rushed toward Bai Li Xiao. He slashed with force, and Bai Li Xiao took 3 or 4 steps back. Bai Li Xiao focused her eyes. Holy light gathered on her long sword, and the holy light turned into the shape of a white cloud. The cloud moved as if it contained the great Tao of all things. She suddenly waved her long sword, and the white cloud drifted away. She murmured, cloud shattering. Seeing the sword light shatter in front of him, Su Zimo chuckled and said, interesting. He picked up the tyrannical shadow, and an invisible aura spread around him. He roared, 3 moves of the Tao querying, invincible. The shattered white cloud mixed with the holy light flashed in front of him. With an indomitable aura, it collided with the tyrannical shadow. However, Su Zimo did not move at all. He just smiled and looked at Bai Li Xiao. Sky shattering. Bai Li Xiao focused her eyes and slowly raised her long sword. The holy light changed again, and the surrounding space cracked. Wherever her longsword passed, the space was completely shattered. 4th move of the Tao querying, against the current. It was as if a long river from afar was flowing in front of him. Su Zimo's tyrannical shadow went against the current with a strong blade. The sword chi that could tear space apart was actually of no threat to it. Kill them! Bailey Xiao shouted again. At that moment, everyone's vision darkened. It was as if a ray of light had appeared in the darkness. Dawn approached from afar at an extremely fast speed. In just a breath's time, it had already appeared in front of Su Zimo. Tao querying 5th style, soaring gale. The wind danced in the sky. At this moment, the seed sprouted, broke through the soil, and broke through the darkness. In this violent storm, it was as if everything was just going with the flow. Bailey Zhao's figure flashed and a gust of wind blew under her feet. She had already arrived behind Su Zimo. Moon beheading. The long sword was raised high above his head, and a bright moon slowly rose. A vast radiance blossomed from it, and the bright moon accompanied by an aura rushed towards Su Zimo. Tao querying 6th style, blade of slaughter. Su Zimo did not look back. He just slashed out with his blade, and a bloody aura filled the sky. The blood-red curved blade directly pierced through the bright moon. Boring. Su Zimo smiled and shook his head. He used the 7th style, wind and cloud transforming dragon. When the wind swept up tens of thousands of feet of dust, the sound of a dragon's roar resounded through heaven and earth. Fei Hong! Bailey Xiao shouted. Her expression changed greatly, and her body shone with a holy light. She quickly flew into the distance. The wind and sand in the sky condensed into the shape of a long dragon. The dragon roared in the wilderness and rushed towards Bailey Xiao. When the wind and sand collided with Bailey Xiao's back, she let out a muffled groan and her body fell heavily onto the arena. Bailey Xiao quickly stood up and looked at Su Zimo with a serious expression. What other moves do you have? Su Zimo smiled and said, Where's your flying immortal body? Why aren't you using it? Bailey Xiao snorted. At this moment, a white light flashed around her body. This white light seemed to resplendent everything in the world. The white light soared into the sky and dyed the entire sky snow white. A shadow seemed to cross the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Space shattered and time became chaotic. It possessed Bailey Xiao's body, and an unimaginable aura surrounded her. At this moment, her long hair had turned snow white. Even her pupils and skin had turned completely white. She was like an ice sculpture. When Bailey Xiao opened her eyes, this ice beauty's eyes revealed a biting cold aura. At this moment, everyone only saw Bailey Xiao's right hand move slowly. This feeling was incomparably mysterious. Although this movement seemed very slow in everyone's eyes, it seemed like anyone could easily dodge it. However, on the opposite side of the arena, Su Zimo's shoulder suddenly seemed to be hit by something. He took 2 or 3 steps back. Everyone present was instantly horrified. So this is the speed of the flying immortal body, someone muttered to himself. As expected of the 7th in the 100 great battle physiques. Senior brother Su is not bad, but he's still not a match for senior sister Bailey, a disciple said regretfully. The cheers of the disciples below the arena became even louder. Their voices joined together and exploded like thunder in everyone's ears. Su Zimo slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, everyone only saw the spirit energy around him surge. Space and time began to shatter and become chaotic. Waves of turbulence enveloped him. When his entire body emitted a faint blue light, the originally shattered space began to restore itself. A meter around him, the restored space glowed with a pale blue light. Su Zimo opened his eyes. A blue light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He looked at Bailey Xiao and whispered, 19 moves of the Dao querying, 8th move, Deep Blue World. This move was inspired by Su Zimo's previous life when he saw a small secret realm being destroyed. He then created this meridian technique. In this life, he had created his own true fate world. His understanding and use of the world had become deeper and more proficient. Bailey Xiao coldly snorted. She directly raised her sword and attacked. Her speed was so fast that one couldn't even see her afterimage. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was as if she had disappeared from the arena. Pung! A crisp sword sound rang out. The long sword was blocked by the tyrannical shadow. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and saw that Bailey Xiao had unknowingly appeared behind Su Zimo. But what shocked everyone even more was that Su Zimo had actually blocked this sword. Bailey Xiao's eyes slightly changed. She stabbed out again. This time, the long sword appeared beside Su Zimo. Bang! Sparks flew in all directions from the clash of the sword and saber. Su Zimo calmly looked at Bailey Xiao and said indifferently, "It's useless. In my deep blue world, I am the ruler." Bailey Xiao took a few steps back. Her white clothes fluttered along with her pure white hair. She looked deeply at Su Zimo. She didn't think that the speed she was most confident in would be countered by Su Zimo. "If you don't have any other moves, then it's my turn." Su Zimo chuckled. In his deep blue world, space and time were controlled by him. No matter how fast Bailey Xiao was, she couldn't escape his eyes. Bailey Xiao let out a deep breath. She closed her eyes and the spirit chi around her began to churn. A lotus flower slowly bloomed beneath her. Her entire body floated in the air. The lotus flower seemed to contain an endless amount of Dao. As the petals of the lotus flower bloomed, the sound of Dao rang out. Everyone's ears instantly fell silent. No matter how noisy the surroundings were or how loud their voices were, everyone seemed to have lost their hearing. They could not hear anything. Everyone's attention seemed to be drawn to the lotus flower as it bloomed bit by bit. As the lotus flower bloomed, the spirit chi between heaven and earth instantly became boundless. The lotus flower's color also slowly turned green. Bailey Xiao stepped on the green lotus. Her gaze was deep and boundless. The aura around her was like a roaring dragon. However, it was not over yet. As the green lotus bloomed, another lotus flower began to condense in front of her. The lotus flower condensed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it evolved into a black lotus. After the black lotus, more and more lotus flowers condensed and bloomed in the air. There were a total of 8 lotus flowers. green, black, white, blue, red, yellow, purple, orange. When all 8 lotus flowers had condensed, Bai Li Xiao stepped on the path paved by the lotus flowers. Step by step, the aura around her body grew stronger with every step. This lotus flower looks very familiar, the disciple below said doubtfully. It's the myriad Tao lotus. It's ranked 11th on the world's mysterious object ranking. A disciple was shocked and quickly shouted. This is not the real myriad Tao lotus. The green lotus of the myriad Tao lotus is still in Jinwu Xingzong's sword cleansing pond. As for the other lotus flowers, they disappeared with Empress Hong Tian's ascension. A familiar disciple said softly, I've read some records about Empress Hong Tian. I heard that she comprehended the mystery of the myriad Tao lotus and created a pulse technique. I don't know if it's true. Bai Li Xiao stood in the air. Her gaze was cold and emotionless. Under her feet, all 8 lotus flowers bloomed and spun. Dense qi circulated within them. When Bai Li Xiao waved her hands, a beam of light shot out from each of the 8 lotus flowers. 8 different colored lights intertwined. As the 8 different colored lights merged, the 8 lotuses beneath Bai Li Xiao's feet also began to merge. During the process of fusion, the sound of the great Tao rang out continuously. It was like the sound of flowing water on a small bridge. The spiritual energy in the air was so dense that it could not disperse. When Su Zimo saw this scene, his eyes narrowed slightly. Then, he sat down cross-legged and placed the scimitar in front of him. Su Zimo's actions quickly attracted the attention of many people below the stage. Senior brother Su, what are you doing? Someone in the audience asked doubtfully. I don't know, have you noticed that senior brother Su is using these meridian techniques that we have never seen before? A disciple asked curiously. When Su Zimo placed the scimitar in front of him, a bright light appeared around his body. The light enveloped the blade, and the tyrannical shadow began to tremble. Bai Li Xiao stepped into the air, and the lotus flower beneath her feet finally finished condensing. The original 8-colored lotus flower turned into a single chaotic lotus flower. Bai Li Xiao waved her right hand, and the lotus flower emitted an endless brilliance. The brilliance soared into the sky, and then the lotus flower crashed towards Su Zimo. At this moment, Su Zimo slowly stood up. The tyrannical shadow in his hand trembled slightly, and an even deeper gray spiritual energy filled the blade. When the gray spiritual energy filled the air, the sound of the great Tao on the myriad Tao lotus actually began to tremble. Bai Li Xiao frowned slightly. She actually felt fear from the myriad Tao lotus. The pinnacle of Tao, this is the pinnacle of Tao. Others might not understand, but how could the sect leaders below the stage not understand? Brother Qingshan, your son has comprehended the pinnacle of Tao at such a young age. His future is limitless, Luo Changhe said with a smile. The other sect leaders also began to whisper. Su Qingshan's gaze was focused as he looked at the gray spirit qi that permeated Su Zimo's blade. When the myriad Tao lotus crashed towards him, the lotus petals that covered the sky and the sun rushed towards him with endless Taoist rhymes. Su Zimo chuckled and murmured softly, 19 Tao querying forms, 9th style, heaven and earth line. He waved the curved blade in his hand with all his might, and the gray spiritual energy filled the blade qi. At this moment, the space fell into an eternal collapse. When the two collided, the expected explosion did not occur. Everyone only felt that the world in front of them had disappeared. In the vast fog, the blade qi split the world. At this moment, everyone's eyes lit up. In their world, it was as if there was only this blade light left. Everything gathered at one point, and heaven and earth began in a line. The myriad Tao lotus was directly split into pieces. The blade light did not lose its sharpness, and it continued to charge towards Bai Li Xiao. Enough, Xiao admits defeat. A clear voice sounded. Then, a big hand slapped across the air, completely shattering Su Zimo's blade light. The 6th elder flew over and stood in front of Bai Li Xiao to protect her. He looked at Su Zimo and said, Xiao admits defeat. You win this match. 6th elder, what you're doing seems to be against the rules. Su Zimo slowly withdrew his tyrannical shadow and smiled. Xiao Ruoxuan glanced in the direction of Su Qingshan and saw that Su Qingshan had his eyes slightly closed. It was unknown what he was thinking. Xiao is the successor of the empress. No matter what, you are still from the same sect. There is no need to fight to the death, Xiao Ruoxuan said. Su Zimo glanced in the direction of Su Qingshan. After seeing that Su Qingshan did not stop him, he nodded with a smile and said, "If you can intervene in the match, it will just because you are an elder, I have nothing to say." Seeing Su Zimo walk down the stage, everyone looked at Su Qingshan, waiting for Su Qingshan to speak. However, at this moment, Su Qingshan had his eyes slightly closed and did not move at all. Then, the sixth elder walked down the stage with Bai Lixiao. Bai Lixiao took a deep look at Su Zimo. She had a hunch that Su Zimo had not used his trump card at all. After the match between Su Zimo and Bai Lixiao ended, everyone turned their attention to the match between Chu Yang and Xianyuan Shantian. Many people did not know much about Chu Yang. They only knew that he had recently become the holy son of the Yin Yang sect. However, Xianyuan Shantian was somewhat famous. In fact, Xianyuan Shantian had become famous a long time ago. It was said that on the day he was born, an aurora flew down from the sky and merged into his body. Later, people learned that the item in the aurora was actually the Xianyuan physique, which was ranked 100th among the 100 great physiques. Although this physique was ranked last, it was known as one of the 100 great physiques. How could it be simple? Moreover, the battle physique that even great emperors couldn't get was automatically integrated into Xianyuan Shuantian's body after he was born. It could be seen that the Xianyuan body was born for Xianyuan Shantian. Xianyuan Shantian was famous in the far west since the day he was born. It was just that he kept a very low profile. As more and more geniuses were born in the Divine Sun clan, he was gradually forgotten. When people occasionally mentioned him, they would only laugh contemptuously and say, "Oh, it's that trash who buried his battle physique." However, one day, he stepped into the Divine Sun clan with a giant axe on his back. Then, he defeated almost all the young people of the same age as him. Since then, he was like a scorching sun in the sky, and became famous. At this moment, the battle between the two had reached its final stage. Xianyuan Shantian stood on the golden crow and held the giant axe in his hand. His whole body was covered in raging flames. On the other hand, the yin-yang diagram above Chu Yang's head and the yin-yang qi permeated the swimming dragon sword. "It's time to end it," Xianyuan Shantian looked at Chu Yang and said lightly. Then, the spirit qi in his body surged, and a golden light permeated his body. When the golden light dissipated, everyone only saw that the surface of his body was covered with a light golden armor. This armor didn't look like it was put on. Instead, it looked like it grew out of his body. The front of the armor was engraved with a dragon's head, and the pattern on his chest was a circling golden dragon. Including his two arms, there were also two golden dragons roaring towards the sky. They looked very lifelike, as if they were going to fly out of his body. "So this is the Xianyuan body," the disciples of the Divine Sun clan below shouted. "This is great. Chu Yang will definitely lose." After integrating with the Xianyuan body, Xianyuan Shuantian's height was at least 2 meters. He looked down at Chu Yang and said lightly, "Little grasshopper, your time is over." Xianyuan Shantian roared and directly raised the giant axe to chop down. "The one who should end it is you," Chu Yang also roared. Under the dumbfounded gaze of everyone, he caught the giant axe with one hand. At this moment, his body was filled with green spirit energy, and a whirlpool pattern appeared on his forehead. His eyes were incomparably sharp, and his ears were also very slender like an elf's. Many disciples rubbed their eyes in disbelief when they saw Chu Yang grabbing Xianyuan Shuantian's giant axe with one hand. After confirming that they were not seeing things, they swallowed hard. Battle Constitution. "He also has a battle constitution," someone shouted in shock. "What kind of body does he have?" The disciples below began to discuss noisily. Although the 100 great battle constitutions were very famous in the Yuanyang continent, many of the undiscovered battle constitutions were still a mystery to people except for those that had been found and recorded. "Sect leader Wu, what's your disciple's combat constitution?" someone asked curiously as he looked at Wu Xiaoqing, the sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect. "The Clear Sky Battle Physique, ranked 72nd among the top 100 battle physiques," Wu Xiaoqing said proudly. In fact, many elders in the sect were against her bringing Chu Yang into the Yin-Yang sect to participate in the selection of the saint. However, in the subsequent competition, everyone discovered that Chu Yang not only had the most primitive Yin and Yang Qi, but also had a battle constitution. When these two things appeared in the same person, the other elders had no reason to object. Wu Shaoqing directly conferred Qu Yang as the current saint. Later, she even activated the yin-yang image to help Qu Yang advance to the Void Meridian realm and condense the genuine fate. Seeing Qu Yang grab his giant axe with one hand, Xianyuan Xiantian said in shock, "You also have a battle constitution. Battle constitutions are not unique. What are you so proud of?" Qu Yang snorted coldly, and the green light on his body shone brightly. His swimming dragon sword was not only filled with yin and yang qi, but also integrated with the power of his battle constitution. When he slashed out with his sword, the surrounding space collapsed, and the spirit energy merged with the space turbulence. Xianyuan Xuantian's long hair scattered in the wind under the pressure of the spirit energy. He roared and said, "Even if you also have a battle constitution, I will be the winner in the end." The swimming dragon sword and the giant axe collided in the air, and everyone heard a deafening sound. Cracks appeared on the arena made of Xuanwu true iron, and a rumbling sound spread out from the center of the arena. An extreme airwave rose from the space, and it seemed to be a destructive wave that spread out in all directions. At this moment, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the space, and everything was drowned by the vortex. Xianyuan Xiantian was directly thrown out by the powerful airwave. His tall body fell heavily below the ring, causing the dust on the ground to splatter. Qu Yang put away his sword, and the majestic aura on his body gradually subsided. He took a deep breath and looked around calmly. At this moment, the surroundings were silent, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the not-so-tall figure. The two words Qu Yang were deeply imprinted in their minds. With Xianyuan Xuantian's defeat, it meant that the final competition would be between Su Zimo and Qu Yang. After the competition, both of them could rest for half a quarter of an hour before the final competition. At this moment, the noisy discussion of the disciples under the arena covered the entire Qingyun realm. Even if the competition would not start for half a quarter of an hour, it did not dampen everyone's enthusiasm. Probably many people did not expect that the final competition would be between the two of them. Although one of them was the son of Deputy Sovereign Jinwu Xingzong, he usually did not show his talent and was not very famous. The other one suddenly became the holy son of the Yin-Yang sect, and he was not famous at all before. When the half a quarter of an hour ended, when Su Zimo and Qu Yang walked up to the arena, the audience was surprisingly quiet. When the two of them stood still in the arena, the originally quiet surroundings suddenly burst into cheers that were more enthusiastic than before. A gentle breeze blew around them, messing up their clothes and long hair. Compared to the enthusiastic cheers under the arena, the two of them on the arena were very calm. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Su Zimo," Su Zimo said with a smile. "My name is Qu Yang." Qu Yang nodded and looked at Su Zimo with some confusion. Until now, he still did not know what relationship he had with Su Zimo. He also did not know who the mastermind behind the scenes was who stole his suppressing Hell Pearl and the Pearl of the World, and who helped Ren Pingxing kill the Sky Sword sect in advance. "I used to treat you as my biggest opponent, and I always tried my best to defeat you." Su Zimo was silent for a moment, and then he said with a smile, "Unfortunately, when fate allowed you to stand in front of me again, I realized that you were so weak that you couldn't even withstand a single blow." Su Zimo laughed at himself, and his thoughts seemed to have returned to the last moment of his rebirth. It was also a scene where he fell to the ground in front of everyone, looking at the arrogant young man in the sky. He could only look up. He did not even have the right to look up. He was like a dead dog. Although he did not want to admit it, he was indeed as weak as a speck of dust at that time. The blood-red sword cut through the silent space. When the young man wielded a universe-divine weapon and stepped on an ancient divine beast, he rushed towards him. He frantically and pathetically poured his cultivation into the chaos bead, wanting to break through space and escape. At that moment, space collapsed, time stood still, and boundless spiritual energy filled the entire sky. Then, he was reborn. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Qu Yang was silent for a moment. Then, he slowly raised his head. His eyes were clear and firm as he said, "Although I don't know what you mean, I, Qu Yang, have never been afraid of others. Whether it's Jinwu Xingzong or you're the son of the imperial lineage's sect master, I've never been afraid. Even if I'm weak and have no resources or background, I'm still willing to work hard. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Everything that I have is due to my luck and hard work. I have a clear conscience. Actually, everything is not that important anymore. Suzimo smiled and shook his head. To completely bid farewell to the past and to respect you, I will use my full strength to defeat you. I will use my strongest strength to defeat you and let you understand the despair I once felt. That kind of unimaginable thought of resistance. Looking up at the mountain, you will never know how many mountains are waiting for you after you climb over this mountain. Then let's try. Chu Yang's gaze was unprecedentedly firm. He slowly raised his sword and roared to the sky. In this life, although I was born as insignificant as a speck of dust, I will live as great as the sun. I want my light to shine for eternity. I want my name to be known throughout the 5 continents. I want my name to be known throughout the entire Yuanyang. Shine for eternity? Be known throughout the 5 continents? Suzimo looked up to the sky and laughed. There was a hint of evilness in his laughter, as if he was suppressing something. His voice sounded very low. He slightly raised his head. His eyes were filled with madness. That madness was indescribable. But I just want to trample you under my feet. Think about it carefully. That feeling must be wonderful. I felt like my heart was going to jump out of my chest. So excited, my heart is excited, my saber is excited, I am really excited. I'm so excited that I want to cut you into 1,000 pieces, open your stomach, and tear your corpse into 1,000 pieces. Suzimo looked up at the sky and slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, boundless devil chi slowly emanated from his body. The sky has turned blood red. Someone in the crowd below the stage looked up at the sky and muttered softly. The rumbling sound of thunder resounded through the sky, and the originally calm sky was instantly covered with dark clouds. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, thunder was roaring, and lightning was wreaking havoc. Suzimo slowly opened his eyes as boundless devil chi appeared in the sky. His hair had turned blood red and was slightly fluffy on top of his head. Veins had also appeared on his face. These veins were all purple and black in color. His eyes were pitch black, and boundless devil chi surged in the depths of his eyes. All the blood vessels in his body seemed to be on the verge of bursting, and very clearly pervaded his body. Suzimo walked in the air, boundless devil chi surrounding his body, and the black lightning in the sky turned into a long dragon roaring. He slashed out with the tyrannical shadow in his hand, and a very shocking dragon roar resounded in the surroundings. The image of the shadow dragon on the tyrannical shadow seemed to come alive, and the entire saber actually turned into the shape of a shadow dragon. The tyrannical shadow itself was made of high-grade materials, and it was fused with the dragon soul of a shadow dragon. It was just that when it was still a mundane tier weapon, the dragon soul was in a state of hibernation. Now that Suzimo had advanced it to the heaven tier, he had fused the essence of the sun and moon, heavenly lightning, earthly fire, torrent, and hurricane attributes into it. At this moment, when the dragon soul of the tyrannical shadow was activated, the shadow dragon roared, and its huge body hovered in the air. Its surroundings were filled with lightning, thunder, torrents, earthly fire, and hurricanes that wreaked havoc in the sky. Suzimo stood on the shadow dragon, and the doomsday-like sky seemed to become his background. He looked up at the world as if he was a demon king who had descended into the world. His emotionless eyes gazed at the world indifferently. At this moment, Chu Yang only felt his clear sky battle physique trembling. It was a kind of trembling that came from the depths of his soul. Even he couldn't control himself. He looked up at the figure in the sky, and his heart was filled with fear. To be precise, it was his battle physique that was afraid. First battle physique, hell-suppressing godly physique, Suzimo walked in the air and said indifferently. As Suzimo's voice fell, not to mention the ordinary disciples below, even some of the sect masters of the major sects stood up instantly. How is this possible? Wu Shaoqing looked at the figure in the sky with demonic aura and shook his head in disbelief. He muttered to himself in horror, how can the first battle physique appear in this world? This news shocked almost everyone. The 100 battle physiques had been a legend in the Yuanyang continent since the beginning. Their origins were even more ancient than the mandate of heaven. Since ancient times, as more and more battle physiques appeared, people were no longer as surprised as they were in the past. In history, there were also stories of geniuses with the 100 battle physiques who failed to compete for the mandate of heaven. However, there were some exceptions among the 100 battle physiques, and those were the top 3 battle physiques. These 3 battle physiques had never appeared, and there wasn't even any rumor about them. A wise man once left a prophecy that the 3 battle physiques would appear together once they appeared, creating an unprecedented era of brilliance. Great Emperor Zhenwu was great. He created the era of emperors and was the first person of the human race. However, the 3 battle physiques didn't appear in his era. Empress Hong Tian was great. She was invincible and even influenced several generations of great emperors. However, there was still no news of the 3 battle physiques in her era. However, now, the number 1 battle physique that was known as the Supreme Battle Physique had appeared. Now, I'll turn into a mountain in front of you. Su Zimo stepped on the air and said with a smile, "Come on, young man. Defeat me and cross this mountain. Then, you'll be able to realize your vision of brilliance." Chu Yang focused his eyes. The Qingyun Battle Physique's green light soared into the sky, and the True Fate Yin-Yang diagram floated above his head. He held the swimming dragon sword in his hand, and his body was surrounded by yin and yang aura. He charged directly at Su Zimo. Smack! A palm came down from the sky. Light black demonic aura filled the right palm, and Chu Yang was directly sent flying by the palm. His body hit the iron lock next to him heavily. Su Zimo landed on the arena and said with a smile, "The game has just begun. Don't let me down. I won't give up." Chu Yang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and continued to charge forward. Smack! With another palm strike, Chu Yang was sent flying once again. Su Zimo clenched his fist, and the space around his fist instantly collapsed. The energy of the true fate world in his body constantly merged with his body. The strongest state of the hell-suppressing godly physique was activated. Su Zimo clenched his fists. He felt unprecedentedly powerful. At the side, Chu Yang was already drenched in blood, but he still staggered to his feet and charged towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo chuckled. He grabbed Chu Yang's throat and slowly lifted him up. "Brother Chu Yang." Bailey Zhao's face was full of tears as she shouted from below the arena. She desperately wanted to run to the arena, but she was stopped by Xiao Ruoxuan. "The competition is not over yet. You can't save anyone if you go up now. You will only harm him," Xiao Ruoxuan said quickly. "Aunt, please save him. I beg you," Bailey Xiao said with tears streaming down her face. Xiao Ruoxuan sighed and looked at the arena. No one knew what she was thinking. Looking at Chu Yang's fearless eyes, Su Zimo said lightly, "I have heard many stories. Dripping water can penetrate a stone, mayflies can shake a tree. An ant may not be able to pull down a tree alone, but if tens of thousands or hundreds of millions of ants work together, even if they use their mouths to bite, they will be able to pull down a tree one day." People often compare this to people who work hard and don't give up. You are the ant, but I am not the tree. Maybe I used to be. But now, I just want to smash the tree to death before the ant pulls it down. After Su Zimo finished speaking, he directly threw Chu Yang away. Chu Yang's body hit the iron lock heavily. His back was badly mutilated, but he still picked up the swimming dragon's sword and walked towards Su Zimo step by step. Bang, a loud sound was heard. Su Zimo punched Chu Yang again and directly sent him flying. Because of everlasting hatred, he could not feel the pain. Chu Yang stood up with difficulty. He grinned at Su Zimo and attacked again. "Little Yang, give up. It's just a competition. You don't have to lose your life," the old man Samsara in the ring advised. "Teacher, I don't want to lose." Chu Yang opened his mouth and smiled. His smile looked very scary. He spat out another big mouthful of blood. Chu Yang was sent flying by Su Zimo's slap more than 10 times in a row. Su Zimo wasn't in a hurry to end it. Chu Yang was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. Every time he fell down, he would stand up strong. Below the arena, Bailey Zhao's voice was almost hoarse from crying. But, Chu Yang still didn't admit defeat. "Does your heart ache?" Su Zimo turned around and asked Bailey Xiao. Bailey Zhao's eyes were fixed on Su Zimo. Her eyes were filled with hatred. "Just admit defeat. It's just a match," one of the disciples shouted from below the stage. Soon after, more and more disciples began to shout. Many of them even closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch this cruel scene. There was almost no place on Chu Yang's body that was unharmed. After Su Zimo sent him flying with another slap, Su Zimo walked forward and slowly squatted in front of Chu Yang. He looked at his bloody face. Look, so many people are worried for you. It's good. But, only a weakling like you deserves sympathy. I don't need anyone's sympathy. I only need them to look up to me. In the end, they won't even have the right to look up to me. I will definitely defeat you, Chu Yang spat out blood and said with difficulty. He wanted to stand up, but his injuries were too serious. He struggled a few times but couldn't stand up. People often say that the light will defeat the darkness. But, look at how much darkness there is in this world. The light in your impression may have been darkness once. I always felt that there was no absolute good or bad in this world. There's also no such thing as pure black and white. In fact, all living things are gray. At this moment, seeing Su Zimo squatting beside Chu Yang, Wu Shaoqing, the suzerain of the Yin Yang sect, shouted anxiously, Su Zimo, our Yin Yang sect admits defeat. Don't kill him. Don't worry. Since you've admitted defeat, I won't touch him, Su Zimo said. Then, he lowered his head slightly and whispered into Chu Yang's ear, let me tell you something else. I heard that you and Bailey Xiao are childhood sweethearts. Actually, she's already betrothed to me. Don't worry, I'll take good care of her on your behalf. Speaking of which, I'm reminded of that night. TSK, I bet you don't know how it feels. Su Zimo smiled. Looking at Chu Yang's eyes that were gradually turning red, he continued, actually, the destruction of your Sky Sword sect was also done by me. Oh right, you should know that Xianling sect has been looking for you. Actually, I was the one who did it too. If Xianling sect couldn't find you, they would have massacred the entire Qingyang village. How is it? Are you sad to hear this news? But I'm very happy. Go to hell. Chu Yang roared. He didn't know where he got the strength from, but he punched Su Zimo in the abdomen. Then, Su Zimo was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood for a few minutes. Su Zimo looked at Chu Yang with difficulty and said weakly, you broke the rules. You obviously admitted defeat, but you still sneaked an attack on me. I'm going to kill you. Chu Yang roared. He picked up the swimming dragon sword and rushed towards Su Zimo. His face was covered in blood, but hot tears flowed down his face. He was an orphan since young. His parents had passed away long ago. His memories had always been with him. The most important person in his heart was Bailey Xiao. Now that he heard the news of Bailey Xiao being defiled, Chu Yang felt like he was going crazy. His mind was filled with images of the girl's smiling face. And Qingyang village. That was his real home. Sky Sword sect. His master, Yu Bewley. Even though he hadn't been in Sky Sword sect for long, it was still his sect. Be asterisk starred, you'll die a horrible death. Chu Yang said as he rushed towards Su Zimo. At this moment, Su Zimo was lying on the ground. He was extremely weak. Stop. A furious shout was heard. Then, a huge palm came down from the sky, and suppressed Chu Yang in an instant. Third Elder stood in the void. Looking at the scene in the arena, he frowned slightly. Logically speaking, Su Zimo had fused with the first body. No matter what, he shouldn't have vomited blood for a few minutes and become so weak. Your Yin Yang sect obviously admitted defeat, but you still sneaked an attack on our disciple. According to the rules of the competition, I can kill you right now. Third Elder looked at Chu Yang and said lightly. Third Elder, please don't be angry. The child is immature and impulsive. Wu Shaoqing, the sect master of the Yin Yang sect, quickly stood up and shielded Chu Yang behind him. He said with a smile, I apologize on his behalf. I hope Third Elder doesn't mind. Our Yin Yang sect is willing to pay for all of Marshal Nephew Zimo's treatment fees. Also, if Nephew Zimo has any requests, feel free to tell us. We'll do our best to fulfill them. I want him to die, Su Zimo pointed at Chu Yang and said. This may not work, Wu Shaoqing looked a little embarrassed. He looked at the Third Elder and said, no matter what, Chu Yang is the holy son of our Yin Yang sect. I hope Third Elder can give us a way out. You can name your conditions. As long as we can do it, we will try our best to do it. Yes, third elder, Xiao Ruoxuan sighed and finally said, we have always had a good relationship with the Yin-Yang sect. There's no need to make things so stiff. Besides, it's inevitable that young people are a little hot-tempered. Let them apologize. As long as they don't die, even half of their lives will be fine. Hearing Xiao Ruoxuan's words, the third elder also hesitated. Let him stay. At that moment, Su Qingshan stood up from below the stage and said indifferently. Sect Master Su, it's not necessary. It's just a young man's impulse. Wu Shaoqing's face changed slightly and said slowly. Nothing can be accomplished without rules. Since the rules have been set, they must be obeyed, Su Qingshan said lightly. If the rules are not authoritative, then no one will take them seriously. This competition is organized by our Zhenwu Xingzong. Are you trying to embarrass us? I don't dare, Wu Shaoqing quickly said. Sect Master Su, you can name your conditions. No matter what it is, just treat it as me redeeming Chu Yang's life. We don't lack anything. Don't you think it's funny? An imperial lineage asking a first-class sect for something? Su Qingshan shook his head and said, this is the sect's reputation. It has nothing to do with anything. What if I insist on taking him away today? Wu Shaoqing narrowed his eyes and asked tentatively. I won't stop you, but you have to think clearly. You will be responsible for the consequences, Su Qingshan said. Okay, I'll take him away today, Wu Shaoqing said solemnly. I'll bear any consequences. No, you can't. Su Qingshan shook his head and replied calmly, I'll put the blame on the Yin-Yang sect for this. If Sect Master Su really wants to go to war with the Yin-Yang sect because of a young man's hot-bloodedness, Wu Shaoqing said aloud, I'll accompany you to the end. The Far West has been peaceful for hundreds of years, Sect Master Su can seriously reconsider. Do you really want to let the flames of war rise and the situation become chaotic? Moreover, we are willing to apologize and compensate for this incident. We don't deserve to die. I don't need to explain so much to you, Su Qingshan said, you only have two choices. Either you keep Chu Yang here, or you take him away. Then, be prepared to face our anger. The decision is in your hands, and the consequences will change according to your decision. Hearing Su Qingshan's words, Wu Shaoqing was silent for a long time. She looked at the weakened Chu Yang and finally gritted her teeth and said, I'll take him away. If there are any consequences, I'll take responsibility. I hope Sect Master Su won't implicate the innocent. Looking at Su Qingshan's back facing her, she didn't intend to speak again. Black and white light spots flickered in Wu Shaoqing's hands, just like when they came. The sky was separated by black and white light. Wu Shaoqing quickly left with all the disciples of the Yin-Yang sect. Third elder, make arrangements for these sections. After you're done, let all the Saint Meridian elders in the sect come to the conference hall, Su Qingshan said calmly. Yes. Third elder nodded and then began to make arrangements for the rest of the sections. Xiao Ruoxuan, who was at the side, wanted to say something but hesitated. Finally, she said, Sect Master, actually, there's no need for us and the Yin-Yang sect to, if there's anything, say it in the conference hall. Su Qingshan waved his hand and interrupted Xiao Ruoxuan. Then, Su Qingshan came to Su Zimo and said with a faint smile on his face, Stop pretending, brat. Do you think I can't tell? Su Zimo smiled and hurriedly stood up. Su Qingshan glared at him, then sighed and said slowly, in fact, I've let your mother down in this life. In the past, I'd been obsessed with cultivation and didn't care much about her feelings. Later, when Sect Master Xiao left, he handed over the power to me. Many of the things I did also began to think about the sect. Su Qingshan was silent for a moment and then continued, but this time, I'm doing this for you. I just hope you can understand that I'm not only the sect master of Zhenwu Xingzong, but also your father. Father, what do you want to do? Su Zimo asked. Destroy the Yin-Yang sect. These 5 short words contained endless murderous intent. Su Zimo looked at Su Qingshan's back and remained silent for a long time. At this time, there were already elders of the Yin-Yang sect healing Chu Yang. Wu Shaoqing called all the core elders of the sect together and told them the whole story. The great elder sighed and shook his head, Sect Master, you're too impulsive. We don't have to become enemies with Zhenwu Xingzong for a disciple. Hearing the great elder's words, many of the elders below began to discuss spiritedly. Most of them agreed. Actually, there are some things that I don't want to say because I want to protect Chuyang. But now that things have come to this, I'd better say it. Wu Shaoqing was silent for a moment and then said slowly, if he's just an ordinary disciple, I naturally wouldn't do this. But when the yin-yang disc met Chuyang, it started to rotate. Just the 3 words rotated caused the entire hall to suddenly fall silent. Everyone raised their heads to look at Wu Shaoqing, their faces filled with astonishment. I hope that no one will spread this matter. Wu Shaoqing said, back then, the yin-yang founder left behind the yin-yang disc and ancestral teachings. When it meets the destined person, the yin-yang disc will rotate on its own. The founder once said that if we can get on the boat of the destined person, our yin-yang sect will have a chance to advance to the imperial lineage and become the top sect in this world. Wu Shaoqing's expression was a little agitated. He continued, back then, the Purgatory Holy Sect was a first-rate sect like us, but they seized the opportunity. As the Purgatory Emperor inherited the destiny, they also successfully advanced to the imperial lineage. Because of the Purgatory Emperor's savings, they even nurtured the Massacre Emperor. One sect with 2 emperors. As for our yin-yang sect, we've been around for thousands of years and have slowly declined. Is everyone really willing to accept this? But what about Zhenwu Xingzong? The great elder asked. At most, we'll just fight. The hot-tempered second elder snorted and said, the forces in the far west are very complicated. Do they really dare to go all out against us? Everyone, don't quarrel. Wu Shaoqing said calmly, if Zhenwu Xingzong wants to punish us, I'm willing to sacrifice myself to help the sect. I only hope that the sect can truly shine in this era. It can also be considered as fulfilling my lifelong wish. Hearing Wu Shaoqing's words, the elders present also fell silent. In Zhenwu Xingzong's conference hall, apart from some elders who had gone out, there were more than a dozen Holy Meridian elders gathered together. Su Qingshan sat at the head of the table with a deep gaze. He said faintly, I've called all of you here to discuss how to destroy the yin-yang sect. Do you have any good suggestions? As soon as Su Qingshan finished speaking, Xiao Ruoxuan stood up. She quickly said, Sect Master, actually, we don't have to be so stiff. The relationship between the 2 sects was quite good before. I also don't think there's a need to start a war with the yin-yang sect. The far west has finally stabilized for hundreds of years. Now is not the time for chaos, the great elder said. Yes, although the yin-yang sect is not as strong as us, they still have some strength. I'm afraid that all of you still haven't figured out some things. Su Qingshan looked around as he listened to everyone's discussion. He then said calmly, I've called all of you here this time not to discuss whether we should destroy the yin-yang sect, but to discuss how to destroy the yin-yang sect. Destroy the yin-yang sect. This is an order, and I won't accept any objections. I'm the person in charge of Zhenwu Xingzong. My words are authoritative. If anyone is dissatisfied, you can complain to Old Su. But at this moment, I won't accept any objections. If anyone disobeys my orders, I can only remove his status as an elder. Hearing Su Qingshan's words, everyone fell silent for a long time. Everyone understood that Su Qingshan had made up his mind this time. There was no room for negotiation. Sect Master, I'm afraid we're not enough to destroy the yin-yang sect, the 4th elder said. We can only ask Old Su to do it. However, Old Su is sealed in the dust-blood coffin. Every time he comes out, he has to consume a lot of his lifespan. I hope Sect Master will consider it seriously. As soon as the 4th elder finished speaking, the 5th elder stood up and said faintly, actually, I know a person. If he does it, we might not need to disturb Old Su. Who? Su Qingshan asked doubtfully. Sword Saint Ao Han, the 5th elder replied. Upon hearing this name, many people instantly recalled some of their distant memories. If Mei Ayahan is willing to take action, it might be possible to destroy the yin-yang sect. The 3rd elder was silent for a moment before he slowly said, however, he's currently living in the 100 Flowers Peak and has never come out. I don't know if he's willing. Leave this to me. Su Qingshan said, everyone, get ready. We'll arrive at the yin-yang sect in 3 days. Mei Ayahan was a name that very few people in Jinwu Xingzong knew because he had never appeared in the Hundred Flowers Peak. Speaking of Mei Ayahan, he did not actually belong to Jinwu Xingzong. Back then, Mei Ayahan was an expert at the pinnacle of the Saint Bloodline realm. His proud snow sword technique was renowned throughout the entire continent. But because his personality was too arrogant and despotic, he had angered many enemies. Once, his enemies had teamed up to ambush him. That was a siege by more than a dozen Saint Bloodline experts. Although Mei Ayahan relied on his powerful individual strength to fight his way out of the siege, he was still seriously injured. At that time, the sect leader of Jinwu Xingzong had just handed over the power to Su Qingshan. In order to break through to the divine bloodline realm, Mei Ayahan chose to experience the mortal world. Before sect master Xiao left, he left his daughter, Xiao Zixin, in the sect. When Xiao Zixin went out to play, she happened to meet the seriously injured Mei Ayahan. The story sounded a little melodramatic, but that was the truth. Xiao Zixin saved Mei Ayahan, and the two of them fell in love with each other while recuperating. After Mei Ayahan recovered from his injuries, he gave up on his martial arts and accompanied Xiao Zixin to live in seclusion in the Hundred Flowers Peak. He rarely appeared. Su Qingshan made a trip to the Hundred Flowers Peak. No one knew what happened between the two of them. However, during these 3 days, the disciples of Jinwu Xingzong did not feel it, but the elders felt that a storm was coming. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The morning sun shone down from the sky. The morning sun was especially warm, and a few strands of autumn wind lingered on the branches. At this time, the disciples of the Yin Yang sect had also started their daily lives. Some were practicing their meridian skills, some were circulating their cultivation techniques, and some were carrying huge rocks on their backs to temper themselves. At this time, a rumbling explosion sounded in the sky above the Yin Yang sect. It was as if thunder had exploded, and everyone's mind shook. All the disciples looked up and saw hundreds of figures standing in the sky. These figures all had their true fate manifested. Spirit chi surged from their bodies, and a majestic aura enveloped the entire sky. They were high and mighty, like legendary gods, looking down on the ant-like disciples below. Many disciples swallowed their saliva. There were hundreds of figures, and each of them had their true fate manifested. One had to know that the weakest true fate manifested was an Emperor Meridian expert. Among these figures, there were a dozen that seemed to be even stronger and more profound. Those can't be Saint Meridian experts, right? A disciple muttered uncertainly. A dozen Saint Meridian experts, 100 Emperor Meridian experts. Are they trying to poke a hole in the sky? Where is the Yin Yang sect master, Wu Shaoqing? Someone shouted from the figures in the sky. The voice contained spirit chi, and it resounded throughout the entire Yin Yang sect. Wu Shaoqing quickly walked out with a group of elders. They also walked in the sky, facing the people of Jinwu Xingzong. Sect Master Su, are you really going to fight to the death? Wu Shaoqing asked helplessly. After today, there will be no more Yin Yang here. Su Qingshan stood at the front, his green robe fluttering in the wind as he said indifferently. We have no intention of fighting with the sage sect. Wu Shaoqing shook her head. What happened before was my fault. I am willing to commit suicide in front of the sect. I hope Sect Master Su won't implicate the innocent. After speaking, Wu Shaoqing pulled out an eternal grade sword. Her long hair fluttered in the air as she looked at the people of Jinwu Xingzong, waiting for Su Qingshan's answer. Sect Master, this happened because of me. Even if I have to die, I should be the one to end it. It has nothing to do with you or the sect. At this moment, Chu Yang ran out. His thin figure looked up at the vast and boundless sky, his face somewhat pale. Why did you run out? Wu Shaoqing's expression changed slightly. She scolded, go back. Sect Master, I only wish to live my life with a clear conscience. Chu Yang looked at Wu Shaoqing and said resolutely, if you die for me, I will live in self-reproach for the rest of my life. Su Qingshan interrupted their argument and said calmly, there's no need to argue anymore. Today, everyone from the Yin Yang sect will be annihilated. Why? This has nothing to do with the Yin Yang sect, Wu Shaoqing said quickly. If I kill you, the entire Yin Yang sect will hate me, Su Qingshan said calmly. Maybe they're still very weak now and don't dare to have any ideas. But no one can say for sure. If they become stronger one day, they might hold a grudge against us for what we did today. Don't be silly. The moment we arrived, the Yin-Yang sect was destined to be destroyed. We won't attack easily, but if we do, we'll kill them all and leave no threat behind. Hearing Su Qingshan's words, the second elder of the Yin-Yang sect roared, "If you really want to kill us all, we're not to be trifled with. Even if I die, I'll drag a few of you down with me." "You can try." Wu Shaoqing stared at Su Qingshan. After a long time, she took a deep breath and said firmly, "Open the ancestral coffins." As soon as Wu Shaoqing finished speaking, 6 dust-blood coffins were quickly carried out. Zhenwu Xingzong's people did not stop them. They just watched as the coffins were slowly opened. Zhenwu Xingzong's side had more than a dozen Saint bloodline experts, while the Yin-Yang sect only had 6. If they did not open the coffins, they would not be able to resist at all. As the 5 dust-blood coffins were opened, white mist covered the sky. 5 majestic figures flew out of the coffins. "Look, it's the previous sect master of the Yin-Yang sect, Elder Jin Sheng," a disciple who had been in the sect for a long time shouted in surprise when he saw one of the old men. Not only sect master Jin Sheng, but the 4 ancestors of Wood Saint, Earth Saint, Fire Saint, and Water Saint have also come out. The disciples shouted crazily. Seeing the legendary ancestor appear in front of them, the excitement in their hearts was unimaginable. At this moment, as the 5 dust-blood coffins were opened, the 6th dust-blood coffin also slowly opened. Unlike the other 5 dust-blood coffins, the 6th dust-blood coffin was black and white. When the dust-blood coffin was completely opened, everyone heard a soft sigh. Then, an old man dressed in a yin-yang robe slowly walked out. The old man looked as thin as a skeleton, and his face was filled with deep wrinkles left behind by the passage of time. However, at this moment, the old man's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and his aura soared to the clouds. With a single glance, one could tell that he was no ordinary person. "Ancestral Master, I'm Wu Shaoqing, the 9th generation sect master of the Yin-Yang sect." Wu Shaoqing hurriedly stepped forward and led all the elders to welcome him. Then, she briefly explained the situation. Everyone looked at the old man in the black and white robe, waiting for his decision. This old man was the founder of the Yin-Yang sect, the Yin-Yang Patriarch. "Everyone, is there really no room for reconciliation?" Patriarch Yin-Yang asked calmly as he looked at Su Qingshan. "I won't stop until I die." "Then let's fight," the Yin-Yang Patriarch shouted as Yin-Yang Qi filled the air around him. He whispered to Wu Shaoqing, "When the battle starts, we will help you stop them. You can lead with the person of destiny. As long as the person of destiny is still around, the Yin-Yang sect will not perish." Wu Shaoqing was silent for a moment before she finally nodded firmly. At this moment, many sects around the Yin-Yang sect had already received the news and were all watching in the dark. The Yin-Yang Patriarch stood at the front, his aura surging. Bang, bang, bang. 8 sounds rang out. He had actually opened 8 meridians. Luan Quan, Bone Sage, Chao Feng. Kuan Hai, Huan Shui, Mu Huansong. Lin Ke, Qing'an. The moment all 8 meridians were opened, the powerful aura belonging to the Divine Pulse realm ravaged Hengyu. He held the Yin-Yang sword and pointed it at Zhenwu Xingzong's group. Behind the Yin-Yang Patriarch, a Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram appeared. This was his destiny. The moment the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram appeared, the entire sky was illuminated in black and white. Some people hiding in the dark said in surprise, "The Yin-Yang Patriarch has already reached the Divine Pulse realm." "What's there to be surprised about?" someone replied faintly. Many eras ago, the Yin-Yang Patriarch was also in existence that fought for the Divine Pulse realm. It's normal for him to reach the Divine Pulse realm. When the Yin-Yang Patriarch's aura swept across the entire sky, snowflakes suddenly fell from the sky. White snowflakes drifted between heaven and earth. These snowflakes were in the shape of long swords. A bleak and cold aura covered the entire sky. A shadow walked out from the void with a sword in his hand. His long hair fluttered. He was dressed in white. He was cold and arrogant like snow. What was more terrifying was that this shadow had also opened 8 meridians. With every step he took, the bleak aura in the air became more intense. Mei Ayahan walked out from the wind and snow. He slashed out with his sword, causing thousands of miles of snow to fall to the ground. Boundless ice sealed the sky with endless light. The Yin-Yang patriarch also raised his sword to meet Mei-Ahan's attack. His Yin-Yang sword split the sky into black and white halves. When the two swords collided, an endless storm surged in the surroundings. Space was split into pieces, and a huge whirlpool appeared between the two swords. The two of them retreated a few steps at the same time. The Yin-Yang patriarch's expression was solemn. He shook his head and sighed. I'm old. There are talents everywhere. Mei-Ahan shook his head. How can I be considered a talent? I'm just an ordinary person who abandoned the martial path. When he had been at the peak of the Saint bloodline realm, he had been so ambitious that he had dared to challenge the various first-rate sects all by himself. Through battles with various Saint bloodline experts, he had honed his martial path and understood his Tao heart. Unfortunately, he met Xianxia later on. He fell into the whirlpool of love and gave up everything. He was determined to accompany Xianxia and live an ordinary and contented life. The path of the martial path was too long. It was difficult and dangerous. You would never know where you would end up. Even if you reached the peak of the martial path, what could you do? Would you live forever in the endless search? If the person by your side was no longer around, everything would be meaningless. Mei-Ahan and the Yin-Yang patriarch clashed. Their battle was not very flashy, but it was just an ordinary sword slash. Heaven and earth collapsed, and the sky fell. A deafening roar resounded through the world. It was as if a hole was going to be punched in the sky. The wind blew and the clouds rolled. Countless cracks appeared in the sky. On the other side, Zhenwu Xingzong's group did not give the Yin-Yang patriarch any time to breathe. They directly charged over. Dozens of Saint Pulse realm experts clashed. Because the Yin-Yang patriarch had opened the ancestral coffin, their Saint Pulse realm experts could barely hold on. However, under the attacks of Zhenwu Xingzong's 100 Emperor Pulse realm experts, the Yin-Yang patriarch's combat strength was clearly insufficient. Wu Shaoqing and Su Qingshan did not participate in the battle. They watched as the flames of war raged in their own sect. Cracks appeared on the ground and countless buildings collapsed. Countless disciples were sacrificed. Wu Shaoqing sighed and looked at Su Qingshan from afar. As the scope of this battle became wider and wider, the eyes of the entire Far West were all focused on this place. At this moment, more and more people came to watch the battle. Some of them were itinerant cultivators and some were sect elders. At this moment, Su Zimo also came to the side of the battlefield. He looked into the distance and saw that half of the Yin-Yang sect had been reduced to ruins. At this moment, Chu Yang was blocked by Wu Shaoqing. I'll hold Su Qingshan back. You should escape while no one is paying attention to you, Wu Shaoqing said in a low voice. Chu Yang was silent for a moment. He looked up with bright eyes and replied, Sect Master, let me stay. I'm not afraid of death. These people died for you. Do you want them to die in vain? Wu Shaoqing took a deep breath and said, I don't know if the Yin-Yang disc left behind by the Yin-Yang patriarch is accurate. But when I looked at you from below the arena, even though you were easily defeated by Su Zimo and fell again and again, you still did not choose to give up. Even death could not make you retreat or fear. At that time, I understood that what made me believe in you was not the Yin-Yang disc left behind by the Yin-Yang patriarch, but your Tao heart. Hearing Wu Shaoqing's words, Chu Yang was silent. I believe in you. You should also believe in yourself. Wu Shaoqing patted Chu Yang's shoulder. Then, she soared into the air and charged towards Su Qingshan. The aura of the Saint Meridian realm surrounded her. All 7 meridians in her body were opened. At this moment, half of the sky fell behind her. Little Yang, I'll lend you my power later. Take advantage of the chaos and leave. The voice of the old man from Samsara rang out. Teacher, I was a coward when I was at the Heaven's Sword sect. Can I still be a coward when I make the same choice? Chu Yang said unwillingly. The weak have no right to choose. If you can't see through this, you will never become a strong person, the old man from Samsara said. At this moment, the yin-yang diagram appeared behind Wu Shaoqing in the sky. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and his black hair draped over his back. Su Qingshan looked at Wu Shaoqing indifferently. A long sword appeared in his hand. The moment the long sword appeared, a sword light surged in the air. Xianxia held the long sword in his hand. His gaze was deep and profound. He waved the long sword gently in the sky, and the sky was instantly divided into two poles. Divine martial sword. Wu Shaoqing's pupils shrank as he cautiously said. The godly martial sword was an emperor true treasure left behind by the true martial emperor when he ascended. When Xianxia held the godly martial sword, thousands of sword energies surrounded him. His green robe fluttered in the wind. With a slash of his sword, the yin-yang diagram behind Wu Shaoqing was split into two. Wu Shaoqing took 3 steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. She stared at Xianxia. Her aura became even more majestic as she charged towards Xianxia again. Xianxia snorted coldly as he walked in the air. With every step he took, the aura on his body was like a stormy sea. He didn't even reveal his true fate. The thousands of sword energies were like his arms that could be used freely. The sky was in an endless cycle of collapse and recovery. In just a few rounds, Wu Shaoqing was already heavily injured. The godly martial sword slashed through the silent sky with an indestructible sword energy and directly cut off Wu Shaoqing's arms. I, Zhenwu Xingzong, have been silent for too long. Perhaps the world has already forgotten the glory of Emperor Sandao challenging 8 imperial lineage alone before he inherited the heaven's will. Xianxia calmly said, "Today, I'll start with your yin-yang sect. Although we can't restore the glory of our ancestors, we're not something a first-rate sect like you can challenge." Xianxia's voice echoed in the air. It seemed like he was talking to Wu Shaoqing, but it also seemed like he was talking to everyone who was watching the battle in the dark. After Wu Shaoqing's arms were cut off, the spirit energy in her body surged and a white mist spread out around her arms. Not long after, she grew a new arm. This was the terror of the Saint bloodline realm. As long as she wasn't completely killed, it wasn't difficult for her to regrow her arms. Of course, in order to regrow her arms, she had to consume a large amount of blood energy. Wu Shaoqing's face was very pale at this moment. On the other side, the battle between the yin-yang sect master and Mei Ayahan was temporarily separated. Mei Ayahan's white robe was in tatters and she looked a little miserable. However, the same was true for the yin-yang sect master. His face was pale and he didn't seem to have any blood energy. Although he was a divine bloodline realm expert, he was someone from several eras ago. If it wasn't for the dust bloodstone, he probably wouldn't have lived for long. Every time he fought, he had to consume a large amount of blood energy. When his blood energy was exhausted, it would be the end of his life. "Sect Master, are you okay?" Wu Shaoqing asked worriedly. "Don't worry." The yin-yang sect master shook his head and replied with a deep gaze, "Everyone will die. The difference is that some people are unknown while some people are famous. I don't care about this. It doesn't matter if it's a goose feather or Mount Tai. I only want to have a clear conscience. Have a clear conscience. Have a clear conscience. Have a clear conscience of the sect that I personally established. Since we're already at this stage, there's no need to hide anymore," the yin-yang sect master said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, the spirit energy in his body surged. At this moment, a vast aura was emitted from his body. His originally white hair was rapidly withering, and the blood energy on his face was getting paler. His skin and flesh were sinking deep into his bones. This old man, who was already old, was aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. His originally shining eyes gradually lost their luster. The old man seemed to have been drained of all his energy. "Sect Master, what are you doing?" Wu Shaoqing quickly asked when he saw the old man's appearance. The old man smiled and shook his head. A drop of blood appeared in his palm. This was the blood essence that he condensed from most of his remaining blood energy. The yin-yang diagram appeared behind the old man. He waved his right hand in the air and a hexagram pattern appeared in front of him. Then, the ground of the yin-yang sect began to shake. Rumble. The ground exploded, and a very big crack appeared on the ground. Moreover, this crack was still expanding. A beast roar sounded from underground as if something terrifying was about to be born. At this moment, countless rays of light shot up into the sky from the ground of the yin-yang sect. A hexagram formation illuminated the sky. The 6 dazzling rays of light illuminated the world. When the hexagram appeared, everyone saw a demonic beast struggling in the center of the hexagram. 6 rays of light turned into 6 chains, binding the demonic beast inside. The monster looked very strange. It looked like a heavenly dog that had been enlarged countless times, but its body was very fat. Its body was blood red, and there were 2 pairs of huge wings on its back that could cover the sky. The moment the monster appeared, a huge beast aura swept through the entire area. All the monsters within 100 miles trembled and prostrated themselves on the ground when they sensed the aura. At this moment, everyone's expression changed when they saw the monster. Xianxia stared at the Yin-Yang patriarch and said, "An ancient monster." "That's right. Look at it again." "It's related to Zhenwu Xingzong," the Yin-Yang patriarch replied. Xianxia was stunned. Then, he seemed to remember something. His eyes flickered. In the end, he said word by word, "The divine beast, Hun Dun, is the divine beast that escaped from the hands of the great emperor Zhenwu." Xianxia took a deep breath, looked at the Yin-Yang patriarch, and said, "How dare you hide an ancient divine beast? Are you going against the entire human race of the Yuanyang continent?" Back then, Zhenwu Great Emperor fought against the 10 divine beasts and killed 9 of them, forming the Blood Demon secret realm. The other monster that escaped was the Chaos Divine Beast in front of them. When it came to monsters, humans usually divided them into 2 types. One was the ancient monster, and the other was the ordinary monster. The ordinary monster referred to the monster that was born after Zhenwu Great Emperor created the era of emperors. The ancient monster referred to the monster beasts of the Desolation era. In the Desolation era, monster beasts dominated everything, and humans were even their food. Therefore, humans could tolerate the ordinary monster beasts, but they hated the ancient monster beasts. "I don't want to become enemies with the human race. I only captured it when it was heavily injured back then to comprehend the mysteries of primal chaos," the Yin-Yang patriarch said indifferently. "Of course, I don't care if you want to use this matter to give me a bad name. Now that the sect has reached this stage, everything is meaningless." As the Yin-Yang patriarch spoke, the essence blood in his hand turned into a stream of light and landed on the hexagram array. In an instant, the 6 rays of light became even more resplendent, and the chains formed by the 6 rays of light slowly retracted. Without the restriction of the formation, the divine beast Hun Dun roared at the sky. Its bull-like eyes stared intently at Patriarch Yin-Yang. With the disappearance of the formation's suppression, its strength rapidly recovered. Its boundless beast might swept through the sky. At that moment, its presence even surpassed everyone present. "You don't have to resent me. After all, although I've imprisoned you for so long, I haven't harmed you," Patriarch Yin-Yang said indifferently. "Look at those people above you. They're the descendants of great Emperor Zhenwu. Back then, it was their ancestor who personally destroyed the glory of your Desolation era." Hun Dun roared at the sky and turned around. He glared at Zhenwu Xingzong and his men with hatred. "You didn't think of running. Wait till I destroy them, then I'll settle the score with you," Hun Dun said indifferently. Then, its huge body attacked Mei Ayahan. Mei Ayahan raised her sword to block, but was sent flying by a claw. "This is the moment. Take Chu Yang and leave." Patriarch Yin-Yang roared at Wu Xiaoqing. His face was pale. Just now, he used a large amount of essence blood to break the hexagram array. Right now, his battle strength was less than 10%. Wu Xiaoqing nodded. She grabbed Xu Yang's arm and flew into the distance. Xianxia snorted coldly. The divine martial sword cut through the void and blocked in front of Wu Xiaoqing. At the same time, Zhenwu Xingzong's other Emperor Meridian experts also surrounded them. On the other side, the divine beast Hun Dun was still attacking Mei Ayahan. It had no time to care about others. "I can only help you to this extent." Wu Xiaoqing looked at Chu Yang and sighed. Then, she turned around and fought with Xianxia. As for the other Emperor Meridian experts, she could no longer care about them. "Little Yang, relax your mind and accept my power." Samsara's anxious voice came from the ring. Chu Yang nodded. He closed his eyes slightly when those Emperor Meridian experts grabbed at him. At this moment, his entire body emitted a vast aura. Samsara's power filled his entire body. Before, when his body and cultivation were still very weak, it was very difficult for him to accept Samsara's power. Now that he had condensed his true fate, his strength had increased a lot. For a short period of time, he could accept all of Samsara's power. When this power wrapped around his body, a huge Samsara whirlpool appeared around him. The wind blew his long hair. At this moment, his aura broke through the clouds. Chu Yang's right hand gently waved in the air. The Emperor Meridian elders were actually sent flying. He stepped on Samsara. His gaze was invincible. That vast aura attracted everyone's attention. Even the divine beast Hun Dun Dun stopped and looked at Chu Yang with an uncertain expression. I, Chu Yang, swear that when I return one day, I will flatten Jinwu Xingzong. A declaration of war. This is a declaration of war against the imperial lineage. The spectators looked at this young man. His thin figure and powerful words seemed to contain endless determination. After Chu Yang finished speaking, he looked deeply at everyone from the Yin Yang sect. Then, he stepped into the air and left. He couldn't save the Yin Yang sect people because Samsara's power couldn't be maintained for long. The old man from Jinwu Xingzong sat on a fishing platform by the riverside. 3,000 carps rolled out of the water. A breeze in the distance swept up a few faint golden lights. Suddenly, there was a dragon's roar. 3,000 carps knocked on the door of life and turned into 10,000 long golden dragons. They soared into the sky like graceful birds. The old man's deep gaze looked at the horizon in the distance. The sound of the great Tao seemed to resound in his turbid eyes. It seemed to have passed through time and space and landed thousands of miles away. The old man took a step forward and disappeared into the horizon. Chu Yang stepped into the air. The space door in front of him opened. He was about to leave. All of a sudden, a vast and boundless aura descended. At this moment, all of time and space froze. An old man in a gray robe appeared at the top of the sky. The old man's gaze swept across calmly. Everyone present felt their hearts tremble violently. Welcome, Sky Screen Laozu. At this moment, everyone from Jinwu Xingzong shouted under the lead of Su Qingshan. You're still alive, aren't you? The old man smiled faintly. Then, he stretched out his right hand slightly. He pressed his index finger gently in the air. At that moment, endless spiritual energy surged and condensed at the tip of his index finger. The entire space shattered as his index finger touched the air. Hun Dun felt an irresistible force pressing down on him. It was difficult for him to even move. You've broken through to that realm? Hun Dun shouted in horror. Don't be so surprised. It's nothing. The old man shook his head and said, everyone below the great emperor is just an ant. Then, the old man waved his right hand gently in the air. Endless spiritual energy turned into countless chains and bound all the people from the Yin Yang sect. At that moment, even Chu Yang was bound by the spiritual energy. The old man looked at Chu Yang and said with interest, there's actually such a powerful divine soul in this world. Chu Yang felt the irresistible power from the old man. He took a deep breath and said softly, Teacher, if you can leave, please leave. Don't worry about me. I'm useless. The old man from Samsara was silent for a while. Then, he replied in a sorrowful tone. No, teacher. One of the luckiest things in my life is to be able to meet you. Chu Yang looked at him and said seriously, there's something that I've been hiding in my heart. I've never dared to tell you. I've been an orphan since I was young. In fact, I've always treated you as my father. I know that I can't escape this time. Please allow me to call you father before I die. Yang, don't worry. I swear that one day, I'll avenge you. I'll do whatever it takes to flatten Jinwu Xingzong. That day will come, the old man from Samsara said firmly. Father, farewell. Chu Yang closed his eyes slightly. At that moment, the aura on his body slowly dissipated. A shadow rushed out of Chu Yang's body. Interesting. The old man smiled and waved his hand. The spiritual energy in the air pressed down on the old man from Samsara. When I was at my peak, why would I be afraid of you? If I want to leave today, forget about you, even if the emperor himself came, it would be useless, the old Samsara man roared, and boundless Samsara power filled the sky. Enter Samsara. The old samsara man slowly closed his eyes, and a vortex of samsara power appeared around him. The vortex was deep and boundless. Just a glance at it was as if it was going to suck in one's soul. Then, the old man's samsara soul was sucked into the vortex and completely disappeared. For every martial artist who cultivated the samsara great Tao, they would have a chance to enter the samsara great Tao once in their lifetime. This was the pinnacle of the great Tao of samsara, and also a law bestowed upon it by the river of fate. Even the emperor himself could not change it. Normally, unless it was a matter of life and death, martial artists who cultivated the samsara Tao would not easily enter the samsara Tao. This was equivalent to a reincarnation, but samsara was risky. Life and death were equal parts. If samsara entered the path of death, it would mean that samsara had failed and died completely. If one entered the path of life, their cultivation would disappear, and it was not certain if they could retain their memories. More importantly, the body they reincarnated into might not necessarily be a human. It could be a bird, a beast, or even a flower, bird, fish, or insect. In short, everything in the world was possible. They could not decide their goal in samsara. Interesting. Lao Tzu looked in the direction where the old man samsara had disappeared and shook his head with a smile. Then, he looked at Su Qingshan and said, "I'll leave the rest to you." After the old man finished speaking, his figure disappeared between heaven and earth, as if he had never appeared. At this moment, the people who were secretly watching the battle were all frightened. Zhenwu Xingzong had been silent for hundreds of years. Many people had only heard of the sage sect's reputation, but did not have a clear understanding of their strength. At this moment, seeing the old man casually suppress a first-class sect, someone asked carefully, "Who was that senior just now? Haven't you heard of Sengoku?" Some people who knew about Zhenwu Xingzong's history replied, "He was the first warrior under Zhenwu Great Emperor. I heard that he and Zhenwu Great Emperor had competed for the mandate of heaven, but Zhenwu Great Emperor wanted to establish a prosperous era for the human race. He was shocked by Zhenwu Great Emperor's ambition to fight against the Desolation era alone and create the Age of Emperors. In the end, he was convinced and voluntarily joined Zhenwu Great Emperor to conquer the heavens with him." Su Qingshan looked at the people of the Yin Yang sect who were bound by the spiritual chains and said to Su Zimo, "Moer, come here. I've told you before that this is what I'm doing for you. You can also deal with these people. I don't need anyone else." "I only want him," Su Zimo said as he walked to Chu Yang. He slowly pulled out his tyrannical shadow and stared at Chu Yang. At this moment, Bailey Xiao ran out from the side. She stood in front of Su Zimo and begged, "I beg you, don't kill him. Don't kill him. I beg you." Looking at Bailey Xiao's sorrowful expression, Su Zimo smiled and reached out to touch her smooth face. He smiled and said, "Silly girl, don't worry. Death is only a release. Actually, those who are alive are the ones who suffer the most." "Oh, right, are you in pain now? Seeing the person you love die in front of you, isn't this pain 100 times, 1,000 times more painful than death?" Bailey Xiao quickly shook her head and knelt down in front of Su Qingshan. She knocked her head on the ground and blood stained the ground. "Sect leader, I beg you, please spare him. Do you really think that I can tolerate this?" Su Qingshan replied calmly, "Previously, the sect helped you stop Xianling sect from attacking Qingyang village. During the competition, 6th Elder openly broke the rules and barged into the arena. I didn't say anything. Do you really think that the inheritance of the Great Empress will allow you to do whatever you want?" Su Qingshan was so angry that he laughed. "Good, very good. Since you love him so much, I'll revoke your identity as the successor of the Great Empress. I'll take away your inheritance and let you die with him." "Sect leader, Shower doesn't know any better," 6th Elder stood out and said. "That's enough. I haven't even made a fuss over the matter of you trespassing on the arena. As one of the 7 great elders, I will let the law enforcement hall deal with you." Su Qingshan interrupted the 6th Elder's words and said indifferently. Then, Su Qingshan waved his right hand and prepared to take away Bailey Zhao's flying immortal physique. "Sect leader Su, please wait." Just then, a loud voice boomed out from the horizon. 2 figures stepped through the air. Both of them had a domineering aura and 7 meridians opened up. The 2 of them were Saint bloodline experts. Looking at Su Qingshan's frown, one of the men quickly said, "Sect leader Su, I'm the current head of the Bailey family of the eastern mainland, Bailey Qingfeng." Bailey Qingfeng? Su Qingshan was stunned. Then, he looked at Bailey Xiao and frowned, as if he had understood something. "Sect leader Su, Shower is my daughter who has been wandering outside." Bailey Qingfeng sighed. "Back then, because the power of the family was too complicated, I didn't dare to bring her back. Now that I've finally settled everything, I'm here to look for her. I hope that sect leader Su can understand my feelings as a father. We can return the inheritance of the great empress to Glory sect. Just let me take her away. Today, the lives of these people are in Moer's hands. If he doesn't want to, I won't interfere." Su Qingshan replied. The Bailey family was located at the core of the eastern mainland. Their family had once produced a great emperor. His name was Bailey Chongkong, and his title was Emperor Chongkong. Although they weren't as powerful as the imperial lineage like Xinwu Xingzong, they weren't to be underestimated. "Child Su, what do you think?" "You can ask for anything." Bailey Qingfeng looked at Su Zimo and asked. "I can let her go." Su Zimo replied. "But I want a chance. A chance to enter your Bailey family's forbidden area, Tianyuan Small World." Hearing Su Zimo's words, Bailey Qingfeng frowned. "Child Su, the family's forbidden area is controlled by the elders. I can't make the decision." "Then forget it. You can take your daughter's body back." Su Zimo shook his head and replied. "Bailey Qingfeng, back then, it was because of your cowardice that my elder sister had to lead a wandering life with her child. She didn't even get to see you one last time before she died." Sixth Elder Xiao Ruoxuan rushed out from the side and roared at Bailey Qingfeng. "If you watch your own daughter die in front of you today, you won't have the face to continue living in this world." Hearing Xiao Ruoxuan's words, Bailey Qingfeng was silent for a while. Finally, he let out a long breath and looked at Su Zimo. "I agree to your request." Su Zimo nodded. Then, he turned around and whispered into Bailey Zhao's ear, "Don't worry, I won't let you die so quickly. This is just the beginning. Today, you can enjoy the feeling of someone you love dying in front of you. Next time, I will let your father and your clansmen all die in front of you. That kind of feeling must be wonderful. Demon, you're not human. You're a demon." Bailey Xiao took a few steps back and looked at Su Zimo in horror. Su Zimo chuckled. He walked past Bailey Xiao and came in front of Chu Yang. The two stood facing each other. Chu Yang's eyes were clear and firm. Except for a faint unwillingness, there was no fear before death. "How do you want to die?" Su Zimo asked faintly. "It doesn't matter how I die," Chu Yang replied calmly. "It's just like what the Yin Yang founder said. Some people die without a name, while some become famous after death. Whether it's as light as a feather or as heavy as Mount Tai, I just want to live a little more meaningfully and die a little more meaningfully. Unfortunately, the heavens didn't follow my wishes. But I know that fate is unfair." Su Zimo was silent. He silently picked up the tyrannical shadow. The giant wheel of memories rolled slowly, like a sigh from the depths of ancient times. He let out a long breath. Su Zimo was thinking about why he became enemies with Chu Yang in his previous life. In the beginning of his previous life, Chu Yang didn't have any enmity towards Xinwu Xingzong. He also knew that he was just an ordinary mountain village boy, while Bailey Xiao had become the holy maiden of the imperial lineage. The difference in status between the two was huge. He worked hard to cultivate so that he could catch up to Bailey Xiao. Unfortunately, when he found out that Bailey Xiao had a childhood sweetheart, he was jealous and sent people to kill Chu Yang. Just like that, Chu Yang was forced to walk on another path. He could only stand opposite of Xinwu Xingzong. Was Chu Yang wrong? From a secular point of view, Su Zimo was the one who was in the wrong. He was the one who forced Chu Yang onto this path where he had no choice but to treat the true martial sacred sect as his enemy. Am I wrong? Su Zimo laughed wildly. He covered his face with his right hand and lowered his head slightly. His laughter sounded very scary. I'm not wrong. If you think I'm wrong, I'll kill you. Su Zimo pointed at the bounding Yang sect people and said to Chu Yang, if they think I'm wrong, I'll kill them all. If this secular point of view thinks I'm wrong, I'll overturn everything and make my own rules. If this world thinks I'm wrong, I'll destroy everything and bury everything in this world. I'm not wrong. Even if I'm wrong, you have to think I'm right. This is how I, Su Zimo, do things. Chu Yang looked at Su Zimo calmly and said with a grin, "You'll die too, right? When you reach the end of your life, there will be a day. I'll wait for you." Okay. Su Zimo laughed softly and replied with a hoarse voice. Then, the tyrannical shadow shone brightly and pierced into Chu Yang's abdomen. Su Zimo held the tyrannical shadow and lifted it bit by bit, trying to split Chu Yang's upper body in half. If my heart is fearless, everything in this world will be fearless. Chu Yang looked calm. Finally, he looked at the girl beside him who had completely collapsed. I heard that when people die, they will turn into stars and hang in the sky to protect their loved ones. I'll definitely be the brightest star. His eyes gradually dissipated. His life was finally fixed at that moment. Su Zimo knew that he had killed Chu Yang, but he didn't have the heart to kill him. That fearless Taoist heart. Even at the last moment of his death, his indestructible Taoist heart still didn't waver. Seeing Chu Yang's corpse fall in front of her, Bai Lixiao suddenly calmed down. If one were to look closely, they would realize that there was a crazy hatred in her eyes. A wisp of the most primitive Xiantian yin and yang qi flew out of Chu Yang's body in an attempt to escape. The black and white qi intertwined and shot straight into the sky. Su Zimo quickly opened his true fate world and kept it inside. Then, a green bead fell from the side of Chu Yang's corpse, and was collected by Su Zimo. Bai Lixiao looked at Chu Yang's corpse. Perhaps it was the calm after the storm, or perhaps it was the prelude to another storm. She stared at the corpse like a pool of stagnant water. Bai Lixiao, leave behind the flying immortal physique of the Empress, and you can leave with your father, Su Qingshan said calmly. Okay, I'll leave it behind, Bai Lixiao nodded and replied calmly. In the next moment, her body emitted a dazzling white light, and her entire face twisted. There were two ways to detach a battle physique. One was to detach it automatically after the death of the owner. The other was to detach the battle physique from the owner's body. This method of detaching the battle physique by oneself was extremely harmful, and could cause irreparable damage to the body. The white light on Bai Lixiao's body grew stronger and stronger. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and the pain of her battle physique being forcibly detached increased bit by bit. She clenched her teeth and would rather fall to the ground than make a sound. After a long time, Bai Lixiao had completely fainted from the pain. A silver-white bead flew out from her body at an extremely fast speed. Su Qingshan's large hand fell and directly collected the bead. Sect Master Su, if there's nothing else, I'll take her away, Bai Li Qingfeng said hurriedly. Su Qingshan frowned deeply and nodded, let her know what's good for her. Seeing Bai Li Qingfeng leave with Bai Lixiao, Zhenwu Xingzong and the rest brought the Yin-Yang sect members back to Glory Sect. Zhenwu Xingzong had also taken all the savings of the Yin-Yang sect in the past 10,000 years. A long time after Zhenwu Xingzong's men left, the spectators came over to see if they could pick up anything that was left behind. After all, no one would have thought that the colossus that stood here a moment ago would be destroyed in such a short period of time. The terror of the imperial lineage was evident. This matter was like a spring breeze that blew across the entire far west overnight, even including the eastern continent. While people marveled at the terror of the imperial lineage, the reverence in their hearts deepened. People liked to be heroes, heroes who could save the world and become famous throughout the world. The young man was hot-blooded and always wanted to destroy the Yin-Yang sect with his own hands one day and kill Chu Yang. Unfortunately, Su Zimo was not a hero, nor did he have the hot-bloodedness of a young man. Instead, he relied on the power of his sect to destroy the Yin-Yang sect and kill Chu Yang. This was Su Zimo's way of doing things. As long as he could achieve his goal, he could do whatever he wanted. It did not matter whether he was a demon king that everyone feared or a little mouse that was mocked behind his back. Because one day, the rules of the world would be set by him. Those who followed him would prosper, and those who opposed him would perish. After all, it was natural selection and survival of the fittest. Just as everyone returned to Zhenwu Xingzong, they were informed to go to the meeting hall. When Su Zimo arrived at the hall, he saw a pure white coffin placed at the head of the hall. The aura from the coffin suppressed everyone. May I know why Fei Hong Laozu is looking for us? Su Qingshan walked forward and asked. Fei Hong Laozu was a war general during the era of Empress Hong Tian. He was also one of the most senior Laozu in Jinwu Xingzong. She did not come out of the dust-blood coffin. After all, for people who were nearing the end of their lifespans, every time they came out, they would consume a large amount of their lifespan and vital energy. I heard that you took away the inheritance of the Empress's successor. A calm voice came from the coffin. Yes. Su Qingshan glanced at the great elder beside him, then turned around and nodded. That is the Empress's successor. Do you know her identity? The voice in the coffin seemed to be a little angry. He said calmly, what right do you have to take away the Empress's inheritance? Does the Empress's successor belong to Jinwu Xingzong? Su Qingshan replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, if she belongs to Jinwu Xingzong, then why don't I, the current acting sect leader, have the right to control her? Her identity is extraordinary. The voice in the coffin was silent for a moment. Then, it sounded again. If she is nurtured well, there might be hope for her in this life. I gave her a chance because of her identity as the Empress's successor, Su Qingshan replied. Unfortunately, she doesn't know when to stop. The Empress's successor can't do whatever she wants. There are some things that I can't say now. You have wasted the Empress's efforts. No matter how she is now, there will be a day when she will be loyal to me, Jinwu Xingzong, Laozu said calmly. If you really can't do it, you should hand over your identity as the sect leader. The young people's thoughts are too radical. The older generation like the great elder is more mature. Laozu, I am the current sect leader of Jinwu Xingzong. I can't be abolished by just one sentence. Su Qingshan frowned slightly and replied, according to the rules, if you want to abolish the sect leader's identity, all 4 Laozus must vote at the same time. 3 Laozus must agree. Furthermore, a large-scale vote among the disciples must be held in the entire sect. If Laozu really wants to abolish my identity as the sect leader, I can contact the other 3 Laozus now and discuss it. No need, I'm here. As soon as Su Qingshan's voice fell, a vast voice sounded in the surroundings. At the head of the hall, an old man in a gray robe appeared out of nowhere. At this moment, everyone was greeting Founder Tianmu, even Fei Hong Laozu was no exception. After all, Founder Tianmu was a general who had followed Jinwu Great Emperor to battle in the same era. He was several generations older than Fei Hong Laozu. When they inherited the mandate of heaven, even Empress Hong Tian had not been born yet. I don't object to special treatment for special people, but there must be a limit to everything. Tianmu Laozu said calmly, it is my order to abolish the identity of the Empress's successor. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can come to me directly. I don't want to quarrel with Founder Tianmu. There will be a conclusion to this matter in the future. Fei Hong Laozu's calm voice came from the dust-blood coffin. I just hope you won't target her in the future. If she doesn't offend the sect, I naturally won't target her. If she has resentment in her heart, the sect will not be merciful, Su Qingshan replied. Seeing Fei Hong Laozu's dust-blood coffin leave, Tianmu Laozu said to Su Qingshan, let's settle this storm as soon as possible. It's not the time for chaos yet. I understand. Su Qingshan nodded. At this moment, on the Green Mountain peak, Su Qingshan looked at Su Zimo and said, you shouldn't have let Bailey Xiao go just for a place in the Tianyuan small world. Releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Su Zimo smiled and said, it's okay. Some people are like caged birds. They will never understand how big the outside world is. Believe me, she will live in unbearable pain every day. Su Qingshan looked at his son deeply and asked, what are your plans next? I'll travel around. I want to leave the land of the far west and go to the core area of the eastern continent. If I have the chance, I can also go to the central continent. Su Zimo smiled and said. It's good to gain experience. Actually, we've been living in the land of the far west for a long time and have declined. The outside world is more exciting. Su Qingshan smiled and said, oh right, your second senior brother Xiaofingyu is also training in the eastern continent. Maybe you can meet him. Hearing his father's words, Su Zimo smiled and nodded. In the pitch-black space, the divine beast Hun Dun roared. It struggled with all its might, and the sound of metal chains colliding could be heard. Tianmu, you deserve to die. The roar echoed in the quiet space. You were the ones who destroyed the Age of Desolation. Now, you still don't want to let the ancient demon race go. Do you want to review the glory of the demon race? A calm voice sounded from a dark corner. Who's talking? Hundan quickly turned his head and saw Su Zimo walking out from the darkness. So it's you, little guy. Hundan looked at Su Zimo and smiled contemptuously. He replied, you're just a spoiled brat who only knows how to take advantage of your ancestors' shadow. Isn't the ancestral shade meant for us, the descendants, to enjoy the shade? Su Zimo found it funny and asked, if you don't use something useful, then you're really useless. What are you doing here? Hundan asked cautiously. I want you to be my vain beast, Su Zimo replied with a chuckle. Every martial artist could possess a vain beast in their lifetime. In fact, it wasn't only martial artists who could open their meridians. The cultivation of demonic beasts was also a process of opening their meridians step by step and surpassing their own shackles. The only difference was that humans opened their meridians from the inside out, so every time they opened their meridians, there would be a strange phenomenon. On the other hand, demonic beasts' meridians were from the outside to the inside. Every time they opened their meridians would appear inside their bodies, but outsiders would not be able to see it. If the meridians of a human and a demonic beast were to resonate, and both parties agreed, then the meridians between the two could be connected and a contract could be made. As for the content of the contract, it was generally divided into 3 types. The first type was for humans to be the main contract and demonic beasts to be the secondary contract. The first type was dominated by demonic beasts, followed by humans. The other type was an equal contract between the 2 parties. The most important thing here was that the choice of vain beast had to be an ancient demonic beast, or a demonic beast with the bloodline of ancient demonic beasts from the Desolation era in its body. Ever since Great Emperor Zhenwu started the Age of Emperors, all the demonic beasts that were born could not resonate with humans' meridians, so the 2 parties could not form a contract. However, due to the scarcity of ancient demonic beasts, almost 1 in 10,000, this also led to 90% of martial artists not having vain beasts. Moreover, most of the martial artists' vain beasts had some ancient demonic beasts' bloodline in their bodies. Pure ancient demonic beasts like Hundan, or even divine beasts among demonic beasts, were even rarer. Are you daydreaming? Hearing Su Zimo's words, Hundan roared into the sky and stared at Su Zimo, saying, Human, you're courting death. Su Zimo smiled and asked, I heard that your Desolation era was very glorious? Glorious? It wasn't just glorious, it was simply an era where thousands of beasts stood in great numbers, Hundan said after a moment of silence. Perhaps to a loser, the glory of the past was the most unforgettable thing. Then do you want to revive the demonic beast clan's glory? Su Zimo asked. Hundan took a deep look at Su Zimo and sneered, Kid, are you trying to tell me that you'll help me revive the demonic beast clan's glory after I agree to be your vain beast and help you bear the mandate of heaven? Do you think I'll believe such meaningless words? Perhaps you'll be able to trick those inexperienced little fellows. No, you don't need me to bear the mandate of heaven. I can help you revive the demonic beast clan's glory, Su Zimo said with a smile. How? Hundan felt his heart skip a beat. He asked cautiously, You're a human, and you're willing to help us demonic beast clan? To me, there's no difference between humans and demonic beasts. As long as it's within my rules, demonic beasts can live. As for those outside the rules, I'll kill humans without hesitation, Su Zimo said calmly. Why should I believe you? Hundan stared deadly at Su Zimo and asked. Actually, you don't have a choice. There are only 2 paths in front of you now. You can either refuse or be killed directly and end your life with your so-called pride and regret. The second path is to agree to be my vain beast. At least you'll be able to survive and I'll give you a guarantee. Regardless of whether this guarantee can be fulfilled or not, at least you'll have a chance, Su Zimo said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of chaotic colorless light appeared in Su Zimo's body. Hundan looked at the strange phenomenon on Su Zimo's body and was completely stunned. How did you get such a thing? Nothing is impossible in this world, Su Zimo said with a smile. You only have one chance. If you miss this chance, your value is no longer worth my promise. I can agree to be your vain beast, Hun Dan hurriedly replied. But I have to sign an equal contract with you. You're not qualified to sign an equal contract with me. It's not that you're not qualified, but that no demonic beasts are qualified. Upon hearing Hun Dan's words, Su Zimo said calmly, you probably haven't understood your position yet. If I were you, I'd abandon those so-called pride and dignity. What you should do now is to be like a dog wagging its tail and listen to my orders. When I'm in a good mood, I might even help you. Those who retain their pride when they have no strength are the stupidest. Isn't life about abandoning one's dignity in certain areas to increase one's strength, then using the strength gained from abandoning one's dignity to regain one's dignity in other areas? Think about it, although you're just a dog in front of me. But if you can revive the demonic beasts because of this, you'll be like a bright star in the sky in the eyes of those demonic beasts, forever immortal. You will become the greatest monster in the history of the monster race. Regardless of the changes in the era and the rise of geniuses, when the monsters recall the past, you will be forever engraved in their memories. You are destined to leave a heavy mark in the history of this huge monster race. All the monsters will remember that there was an ancestor who shouldered the heavens. It stepped on the thick earth. It shouldered the fate of all living beings. It alone shouldered the heavy responsibility of reviving the desolation era. It traversed an extremely rugged path with great difficulty and danger. In this era where humans were kings and emperors rose, it created a brand new era that belonged to the monster race. Its spirit and light will shine for eternity. Its name is Chaos. Well said. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Chaos slammed its big claws on the ground, and the boundless dark space trembled. Take a look. I've already prepared your opening speech for you. After you revive the glory of the desolation era, you can mold your image as a great hero to your heart's content. No one will know that you used to be a lowly pug. What will be remembered by the world is only the one who saved thousands of monsters from the abyss of suffering, the same as heaven, earth, sun, and moon. The pride of all of them, their great ancestor, Chaos. Alright, I promise you. I hope you can keep your promise. Chaos pondered for a while, looked deeply at Su Zimo, and said. A very wise choice. Su Zimo smiled. Then, Chaos's huge body sat quietly on the ground, and the aura of the peak of the divine pulse realm was emitted from its body. The meridians that appeared in its body were also transferred out of its body at this moment. It looked at the 8 meridians that opened up. Su Zimo took a deep breath and also sat cross-legged, controlling his meridians to merge with the other party's meridians. Feeling the rhythm of each other's meridians, Su Zimo could vaguely feel the existence of the contract. He felt the thoughts of Chaos, the will of Chaos to submit to him. In the pitch-black space, endless light shone out, and the light blue light enveloped the entire space. Su Zimo felt a powerful force coming from his meridians, which nourished his body. At the same time, his cultivation base was also directly broken through, advancing from the peak of the void meridian realm to the venerable meridian realm. The first level of the Zun meridian. Second level of the Zun vein. 9th level of the Zun vein. The 5th meridian, which belonged to the illusory blood, was also completely opened. The surrounding spiritual energy surged and circulated through his body several times. All the bones in his body were crackling and popping. Su Zimo slowly opened his eyes. Not only had he made a breakthrough in his cultivation level, but more importantly, there was an inexplicable connection between him and Chaos. It was as if as long as this vague connection existed, he could control the life and death of Chaos at will. Master. Hun Dan squatted down and lowered his bowl-like head. He looked at Su Zimo respectfully. Hun Dan, your name is too hard to pronounce. Let me give you a new name, Su Zimo said after some thought. Master, please give me a name, Hun Dan nodded and replied loudly. You'll be called Little Wonton from now on, Su Zimo said after some thought. Master, how am I small? Hun Dan looked at his huge body and asked doubtfully. It's fine as long as it's easy to pronounce. Su Zimo touched Hun Dan's head and felt a little uncomfortable. Then, he waved his hands and a dimensional space appeared in front of him. He helped Hun Dan remove the chains that trapped him, and then Hun Dan stepped into the dimensional space. Once a martial artist signed a contract with a beast, they could open up a dimensional space. This space was specially used to store their own beast. After solving Hun Dun's problem, Su Zimo also left this place. He was now at the Venerable Meridian Realm, and the next step was the Emperor Meridian Realm. However, the Emperor Meridian Realm could manifest one's true fate. However, Su Zimo's current true fate world was not complete, and he still lacked a strand of Xianxia. Before his true fate world was complete, Su Zimo could not manifest his true fate and advance to the Emperor Meridian Realm. In the next few days, Su Zimo returned to Yannan Peak to rest for a few days. The sect was going to choose him as the new saint, and they were going to hold a crowning ceremony in the sect. At the same time, they were going to announce it to the world. The ceremony was still in preparation. After the crowning ceremony was completed, Su Zimo also prepared to go to the core area of the eastern continent to take a look. Recently, Lin Ruhu was not in the sect. It was said that the third elder brought him out to train, and no one knew when he would return. Even Yan Buhui raised his sword and bade farewell to him, saying that he was going out to explore and gain a deeper understanding of his sword Dao in the mortal world. He watched as Yan Buhui's white robe fluttered in the wind, and he left with the determination to destroy the Huang family in the northwest city. Su Zimo also knew that it was time for him to leave. To go to a brand new and wider world to take a look. Then, he would trample all those so-called geniuses under his feet. This feeling was really exciting. On the day before the crowning ceremony, Su Zimo went to the Nether Dragon Stream alone. This was the place where he fought with Chu Yang in his previous life. Unfortunately, he was no match for Chu Yang and was beaten down into the Nether Dragon Stream. Everyone thought that he died in the depths of the Nether Dragon Stream. Actually, he was lucky not to have died, and he even obtained some opportunities below. People always thought that opportunities could only be obtained by the destined people. However, every expert would more or less obtain some opportunities along the way. Although to the current Su Zimo, the opportunities below the Nether Dragon Stream were not as important as before. But no matter what, it was still a strange object. The origin of the Nether Dragon Stream still had to be explained from the beginning of the Emperor's era. Back then, Zhenwu Great Emperor carried out the mandate of heaven, and the 10 great divine beasts led the entire demon race to launch an inhumane massacre against the human race. The divine dragon race almost came out in full force, and they were ordered to attack the south side of Zhenwu Xingzong. Unfortunately, the entire divine dragon race was almost completely destroyed in that battle. Zhenwu Great Emperor fought the 10 great divine beasts alone, and Sengoku guarded the south side alone, and almost all of the divine dragon race were slaughtered. The destruction of this race caused the great Tao of heaven and earth to mourn. The great Tao of heaven and earth sent down an incomparably mighty force to commemorate the destruction of the divine dragon race. The divine dragons that died at the hands of Sengoku were still resentful. They merged with the mighty force of the great Tao of heaven and earth, and they lived in a special form here. This place was protected by the great Tao, and the great Tao hoped that after thousands of years, new divine dragons would be born here so that this race could continue to reproduce. Because of the protection of the great Tao, Zhenwu Great Emperor could not destroy this place. Later, this place was designated as the forbidden area of Zhenwu Xingzong, and was also named the Nether Dragon Stream. Standing at the top of the Nether Dragon Stream, the entire stream looked like a long, winding dragon. Occasionally, a soft dragon's roar could be heard from the bottom of the stream. The strong wind blew through the air like a knife. Looking down, the black and gold fog intertwined and roared in the air. Su Zimo's spiritual energy surged. He stepped into the air and flew down to the bottom of the Nether Dragon Stream. When he was in the air, he saw a gray fog twining around his body. Then, 8 meridians were opened. The roar of Hun Dun sounded in this world. Su Zimo sat on Hun Dun's back. Like a fast arrow, he rushed down with endless airwaves. Seeing that there was a creature, the black and gold fog at the bottom of the Nether Dragon Stream merged and condensed into the shape of several golden dragons. They rushed toward Su Zimo. The mighty dragon's power swept through the whole world. The surrounding space began to shake. Seeing this scene, Hun Dun roared. This roar was very strange. It was very sharp and ear-piercing. Hearing Hun Dun's roar, the golden dragons hesitated. They looked at Hun Dun with some fear. In the end, they all dispersed and turned into countless clouds of fog. "Master, did you see that?" Hun Dun said proudly. They were my subordinates in the past. They didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of me. Su Zimo smiled as he sized up the surrounding scenery. This nether dragon stream was so deep that he couldn't see the bottom. Other than the black and gold fog floating around, he couldn't see anything clearly. In his previous life, he had already fainted when he fell down. He wasn't very clear about the surroundings. Hun Dun carried him and flew for about an hour before he saw the ground. The ground was golden. It was different from the ordinary brown ground. The ground contained a lot of energy. Back then, it was the blood of the dragon clan that dyed this place golden. After so many years, their blood didn't fade. Instead, it blended into the ground. There were a few withered trees around. The leaves were withered and the branches were dry. They looked very bleak in the wind. After Su Zimo took a few steps, he found a huge skeleton in front of him. Although it had been dead for a long time, the dragon aura on its bones was still very strong. The entire skeleton was more than 30 meters long. The skin and flesh on it had long been corroded, leaving only the white bones that were still incomparably hard. After walking for another hour, Su Zimo finally saw a familiar scene from his previous life. It was a mountain stream. Faint droplets of water seeped out from the cliff walls of the mountain stream. Around them was a very clear river, and the sound of flowing water was like pleasant music to the ears. In the center of the river, there was a lone tree growing there. This was also the first life form that Su Zimo had seen since he came here. The river wasn't deep. Su Zimo stepped on the cool water and walked step by step towards the big tree in the center. The tree was 5 meters tall, and the whole tree was golden, including the branches and leaves. Because of the fog above, it was difficult for sunlight to shine through the fog. However, the strange thing was that there was basically no sunlight in the other parts of the world. Only the area around this tree had plenty of sunlight. At this moment, the originally golden tree looked golden and dazzling under the sunlight. The most peculiar thing about this tree was its fruit. It was a little similar to a ginseng fruit and looked like a transparent amber. The outside was golden, and the inside was the shadow of a small dragon. There were at least hundreds of fruits on this tree. Is the dragon clan trying to revive their clan? Hun Dun muttered to himself. Eating this golden fruit will strengthen one's physical strength, and the increase is huge. Su Zimo said, even the spiritual energy will have some of the dragon clan's aura. It's definitely considered a magical item. Although it's not on the list of magical items in the world, there are so many magical items in the world. I think it's not to be outdone. Hun Dun stared at these fruits for a long time before slowly saying, this isn't a fruit at all, but a life. Every fruit is a life. Hearing Hun Dun's words, Su Zimo frowned. He carefully looked at these fruits and did not sense any life aura from them. The baby dragons inside have not been completely born yet. Other than the ancient demon clan, other creatures can't sense any life aura inside, Hun Dun explained. The dragon clan has disappeared from this world for a long time. Are they preparing to be born in this life? Then we might as well eat them and see how they're going to be born, Su Zimo said with a smile. He did not expect that he would accidentally eat all these fruits that gave birth to baby dragons in his previous life, causing the dragon clan's many years of planning to fail. The birth of the dragon clan is protected by the great Tao of heaven and earth and the dragon gods. Although the great Tao of heaven and earth will not react to you killing these baby dragons, the dragon gods will definitely not let you off, Hun Dun quickly said. The dragon clan was extinct, but only in this world. This clan did not disappear in the records of the long river of fate. What are you afraid of? It's not like Zhenwu Xingzong has no one above us, Su Zimo said with a smile. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Hun Dun was stunned. Indeed, although the dragon gods were powerful, they were not to be trifled with. The imperial lineage was powerful not only because of their heritage, the emperor true weapons left behind by the great emperors, and the great emperor's generals, but also because of the great emperors themselves. Although it was difficult for the great emperors to intervene in the matters here, at least there was a guarantee. If the dragon gods violated the rules and insisted on killing Zhenwu Xingzong's people, there were great emperors who could fight them. On the other hand, the first-rate sects were a little sad. This was also the reason why many first-rate sects desperately wanted to advance to the imperial lineage. With a high-end combat power, Regardless of whether he was useful or not, at least they would have the right to speak. Master, although you're not afraid of the dragon gods, it would be a waste to eat these dragon fruits just like that, Han Dan persuaded. As an ancient monster, this was all he could do. If Su Zimo insisted on eating them, there was nothing he could do. I'm just saying. These dragon fruits are very useful to me. Why would I eat them? Su Zimo replied. Besides, with my current strength, these dragon fruits don't increase my strength that much. Master, don't tell me you're going to cultivate these baby dragons? Han Dan asked in surprise. It's impossible now. I don't have that much spiritual energy and blood energy to cultivate them, Su Zimo said. But I can take them with me first. When my plan succeeds, it should be enough. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Han Dan looked at the dragon tree sympathetically. Even though the dragon race had done a lot of evil in their previous life, they were still exterminated to repay their karma. How come in this life, these young dragons had fallen into the hands of this man before they were even born? Spirit energy surged in Su Zimo's hands. He grabbed the tree trunk and the veins on his arms popped out. He pulled the dragon tree out from the ground. Cracks appeared on the ground as if there was a dragon's cry. The entire dragon tree was completely pulled out. Su Zimo quickly stored it in his storage ring. Normal storage rings could only store non-living things, but Su Zimo's was the highest grade storage ring. It could store both non-living and non-living things. However, the dragon tree was separated from this world. Without sufficient spirit energy and blood energy, it had temporarily stopped growing. After storing the dragon tree, Su Zimo brought Han Dan to walk around. There was a small bridge and flowing water. There were withered vines and old trees. The sun was setting in the west. Su Zimo walked one round on the small mountain path and was just about to leave when he suddenly felt his true fate world throbbing. To be precise, it was not the true fate world jumping but the chaos bead hidden inside. In the true fate world, ripples appeared in the space. The chaos bead broke through the void and floated in the air of the true fate world. There was an endless brilliance emitting from it. Su Zimo could feel the chaos bead's thoughts. It was a kind of desire and thirst. There's something it needs here? Su Zimo muttered to himself. He looked around and found that there was nothing here other than the cliff face of the mountain stream. He walked 2 steps towards the north and felt the chaos bead's thoughts resisting. So he walked 2 more steps towards the south. The chaos bead was still resisting. It was only when Su Zimo walked towards the east that the chaos bead revealed a joyful thought. Su Zimo was confused. He walked to the front of the cliff and the chaos bead jumped even more violently. Black spirit chi surged in his right hand as he punched a hole through the rock wall. Looking at the situation inside, Su Zimo realized that there was a universe inside. The interlayer of the rock wall was actually a vacuum. There was a bottomless black hole inside, and no one knew where it led to. You go in front and scout the way, Su Zimo said to Han Dan. Master, you want me to be cannon fodder? Han Dan asked in astonishment. If you don't want to be cannon fodder, what do you want to be? Do you want me to treat you like a master? Don't you have any idea? Su Zimo replied calmly. Besides, you have thick skin. If you encounter danger, you'll be able to resist for a while and create a chance for me to escape. Damn it, Han Dan muttered in his heart. Then, he smiled and said, Master, don't worry. I swear to protect your safety no matter what. Then, Han Dan led the way while Su Zimo followed. Behind. They walked into the cave together. The cave was very wide. Su Zimo only needed to bend down slightly to enter. However, Han Dan had to crawl in even if he shrunk his body to the smallest. The air in the cave was a little thin, and the deeper they went, the colder it became. This coldness was not only on the physical body but also on the soul. What surprised Su Zimo even more was that this coldness could ignore all defenses and act directly on the body. In other words, no matter if you were a mortal or a divine pulse expert, there was no difference in this coldness. Master, I can't take it anymore. If we go any further, I'll be frozen into an ice sculpture, Han Dan said as his body trembled. Why don't we go out? Su Zimo felt that he had reached his limit and was prepared to think of another way. At this moment, the chaos bead in his true fate world trembled again. A wave of energy split into two and spread around Suzumo and Hundun. When this wave of energy enveloped the two of them, the coldness around them disappeared instantly. It was as if it was completely blocked. "Master, what is this?" Hundun asked curiously. "Why are you asking so many questions?" "Hurry up and crawl in," Suzumo replied calmly. The man and beast walked in for about 10 minutes. Suzumo finally saw a beam of light. The space inside became spacious, but it was not very spacious. What surprised Suzumo was that this beam of light was not sunlight. Instead, it was emitted from a pure white, viscous liquid. This liquid condensed into the shape of a monster. This monster gave Suzumo a very strange feeling. At first glance, it looked like it had a head, 2 hands, and 2 legs. However, when you took a second look, you would realize that this monster had countless heads, arms, and legs. Moreover, this monster's appearance was something that Suzumo had never seen before. It felt very familiar, but also very unfamiliar. "What kind of monster is this?" Suzumo looked at Hundun and asked. "I've never seen it before," Hundun said thoughtfully. "You didn't have such a monster during the Desolation era?" Suzumo asked curiously, could it be a monster that went extinct during the mythological era? It shouldn't be a monster. As soon as Hundun finished speaking, the monster condensed from the liquid began to move. A deep white light was emitted from the monster's body. When this light shone on Suzumo, Suzumo suddenly felt that he was being suppressed. All the power in his body seemed to be sealed. It was very difficult for him to even move. After the monster restrained Suzumo, it did not choose to attack. Instead, it moved toward the top of the rock wall. Seeing that the monster was about to leave, the chaos bead in Suzumo's true fate world became anxious. After it received Suzumo's permission, it flew out of the true fate world. The chaos bead floated in the air and fought with the monster. The chaos bead was shrouded in wisps of gray fog. Within this gray fog, the surrounding space was completely shattered. Even time stopped. The monster was also extraordinary. Its body evolved into tens of thousands of beasts. Those divine beasts that only existed in legends appeared one by one. Riding on the clouds, it roared at the sky. The sound of the great Tao could be heard from within. Endless brilliance constantly broke through the seal of the chaos bead's gray fog. Seeing that the monster was about to escape, the chaos bead seemed to be a little angry. At this moment, after receiving Suzumo's permission, the true fate world inside emitted endless power. The river of destiny flowed violently. Wisps of light shone from the clear moon divine altar and rose slowly. Even the yin and yang qi that Suzumo did not fuse with before emitted endless holy light. Then, it forcefully pulled the monster into the true fate world. Following that, everything disappeared into the void. As his true fate world regained its calmness, the shackles on Suzumo's body also disappeared. He carefully sensed his true fate world and found that there were no changes. Looking at Hundun, who was deep in thought, Suzumo asked, "Do you know something?" "An ancient legend that no one believes and has almost been forgotten," Chaos said solemnly. "I don't know if it's true or not. I can only guess." "What legend?" Suzumo asked. "The origin of species," Chaos replied slowly. Suzumo was stunned. He did not know much about the origin of species. Among them, the one that was most widely recognized and spread the most widely was that the human race had evolved from the beast race. Back then, Xianxia proposed the theory of the evolution of the beast race, and he and Emperor Li created the half-beast race. Although this experiment was a failure, the theory of the evolution of the beast race that Xianxia mentioned was widely recognized. Not only the beast race, but even the humans themselves acknowledged this theory. "Are you talking about the theory of the evolution of the human race that Xianxia mentioned?" Suzumo asked curiously. "No, it's even older than that," Chaos replied. "Have you ever thought about it? If the human race evolved from the beast race, then what is the origin of the beast race?" "The origin of the beast race?" Suzumo was stunned. He did not care about this before. "This is a secret left behind by the beast race." "Actually, I don't know if it's true or not," Chaos replied. "Legend has it that at the beginning of the era, the world was still in chaos. The chaos bead separated heaven and earth. At that time, there were no living creatures in the world. After chaos separated, its yang qi fused with the sun essence and evolved into a creature called the extreme yang illumination. The extreme yang illumination is the most powerful and noble creature in the world. We call it the saint god. After the primal chaos split apart, the extreme yin energy within it fused with the essence of extreme yin and evolved into another creature called the extreme yin nether glow. We call it the past saint. Extreme yang illumination, moon nether glow, Su Zimo muttered to himself. He had never heard of these two names before. Previously, when the chaos bead had brought him into the river of destiny, he had seen the changes in the river of destiny, but there had been no information about these two. After all, the river of destiny had been formed since the beginning of the epic. Then there was only one explanation. The birth of the extreme yang illumination and extreme yin nether glow was even more distant than the river of destiny. Continue. Su Zimo looked at Hun Dun and said. Hun Dun nodded his head and said, Yin and Yang are divided into two modes, the intersection of the two modes gives birth to the four divisions, the intersection of the four divisions gives birth to the 8 trigrams, the intersection of the 8 trigrams gives birth to all living things, so the two modes give birth to heaven and earth, and the 4 divisions determine the body of heaven and earth. According to the guesses left behind by our ancestors, the fusion of extreme yang illumination and extreme yin nether glow gave birth to the demonic beasts of this world. Whether it was the legendary 4 great sacred beasts or the various legendary savage beasts, they were all born from the sacred god and the past saints. Later on, these demonic beasts were reproduced and evolved into other beast clans. I think I understand, Su Zimo said thoughtfully. Let's talk about the simplest logic. Hun Dun continued, let's not talk about the legends of the dragon clan for now. The portraits of the divine dragon have always been circulating in the demon clan. Its head is like a camel's, horns like a deer's, eyes like a rabbit's, ears like a cow's, neck like a snake's, belly like a snake's, scales like a carp's, claws like an eagle's, and palms like a tiger's. According to the legends of the demon clan, these so-called rabbits, cows, snakes, carps, eagles, tigers, they all evolved from the divine dragon. Therefore, some parts of their bodies are very similar to the divine dragon. The dragon is one of the 4 sacred beasts. If the 4 sacred beasts evolved into the demonic beasts of this world, the 4 sacred beasts evolved from the extreme yang illumination and extreme yin nether glow. This means that the beast clans of this world evolved from the extreme yang illumination and extreme yin nether glow. Simply put, the extreme yang illumination and extreme yin nether glow evolved into the 4 sacred beasts, and the 4 sacred beasts evolved into all the beasts of this world. Later on, some of these demonic beasts evolved into humans. You mean that the monster just now is related to the extreme yang illumination and extreme yin nether glow? Su Zimo asked in shock. Back then, after the extreme yang illumination and extreme yin nether glow evolved into all the beasts, they went into hiding. Hun Dun looked at Su Zimo and said in a serious tone, I suspect that the monster we saw just now is the true form of the extreme yin nether glow. And the bead that flew out of your body should be the chaos bead. Hearing Hun Dun's deduction, Su Zimo was shocked. He sized Hun Dun up and said, your IQ is quite something. Master, tell me first, is that the chaos bead? Hun Dun asked excitedly. What does it have to do with you? Be good and be a happy dog, Su Zimo replied faintly. Master, I didn't expect you to be so secretive. Hun Dun said excitedly, from now on, little wonton is yours. Even if the seas run dry and the rocks crumble, I will never change. You're a divine beast from the prehistoric era, after all. Can't you be a little more promising? Su Zimo replied speechlessly. Can I become stronger if I'm promising? Hun Dun asked. No. Then I'd better be a good lackey. Oh. Master, why are you so calm? What's there to be excited about? Chaos bead, extreme yin nether glow. Compared to these, the so-called Great Emperor is nothing, Hun Dun replied hurriedly. I don't understand. No matter how awesome it is, what has it got to do with you? Su Zimo turned around and asked helplessly. How is it not related? I'm your lineage beast. When you become stronger, I can also benefit from it. And then? You should at least leave some soup for me. No. Master, can I touch your chaos bead? Scram. Okay. After leaving the nether dragon stream, the sky outside had already darkened. Su Zimo kept Hun Dun back into the dimensional space and sensed his true fate world. He realized that there were still no changes. Su Zimo didn't know if this so-called extreme nether glow was real or not, but he couldn't care so much. He was going to participate in the saints' conferring ceremony tomorrow. At night, his father, Su Qingshan, sent someone to deliver a set of clothes. He said that it was the saint's robe and asked Su Zimo to wear it to the conferring ceremony tomorrow. After a night of silence, Su Zimo didn't intend to cultivate at night. Instead, he chatted with Hun Dun for the entire night. He asked about many secrets of the demon race. Hun Dun was now acting like he was cozying up to him. Thinking about how arrogant it was in the past, Su Zimo couldn't help but sigh. Public morals were degenerating day by day, and the hearts of beasts were no longer what they used to be. The robe was pure white, with the words Xinwu embroidered on the back and a crescent moon pattern on the chest. The entire robe was woven with the silk of the spring silkworm, and it was very warm and soft to the touch. When the sun rose again, a new day had begun. Su Zimo finished washing up with the help of the two maids, Chun Xiao and Xiaqiu. He picked up the Son of Saint's robe with one hand and put it on directly. Then, accompanied by Xiao Gizi, he walked towards the location of the coronation ceremony. The morning breeze rippled through the final stages of autumn, and the weather was gradually turning cold. Along the way, everyone he met, whether it was an ordinary elder or a core disciple, would greet Su Zimo. The Son of Saint's status in the sect was extraordinary, and he was even on the same level as the 7 elders. When Su Zimo arrived at the location of the coronation ceremony, there was already a sea of people. Almost all the disciples of Zhenwu Xingzong were gathered here. Our Zhenwu Xingzong has been established for more than 100,000 years since our founder, the Zhenwu Great Emperor. Su Qingshan stood at the front and swept his gaze across the audience. His voice was filled with spiritual energy as he said, "In these 100,000 years, the sect has produced many people who are worthy of being remembered by the generations. What makes me proud is that after 100,000 years of setbacks and storms, time has not defeated this colossus. Instead, it has made it more cohesive and powerful. However, we all understand that the glory of yesterday is the past, and we have to walk towards a brighter future together." Our disciple, Su Zimo, obtained the first place in the 6 sects grand tournament. At the same time, based on the observations and discussions of the 7 elders and I, we have decided to confer Su Zimo as the current Son of Saint. We hope that he can shoulder the mission of the Son of Saint. Listening to Su Qingshan's opening speech on the stage for a long time, Su Zimo was a little bored. When the speech was about to end, he slowly walked up. He took the Holy Son's identity token from Su Qingshan's hand, then turned around to look at the densely packed disciples below the arena. His eyes were like torches, and the wind blew his long hair into a mess. His white robe also fluttered gently in the wind. "This is the best era." Su Zimo paused for a moment, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile as he slowly said, "Because all of you will witness the arrival of an incomparably resplendent era, and all of you will become witnesses of glorious history. But at the same time, this is also the worst era, because you and I were born in the same era. In my era, a dragon coiled up, a tiger, a crouching down. Whether you are a prodigy or an evildoer, you will all be dimmed under my radiance and will never have a chance to shine." Hearing Su Zhenwu Xingzong, the disciples of Zhenwu Shangsan was Xingzongs. Everyone Xingjing Shangzong, Xingzong, you only need to understand one thing. Su Zimo looked at the disciples below and said calmly, "I will bear the mandate of heaven. From now on, there will only be 2 great emperors in this world. One is called Su Zimo, and the other is called the other great emperors." After Su Zimo finished speaking, he looked around at everyone, then turned around and left. At this moment, he was the focus of everyone present. Everyone looked at his back view in silence. Everyone understood what Su Zimo Xingzong said. This guy was very ambitious. He wanted to distinguish himself from all the other great emperors. Putting aside the commotion in the sect for the time being, Su Zimo bade farewell to Su Qingshan on the second day of the conferring ceremony and prepared to leave the far west land. This time, he brought Xiao Gizi with him on this trip. Sitaguden had grown up now. Su Zimo rode on the little tiger and left Zhenwu Xingzong with Xiao Gizi at dawn. There were many routes from the far west land to the core area of the eastern continent. Suzimo chose to set off from the 100,000 mountains. As long as they went over the 100,000 mountains, they could directly reach the eastern continent. The early morning mist was still in a deep slumber, and the two figures slowly disappeared into the mist. The 100,000 mountains was located in the east of the far west land. The continuous mountain peaks here meandered on the ground. It was precisely because of the vastness of the mountain range that the locals called it the 100,000 mountains. There were many tribes living in the depths of the mountains. The people of these tribes regarded beasts as their strength and totems. Every tribe had their own beasts. Hence, outsiders called them the 100 Beasts tribe. Of course, they were different from the beasts of the 1,000 Beasts sect. They were pure humans. Suzimo and Xiaogizi traveled for 7 days. Finally, before the sky turned dark, they arrived at the foot of the 100,000 mountains. "Saint, let's find a tribe nearby to rest for the night," Xiaogizi said. "We'll continue tomorrow." Suzimo nodded and said, "You can call me senior brother in the future." The two of them walked into the 100,000 mountains. It was already November. The north wind blew cold air from the other side of the mountain. Suzimo rode the dark sky tiger for more than 10 minutes in the forest. Finally, he saw flickering flames not far away. When the two of them got closer, they realized that this was a small tribe. There was a huge tiger statue at the entrance of the tribe. At this moment, in front of the tribe, a group of people surrounded a bonfire. They were singing and dancing as if they were celebrating something. There were only about 100 people in this group. Although there were not many of them, the atmosphere was quite lively. "Their tribe's totem should be a tiger," Suzimo said to Xiaogizi. The two of them walked forward. The people in the tribe also noticed the two outsiders. "Hello," Xiaogizi said to the crowd with a smile. "We're travelers who are preparing to cross the 100,000 mountains. It's already late. Can we stay here for the night? Where are you from?" Among the group of people, a white-haired old man who looked very prestigious stood out and asked cautiously. "We're from the far west. We want to go to the core area of the eastern mainland," Xiaogizi replied. The old man was silent for a while. Finally, he said, "All right, come in." After Suzimo and Xiaogizi entered, the old man looked at the dark sky tiger behind them and bowed slightly 3 times. The others beside him also bowed 3 times. "We're one of the branches of the tiger tribe. Very few outsiders come here," the old man said with a smile. "It's quieter when no one comes," Xiaogizi replied. "It's also because it's too quiet that some of the tribe's youths often go out to the outside world to explore." The old man shook his head and replied. The place where the tiger tribe lived was similar to a tent. Their rooms were made of a very special kind of cloth. Suzimo remembered that in Jinwu Xingzong, there was a young man named Gao Xiong who came from the depths of the 100,000 mountains. After the old man brought the two of them into a room and was about to leave, he was stopped by Suzimo. "Old man, I heard that a giant came from the depths of the 100,000 mountains some time ago. Is that true?" Suzimo asked with a smile. "I've never seen a giant before, but a few nights ago, I was sleeping when I was suddenly woken up by a series of very deafening footsteps." The old man thought for a moment and slowly said, "The footsteps were like thunder, exploding in my ears. I was so scared that I hid in my room and didn't dare to come out until the next morning when the footsteps disappeared. Later on, I heard from others that a giant that was 100 meters tall had come. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, and just by opening its big mouth gently, it drank all the water in the entire pool in an instant." Seeing the old man leave, Xiaogizi asked in surprise, "What kind of monster is that?" "The giant tribe," Suzimo replied. Xiaogizi was stunned and quickly reacted. He said, "I think I've seen this in a book before. I heard that they used to be the 3rd largest race in the world after the demon tribe and the human tribe. However, they seem to have gone extinct during the Desolation era." "Yes, but there will always be some who are lucky enough to survive for various reasons," Suzimo said. After a night of silence, Suzimo cultivated for the entire night. Early the next morning, he was woken up from his cultivation state by a loud noise. He and Xiaogizi walked out of the room and saw the entire tribe gathered at the door. Everyone was looking forward to it. A Pegasus flew down from the horizon. The Pegasus was silver-white in color and emitted a gentle glow. As the Pegasus descended from the sky, a long pale white line was drawn in the sky behind it. Behind the Pegasus was a carriage made of a precious spiritual tree wood. An old woman in a white robe was sitting on the Pegasus. Beside the carriage, a young man in golden armor was walking in the air and slowly descending. "We're from the core area of the eastern continent." The young man's aura surged, and his golden armor shone dazzlingly under the sun. He looked like a god of war who had descended from the sky as he said calmly, "Recently, there's a rumor that a giant walked through the 100,000 mountains. Have any of you seen that giant with your own eyes?" "Sir, at that time, we were so scared that we hid in our rooms. How would we dare to come out?" The old man who had received Su Zimo and his companion hurriedly stood up and said, "There are so many of you. I don't believe that none of you have seen it before." The young man snorted. "My lord, I did sneak out to take a look before." A young man stood out from the crowd and replied, "But it was too late at that time, and I only saw a tall shadow. Before I could see it clearly, the shadow had already left." "All right then. Everyone in your tribe, go around and look for the giants for me," the young man said. "If you can find any clues about the giants, I'll reward you handsomely. If you can't find it, you don't have to come back." "My lord, that giant has already left for a few days. Where are we going to find it now?" The old man stood up and said hurriedly, "That has nothing to do with me. It's up to you how to find it," the young man replied calmly. Xianxia frowned and looked at the young man in the sky. He said, "Seeing your brother, they're so domineering." "You can be domineering if you have the strength," Su Zimo replied with a smile. "Then what should we do?" Xianxia asked. "Help them find the giants." Su Zimo said with a smile, "It's a good show. It'll be a waste if we don't watch it. Don't even think about running away." "I'm watching." The young man said to everyone, "If anyone dares to run, I'll definitely make them beg for death." Hearing the young man's words, everyone fell silent. The strongest warrior in their tribe was only at the True Meridian realm. Since this young man could walk on air, it meant that he was at least at the Void Meridian realm. Then everyone spread out and began to search for traces of the giants. Unfortunately, they did not find anything even after searching for an entire day. In the evening, everyone returned to the tribe. The Pegasus was parked at the side. The old woman was still sitting calmly on the back of the Pegasus. No one knew who was sitting in the carriage behind. When the young man saw everyone return, he frowned and said, "You didn't find anything?" Everyone shook their heads. The young man thought for a while and came to the carriage. He looked at the old woman and said, "Master Shui Luo, we didn't find anything here." "Has the giant left?" "That's impossible. The formation reacted here. The life essence must be here," the old woman calmly replied. The young man nodded and came in front of everyone again. He said loudly, "I don't think there's any pressure in letting you search like this. I don't have that much time to waste with you. Why don't we set a rule? I'll give you 5 days to search. If you don't find anything, then I'll kill 1/5 of you every day. After 5 days, I'll kill all of you." Hearing the young man's words, the people of the tiger tribe began to clamor. The old man from before stood out and said in a deep voice, "Sir, we are a branch of the tiger tribe. If you kill us, you will be going against the 100 Beasts tribe." "So what? Just a bunch of foolish people who believe in beasts," the young man said in disdain. "Do you know where we come from? We're from the imperial lineage of the eastern continent, the Qi family. My name is Qi Lei. You can remember it clearly and let you know how to die." Hearing the young man's words, the old man's expression changed greatly. He was silent for a while and seemed to be struggling. Right at this moment, a loud explosion rang out around them. "You're looking for me. It has nothing to do with them." This voice was very loud and clear. Then, the ground began to tremble. A tall giant came out from the ground. He was at least 100 meters tall and was dark brown all over. Other than being tall, his appearance was also very strange. His eyes were squinted together, almost forming a straight line. His ears were like a barrier and were shaped like a snail's shell. His nose was high and his mouth was very thick. Master Shuo, he's come out. The young man called Qi Lei felt the majestic aura from the giant and quickly ran towards the carriage. The old woman walked in the air and her true fate appeared. She was an Emperor realm expert. Behind her, thousands of snowflakes drifted. The old woman said sternly, "Hand over your life essence and I'll let you go. The life essence is the heart of our giant tribe. If you have the ability, come take it yourself." The giant roared and looked up at the old woman. Thousands of snowflakes drifted in the dark night. The temperature, which was already slightly cold at night, seemed to have entered the coldest winter. It was so cold that people shivered. The old woman's body was shrouded in a cold aura. Her large hand grabbed at the giant, and thousands of snowflakes froze the space along the way. The giant roared at the sky. Although he couldn't fly, when he stood up, his height was almost the same as the old woman's in midair. With one punch, he shattered the old woman's large hand made of spirit energy. Countless ice shards drifted in the air. The giant arched his body slightly and jumped up from the ground. He was like a stream of light, soaring from the ground to the sky. His jump was hundreds of meters high. His right fist tore through the air, bringing with it endless waves of air, and directly hit the old woman. The old woman's expression was calm. She slowly took out a dragon-headed walking stick. When she tapped the walking stick on the ground gently, the space was frozen. The surrounding ice and snow froze together and condensed into the shape of a shield. The fist smashed hard on the shield. Kacha, kacha. The sound echoed in the surroundings. Although cracks appeared on the shield, it still managed to block the punch. The old woman tapped the walking stick again. The dragon head above the walking stick emitted a white light. When the white light flashed, the surrounding snow instantly condensed into the shape of an ice dragon. The ice dragon roared and attacked the giant with its claws. Su Zimo looked at the scene in the sky and said to Xiaogizi, "Go and see who's in the carriage." Xiaogizi nodded. The two of them walked to the carriage next to them. When the young man named Qi Lei saw the two of them coming, he immediately blocked their way. He frowned and asked, "You foolish people, what do you want to do?" "Don't call me foolish. Your Qi family isn't that powerful." Xiaogizi snorted. He took out the long stick behind him and attacked Qi Lei. Xiaogizi was now at the peak of the true pulse realm. Moreover, he had cultivated the emperor's technique that Su Zimo had given him before. Before the two of them left the sect, Su Zimo specially brought Xiaogizi to change his weapon. Xiaogizi's profound grade weapon was replaced by a star grade staff. Although Xiaogizi wasn't invincible among his peers, he was at least a prodigy. His talent wasn't that good. Everything he had now was actually accumulated by the accumulation of resources. Xiaogizi and Qi Lei were locked in battle. Although Qi Lei was a Void Vein realm martial artist, the two of them were evenly matched in their battle. Su Zimo chuckled. He stood in front of the carriage and said softly, "Are the people in the carriage still not ready to come out?" There was a moment of silence in the carriage. The Pegasus neighed a few times at the side. Su Zimo smiled and slowly pulled out the tyrannical shadow from his back. The blade of the tyrannical shadow was ablaze as it slashed towards the carriage. "Don't you dare!" Qi Lei anxiously and angrily roared. "You'd better take care of yourself first." Xiaogizi, who was at the side, laughed loudly. The long staff in his hand danced vigorously, and the staff's shadows were densely packed. A rumbling sound exploded in the air. The red carriage was split into pieces by the blade. A white figure flew out of the carriage. It was a woman wearing a purple dress. Her long hair was snow white and her pupils were dark blue. The woman's expression was indifferent. Not only was her temperament cold, she was like an ice beauty. Even her body was surrounded by a faint cold current. Peak of the void pulse realm. Su Zimo looked at the purple-dressed woman and smiled faintly. "Who are you?" The woman's body was covered in countless purple satin. She asked in a cold voice. Su Zimo smiled. The tyrannical shadow in his hand slashed out, creating a chasm between heaven and earth. The woman frowned slightly. The purple satin around her fluttered and gathered together to block Su Zimo's attack. Then, countless satin turned into sharp swords, all of which were aimed at Su Zimo. "You have such strength at such a young age. Looks like you're the Qi family's holy maiden of this generation." Su Zimo chuckled. The tyrant's shadow in his hand trembled slightly, and boundless flame spread out from the blade. Rolling heavenly thunder wrapped in wisps of faint purple lightning exploded on the horizon. The woman's expression was solemn. The satin in her hand had exploded into pieces. The cold aura around her body grew thicker and thicker. She took a few steps back. Let's end this. I don't want to waste time playing with you, Su Zimo said faintly. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura of the peak of the venerable Pulse realm surged out. The surrounding air exploded. He took a step forward. Ripples appeared in the air. He had already appeared behind the woman. The woman in purple cried out in surprise. Before she could even react, Su Zimo hit her in the back and she fell from the sky. How dare you kill her? Wait for the Qi family's wrath. Qi Lei roared furiously. He wanted to save the woman, but Xiaogizi held him back. He could not get away at all. When the cold blade of the tyrannical shadow touched the woman's equally cold neck, the woman's eyes were filled with shock. She didn't expect herself to be defeated so quickly. One had to know that among her peers in the Eastern continent, she had always been arrogant. Whether it was her talent, her family, or her own strength, she was not inferior to any of her peers. She was even stronger than many of them. But now, in the face of such an unfamiliar person of the same age, she couldn't even withstand a single blow. She didn't even have time to use many of her stronger moves before she was defeated just like that. At this moment, the battle on the other side of the sky had reached its climax. The old woman had already suppressed the giant. The old woman was a veteran Emperor Pulse Realm expert. She was very experienced in battle. In addition, her dragon-headed walking stick was a wondrous item. The giant's cultivation level was higher than the old woman's. He was probably at the St. Pulse realm. Unfortunately, he seemed to be heavily injured. He used half of his strength to suppress his injuries, causing his combat strength to be severely lacking. At this moment, the old woman's aura surged. Ice and snow slowly fell from the sky. The dragon-headed walking stick in her hand shone with endless light. The ice and snow condensed into a spear. Sharp light and cold qi condensed at the tip of the spear. The spear turned into a stream of light. The old woman poured all her strength into the spear. She wanted to use this attack to end the battle completely. When the spear shot out with an unstoppable force, the old woman's essence, qi, and spirit also became very weak at this moment. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened. A blade light lit up the sky with a low murmur. Dao querying ninth style, heaven and earth line. The blade light swept up endless light. The space completely collapsed. The old woman's gaze was fixed at that moment. The sky and earth split open. The old woman did not even have time to react before she was cut into pieces. The ice and snow in the air dissipated, and her body fell from the sky with blood. The spear made of ice and snow stabbed into the giant's chest, completely piercing through his body. Master Shuelua. Qi Lei saw this and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was panicking and furious. Xiaogizi, who was at the side, seized the opportunity and hit Qi Lei's back with his stick, knocking him to the ground. Qi Lei took a deep breath and wanted to stand up, but Xiaogizi stepped on his head, and his entire head was stomped into the ground. Seeing Su Zimo walk forward, the woman at the side had a grave expression, but she did not panic. Instead, Qi Lei shouted, "You killed Master Shuelua. The Qi family will not let you go. Shouldn't you be worried about your own safety?" Su Zimo held the tyrannical shadow and walked towards Qi Lei. "What do you want?" Qi Lei's face changed and he asked in a panicked voice. "Tell me your names, where you came from, and why you're here," Su Zimo said with a smile. "Impossible. Just wait for the Qi family to take revenge." As soon as Qi Lei's voice fell, he saw a flash of saber light in front of his eyes. His right arm was directly chopped off, and blood spurted out. "Don't kill me." I'll tell you, Qi Lei endured the pain from his arm and said in a frightened voice. "I thought you were tough, but you're just a spineless coward," Xiaogizi said coldly. "We come from the Qi family in the core area of the East continent. You should have heard of the Qi family." Qi Lei pointed at the woman and said, "She is the most promising candidate to become the saint of this generation." Her name is Xianxia. We came here this time to find the giant race and bring back the life essence from him. Why are you looking for life essence? Xiaogizi asked. I don't know either. It's just that some time ago, the patriarch gave an order that whoever can find a life attribute treasure can become the holy son or holy maiden of this generation, Qilei hurriedly replied. That's why you targeted the giant clan. Su Zimo chuckled. Do you know that since the Age of Emperors, the Yuanyang continent has strictly prohibited the killing of any giant clan member? I know. It's just that everyone knows. As long as we don't get discovered, it'll be fine, Qilei replied. I've said what I should say. Please let me go. I promise I'll forget everything that happened today. The giant clan was a very special clan in the Yuanyang continent. Since Great Emperor Zhenwu, every generation of great emperors had left ancestral rules that forbade their descendants from killing any giant clan members. No one knew the intentions of these great emperors, and no one knew what was so special about the giant race. When did I say I was going to let you go? Su Zimo smiled and raised the tyrannical shadow in his hand. Qilei's head exploded like a watermelon, and blood sprayed into the air. Su Zimo turned around and looked at the woman. He chuckled and said, Xianxia, not a bad name. Kill me if you want. I won't tell you anything, Xianxia said calmly. I know even if you don't tell me, Su Zimo replied. Your Qi clan has a formation that needs to be activated by treasures of the life attribute. However, treasures of the life attribute have always been scarce. Moreover, in the past thousands of years, there aren't many treasures of the life attribute left in your clan. That's why your Qi clan master had no choice but to come up with this method. Upon hearing Su Zimo's words, Xianxia's gaze froze. She asked in a serious tone, Who are you? That's not important. What do you think I should do with you? Su Zimo asked with a smile. It's useless for you to kill me. You might as well use me to exchange for something meaningful. Just tell me what you want. As long as I can do it, I'll use it to redeem my life, Xianxia said calmly. The Qi clan was an imperial lineage in the core area of the eastern continent. Their ancestor was the Ice Emperor. The Old Land, one of the 10 forbidden lands, was located in the core area of the eastern continent. Tens of thousands of years ago, a man named God Emperor built the Gate of God in the Old Land. No one knew his purpose, and very few people had actually seen the people of the Gate of God. The story of God Emperor was full of legends. After he inherited the mandate of heaven, he wanted to unify the entire Yuanyang continent. Unfortunately, there were so many imperial lineage in the continent. Naturally, no one was willing to accept the rule of God Emperor. Therefore, after the God Emperor destroyed 7 imperial lineage in a row, his actions did not make the remaining imperial lineage afraid. Instead, it angered the people of the entire continent. Therefore, on that day, a loud noise came from the sky, and 3 black holes appeared in the sky. 3 ancient great emperors who only existed in legends descended on the Yuanyang continent. No one knew what happened in that battle. People only knew that after that battle, the God Emperor never appeared again. The Gate of God that he built also never came out of the Old Land. The Old Land was known as one of the 10 forbidden lands of the Yuanyang continent. It was located in a land that had been forgotten by heaven and earth. The land was very vast. The east and west were connected to the sea surrounding the eastern continent. Only the west and west were connected to land. The land that was connected to the north of the Old Land was under the rule of the Qi family. The Qi family was very worried that the people of the Gate of God would come out of the Old Land one day. When that happened, the Qi family would be the first to bear the brunt. Therefore, in the era when the Daorai Great Emperor inherited the mandate of heaven, they asked the Daorai Great Emperor to set up a formation at the border between the Qi family's territory and the Old Land. With the formation, they did not have to worry about the people of the Gate of God breaking through from the north. However, the formation needed the support of life attribute treasures to operate. The formation had been operating for thousands of years, and it had consumed a lot of life attribute treasures. Now, the life attribute treasures needed to operate the formation were lacking again. It was difficult for the Qi family to find any more life attribute treasures. On the other side, the giant who was pierced by the spear slowly stood up. The wound on his chest had disappeared. The giant's body shone brightly. Not long after, the giant turned into the size of a normal person. It was a bald young man. The young man was wearing a very ancient and strange long robe. He had bulging muscles all over his body. His skin was very dark, and he had thick eyebrows and big eyes. When he smiled, he looked very simple and honest. The young man walked in front of everyone and smiled at Suzumo. "Thank you for helping me just now. You giants can shrink." Xiaogizi looked at the young man carefully and asked curiously, "What's your name?" "I don't have a name." The young man shook his head and replied, "But you can tell me your names." "Where do you live?" Xiaogizi continued to ask. "I don't have a home, but I'm doing something great right now," the young man replied with a smile. "What is it?" Xiaogizi asked curiously. "I'll tell you, but you can't tell anyone else." The young man smiled honestly, then said in a low voice, "Actually, the world we live in now is round, just like an orange." "What round?" "The world is endless," Xiaogizi argued. Suzumo looked at Xiaogizi, then at the young man. In fact, people had been exploring what this world was like since ancient times. This included many great emperors, the most famous of which was the divine travel great emperor. He disappeared after carrying the mandate of heaven. Before he left, he only left one sentence: "I want to use my feet to travel the mountains and rivers." The divine travel great emperor set off in a direction. After a long time, he came to the eastern end, which was the end of this world. The saying that the world was endless was completely broken. However, there, the divine travel great emperor was blocked by a barrier. No matter what method he used, even if he used all his strength and the full power of the great emperor true weapon, he couldn't do any damage to the barrier. After that, the divine travel great emperor returned to Zhenwu Xingzong and wrote a sentence behind his record of traveling the continent: "We live in a cage." After the divine travel great emperor ascended, the records he left behind were kept by the sect. Other than some higher-ups, very few disciples knew about it. As a result, many people in the current Yuanyang continent still believed that the world was endless. "Why do you say that the world is round?" Xiaogizi asked the young man. "The horizon is curved. When the sail comes from the sea, the first thing we see is the mast, then the hull," the young man explained with a smile. A long time ago, the legends said that the giant race was extinct in the Desolation era. Legend said that they fought against some kind of existence for the Yuanyang continent, but they were all destroyed. After the end of the Desolate era, the era of emperors had passed for a long time. Until one day, a giant suddenly awoke from heaven and earth. From the day he gained consciousness, he was alone. He had no relatives and no name. He began to try to understand this world, and then he realized that his body was hundreds of times larger than a normal human. He was an abnormal existence. He lived in a remote mountain forest. Every day, other than cultivating, he would play with some wild beasts in the forest. Until one day, the giant looked at the sky, and the gentle sunlight shone down from the horizon. The giant suddenly wanted to explore the world in its infancy, to see what kind of world we live in. "Believe it or not, if I set off from the 100,000 mountains and keep moving in one direction, one day, I will walk around the world and return to the starting point again," the young man said. Upon hearing the young man's words, Xiaogizi was speechless. He paused for a moment before replying, "What's the point of discussing whether the world is round? If you have the time, you might as well cultivate. If you didn't meet us this time, you might have been caught and robbed of your life essence." "No, I want to personally prove that the world is round." "Do any of you want to come with me?" the young man asked. "We are not interested in these things, but I believe in your theory," Suzumo replied, shaking his head. "Then I have to go. I hope we can meet again one day." The young man smiled. Then, his body became 100 times larger again. With one step, he was almost 100 meters away, and a rumbling sound exploded in their ears. Xiaogizi shook his head and smiled. He looked at Xianxia and asked, "Senior, what about her?" "Take her to the eastern continent," Suzumo replied. In the battle just now, the people of the tiger tribe had already scattered like birds and animals. They fled to the surrounding mountains and forests, and there was no trace of anyone. Suzumo and Xiaogizi rested in the same place for half the night. When the sky was slightly brighter the next day, they rode the dark sky tiger and began their journey. Su Zimo rode the dark sky tiger, while Xiaogizi rode a green dragon horse. Xianxia was tied to the flying horse she rode before, and the other end of the flying horse was tied to the neck of the dark sky tiger. Let go of me. I won't run. Besides, I can't run with you here, Xianxia said to Su Zimo. How can a captive have so many demands? When we reach the eastern continent, if there is no good reward, you might not be able to survive, Xiaogizi snorted coldly. The winding mountain range was very long, and the surrounding mountains were very steep. The golden rays of the sun shone on the entire mountain range. Looking down from above, the entire mountain range looked like a circling golden dragon. The long river is long, the sky is dark, the 3-foot-long green sword sweeping through the mortal world. I walk on my own, the sword comes from the sky. A young man in a light green robe carried a green sword on his back and walked leisurely in the mountain range. A wine gourd hung on his waist, and he was humming a poem or a song. The dark sky tiger galloped from afar. The young man stopped and looked at Su Zimo and the others with interest. He laughed softly and said, I've been in the Shirwan Mountains for more than 10 days. And this is the first time I've seen a human. Su Zimo looked at the young man's appearance and suddenly thought of a person. A person who was famous in his previous life. Miss, please don't look at me with such a strong possessive gaze. The young man looked at Xianxia and sighed. My damn face. Xianxia looked confused. Her heart felt as if there were tens of thousands of divine beasts galloping. Friend, how should I address you? Xiaogizi asked cautiously. My name is Lu Pingfan. The young man smiled and looked at Xiaogizi. Suddenly, he was shocked. He clicked his tongue and said in disbelief, Friend, I see that you're very talented. You're definitely a 1-in-a-million sword genius. I have a legendary sword here. Seeing that you're fated, I'll sell it to you at a low price. Su Zimo walked down and asked with a smile, What legendary sword? Let me see. Lu Pingfan smiled and picked a weed from the side of the road. He said emotionally, Friend, this is the legendary sword I'm talking about. Do you think I'm stupid, or are you stupid? Xiaogizi snorted and said, A weed can be a legendary sword. Friend, do you know what's the highest level of the sword? Lu Pingfan asked. What is it? Xiaogizi was stunned. Grass, trees, bamboo, and stones can all be used as swords. This weed is a legendary sword. Don't you think so? Lu Pingfan smiled and threw the weed in his hand. Boundless sword light fell from the sky. There was a rumbling explosion, and the mountain range next to them was cut in half. When Xiaogizi saw this scene, he was dumbfounded. He could sense that Lu Pingfan was only at the peak of the Void Pulse realm, but his strength was ridiculously strong. Su Zimo shook his head and smiled. I don't think that's right. The highest level of swordsmanship should be to surpass a move without a move. What do you mean? Lu Pingfan asked with interest. Su Zimo pulled out the tyrannical shadow and gently waved the blade in his right hand in the air. It was just a simple swing of the saber that didn't contain any spirit chi or technique. Su Zimo asked with a smile, What did you see? A casual swing of the blade? Lu Pingfan asked doubtfully. No, look behind you. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Lu Pingfan turned around and heard a rumbling sound explode in the sky. Bolts of lightning mixed with raging flames slashed down from the sky, and the surging sparks wreaked havoc in the air. The mountain range that was originally split by Lu Pingfan was instantly razed to the ground by the roaring thunder. Half of the mountain range was instantly blown into dust. Lu Pingfan's expression was a little stunned. He had condensed his strength into the weeds and then used the weeds as a carrier to split the entire mountain range into two. He could not understand Su Zimo's attack. The scimitar was just a casual swing, and there was no sign of spirit energy surging. How did he use this power? You still have a long way to go, Su Zimo said with a faint smile. Lu Pingfan was startled, but he immediately reacted and smiled. Brother, you've taught me a lesson. I've learned something. As Lu Pingfan spoke, he opened the wine flask at his waist and gulped down a mouthful of strong wine. His long hair fluttered in the breeze as he smiled and said, Everyone, we'll meet again if fate wills it. We'll meet again, Su Zimo replied. Then, Lu Pingfan turned around and took a step forward. His step looked very mysterious as he walked more than 10 meters away. the long river is long, the sky is dark. Lu Pingfan recited his strange poem again, and his figure gradually disappeared in front of everyone. What a strange person, Xiaogizi said softly. He's just a genius. There are many geniuses and monsters in this world. The Far West is just a remote corner, Su Zimo said with a smile. Then, everyone walked into the depths of the 100,000 mountains again. The noon sun shone down from the horizon, and the depths of the 100,000 mountains seemed particularly quiet. Su Zimo looked at Xianxia and said, "How about a deal? Do I have the right to refuse?" Xianxia replied. "Smart guy." Su Zimo smiled and said, "There is a purple box in the inheritance of your progenitor, the Ice Monarch. I will spare your life, but you must give it to me." Hearing Su Zimo's words, Xianxia pondered for a moment and replied, "I'm only a competitor for the position of Sanctus now. I don't dare to make any guarantees. I can only say that I'll try my best. If I don't get the position of Sanctus, I won't be able to get the primogenitor's inheritance." "You want me to help you find treasures with the life attribute, right?" Su Zimo said with a smile. "Originally, I wanted to snatch the life essence of the giant, but now I don't know where to find treasures with the life attribute." Xianxia replied, "The other competitors for the position of Sanctus are also quite strong. If they find it first, it won't be good for us. Although I don't have any treasures with the life attribute, I can tell you a piece of information for free," Su Zimo said. "What information?" "It's about the location of the Spring of Life." Hearing Su Zimo's words, Xianxia's expression changed slightly. The Spring of Life was ranked 10th on the list of mysterious objects. It should be known that they were looking for treasures with the life attribute now. Even the life essence of the giant race could only sustain the formation for another 100 years. After 100 years, the life essence's energy would be exhausted, and they would have to look for new treasures with the life attribute. Now, as long as they could obtain the Spring of Life, they could continuously produce treasures with the life attribute and solve the drawbacks of the formation once and for all. "The Spring of Life is in one of the 10 forbidden areas, the Ice Snow Mountain," Su Zimo said. "Ice Snow Mountain?" Xianxia was startled. It should be known that her Qi clan had a deep relationship with the Ice Snow Mountain. Back then, their ancestor, the Ice Snow Emperor, fought for the mandate of heaven in the Ice Snow Mountain and finally became an emperor. However, during the era of the Ice Snow Emperor, God Emperor had not yet been born. Naturally, there was no such organization as the Gate of Heaven. "Is this information true?" Xianxia asked seriously. If she could bring this information back to the clan, and the clan really sent people to find the Spring of Life, then her position as Sanctus would definitely be secured. "Is there any meaning in lying to you?" Su Zimo smiled. Previously, in order to prevent Xianxia from escaping, he had sealed all her meridians. Now, Su Zimo unsealed Xianxia's meridians and cut all the ropes on her body. He smiled and said, "You can go now." "You're letting me go just like that?" Xianxia was startled and asked doubtfully. "Why? Aren't you afraid that I won't keep my promise and bring the clan to kill you?" Xianxia asked in disbelief. Su Zimo smiled and used his hand to gently hook Xianxia's chin. He brought her head close to his eyes and said affectionately, "Silly, of course I believe you." Xianxia's expression was a little unnatural. She took a small step back and said, "If there really is the Spring of Life, I will keep my promise." Then, Xianxia sat on the flying horse. The flying horse's body flashed with silver light and became a stream of light that flew into the sky. Looking at Xianxia's back, Xiaogizi asked curiously, "Senior, do you really believe her?" "I don't believe anyone." Su Zimo smiled. "Then why did you let her go?" Xiaogizi asked, puzzled. "If she was willing to give it to me, then I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Otherwise, in the future, when I personally go to the Qi clan to get it, it won't be so simple," Su Zimo said. Xiaogizi nodded, somewhat confused. There were no birds in the mountains and no traces of people. In the depths of the 100,000 mountains, not even a bird could be seen flying. The weeds and bushes in the depths of the mountains had already grown several meters tall. Just as Su Zimo and Xiaogizi walked out of a small valley, a deafening shout suddenly came from outside the valley. Xiaogizi looked up slightly and saw hundreds of people wearing yellow shirts standing on both sides of the mountains. They held various weapons in their hands and were cheering. These people are ambushing us. Xiaogizi frowned slightly and said, looks like they should be from the 100 Beast tribe. I just don't know which tribe they are from. Looks like the journey in the 100,000 mountains is not peaceful. Su Zimo smiled nonchalantly. In addition to the people lying in ambush on both sides of the mountain range, there was also a large group of people blocking Su Zimo's path. The leader of this group of people was a burly woman. She had dark skin and held a mace in her hand. Her hair was also cut very short. From afar, her figure looked like a burly man. So, it's two gigolos. The woman looked at Su Zimo and the other man and laughed out loud. Who are you? Xiaogizi rode up on the green dragon horse and asked. The woman ignored Xiaogizi's question and ordered the people around her, take these two down for me. We'll get married tonight. Miss, we're just following orders to guard this place and not let outsiders pass. The black-cloaked man next to her said hesitantly, just chase them away. It's better not to cause trouble. Very few people come to the depths of the 100,000 mountains. Father doesn't allow me to go outside. The woman snorted and said, now that two gigolos have finally come, how can I let them run away? As soon as the woman finished speaking, the ground under her feet suddenly shook. Not far ahead, a green light soared into the sky and endless ripples appeared in the surrounding space. As the green light dissipated, a rumbling explosion came from not far away. Is that place going to open? Why is there such a big commotion? The black-cloaked man next to the woman frowned and said. Then, he waved his hand and said sternly, capture the two of them first to prevent any news from leaking out. As soon as the man finished speaking, the surrounding people all rushed towards Su Zimo and his companion. Some people blocked the path behind them to prevent them from escaping. Su Zimo looked around and saw that these people's cultivation levels were uneven. The lowest was the Spirit Pulse realm and the highest was the Void Pulse realm. Xiaogizi didn't say anything either. He took out his long staff and charged out. Su Zimo slowly pulled out his tyrannical shadow. His aura was imposing as he stepped into the air and slashed out. The torrent of water brought up a storm of tens of thousands of feet and hacked down from the blade. In just an instant, 1/3 of the crowd in front of him fell down. Endless streams of air lingered in the surroundings, and the sound of torrents crashing against each other seemed to ring in his ears. When the black-cloaked man who gave the order saw this scene, his expression changed greatly. He hurriedly said to the woman, not good, Mississippi. This person is an expert. Let's go find the patriarch. Seeing that the two of them were about to escape, Su Zimo stepped on the air and came over. Along the way, those who tried to stop him were cut down like chives. One by one, they all fell into a pool of blood. He cleaved the mountain path in front of him, creating a natural moat. Then, he slowly descended. The two men who were about to escape saw Su Zimo descend. The man hurriedly begged for mercy, Sir, we have no ill intentions. We are from the bear tribe. Clang! Under the tyrannical shadow's invincible blade, the man's head flew off. But I have ill intentions. Su Zimo smiled. The woman next to him was already scared out of her wits. Seeing Su Zimo walking over step by step, she said with a panicked expression, don't kill me. I'll tell you everything you want to know. There's no need. Su Zimo smiled and shook his head. The blade rose, and the head fell. With the death of the woman, the surrounding people all fled in panic. Su Zimo was too lazy to chase after them. He and Xiaogizi walked towards the turbulent place not far away. More than a dozen old men in yellow robes stood above the void. Around the void, endless ripples appeared in the space, and waves of devouring power spread in the void. As the space collapsed bit by bit, the spiritual energy in the sky also surged wildly, all condensing into the fragmented space. The old man next to him watched quietly, as if waiting for something. Senior brother, what's this? Xiaogizi asked in surprise. A mystic realm seems to be opening. Su Zimo looked for a while and said indifferently, I just don't know if it's a mystic realm opened by a powerhouse or a dimensional space formed naturally by heaven and earth. In fact, there were many hidden mystic realms on the Yuanyang continent. Some of them were dimensional spaces formed at the beginning of the era when the chaos bead opened up heaven and earth. Some of them were mystic realms that warriors who had reached a certain realm could easily open up small mystic realms. Some powerhouses would live in seclusion in the mystic realms they opened up, and some would leave their inheritance in the mystic realms. As Su Zimo and Xiaogizi arrived, the old man next to them also saw them. These old men were all in the Venerable Pulse realm, and none of them had reached the Saint Pulse realm. One of the old men frowned as he watched Su Zimo walk in the air. His Venerable Pulse aura reverberated throughout heaven and earth. His expression changed slightly, and he stepped forward with a smile. "I'm the chief of the bear tribe. May I know who you are?" "I'm just a passerby." Su Zimo smiled and slowly pulled out the tyrannical shadow. Thousands of thunderbolts condensed in midair. "This mystic realm is about to open. I don't know if it's good or bad for now." The old man smiled and said, "If you're willing, we don't have to fight for it. Everyone can enter the mystic realm. As for the opportunities inside, it depends on your own abilities. What do you think?" "I don't care." Su Zimo smiled. He looked at the mystic realm with a deep gaze. Su Zimo felt a strong life aura from the green light that soared into the sky just now. He had seen the spring of life in his previous life, but the life aura here was even purer than the spring of life. After receiving Su Zimo's reply, the old man went back to discuss with the others for a while. Everyone looked at Su Zimo warily. The spiritual energy in the sky became denser, and the life aura in the entire space became stronger. Finally, when the space's endurance reached its limit, the space completely shattered. A huge vortex appeared in midair, and a faint devouring power was emitted from the vortex. The old men looked at each other and flew into the vortex. Su Zimo and Xiaogizi followed closely behind. As they entered the vortex, it was like a drop of water in the sea. It did not cause much of a stir at all. The surroundings became extremely quiet, and the originally shattered space was also recovering bit by bit. Only the vortex was hanging upside down in midair with a trace of devouring power. The Taiyuan Heavenly Sect was founded 30,000 years ago. The Taiyuan Heavenly Emperor was originally an itinerant cultivator. Although his life was not as glorious as the Zhenwu Heavenly Emperor and Empress Hong Tian, it was still full of legends. 30,000 years ago, the saints and saintesses of various sects fought in the sky above the sea in order to compete for the current generation's mandate of heaven. The battle was so fierce that it was said that half of the sky sea was dyed blood red. But no one could have imagined that Emperor Taiyuan would emerge victorious and inherit the mandate of heaven. As an independent cultivator, he defeated the saints and saintesses of the imperial lineage. His experience was rewritten into countless legends. Emperor Taiyuan was even more prestigious than the other great emperors in the hearts of the independent cultivators of the Yuanyang continent. Emperor Taiyuan didn't want to establish a sect at first. His original plan was to find a successor and pass on all his knowledge to his disciple before ascending. It was during this time that the man who had a profound influence on the Taiyuan Heaven sect appeared. His name was Luo Tian. He was the founder of the Taiyuan Heaven sect and the successor of Emperor Taiyuan. Emperor Taiyuan had inherited the mandate of heaven as an independent cultivator and was revered by many. After all, the difficulties of being an independent cultivator were well known. However, there were so many great emperors and independent cultivators in the world. How many independent cultivators had inherited the mandate of heaven as an independent cultivator? Emperor Taiyuan was, after all, an anomaly. His successor, Luo Tian, didn't want Emperor Taiyuan's legacy to be lost to the masses, but at the same time, he also knew that he didn't have the ability to prove his Tao as an independent cultivator like Emperor Taiyuan. It was too difficult a path. In the end, Luo Tian returned to the core of the eastern continent. He took all the legacies that Emperor Taiyuan had left him and founded the Taiyuan Heaven sect. The name of the Taiyuan Heaven sect came from Emperor Taiyuan. No one could have imagined that after several generations, the Taiyuan Heaven sect would become more and more prosperous under Luo Tian's management. The sect was full of talents and was full of vitality. After several generations of turmoil, a man emerged from the Taiyuan Heaven sect. He stood in the sky and inherited the mandate of heaven. His title was Hengyu. The Taiyuan Heaven sect, with two great emperors, had a transcendent status in the core of the eastern continent. It was the holy land of cultivation that many cultivators dreamed of joining. It was late autumn with a lot of rain. There was no sun in the sky. Dark clouds piled up and covered the sky, making it look very sinister and terrifying. The surrounding temperature was slightly chilly, and this gloomy sky seemed like it would rain at any time. Although the weather wasn't suitable for going out, it still couldn't stop the heat at the foot of the holy mountain. Countless youths gathered at the foot of the mountain. They raised their heads and looked up. The sacred mountain was shrouded in clouds. Although they couldn't see the whole picture of the Taiyuan sky sect, just a corner of the sky sect was enough to make them yearn for it. Today was the day the Taiyuan heaven sect was recruiting odd job disciples. As the name implied, odd job disciples were disciples who helped the sect. They were not even official outer sect disciples. Odd jobs disciples had no human rights in the sect, and their life and death did not matter. In the past, many odd job disciples were even beaten to death because of their incompetence, and no one cared. Although only the lowliest servant disciples with no human rights were recruited today, there were still so many people waiting at the foot of the mountain early in the morning for fear of missing the registration time. This was the sorrow of a rogue cultivator. For a chance as small as a speck of dust, they were willing to give it a try. The sky sect's gate slowly opened. It was like the hope in many people's hearts was blooming. A white-robed inner sect disciple solemnly said, "The Taiyuan heaven sect is recruiting odd job disciples. From now on, you will all line up from the foot of the mountain. Those who disturb the order will have to bear the consequences." Following the inner sect disciples' words, the youths at the foot of the mountain all lined up and walked up step by step. The requirements for the odd job disciple recruitment were not high. As long as their cultivation was passable and their bodies were fine, they were fine. When the exhausted disciples reached the top of the mountain, there was a gentle breeze. Two white-robed inner sect disciples were sitting there. The youth at the front quickly said, "Senior apprentice brother, my name is Wang Jing. I'm here to participate in the odd job disciple recruitment." The white-robed inner sect disciple indifferently asked, "What's your cultivation?" "I just reached the spirit vein stage." The youth quickly opened his first meridian. The inner sect disciple pondered for a long time before looking at the youth and indifferently saying, "You're not qualified." The youth anxiously asked, "Senior apprentice brother, didn't you say all odd job disciples were at the spirit vein stage? How am I not qualified?" The young man's face instantly became flustered as he asked hurriedly. The white-robed inner sect disciple coldly snorted, "If I say you're not qualified, then you're not qualified. If you continue to pester me, then don't blame me for being impolite." The youth's expression fell and he indifferently retreated to the side. As the second youth walked up, the white-robed inner sect disciple indifferently asked, "What's your cultivation?" "Senior apprentice brothers, I'm at the spirit vein stage." The youth smiled and took out a large brocade pouch from his pocket. He quickly placed it in front of the two white-robed inner sect disciples and smiled, "Senior apprentice brothers, this is a local product from my hometown. You can take a look." The white-robed inner sect disciple took the brocade pouch and opened it to find a dozen spirit crystals inside. He nodded with satisfaction and said, "Okay, you're qualified." Seeing this, how could the other disciples not understand? The odd job disciple recruitment was not important, so the inner sect disciples in charge of the recruitment wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make some money. The disciples who had prepared spirit crystals in advance were confident, but the disciples who didn't were all flustered. The dark clouds in the sky were getting thicker and thicker, and the long line was gradually decreasing. At this moment, a youth in a somewhat tattered black robe arrived at the foot of the mountain. The youth's face was handsome, and although his clothes were a little dirty, his bright eyes were bright and full of spirit, as if they contained boundless hope and confidence. "It's been 3 years, and I almost died. I didn't expect to return here." The youth slightly clenched his fists, and deep within his bright eyes hid traces of hatred. The youth took a deep breath and looked up at the imposing sect. He smiled disdainfully, then slowly walked to the back of the line and began to line up. The line quickly reached the youth's turn. Looking at the youth's appearance, the white-robed inner sect disciple slightly frowned and coldly asked, "What's your cultivation?" "Meridian stage." The youth smiled and quickly said. The inner sect disciple was a little stunned. He immediately sized up the youth and indifferently said, "You're not qualified." "Big brother, I know what you mean. I don't have any spirit crystals on me now, but after I become an odd job disciple, I can give you the resources that the sect gives out every month. The youth quickly walked up and said with a smile. Hearing the youth's words, the inner sect disciple snorted and kicked the youth to the ground. He said, "You janitor disciples only get 2 spirit crystals a month. I don't care. If you don't have spirit crystals, get lost. Don't block other people's assessment." The youth was not angry after being kicked to the ground. He quickly stood up and smiled. "Senior brother, please give me a chance. I'll be your slave in the future to repay you. There are many people who want to be my slave. Who do you think you are?" The inner sect disciple condensed his spirit chi and the aura of the true pulse realm enveloped him. He directly punched the youth's abdomen. The young man let out a muffled groan as his body flew out heavily. "What's going on?" At this moment, a cold voice came from behind. The white-robed inner sect disciple quickly turned around and saw a group of people walking out of the Taiyuan Heaven sect. These people all had imposing auras and were all wearing white robes. The leader was a woman. Her white robe was slightly different from the others. The color of her white robe was pure and embroidered with white clouds. Seeing the woman walk forward, the inner sect disciple quickly explained, "Senior Sister Jiang, there's someone here who's obstructing the assessment. I taught him a lesson." With the arrival of the woman, the janitor disciples instantly became noisy. "What's the background of this Senior Sister Jiang?" a disciple asked curiously. Senior Sister Jiang's full name is Jiang Lily. She's a core disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven sect. Some disciples who had done a detailed investigation of the Taiyuan Heaven sect before said, "I can tell you that Senior Sister Jiang isn't just a core disciple. She's also the cultivation partner of the current sect master of the Taiyuan Heaven sect, Fu Tianming. Her status is very high. I've heard some rumors before." A disciple whispered, "I heard that Senior Sister Jiang was forcibly taken back by Fu Tianming from outside." Hearing the discussion of the janitor disciples, the inner sect disciple frowned slightly and shouted, "Quiet." As soon as he said that, the youths who were still talking looked straight ahead and calmed down. Jiang Lily nodded and was about to leave when she subconsciously glanced in the direction of the black-robed youth. At this moment, she was completely stunned. Her body trembled slightly as she looked at the black-robed youth in disbelief. "Macho, is that you?" The young man, Jiang Macho, had just stood up from the ground when he heard someone calling his name. He quickly turned around. Looking at the woman's familiar face, Jiang Macho excitedly shouted, "Sister! Macho, is it really you?" Jiang Lily was still surprised. "Where have you been all these years? I thought I'd never see you again." "Back then, after I escaped, I wandered alone. I just returned here today," Jiang Macho explained. Looking at Jiang Macho's tattered clothes, Jiang Lily said with heartache and determination, "Macho, don't worry. With me here, I won't let you suffer anymore." "Sister, I'm fine." Jiang Macho smiled. He seemed to have thought of something and his expression became a little fierce. He asked with hatred, "Sister, that bastard didn't do anything to you, did he?" Hearing Jiang Macho's words, Jiang Lily quickly pulled him to the side and whispered, "What bastard?" "That's your brother-in-law." "Sister, what are you talking about? Did you forget what happened back then? He was the one who took you by force." Before Jiang Macho could finish, he was interrupted. Jiang Lily calmly said, "Macho, let's not talk about the past. I'm Dao partners with him now and he's your brother-in-law. You want me to recognize the enemy who killed my father as my brother-in-law?" Jiang Macho's expression instantly became cold as he asked indifferently, "I know you won't be able to accept it for a while, but let bygones be bygones." Jiang Lily was silent for a while before slowly saying, "If Father's spirit is in heaven, he would definitely want us to live well. Think about it, he's the son of the Taiyuan Heaven sect master. As long as he's here, you can have anything you want in the sect. Sister, you've changed." Jiang Macho looked at Jiang Lily and was silent for a while before speaking. "People change," Jiang Lily replied. "Back then, when he kidnapped me to the Taiyuan Heaven sect, I really hated him. I wanted nothing more than to cut him into 1,000 pieces. But later, I found out how stupid I was before. My vision was too narrow. In the Taiyuan Heavenly sect, There were many things that I used to fantasize about, and even many things that I didn't even dare to dream about, but here, everything was available. I like this kind of life, so why not? I don't have the right to judge the life you chose, but I will never forget that he killed our father. Jiang Macho gnashed his teeth and said word by word. Why are you still so childish? You can't beat him. He's the crown prince of the Taiyuan Heaven sect. Look at yourself now. How can you fight with him? Jiang Lily shook her head helplessly and persuaded, listen to sister. Forget the so-called hatred and come with me to the Taiyuan Heaven sect. With my current power, I can protect you in the sect. I can give you any cultivation resources you want. Isn't this kind of life good? There's no need for that. I can get what I want with my own efforts, Jiang Macho said flatly. I only know one thing. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. With your own efforts? Jiang Lily shook her head in amusement and asked, it's been 3 years. What have you worked so hard for? You still have to come to the Taiyuan Heaven sect to be an odd job disciple. Jiang Macho was silent for a moment. He turned his head and didn't say anything. Since you want to rely on your own efforts, I won't stop you. Jiang Lily nodded and said to the inner sect disciple next to her, give him a spot as an odd job disciple. Yes, yes, yes. The inner sect disciple quickly nodded in agreement. You can enjoy the pain of being a lowly disciple. When you're willing to give in, you can come find me at any time, Jiang Lily said. I won't. Jiang Macho's voice was slightly hoarse. It seemed to contain an unimaginable determination. Jiang Lily looked deeply at Jiang Macho and then said to the inner sect disciple next to her, you're not allowed to give him any preferential treatment. Just treat him like an ordinary odd job disciple. The inner sect disciple quickly nodded. Looking at Jiang Lily's back, Jiang Macho's expression was sad. He loosened his clenched fists and then clenched them again. He repeated this several times before finally letting out a long sigh. Everyone said that their initial heart was not disappointed. However, some people went far away and never came back. The gloomy sky finally fell silent for a long time. Following a flash of lightning, a downpour followed. The downpour was so heavy that the entire sacred mountain was submerged in it. The downpour came a little too suddenly. The inner disciple used his spirit energy to form a barrier to block the downpour. He frowned slightly and looked at the crowd. Today's test will end here. Those who have not passed the test can go back for now. Come back tomorrow when the rain stops. Those who have passed the test, follow me back to the sect. I will take you to your place of residence. Hearing the inner disciple's words, many people left the sacred mountain helplessly even though they were dissatisfied. The others followed the inner disciple into the Taiyuan Heaven sect. This sect with 2 emperors had too many legends in the core area of the eastern continent. After entering the sect, everyone began to observe the majestic sect as far as their eyes could see. The mountain peak towered into the clouds, with no end in sight. Floating pavilions hung upside down in the sky. Purple chi came from the east, and auspicious clouds covered half the sky. The downpour did not affect the Taiyuan Heaven sect. Instead, it added some ethereal aura to this huge sect. These disciples all condensed their spirit energy to form a barrier above their heads. Only Jiang Macho did not care and let the downpour drown him. His thin body in the downpour was like a candle flame in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. Jiang Macho remembered very clearly that he was just an ordinary youth living in a small mountain village. His mother passed away not long after giving birth to him. His father worked hard to raise him and his sister alone. If there were no accidents in life, he would probably live an ordinary life like this and then draw a full stop to his life through birth, old age, illness, and death. Unfortunately, fate was unfair. The villainous heavens always did not let people have their way. Jiang Macho remembered. He always remembered it very clearly. It was spring in April. The spring breeze blew gently, and the soft rays of the sun shone on the ground. A group of men in white robes descended from the sky. His life was changed from then on. His sister was snatched away, and his father was slapped to death when he tried to stop these people. Originally, he was going to die. Later, his sister threatened to kill herself, and that group of people let him go. He fled the small mountain village in a sorry state. His ordinary but warm little home was completely destroyed. His long hair was wet from the rain, and he couldn't tell if it was tears or rainwater on his face. The inner sect disciple led the group to the residence of the odd job disciples. This was a barren open space with densely packed wooden houses built on top of it. Jiang Macho took a quick look and found that there were at least a few thousand wooden huts. The inner sect disciple said faintly, "These wooden houses were built by the odd job disciples in the past. Some of them have people living in them while some are empty. You can choose the empty wooden houses yourselves. If you don't have enough wooden houses, go and build them yourselves. I'll come and assign tasks to you tomorrow." Hearing the inner disciple's words, all the servant disciples agreed. After the inner disciple left, the odd job disciples also began to look for their own wooden houses. This was because Jiang Macho was at the pulse condensation stage. Among these odd job disciples, he was definitely the strongest. After he found the wooden house, no one dared to snatch it from him. The inside of the wooden house was very simple and crude. There was only a bed and a table, and on the wall hung the clothes of the odd job disciples. After Jiang Macho returned to the wooden house, he lay on the bed and fell asleep. Outside the house, the heavy rain was still pouring down, as if someone was splashing water from the sky. The torrential rain showed no signs of stopping. As night fell, one could still hear the splash of the rain. It was as if the entire world was about to be submerged. Jiang Macho looked at the torrential rain outside the window. He stood in front of the window and watched silently. This night, there was no moon or stars. The sky was terrifyingly silent. When everything was shrouded in darkness, Jiang Macho took advantage of the darkness to walk out of the wooden house. As the heavy rain poured down, he was lost in the darkness and the torrential rain. In front of me, life has split into two straight and flat paths. One leads to heaven. There is no scenery, no sun, no moon, no setbacks, no excitement. The other is filled with raging flames towards hell. The sky is blood red. The earth bears suffering. Life is full of pessimism. With my mortal body, I flow through the raging flames, enduring the scorching and roasting of the red flames. With my fist, I break the dome of heaven, destroy hell, and open up a path that belongs to me, Jiang Macho. After leaving the place where the odd job disciple lived, Jiang Macho carefully walked through the night wind and torrential rain. Finally, he arrived in front of a very inconspicuous hillside in the Taiyuan heavenly sect. He stood at the bottom of the hillside. The heavy rain had already soaked him. He slowly took out an object that looked like a compass. This object was blue in color. It was round on the outside, and there was a pointer inside. At this moment, the pointer was pointing at the bottom of the hillside. Jiang Macho slowly put away the pointer. Then, he took out a shovel from the storage ring hidden in his pocket. Spirit energy surged in his hands, and he began to dig. The torrential rain was still pouring down. At the bottom of the hillside, a large hole tens of meters deep was dug out. It was not until late at night that Jiang Macho stopped. His hands trembled as he dug out a red bead from the hole. Then, Jiang Macho jumped out of the hole. He looked at the red bead with trembling hands. Then, he slowly took out the other two beads from his pocket. At the moment when the three beads collided, a crimson light filled the air. It was as if three burning red flames were slowly fusing together. The story seemed to have returned to a long time ago. The youth fled the village in a sorry state. He was aimless and did not know where he should go. He wanted to take revenge. Unfortunately, he was just an ordinary person. How could he fight against the imperial lineage with two emperors? In a daze, he was chased by a monster beast. In a hurry, he could only jump into the bottom of a nearby river. The river water was so clear that the bottom could be seen. The monster beast roared a few times before leaving. He thought he had escaped, but unfortunately, he could not swim. The torrential river buried him. In a daze, he accidentally entered a dark hole at the bottom of the river. There, he found the first red bead. He also found the blue pointer that could be used to find the rest of the beads. According to the pointer, he found the second red bead. It was in a hidden secret realm. There was a formation guarding it. Although he had obtained the bead, he was trapped in the formation for more than 2 years. Fortunately, there were more resources inside, so he did not have to worry about starving to death. It was not until 2 years later that the formation's energy was exhausted. Then, he walked out. Then, according to the formation's instructions, he did not expect that the third bead would be in the Taiyuan Heaven sect. The third body, the Crimson Flame Imperial body. He looked at the 3 beads in his hand that were fusing. They contained astonishing power. Jiang Macho raised her head slightly and looked into the distance with a deep gaze. Don't worry about not knowing your friends on the road ahead. Who doesn't know you? Looking at the 3 beads in his hand, an extraordinary crimson flame filled the air. This flame gave birth to everything, and crackling sounds of explosions could be heard from within. When all 3 beads merged into one, a brand new bead appeared in Jiang Macho's hand. The color of this bead became even more blood red, as if there was a raging fire inside. The fire evolved into everything. Jiang Macho knew that this was not the place to merge the battle physiques, so he took advantage of the night to leave the Taiyuan Heaven sect. In an unknown cave deep in the mountain range, Jiang Macho blocked the entrance of the cave with branches and then took out the crimson bead. He swallowed the bead in one gulp, and his face instantly turned red as if strong wine had gone down his throat. Jiang Macho only felt a strong flame going down his throat into his stomach, and his whole body was extremely hot. His body was sweating quickly, and then it quickly evaporated. White smoke rose from his body. His skin became extremely red. At this moment, not only his skin, but even his hair and eyes had turned fiery red. His hair was like a burning flame, and even the light breath from his mouth was pure white. Jiang Macho slowly raised his head, and his whole body emitted a deep purple flame. Under this flame, the surrounding space was completely annihilated. When the red flame imperial physique was completely merged, Jiang Macho felt that he was stronger than ever. He casually clenched his hands and lightly punched the air, and a 1-meter-wide black hole appeared in the air. Walking out of the cave, Jiang Macho glanced in the direction of the Taiyuan Heaven sect. Now that he had found the third bead, there was no point in staying in the Taiyuan Heaven sect. Just wait. Even if you are like the gods in the sky, high and mighty, your majesty is inviolable. One day, I will pull you down from the altar, drag you into the mud, and let you have a taste of failure. Jiang Macho took a deep look in the direction of the Taiyuan Heaven sect, and then left in the opposite direction. As Su Zimo entered the whirlpool, his vision turned upside down, and layers of spatial fluctuations appeared. Following the vortex's devouring power, everyone entered the secret realm. After a long period of darkness, their vision finally cleared. This was a huge forest with countless trees rooted in the ground. What was amazing was that every tree here was so thick that it would take a dozen people to wrap their arms around it. Furthermore, these trees had eyes, noses, and mouths on their trunks. Crows with gloomy eyes flew across the sky, dropping a few leaves as they spread their wings. In the incomparably dark forest, these trees with human faces looked very frightening. At this moment, with the arrival of Su Zimo, the faces on the trees actually moved. How many years has it been? Someone actually came again. Strange cries came from the forest. A very gloomy voice seemed to be whispering, but also seemed to be communicating. Su Zimo looked around. He and everyone else had been separated, and he was alone in this forest. At this moment, these tall trees were looking at him mockingly. The dense branches and leaves covered the entire sky. The branches were like demons and ghosts baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, waving in the air. Seeing these branches all attacking him, Su Zimo pulled out the tyrannical shadow, which was burning with raging flames. The branches were all cut off, and the raging flames began to burn along the ends of the branches. Crackling sounds and sparks exploded in the air. Just as the raging flames were about to burn these towering trees along with the branches, a green light appeared. A green light was emitted from the tree. This green light was filled with a strong life aura, and it immediately extinguished the fire. The branches that were cut off by Su Zimo grew out again and attacked again. Su Zimo frowned slightly. It was this green light, and the aura of life in it that made him change his expression. When the secret realm first opened, the green light that soared into the sky contained the same aura of life as this. Su Zimo couldn't imagine that the Spring of Life was ranked 10th in the world's mysterious items list, and the aura of life here was even stronger than the Spring of Life. Seeing these branches whipping towards him again, Suzumo took 2 steps back. These branches whipped the ground, and only a rumbling sound could be heard. The ground actually had a crack that was tens of meters long. No one would have thought that these weak branches would have such great strength. Seeing Suzumo retreat, one of the big trees looked very frightened. It shouted, "Stop him, the exit of the secret realm is there." As the terrified voice fell, the surrounding tree branches became even crazier. One tree branch after another carried an endless amount of chi waves as it charged towards Suzumo. Hearing that there was an exit, Suzumo hurriedly retreated. As he dodged, these branches all failed to hit the ground. The rumbling sound was endless, and there were more and more cracks on the ground. Finally, after more than 10 minutes of hiding, Suzumo finally saw another vortex not far away. The frightened voice from before became more anxious. It shouted, "We haven't eaten meat in a long time. Hurry up and stop him, don't let him escape." Suzumo's spirit energy surged. He took a step forward and finally arrived in front of the vortex. As he stepped into the vortex, the frightened voice was a little depressed. "It's over, he's going to escape." Seeing that Suzumo's figure was about to disappear into the vortex, he suddenly turned around. The spirit energy in his body surged, and he forced his way out of the vortex. Why did you come back?" the frightened voice asked in surprise. "Your acting is not bad." Suzumo chuckled. "What acting?" The voice seemed to be a little angry and shouted, "Brothers, catch him. I'm going to skin him, slice his bones, and chop his flesh into minced meat." Seeing that the branches were attacking again with an imposing aura, it was as if even space was about to shatter. This time, Suzumo did not dodge and allowed the branches to attack him. Rumble. The ground began to tremble. The branches that were attacking Suzumo missed. Dust flew everywhere, and countless cracks appeared around Suzumo. "Even if I stand here and don't move, you guys will still miss." Suzumo smiled and said, "Did you guys really miss, or did you guys not dare to hit me on purpose?" Hearing Suzumo's words, the faces on the tree trunks seemed to be even more furious. "Stop pretending. From the moment I arrived here, you guys have been threatening me in all kinds of ways. You even deliberately told me the way to leave the mystic realm." Suzumo smiled and said, "You guys are all putting on airs. I'm very curious now, what exactly are you guys?" Hearing Suzumo's words, the trees fell silent for a moment, and all the branches that were originally flying in the sky were retracted. "Kid." An old voice came from the depths of the forest. "Enough is enough. I just don't want to kill too much." "Is that so?" Suzumo smiled and said, "Then I beg you, hurry up and kill me. Kid, this old man has dominated for millions of years. Since the beginning of this era, I have been immortal. Don't be ungrateful." The old voice snorted coldly. Suzumo smiled and walked into the forest step by step. "Dominated for millions of years? I also want to know what kind of thing you are." As Suzumo walked into the forest, the voice hurriedly said, "If you take another step in, this old man won't be polite anymore. I beg you, hurry up and kill me. Don't talk nonsense with me." Suzumo smiled. Above the forest, beams of unbelievable green light shot into the sky, and the rich aura of life almost filled the entire world. These tall trees all gathered together and blocked Suzumo's path. "Are you afraid?" Suzumo smiled and said. "Let's mind our own business, how about it?" the old voice said indifferently. Suzumo held the tyrannical shadow and walked out step by step. On the tyrannical shadow, lightning flashed, fire burned, and endless hurricanes swept half the sky. When he slashed out with the blade, the dense trees in front of him were all turned into powder by this energy. However, the strange thing was that in just an instant, these trees that were chopped into powder returned to their original state and gathered together to block Suzumo's path. Suzumo raised his head slightly and saw that the green light above contained a rich aura of life, blessing this forest. "Didn't you say you have dominated for millions of years?" Suzumo smiled and said, "Come out if you have the ability. What's the point of hiding like a turtle? This old man is not stupid. Come in if you have the ability." The voice inside shouted. "Come out. Come in. Looks like you're really strong on the outside but weak on the inside." Su Zimo slowly picked up the tyrannical shadow and closed his eyes. At this moment, a unique aura emanated from his body. The spirit chi in the sky surged, and countless spirit chi condensed on the blade. These spirit chis were all black in color. When the spirit chis condensed together, the entire space was suppressed to the point of cracking and shattering. Near the black spirit chi, some large trees actually began to wither. Dao querying 10th move, Canopy of Death. As Su Zimo growled, he picked up the tyrannical shadow and slashed out. At this moment, the pitch-black spirit chi fell off the blade and condensed into the shape of a machete. The scimitar slashed across the sky, and the entire sky was covered in darkness. When the scimitar pierced through the endless space, it brought with it an ancient aura as it descended. The power of death filled the entire sky, and the green light that soared into the sky was temporarily suppressed. Although it was suppressed, the green light resisted fiercely. It would not be long before it broke through the shroud of death. Su Zimo frowned slightly. The sky veil of death was something that he had comprehended in the boundless purgatory of death after killing tens of millions of people in his previous life. It could be said to be the profound meaning of death. Even so, it could not suppress the green light for too long. As the blade light burst into the space, an incomparable blade chi descended from the sky. The entire forest was completely destroyed. Due to the temporary suppression of the green light, there was no recovery effect, and the trees could not regenerate. Spirit chi surged on Su Zimo's body, and the aura of the venerable pulse realm burst out. He stepped into the air, and with just one step, he traveled dozens of meters. "Kid, don't come over," the old voice said with a hint of panic. The green light in the sky seemed to be even more dazzling, and it attacked the sky veil of death even more frantically. Su Zimo's figure slowly descended, and he landed in front of a deep pit that was thousands of meters in size. The life aura in this deep pit seemed to be even stronger. Su Zimo jumped into the deep pit, which was filled with a light green light. In the middle of this light green light, there seemed to be something wrapped up. Su Zimo slowly walked forward and saw that there was a leaf inside. The green light that soared into the sky, and the life aura that was even stronger than that of the spring of life, actually came from a leaf. Su Zimo was a little dumbfounded. He could feel the life aura on the green leaf that went straight to the origin of life. Su Zimo slowly held the green leaf in his hand, and the old voice came from it. "Kid, don't use your hands to sully my life origin. How dare a prisoner be so arrogant?" Su Zimo smiled and put the green leaf on the ground. He stepped on it a few times, and then unbuckled his pants. "What are you doing?" the old voice asked in a panic. "My urine is yellow, so I'm here to wake you up," Su Zimo said with a smile. "Kid, where it's possible to let people off, you should spare them. This old man is already so old, can you bear to do that? Tell me, what's your origin?" Su Zimo asked. "You only need to know that this old man's origin is very ancient, so ancient that you can't even imagine it," the old voice said smugly. Su Zimo was silent for a while, then unbuckled his pants again. Don't, I'll tell you, okay," the old voice hurriedly said, "I'm the leaf of life." "What's the leaf of life?" Su Zimo asked curiously. The more he came into contact with this world, the more Su Zimo found that his knowledge was lacking. Even though the Chaos Bead had taken him to the River of Fate and seen the evolution of many things, there were still many things that he couldn't come into contact with. To put it simply, I'm the leaf on the tree of life, the old voice explained indifferently. What's the tree of life? Su Zimo asked doubtfully. The moonlight was sparse, and there were only a few dark stars. The boundless darkness was like a giant beast that swallowed everything. Bai Li Xiao sat up on the bed, sweating profusely. She looked around blankly and suddenly remembered that everything was just a dream. She was only having a nightmare, and she slowly heaved a sigh of relief. She was no longer sleepy. She put on a thin coat and slowly walked out of the room, coming to the pavilion in the courtyard. She leaned against the chair in the pavilion and quietly looked at the sky. Her gaze was silent, and no one knew what she was thinking. "Are you still thinking about your big brother Chu Yang?" a voice suddenly said. Following the voice, Bai Li Xiao said with a panicked expression, "Who are you? Why do you keep pestering me?" As soon as Bai Li Xiao finished speaking, her originally flustered face suddenly turned into a smile. She said with a faint smile, I am you, and you are me. We are one. What do you mean by one body? I don't know you. Bailey Xiao panicked again. This is the Bailey clan, the imperial lineage. I advise you not to be too presumptuous. Actually, you know in your heart that we are one body. Running away won't solve anything, the voice said coldly. Otherwise, how do you think you can obtain the Empress inheritance? The Empress inheritance has nothing to do with me anymore, Bailey Xiao said calmly. Actually, if you want to take revenge, it's not impossible, the voice said patiently. Relax your mind and don't have any thoughts of resistance. Let our souls become one and I can help you. So? After our souls become one, will I still be me? Bailey Xiao asked calmly. As I said, we were originally one. Even if you're unwilling now, it won't be long before our souls become one. This is a result that cannot be changed, the voice replied. Or rather, you're not complete to begin with. The name Bailey Xiao is just your name in this life. Your real name should be Lin Yuqing, Fairy Yuqing. Bailey Xiao was silent for a long time after the voice finished speaking. When she returned to the Bailey clan, she discovered that there was an additional soul in her body. To be precise, this soul had been in her body for a long time but had only awakened recently. At first, she thought that she had encountered something like a possession. However, later on, she realized that this soul was one with her own soul. This feeling was very mysterious. It was as if she was looking into a mirror. They were obviously the same, but there were two different personalities. What's going on? Bailey Xiao took a deep breath and asked. Are you not going to run away? The voice asked with a faint smile. I've never thought of running away, Bailey Xiao replied calmly. Did the Empress inheritance choose me because of you? Don't make such a clear distinction. I said before, we are one body, the voice replied respectfully. This inheritance was left to me by the Empress. If you hadn't angered Zhenwu Xingzong, you would probably have become the Holy Maiden by now. Your growth path has already been planned. Unfortunately, things are unpredictable. You know Empress Hong Tian? Bailey Xiao asked curiously. To be precise, Her Majesty is my master. Naturally, she's also your master, the voice said proudly. Zhenwu Xingzong, and Fei Hong Laozu, who's still alive, is my junior sister. What the hell is going on? Bailey Xiao's mind was in a mess. This is related to the two martial cultivation systems, Lin Yuqing explained. Do you know why the person who carries the mandate of heaven in each era is invincible, and what is the mandate of heaven? Bai Li Xiao shook her head and asked, the mandate of heaven is too far away from me. What are those two cultivation systems? Dao and Immortal, Lin Yuqing replied indifferently. In fact, when a martial artist reaches the divine vein realm and opens 8 meridians, their body will undergo an unimaginable change. At this time, they would enter a whole new world and consider stepping into a new system. The path of Dao was a system recognized by the heavenly Dao after Great Emperor Zhenwu established the era of emperors. Although the heavenly Dao is heartless, everything in the world has a chance of survival. The path of Dao is the chance left by the heavenly Dao for everything. As long as you enter the path of Dao, you have a chance of stepping into the peak of martial arts and finally surpassing the heavenly Dao. Then what about entering the path of immortality? Bailey Xiao asked curiously. The path of immortality is a helpless action. Not everyone can enter the path of Dao. In each era, only the great emperor who carries the mandate of heaven can enter the path of Dao. Others don't have the chance. Lin Yuqing thought of something and sighed a few times. Then, he slowly said, and those who can't carry the mandate of heaven can only step into the path of immortality if they want to advance. The path of immortality is ethereal and can't obtain the recognition of the heavenly Dao. Fate is full of misfortune. No one knows what the end of the path of immortality is. But what does this have to do with us? Bailey Xiao asked. Back then, I followed Her Majesty and stepped into the heavens. As her #1 general, I saw her carry the mandate of heaven with my own eyes. Lin Yuqing said emotionally. Although I was the great emperor's general, I didn't have the qualifications to enter the path. I couldn't accept it. In the end, I could only enter the ethereal path of immortality like everyone else. Thus, under my pleas, Her Majesty paid a great price to reincarnate me, samsara, and left her inheritance to me. So I'm only your reincarnation in this life, right? Bailey Xiao asked after a moment of silence. You can think of it that way. The reason you can still control this body is because my soul has only been awake for a short time. Lin Yuqing said. In reality, I am the main consciousness. You are only the secondary consciousness. Once I fully recover, there will be no more Bailey Xiao in this world, only Lin Yuqing. Hearing Lin Yuqing's words, Bailey Xiao fell into deep silence again. She bitterly smiled and replied, so I'm someone who shouldn't exist in this world. Originally, I wouldn't have woken up so early. It's just that you're soaring. Immortal physique was taken away. I've been reborn. In this life, I will naturally seek the mandate of heaven and enter the path of Tao. Lin Yuqing said plainly. The soaring immortal physique being taken away has greatly affected my ability to carry the mandate of heaven. I can't let you continue to mess around like this. Mess around? What did I do wrong? Bailey Xiao chuckled and said unhappily, from the beginning, it was Su Zimo who targeted me for no reason. Even brother Chu Yang died in his hands in the end. I don't understand why he is so hostile towards us. What do you think now? Lin Yuqing asked. I will do my best to destroy Zhenwu Xingzong. Even if I can't, I will kill Su Zimo and take revenge for big brother Chu Yang. Bailey Zhao's eyes were filled with deep hatred. She gritted her teeth and said. Sage sect is Her Majesty's sect. I won't let you do that. Lin Yuqing said plainly. If I hadn't woken up, it would have been fine. But now that I've woken up, I will go to Sage sect again to find junior sister Fei Hong and take back my soaring immortal physique. Sage sect helped me carry the mandate of heaven. After I become a great emperor, I will naturally protect Sage sect. After all, it was Her Majesty who gave me this opportunity. Our paths are different. Bailey Xiao stood up. The night wind blew her gown slightly. No matter what, this body is still under my control. I don't care if we are one body. I only know that my name is Bailey Xiao. What do you have to fight against Zhenwu Xingzong? Your flying celestial body has been taken away, and your realm has dropped to the meridian condensing stage, Lin Yuqing said. Even if the Bailey family wants to help you, they probably don't have the power. However, I have a good idea. You can consider it. What idea? Bailey Xiao pondered for a while and asked. Zhenwu Xingzong definitely can't be touched. The sect of the Empress is naturally my sect, and I still have to rely on the power of the Sage sect, Lin Yuqing replied. However, I can help you deal with that young man called Su Zimo. What do I have to pay? Bailey Xiao asked. She knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Relax your mind and let our souls completely fuse together. This will allow me to completely awaken in advance and gain control of this body, Lin Yuqing said. Think about it carefully. Even if you don't agree, there will be a day when I will gain control of this body. It's just a matter of time. However, when the time comes, it's not certain whether I will help you take revenge. Hearing Lin Yuqing's words, Bailey Xiao raised her head slightly and looked at the thick night sky in front of her. She fell into an endless silence. She only remembered that the night sky was very dark, and the gentle evening wind blew through the pavilion in the courtyard. She didn't expect things to develop to this point. At first, she just wanted to stand out and be with the person she liked. The dark beasts roared silently around her, and the thick night sky enveloped her whole body. In the secret realm, Su Zimo listened to the leaf of life and put it away. He looked at the 1,000-meter deep, 1,000-meter wide pit he was in. The tree of life had once taken root here, but it left one day. Before it left, it only left behind a single leaf. The life energy contained in it was even richer than the spring of life, which was ranked 10th on the world's mysterious items list. Kid, I've told you everything you want to know. Let me go, the old voice from the leaf of life said hurriedly. When did I say I was going to let you go? Su Zimo shook his head as he stowed the leaf of life away into his storage ring. What moved Su Zimo was the tree of life itself. Although he did not know what the tree of life was, a random leaf that fell from it had a consciousness. Just how terrifying would it be, without the support of the leaf of life, the entire secret realm began to tremble. Rumbling sounds exploded in the surroundings, and the surrounding trees with terrifying human faces withered little by little because they lost the support of the leaf of life. These trees had lived in this secret realm for too long. Previously, they had been nourished by the power of the leaf of life, and they could help the leaf of life scare away intruders. As the trees withered, countless cracks appeared in the mystic realm. In the end, as a series of explosions rang out one after another, the entire secret realm shattered like glass. Suzimo felt his body become weightless as the secret realm was completely destroyed. His venerable meridian aura surged as he stepped into the air and flew out of the crack that appeared in the secret realm. Not long after he flew out, he saw that the entire secret realm had been turned into ruins. Outside the secret realm, the dozen or so elders from the bear tribe were already guarding the surroundings. At this moment, Xiaogizi had been suppressed by them. The dozen or so elders had powerful auras as they watched Suzimo come out of the secret realm. The auras on their bodies merged together and pressed down on Suzimo. "What's the meaning of this?" Suzimo asked with interest. "Hand over the things you obtained in the secret realm, and we can let you live," the elder at the front said loudly. "What if I say I didn't get anything?" Suzimo asked. "Then hand over everything you have," the old man replied. Suzimo chuckled, picked up the tyrannical shadow, and slashed out. "A bunch of ants, how dare you rob me!" Boundless lightning descended from the sky. The elder's hand surged with spiritual energy, and the shadow of a bear vaguely appeared on his body. He received the mighty lightning with both hands. At this moment, the brown bear roared. Although the divine lightning was blocked, the powerful impact brought by the saber force still sent the old man flying. The elder's body fell heavily to the ground, creating a small pit in the ground. An angry roar came from the pit, and then the elder flew out of the pit with disheveled hair and a dirty face. He had a powerful aura as he looked at Suzimo in the sky. "This guy shouldn't be a rogue cultivator. He's probably a disciple nurtured by a big force." Hearing the elder's words, the dozen or so elders next to him frowned. One of them snorted and said, "Since that's the case, we can't let him leave." "Don't worry, no one can leave today." Suzimo slowly raised the tyrannical shadow. His figure was like a stream of light as he charged over from the sky. "My favorite thing is to kill geniuses. Geniuses who haven't grown up are nothing." The dozen or so elders released their auras at the peak of the venerable pulse realm, and the boundless space reverberated with rumbling sounds. These elders all had the shadow of a brown bear on them. Their heavy aura was mixed with light yellow spiritual energy as they surrounded their bodies. Suzimo chuckled and used the first 10 moves of the 19 moves of the Tao Querying 19. He slashed down from the sky. The wind and clouds rose, and the saber of slaughter swept across the sky. Red blood energy filled the sky, and the wind and clouds turned into a long dragon that roared in the sky. The sky and earth were separated by a line, and the curtain of death covered the scorching sun with thick death energy. At this moment, the saber slashed down, and 3 elders were directly annihilated into blood mist. The blood mist dissipated in midair, and the other elders were also seriously injured. They fell into the blood amber dripping with blood. A bottomless crack was split open on the ground, and a sea of blood was boiling and lightning flashed. The bear tribe leader looked at this scene with his mouth agape. His heart was thumping nonstop, and there were hundreds of thousands of divine beasts galloping in his heart. "Why? Why are you so outstanding when we're all at the venerable pulse realm?" Seeing that the other elders were either dead or injured, the bear tribe elder hurriedly came back to his senses. He took a step forward and directly came in front of Xiaogizi. Spiritual energy surged in his hands, and he grabbed Xiaogizi's neck. He looked at Suzimo with fear and said, "Let me go, and I'll let him go. I don't want anything. I hate it when people threaten me." Suzimo shook his head and walked toward the elder step by step. "Xiaogizi, don't worry. I'll avenge you." Spiritual energy surged in the old man's hand, and he hit Xiaogizi's right leg hard. With a crack, Xiaogizi's right leg was completely broken. Xiaogizi let out a muffled groan as he resisted the urge to cry out in pain. He shouted at Suzimo, "Senior brother, you don't have to worry about me. I'll still be by your side in my next life." "Okay, don't worry. I'll take revenge for the pain he gave you 1,000 times over," Suzimo nodded and replied. "Don't come over, or I'll break his other leg." The old man took a few steps back in panic and looked at Suzimo warily. What does breaking his leg have to do with me? Suzimo asked curiously. Aren't you fellow disciples? You don't care about his life? The old man asked in surprise. I don't want to kill him. As long as you let me go, I'll let him go. So what if we're fellow disciples? As the saying goes, a friend dies but not me. Suzimo shook his head and walked toward the old man step by step. His aura was like a rainbow, and the thunder on the tyrannical shadow's blade was mixed with raging fire, crackling and exploding in the air. Suzimo looked at the old man and chuckled. Have you ever experienced the feeling of death? Moreover, it's the kind of feeling where you can't die even if you want to. As the blade in Suzimo's hand shone brightly, the old man's face became more and more frightened. He said in a trembling voice, You really don't care about his life? As soon as the old man's voice fell, the sharp blade burst into a dazzling light in midair, and then the blade slashed from the horizon. Madman. The old man's face was pale. The blade was extremely fast, and he had no time to dodge. At this moment, the old man hurriedly blocked Xianxia in front of him, wanting to block the sharp blade. Just as the saber light was about to strike Xianxia, a dragon's roar resounded in the air. Seventh stance of the Tao querying, wind and cloud transforming dragon. The saber light instantly transformed into the shape of a long dragon in midair, and the dragon roared to the heavens. Endless spiritual energy surged in the surroundings. This long dragon seemed to have a mind of its own as it deliberately avoided Xianxia and charged straight at the old man. The old man's body was also bursting with spirit aura. It was already too late for him to turn around. He used one hand to protect Xianxia in front of him and the other hand to condense countless spirit auras into the shadow of a brown bear. The brown bear collided with the long dragon, and two deafening rumbling sounds could be heard from all directions. In just a moment, the shadow of the brown bear was completely destroyed. Seeing that the long dragon was charging at the old man, Suzimo stepped into the air and slashed down with the tyrannical shadow. Endless spiritual energy condensed on the blade, and it directly cut off the old man's left arm that was holding Xianxia. He threw Xianxia aside, and on the other side, the long dragon that had destroyed the brown bear's shadow rushed toward the old man with a courageous momentum. The long dragon's roar resounded next to him, and endless airwaves and storms spread around the old man. Following the old man's miserable shriek, there was an explosion, and countless pieces of flesh splattered in the air. Suzimo turned his head to look at Xianxia. In the impact of the long dragon just now, Xianxia had suffered great damage. His whole body was badly mutilated, and he was hanging on to his last breath. If it weren't for Suzimo pulling him out in time, he would have most likely suffered the same fate as the old man. Suzimo shook his head slightly, took out a pill from his storage ring, and put it into Xianxia's mouth. He had countless healing pills on him, and there were both high-grade and low-grade ones. As the pill entered his mouth, Xianxia's badly mutilated body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only did this pill heal the surface of Xianxia's body, but it also healed the inside of his body at a rapid rate. Xianxia opened his eyes slightly, and the tearing pain all over his body had disappeared. He even felt that his body was full of strength, and he was full of energy, as if he was stronger than before. Senior brother, Xianxia looked at Suzimo and hurriedly greeted him. Do you blame me for attacking without any scruples just now? Suzimo asked. No, Xianxia shook his head and replied, although I, Xianxia, am not very capable in this life, I am very clear about my position. I know that senior brother will never compromise for anyone. From the day I followed you, I knew it. I helped senior brother solve some unnecessary problems. To put it simply, I am an errand boy. And senior brother can bring me some unimaginable benefits, just like the great emperor cultivation method I am cultivating now. If it weren't for senior brother, I'm afraid I would still be an ordinary inner disciple in the sect. Do you still remember the first time we met? Suzimo asked. I remember, at that time, senior brother went to the mission hall to receive a mission, Xianxia nodded and replied. Suzimo smiled and looked at the sky with a deep gaze. He said faintly, everyone will leave something behind when they come to this world. Family, love, friendship. Sometimes I wonder if I am too cold-blooded. I should open my heart and let others walk into my world. Suzimo said with a chuckle. After a long silence, he said, "But I always have a premonition in my heart. An inexplicable premonition that even I don't understand. The premonition tells me that in my life I will be a person playing a person's war song, embarking on a person's path of no return until the end of the darkness, the world is destroyed. This premonition is especially strong after I activated the hell-suppressing immortal body. It is as if something is calling me, calling me. Stepping on the distant heavenly song, I am destined to embark on a different path." Hearing Suzimo's words, Xiaogizi was silent for a while, and said, "Senior brother, don't think too much, no matter what, I will follow you." "Let's go, I hope I am worried for nothing," Suzimo smiled. The gentle sunlight shone on the 100,000 mountains. At this moment, this mountain range with a long history was in a tranquil silence. As autumn played its final song, it was accompanied by the last carnival of the season. Even with the cold sunlight, the weather was still a bit cold. The whistling north wind passed through the entrance of the mountain range, and the bleak branches stood alone. All of this seemed to be preparing for the arrival of winter. Suzimo and Xiaogizi set off from the middle of the 100,000 mountains. The dark heaven tiger and the green dragon horse galloped into the distance. The two figures disappeared into the dust in the distance. There were many stories about Emperor Sandao carrying the heaven's will. Even though every generation of great emperors was revered, and every generation of great emperors bore the mandate of heaven by tempering themselves through blood and fire, slaughtering their way out, it was still a bloody path. However, Emperor Sandao's journey to inherit the mandate of heaven was definitely the most tragic and spectacular among all the emperors. The story started from when the man picked up the 3 machetes. The story happened in the spring of that year. The immortal tree was blooming with immortal flowers. The flowers bloomed in the spring, and the blood-red flowers were accompanied by a burst of fragrance. On the road away from Xinzhou, the spring breeze was rippling. The immortal trees on both sides of the road were like giants standing upright in the mortal world, watching the boulevard as usual. Looking from the side of the road, it was as if one was in a blood-red sea of fire. On both sides of the road were sturdy immortal trees. These immortal trees were filled with dense immortal flowers. The flowers sang softly with the breeze, then turned and waved goodbye to the mother tree. They followed the breeze, wanting to feel the freedom they had always yearned for. Unfortunately, the breeze suddenly disappeared, and the fiery red petals fell together. On the boulevard full of immortal trees, a thick layer of immortal flowers was piled up. Emperor Sandao stepped on the immortal flowers and stood in the middle of the immortal trees, waving goodbye to Xinzhou. The mandate of heaven of that generation appeared in the dark ridge. The other saints, saintesses, heavenly talents, and monsters were all accompanied by the elders of their respective sects to protect and hold the line. Emperor Sandao declined everyone's offer to follow him and walked alone on the path to heaven that led to either hell or the sacred hall. Other than the back of the man in the blood-red robe, he also left the 3 machetes behind him. The immortal flowers along the way seemed to be saying goodbye to him. Then, the man became an emperor. On the day he inherited the mandate of heaven, there were no clouds in the sky for thousands of miles. He became famous overnight. He stood in the sky and engraved his imperial title on the Yuanyang continent, this magnificent big world. He left a chapter that belonged to him. A long time had passed. The immortal tree still bloomed every year, and the immortal flowers still floated on the boulevard at the same time. However, the world could no longer see the man in the red robe with the 3 machetes on his back. The immortal tree and immortal flower danced in the sky. When that man waved goodbye, his words seemed to still echo in the fiery red sky. "I am willing to entrust my life to my knife. If I can't come back after this trip, then let me and my saber bloom in front of the people at the top of the firmament for its final withering and resplendence. Please remember my name. My name is Sandao. I have been to this world before." In the dark mountain range, countless geniuses stood in the air. Their auras created countless black holes. Heaven's will was vast and mighty. This was a tragic battle that attracted the attention of the entire continent. Those geniuses who once made people speechless were now worthless in this place. It was as if they were rotten on the streets. At a glance, everyone here was a holy son who could look down on the world. Which one of them didn't carry the hope of their own sect? With a single slap, the so-called monstrous genius would be nothing more than an ant to the living beings on the altar. However, at this moment, the man called Sandao pulled out his first knife. Immortal slaying. The world once asked me, are there immortals in this world? I only know that with this knife of mine, even immortals will be turned into ashes. Under heaven's will, in the mortal world, he pulled out his second knife. Demon Slayer. The world once asked me, what is a demon? I only know that with this knife of mine, even demons will be nothing more than ants. I have slain immortals and demons, but I know that I am still me. Thus, the man pulled out his last knife. True self. The dark mountain range was like its name. Endless darkness enveloped everything. Every single person there, their names had spread far and wide. They were all famous. Some held emperor true weapons. Some brought Laozu, who had entered immortality. But on that day, that man only held 3 knives and slaughtered everything. Demons and monsters, demons and ghosts. He was not invincible, but he was not invincible. He was knocked down again and again, but he stood up again and again. Just like the spring when the immortal flower bloomed, he made a vow. I am willing to entrust my life to my knife. He had said it, and he did it. Blood spilled all over the dark mountain range. Great Emperor Sandao killed from the front to the back, and from the back to the front. The world was turned upside down, and the world was dark. Geniuses were slaughtered, monsters were begging for mercy, and saints were wailing. Everything was to pave the way for that man to become an emperor. A general success was built on thousands of corpses. The path to becoming an emperor had always been difficult, but great Emperor Sandao had played out the difficulty and tragedy to the extreme. In the end, he stepped onto the peak and stood in the sky dripping with blood. Heavens roared, the world looked up, and the opponents below turned into a sea of blood. In that battle, apart from great Emperor Sandao's ascension, the dark mountain range was also drowned in blood. Countless emperor true weapons were lost in that battle. With the fall of the dark mountain range, it would never see the light of day again. From then on, the dark mountain range was renamed Silence Mountain Range. It was also classified as one of the 10 forbidden areas by the people of the Yuanyang continent. Unlike the other 9 forbidden zones, the other forbidden zones all had fixed locations. On the other hand, Silence Mountain Range was like a floating continent. Its whereabouts were strange, and there was no exact location or location. It would stay in one place for a long time and then suddenly disappear. It would jump through space and appear somewhere else. For this new forbidden area, not only was there danger, but there were also countless opportunities. So many geniuses had died in there, and who knew how many emperor true weapons had been lost there. For many people of the imperial lineage, they had been searching for traces of Silence Mountain Range. They wanted to find the emperor true weapons that their sects had lost back then. However, Silence Mountain Range rarely showed itself. Most of the time, it was hidden in space and was very mysterious. Su Zimo and Xiao Gizi walked in the depths of the 100,000 mountains. Along the way, they had seen too many 100 beast tribes. Some tribes were friendly and invited them to their tribe as guests. There were also some who wanted to use their numbers to rob Su Zimo and Xianxia. However, these tribes that lived in the depths of the 100,000 mountains didn't have high cultivations. Along the way, the strongest person Su Zimo had seen was only at the Emperor Vane realm. On this day, the two were walking on a small path in the mountain range. Suddenly, a series of explosions came from the sky. The clouds in the sky were swept away by the wind, and the heavens were mighty. A boundless aura of nirvanic extermination permeated the entire firmament, and a continent slowly descended from the sky in the void of time. A deafening explosion resounded in the sky. It was as if the sky was going to be destroyed. The sky was covered by a shadow. End of chapter 173. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.